This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Unlikely Mates by Charlene Hartnady. Narrated by Tatiana Sokolov. Part 1. His First. Chapter 1. The human giggled at something Yale said, and his guts felt like they were being pulled apart from the inside out. His wolf growled inside him, low and deep. The panther shifter tossed him a narrow-eyed look, and the little female's eyebrows shot up, making him realize that he had growled out loud as well. Roosh forced himself to uncurl his fists, to stop gritting his teeth. His wolf may have decided that Becky was its future mate, but that didn't mean he had any hold over her. In fact, the opposite was true. When he had gone to implore his alpha to allow him to be given guard duty over their guest, Ward had made it clear that Roosh must keep his distance from the human. His instinct to claim her rode him hard. He was permitted to watch only, preferably no talking, but definitely no touching. It drove him to complete distraction, particularly when other shifter males in the village insisted on flirting with the beautiful human. Not that he could blame them. His name was next on the list. Once Elliot and Patricia mated, it would be his turn to seek a mate. Right now, looking would have to be enough. Man, she was a sight to behold. Lightly curled hair, the color of spun gold, the brightest, bluest eyes he had ever seen. They reminded him of a crystal-clear mountain spring. Human females were tiny in general. Becky was no exception. Though her hips were made for holding, and her breasts were voluptuous, decadent even. They bounced and swayed beneath the thin fabric of the blue summer dress that she wore. Her deep cleavage was so sinful that it could bring a grown man to tears. Again, the big problem was that Roosh was not the only one who had noticed. All eyes were drawn to her.
"I could take you for a walk. The views around here are magnificent."
The panther shifter's eyes dropped to her breasts, and Roosh's hands closed into fists, and his canines distended. There was nothing he could do to stop it. Becky smiled. "I'm not one for traipsing around in the wild. I might ruin my sandals." She looked down at the thin strands on her feet. They shimmered with sparkling stones.
"I could carry you."
Yale took a step in her direction. His eyes moved to the female's lips, his intentions clear. Roosh's wolf's hackles went up, its ears back, teeth bared. It took a whole lot of self-control to keep himself from shifting. If the panther so much as laid a finger on his female, the male would bleed. "Maybe some other time." The human winked at Yale. She said her goodbyes and walked away from the noticeably disappointed male. Her hips sashayed with every step. Her mouth-watering mammary glands bounced gently. Roosh couldn't help but breathe out a heavy sigh as she moved farther down the path. He quickly moved in behind her, leaving a small following distance between them. "Are you having a bad day?" Becky glanced back at him over her shoulder. A smile graced her full, raspberry-tinted lips.
"No,"
he growled. Roosh cleared his throat.
"I mean, no, why would you think that?"
His voice was still gravelly since his wolf was just beneath the surface, but at least now he wasn't growling at her anymore. He picked up his pace, moving in next to her while being careful to keep his distance. She cocked her head, scrutinizing him. "Why the serious frown, then?"
"I have been tasked with the responsibility of your care."
They continued to walk in the direction of her cabin. Her smile widened. "And that makes you unhappy?" Roosh stopped walking. She'd completely misinterpreted his reactions to the other males. "You see," she paused. Her smile had completely disappeared from her face. "Just look at your frown. I'm sure Ward could assign someone else to my care if this is so difficult for you. One of the other males?" It happened before he could stop it. His lips curled back and he growled. Just the thought of another male having to stay this close to her because of guard duty sent his beast into overdrive. The human put her hands up, her eyes wide. "You also keep doing that, and it's starting to freak me out." He cursed softly, causing her eyes to widen even more.
"I'm sorry." Roosh scrubbed a hand over his face. "I'm really sorry. It's just, I don't like the way the males behave with you."
She looked confused. "They've been nothing but nice." Roosh made a sound of frustration.
"Nice? No way. They would all like nothing better than to rut you."
She burst out laughing. "As my guard, shouldn't you be more worried about one of them trying to hurt me? A little sex never hurt anyone." Her eyes hooded and she bit her lip.
"I wouldn't like it."
What, sex? Don't you like sex? She tucked a loose curl behind her ear. He grinned.
No, I would like rutting very much.
His eyes inadvertently tracked her body, pausing on the junction at her thighs. My eyes are up here, Wolfie. With difficulty, he looked up into her sparkling blue orbs. She threw him a half-smile that had his already hard dick swelling even further. What is it that you don't like, then? She asked.
I wouldn't like it if one of those males were to rut you.
At the thought of one of those fuckers laying even a paw on this female, his voice emerged in a low growl. The little human folded her arms across her chest, and her breasts plumped up to just under her chin. Roosh licked his lips, trying hard not to drool, working even harder to keep his eyes locked with hers. Why is that? She smiled almost slyly, looking at him from under her long lashes.
I want you for myself, female, and I don't share well. I dream of licking your pussy. I would make you scream with pleasure when you come hard.
He paused, loving how her cheeks turned crimson.
I will lap up every drop of your nectar.
Her hands dropped to her sides and her mouth fell open. She made a squeaky noise. Her honeysuckle scent turned all the sweeter with her arousal. Roosh felt his nostrils flare and took her reaction as an invitation to continue.
I would put you onto all fours and fuck you till you begged me to stop. Only then would I allow myself to come deep inside of you, which would make you come all over again, so hard that your eyes would roll into the back of your skull. You would tear at the bed and possibly break all of your pretty pink nails.
Oh, my. Her eyes fluttered closed for a second, and she put a hand to her chest.
If another male tries anything with you, I will snap his bones and make him bleed.
Violence shouldn't sound sexy, but it so does right now. She fanned her face with her free hand. I decided a while back that I would find a sexy man to fuck. No strings and all that.
Where is this man of whom you speak? A mere man can never satisfy a sensual female such as yourself.
Again he couldn't help it when his eyes dipped to her cleavage, and he had to work hard not to adjust his dick in his pants. Slip of the tongue. I don't want a man, honey. Her voice had turned husky. Excitement surged through his veins as he urged her to continue with a nod of his head. Becky deliberated for a few beats. So far I haven't done much about it, but I think I would like you in my bed. You know all of those things you said you want to do to me? Well, I say yes. She bounced, and her curls flew about her face. I want it all. With you. Roosh groaned, noticing how her breasts jiggled in time with the motion.
I'm happy you feel that way.
You don't look happy. She stopped bouncing.
I am. It's just that you are off limits while you are here at the village.
He heard the disappointment in his own voice. Becky pulled a face. That freaking sucks. You make me all hot and bothered, and there isn't going to be any follow-through? He shook his head.
Ward has forbidden me from rutting you.
Is it just you, or all the males? He growled. Chill, big guy. I don't want to rut with the other males. She smiled at him. I may flirt, but I'm not a slut.
I don't understand what that means.
I don't generally have no strings attached sex. I certainly wouldn't hop from one bed to the other. Heck, she giggled. I haven't had sex in the longest freaking time. He still didn't fully understand exactly what she meant, but at least she didn't plan on rutting any of the other males. Roosh let out a big sigh, feeling a little better.
None of the other males are permitted to rut you anyways, but I am still glad that you want only me.
The human smiled. I'll give you my number before I leave and you can call me.
Can we have dinner sometime?
He had been talking with some of the other males to try to find out more about humans. He'd also bought a whole stack of magazines that explained exactly what females wanted and what made them tick. For now, he focused mainly on courting and rutting. He knew they enjoyed meeting in public places and eating as a couple, especially if there was a candle on the table. She shook her head. No movie, no dinner, no dancing. He felt a frown form. That was a direct contradiction of all that he had learned. Becky grinned. I only want to do those things that you described to me earlier. She looked him straight on, a glint in her eyes.
Roosh groaned at the thought. I will do all of those things and more, human.
More? She chewed her lip.
Oh, yes.
His voice was a deep vibration. His dick throbbed behind a zipper.
Standing, sitting. There is this one position that will stimulate both your clit and your G-spot simultaneously.
Her chest heaved, her breasts strained against the material of her dress, her cheeks were flushed. Rich, sweet honeysuckle surrounded him, intoxicating him. I would like that very much. Her voice was husky. Are you sure we can't? He shook his head. Tonight? He shook his head harder. You're really going to make me wait?
Her hands went to her hips. Yes, a few days. But know that it is not by choice. If I had my way, I would fuck you right now.
His eyes slid down the delicious length of her, each and every wondrous curve. Roosh knew he would find untold pleasure inside his mate. Moreover, he couldn't wait to find out what made her tick, her likes and her dislikes, everything about her. Becky snorted. Oh, honey, she groaned. Thankfully I have my vibrator and extra batteries. She muttered the last under her breath. Roosh wasn't sure what she meant again. All he knew was that this delectable female went home tomorrow. He felt almost thankful that he wouldn't be faced with the pure torture of having her near without being able to act on his urges, especially since he knew the female wanted him, too. On his next day off, which was in a few days' time, he was going into Sweetwater and having him some sweet honeysuckle pie. Once he'd given her pleasure, he would get to know her, and then it would only be a matter of time before she agreed to becoming his mate. The knowledge caused him to grin as he fell back in behind her. Chapter 2. Becky entered Stephanie and Ward's spacious cabin. The vampire put a finger to her lips. The twins just fell asleep, she whispered. The tall female was wearing a t-shirt and sleeping shorts. The shirt had vomit on the left shoulder and 2 wet spots over her breasts where she had leaked milk. Her blonde hair was mussed, and she had dark smudges under her eyes. I think you had better climb into bed. I'll come back a bit later so that I can check on the babies. I'll take over for a while, then you can take a shower as well. Stephanie smiled. No, please come in. I would appreciate the company. It gets a bit lonely having to stay at home. Shifter babies were born much smaller than other species' babies, and they needed to be kept indoors for the first month or 2 of their lives. Do I really look that bad? Stephanie ran a hand through her shoulder-length hair. Becky shook her head. You look like you could use some time to yourself. If I hadn't been there, though, I would never say that you had just given birth to freaking twins. Her long legs were lean, her tummy completely flat, her skin radiant and flawless. Other than the rumpled clothes and hair, she looked like she was ready to grace the cover of any fashion magazine. You non-humans drive me nuts. Make the rest of us look like shit. Stephanie frowned. I'm not sure what excrement has to do with it. If it helps any, I can assure you that you don't look like feces. Come on in. Would you like some tea? I could use a glass of wine. I'm sorry, we don't. Yeah, I know, shifters don't drink alcohol. A glass of juice would be good. Some of the males have the occasional alcoholic beverage when in Sweetwater, but we don't keep alcohol in the village, as it would mean having to lug the stuff on wolfback. There are much more important necessities. The vampire poured a berry juice for Becky as she spoke, and a glass of water for herself. Are you hungry? Stephanie opened a container of chocolate chip cookies, offering her one. They looked so freaking good. I really shouldn't. Why not? The vamp raised her eyebrows. I normally like to eat healthy, but yeah, you're right. Why the hell not? Becky took one of the big chocolate-laden cookies. It's important to spoil yourself once in a while. Stephanie grabbed 3 of her own before closing the container. They were a peace offering from one of the females who stays here in the village. Her name is Angela. She didn't like me very much when I first came here, but I must be growing on her or something. From what I've heard, twin births are very rare among the species. You pushed out 2 freaking babies, and that deserves a medal in my book. They made their way to the lounge. Anyway, how anyone didn't like someone as sweet as you to begin with is beyond me, Becky said as she sat down. She thought I was going to drain her children of all their blood. Stephanie bared her sharp fangs. Didn't she know that you weren't allowed to take from humans? Stephanie shook her head. She took a bite of one of her cookies while making a sound of rapture. Even though I craved sweets during the pregnancy, it's only grown worse since I started breastfeeding. She took another big bite. The doorbell rang. Stephanie was up so quickly that Becky didn't see the vampire move, or even leave the room for that matter. A minute or 2 later, Stephanie walked in with another woman. The brunette held a glass of juice and a handful of cookies. She smiled broadly. "So you're the doctor who helped birth the twins. My name is Patricia, and I'm so happy to meet you." She walked in, sitting on the sofa opposite to them. "In 3 short days I will be mated to Elliot. The last 3 months have felt so long." Her smile grew even more dazzling. "We plan on trying for a family right away." Patricia put the juice and cookies down on the coffee table before clutching her flat stomach. "Do you have any tips for falling pregnant quickly?" Her jasmine eyes were wide as she looked at Becky expectantly. "Why the rush?" Becky asked. Patricia looked crestfallen for a second before looking confused. "No rush." She shrugged. "Okay," she admitted. "Maybe there is a bit of urgency. Due to the declining shifter populations, the male's instincts to mate and reproduce are on high. Elliot has an inherent need to mate me and to—" She giggled and blushed. "Fill me up with his seed." Becky nodded. "Okay." She giggled back. Steph made a disgusted noise. "Too much information." The blonde held up her hands, still blushing profusely. "I'm sorry. The thing is, I've always wanted to have a family, and Elliot is the one for me. So why wait? It would be hard on him to hold back during my heat. I'm ready to be a mom." Her face lit up with sheer excitement. "So, any tips?" "Have sex often." "No problem. We rut 2 or 3 times a day as it is. Should we up the frequency?" Becky felt her eyes bug out of her skull. "Really? 2 or 3 times a day? Doesn't it get boring at that point?" Patricia shook her head. "No way. He makes me come so hard I see stars. Every time." Becky had to clear her throat. "You might want to slow down a bit then. It is recommended in humans who want to reproduce that they have sex every second day, or the sperm tends to become weak, actually lessening the chances of offspring." Patricia snorted. "He's not a man. He's a shifter. I've never seen so much cum in my life." Her eyes widened. "Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Too much information, right?" "It sounds like you'll be just fine then. Should be pushing out a baby in a couple of months." Her eyes brightened. "Do you really think so?" "I do." Becky nodded. "You are a woman in your prime, and Elliot sounds virile. There are no guarantees, but your chances are good." Patricia made an excited noise and clapped her hands. "I can't wait." "I hear that Roosh is on your security detail." Stephanie smiled as she turned to Becky. Becky nodded, wondering where this was going. "He's really cute, don't you think?" Steph raised her eyebrows. "Only if really tall and seriously stacked is your thing." Becky tried not to pant as thoughts of his thick biceps and narrow waist came to mind. "He's really good-looking and oh so sweet." Stephanie took a big bite of her cookie. "Why do I get the feeling that you're trying to set me up?" Becky tried to look fierce. "Because I think Roosh is amazing, and I think you guys would be really good together. Besides," Stephanie picked up her glass of water, "you said you would give one of the shifters a chance. Why not Roosh?" Her blue eyes sparkled. All signs of fatigue had faded. Becky took a nibble of her own cookie, quickly chewing and swallowing. "He expressed his interest in me, I have to say. I wouldn't mind giving him a go." Her mind conjured up all the images of the dirty things he had said to her earlier, like the big shifter kneeling between her legs, his face buried in her pussy. Becky almost groaned out loud. "Well," Stephanie shook her head, "what's the problem?" "This whole conversation." Becky turned to face Patricia. "You said that shifters are driven to find mates and to procreate." The brunette nodded. Her ponytail bobbed up and down. "Oh, yeah. So you wouldn't have to worry about being used. Shifters are nothing like human men." "You don't understand." Becky looked from Patricia to Stephanie. "I want to be used. All I want is to have an orgasm with a real flesh-and-blood dick inside of me. I don't want dinners, flowers, or a movie." She huffed. "I certainly don't want a freaking mate, let alone children." Stephanie threw her a reassuring smile. The vampire even leaned forward and touched her knee for a quick second before leaning back in her chair. "If you only want to—" She actually blushed as she spoke. "Rut with Roosh," she shrugged, "without all the strings attached. Just be open and upfront about it with him. I can't see him not being interested, and as long as he knows that it's a one-time only deal, I'm sure he'll be—" She bit her lip. "Fine with it." Stephanie looked down at the glass in her hands as she said the last. "What are you keeping from me?" The vamp's large blue eyes finally focused on her. "Nothing." Her eyes darted back down to her glass. It's just that I know that, although you guys don't really know each other, Rouge happens to really like you." She cocked her head. "I don't want him getting hurt. Like I said before, as long as he knows up front that you aren't interested in more." Becky took a deep drink of her juice. She was highly attracted to the shifter, but she so didn't want any type of relationship. She was seriously focused on her career, and didn't have time for a man, or a shifter for that matter. "I think I'd better stay far away from him and the others," Becky sighed. "Unfortunately, Brandt ruined my fantasy of fucking a vampire. Now that would have been the perfect solution. Vampires know their way around a woman's body, and they can leave their emotions securely at the door, or so I've been told." Stephanie nodded. "You are right. A vampire male has many sexual encounters before finally settling down. They are therefore extremely adept as sexual partners. Although mates are exclusive, rutting between non-mated vampires is very normal and natural and happens frequently." Becky sighed. "Like I said, Brandt and his cronies wrecked that one for me." Stephanie laughed. "Brandt didn't ruin anything. You are a human and therefore off limits. I'm glad that you are no longer interested, though. I really hope I brought enough batteries." Becky rolled her eyes. "You are only here for one more night." Stephanie smirked, running a hand through her hair. "Exactly. Another lonely freaking night." "Batteries?" Patricia's brow was creased. "For her phallic symbol." Stephanie folded her legs underneath her on the sofa. Patricia's frown deepened. "Say what?" "For my freaking vibrator." It was Becky's turn to roll her eyes. "Phallic symbol?" She shook her head. Patricia's mouth rounded in an O. Then she said something unexpected. "I'm so glad those days are far behind me. Shifters are not big fans of toys in the bedroom." Stephanie shook her head. "Neither are vampires." Becky smiled. "Missing out if you ask me." Patricia cocked her head. "My mail is so good we don't need any help in the bedroom. If you actually gave a shifter a chance, you would see that. You wouldn't need to worry about batteries or sex toy breakdowns or anything." Becky mulled it over. What she needed was an orgasm, not a mate. It seemed that with the shifters, one didn't come independently of the other. That meant that both vampires and shifters were a bad idea. She had to suppress a sigh. Chapter 3. Rouge watched his mate put another raspberry into her mouth. She closed her eyes and made a sound of utter rapture. Her long, silky lashes fused. When her pink tongue darted across her full, kissable lips, he was sure that he would die of an overly hard dick if he kept watching, so he turned away. The tiny human made another low moaning noise, and his cock throbbed. To the human ear, her display would be barely audible, if at all. Maybe he should let her know that although she was being quiet about her pleasure, being shifters, they could all hear. Another soft, breathless moan had him imagining how she would sound in the throes of love-making. The very unfortunate thing was that all of the other males in the dining hall were imagining the same thing. It was obscene how many of the pack's males had turned up for a late afternoon snack. Except none were eating. All were drooling.
"I can just picture her mouth around my cock,"
one of the panther shifters whispered to the male next to him.
"I heard that humans enjoy taking a male into their mouth,"
a second male said. A deep frown marred his forehead.
"It can't be as good as being inside their tight human pussies, though."
His mouth became a thin white line and his eyes grew hooded.
"I know for a fact that it is just as good." "Yeah, right."
The other male snorted with raised eyebrows. Another soft whispered groan had the first panther shifter clutching his dick.
"This female would be good. Oh, so very good, with such soft, full lips."
He closed his eyes for a few seconds.
"I can just picture her stunning tits naked."
He opened his eyes.
"Making sounds like that. She must be highly sensual."
He turned to the other male.
"I will try to rut her, and failing that, I will think of her later while I am."
The white, hot rage that had been simmering just below the surface tore through Rouge. He pushed the table to the side, not wanting anything between himself and the panther.
"What the—"
The male's eyes narrowed at Rouge as he sprang to his feet.
"Don't you dare talk about the human in that way."
He'd almost said my human. Best he get a grip, but first he had to teach this male a lesson. Confusion had the panther's brow creasing.
"Why is it a big deal?"
the male asked. Roosh gave a snarl in reply that smashed his fist into the male's face, feeling cartilage crush beneath his fingers. The male flew backwards, hitting the wall behind him. The panther shifter managed to stay on his feet. He took a step forward and shook his head before advancing on Roosh. Blood gushed from his flattened nose.
"If I want to rot the female, I will."
His hands were clenched at his sides, sharp claws at the ends of his fingers.
"You can't stop me,"
the male roared, exposing long canines. The display angered Roosh.
"Like fuck,"
he growled. His chest vibrated.
"You will have some respect or you will bleed some more. I respect the female. Just because I think she is sexy and want to rot her does not mean that I do not respect her."
The shifter stopped advancing.
"Bullshit."
Roosh closed the distance between them. This time the shifter was expecting the punch and ducked. Roosh used the male's momentum to knee him in the jaw. Bone cracked. Roosh suspected it was his jaw and several teeth. The male howled.
"What is wrong with you?"
He covered his mouth, but blood still poured from between his splayed fingers.
"You disrespected the female as well as my alpha. The human was declared off limits by Ward. Do you hear me?"
Roosh took a step towards him, and the male paled.
"She is a guest in our village and not to be touched. You will not talk about her soft lips or her mammary glands."
He took another step towards the still bleeding male who cowered as he neared. Roosh splayed his legs and widened his stance, looking down at the male.
"You will not talk about your dick in her mouth."
Becky made an incredulous noise, which he tried hard to ignore. "He said what?" he heard her say quietly to herself.
"Or how you plan on rotting her. And that goes for all of you."
Roosh looked around the room.
"If any of you even fantasize about her later, I will remove your dicks with a silver blade and laugh while you bleed to death."
Becky sucked in a breath and actually sounded excited rather than shocked, as he had expected. Most of the males nodded. Some took a step or two back. Several clutched their cocks while swallowing thickly. Good.
"Take it easy. It was only talk."
The second panther held up a hand. Roosh growled low in his throat.
"I don't want to hear it again. It is disrespectful."
"For the record, I don't get blowjobs, and I'm not interested in sex with any of you." Becky clutched the bowl of raspberries in one hand while standing, wide-eyed, with her back to the wall. Roosh closed the distance between himself and the female. The other males stepped aside. He clutched her elbow, pulling her against his side, and walked out of the room. "I should be angry with you," Becky said while glancing his way. "Very freaking angry." Roosh wasn't sure how to respond, so he kept quiet. With reluctance, he released his hold on her as soon as they were a few feet from the dining hall. "You acted like my husband or something." Becky smoothed her dress. "You're not my freaking husband." She didn't sound angry. She did sound a little unsure.
"A husband is the human equivalent of a mate."
Becky nodded. Her head and her blonde curls bounced. "You are not my husband. I really can take care of myself, you know."
"I know that you are a strong female, but I still won't tolerate it if someone badmouths you. I'm sorry if you felt like I acted like your mate."
He so wasn't sorry.
"If it would make you feel better, next time I'll hold the male down so that you can punch him or kick him yourself. But I will not sit back and listen to a male talk about putting his dick in your mouth."
His eyes moved over her face.
"Even if you do have soft, full lips, it's not right."
"Deal. Next time you hold him down and I will beat him. It's a decent compromise." She chewed her lip. "I lied, by the way." Roosh gave her what he hoped was a questioning look as his brow creased. He took in her naughty-looking, lopsided smile. "I do give blowjobs," she giggled. "I even swallow, but they didn't need to know that." His confusion must have shown even more, because she made a surprised noise. "A blowjob. Don't you know what a blowjob is?" He shrugged. "Okay," she sighed. "When a woman puts a man's cock in her mouth and sucks." Roosh choked. It was really weird because it wasn't like he was eating or anything. He just started choking like the life was leaving him, and he even had to stop to catch his breath. The only thing he could think about was her lush lips around his cock, and nothing he could do would remove the picture, especially since she said that she swallowed. Swallowed. "I have to say," Becky put her hands on her ample hips, "I'm impressed with your fighting skills. I should be appalled by that base display of testosterone, but I hate to admit that I'm a little wet." Roosh made another choking noise, but managed to keep himself from having an all-out attack this time. His nostrils flared as he instinctually tested the air. Sweetened honeysuckle hit his nose. He shut his eyes for a beat or two, and groaned.
"You are wet."
His voice had turned deep. "You wolfies really do have a great sense of smell." Roosh nodded. He didn't try to say anything, as his tongue felt thick in his mouth. "I can't believe you've never had a blowjob," the female murmured almost to herself.
"Shifter females don't take males into their mouths."
"Why not?"
Her brow creased. They settled back into a slow walk. "There are so few of them. I've heard that they don't do such things."
"You've heard?" Her eyes widened. "Haven't you been with a shifter female before?" Chuckling, Roosh shook his head.
"No way. Shifter females only rut and mate with alphas. On the odd occasion, one might mate with a second-in-command, but never just a regular wolf like me."
"Okay." She sounded a bit unsure. "So you must have been with human females, then. Ward and Stephanie mentioned how the shifters are mating with human females to prevent extinction. Not all humans like to give blowjobs, but most are okay with it."
"I know that you will keep our secrets. It is important that you do not mention our cross-matings to the Vampire Queen or anyone else, though."
"Are you kidding? I won't say anything, and for the record, I think it's great. I just don't understand why the need for this list and taking turns." Roosh pushed his hands into his jeans pockets, but only because all this talk of dick-sucking and mates had his fingers itching to pull her against him. All her softness would fit against him just right, and he ached to feel her close.
"We really do need that list."
He took a deep breath.
"What do you think the humans would do if a whole bunch of horny shifter males arrived in Sweetwater, intent on rutting and mating all the single females?"
Becky giggled. Within no time it turned into a full-blown laugh. He loved how she laughed from down deep inside, with no holds barred. "You have a point." She giggled some more. "Sorry," she snorted. "I'm just picturing all of you descending on Sweetwater." He chuckled.
"The pitchforks and silver bullets would be out faster than a wolf can shift."
"Why are you only focusing on Sweetwater? Surely there are other towns you guys could try." She tucked a wayward curl behind her ear, squinting as the late afternoon rays caught her in the eyes.
"There's also Smithsonville."
Her brow furrowed. "That's miles and miles away."
"This is just one of many of our satellite villages. Our main town is way deeper in the mountains. I can't give you too much information, but Smithsonville is the closest village to that."
"I see. So you only focus on those, Sweetwater and Smithsonville?" He nodded. She scrunched up her face in the cutest way. "That's stupid. All of you could have mates in no time if you spread out. A couple of shifters here and a couple there." She clapped her hands together, and bam, you'd all be mated.
Roosh had to smile at her. "I wish it was that simple. Folks out there are very afraid of us non-humans."
"Rubbish. I've heard women say that they would give up their firstborn for a shot at one of you. They throw themselves at those vampire boys like you wouldn't believe."
Roosh felt his blood heat. "The vampires are fucking human females?"
"I freaking wish. Actually, that's not true. I'm pissed at those bloodsuckers at the moment." Her eyes narrowed and her hands became little fists at her sides. "The way they treated Stephanie is unacceptable." Roosh nodded.
"Yeah, bunch of fucking pussies."
He put a hand to his throat, remembering how terrible his neck wound had been.
"Can't fight like males. It took at least 10 of them to finally get me down. They don't fight fair, except for that one male. If it hadn't been for him, I would be dead."
The male had stepped in after he was wounded to prevent an opposing vampire from killing Roosh. Maybe they weren't all complete dickheads. "You poor baby." Becky ran her hand up and down his arm before clasping his bicep. "Wow, you really are well built. Do you work out?" Roosh shook his head.
"Shifters are naturally built, and our dicks are also much bigger than human males. It is why human females desire us, and why human males would want us dead if we went after their females."
She giggled, shaking her head. "Don't sell yourself short." He felt his brow furrow.
"I don't understand."
"There is a lot more to you than just the way you look and how big your dick is." Roosh had to grin. Becky seemed to like him. "I'm sure you have women throwing themselves at you whenever you are in town."
"Yeah, most of them just want a quick rut. The thing is, the humans in Smithsonville and Sweetwater tolerate us at this point. But we need to be careful. That is why we have a list and stick to those 2 towns only."
He shrugged.
"Maybe we could try elsewhere, but these things need to happen in stages. The alphas are cautious."
Alphas? I thought Ward was the alpha.
"Just like you humans have more than one leader, so do we. There are others, but I am not permitted to discuss it, and would ask that—"
She held up a hand. Yeah, that I don't tell Tanya or anyone else." He breathed a sigh of relief. Becky was not permitted yet to know that there were more species types within the shifter community than just the wolves, so he couldn't explain this further right now. She smiled at him. "Stephanie was right. You are really sweet and really freaking hot." She sighed, looking disappointed.
"I will visit you when you go back to Sweetwater. I can't wait to."
Becky groaned. "No, please don't tell me." She sighed again, this time more heavily. "Look, you're a nice guy. You deserve a sweet, nice girl." She scrunched her eyes shut and hung her head for a moment. "I can't believe I'm about to do this," she muttered to herself before turning her stunning eyes on him. "I have this awesome friend. Her name is Tina. I will introduce you to her when your name comes up for a mate. She would give her left arm to be with a shifter."
Roosh felt his breathing grow labored. "We agreed that I would visit you. You said you wanted me to lick your pussy and fuck you till you scream. You grew wet when I hit that shifter in the dining hall."
"It's just that it wouldn't be fair. I don't want the dinner in the movies or a diamond ring."
Roosh smiled as a weight lifted. "Well, then we're good, because I hadn't planned on doing any of those things. I thought we discussed this earlier."
He was actually glad that his mate wasn't interested in material goods that were of no real value, like he had read some human women were. Becky looked shocked for a second before pursing her lips. "Oh, well, are you sure you're cool with that? Because you seemed like you were wanting—"
Roosh chuckled. "I'm definitely cool with that. I plan on giving you a whole lot.
His love, his heart, his soul, everything he had.
But no rings. No, ma'am, no rings. I promise you that."
Becky laughed, sounding relieved. "Oh, goody. In that case, you are so on." She ran a hand through her hair, twirling a curl around one of her fingers. Roosh felt disappointment as they arrived at Becky's cabin. He was enjoying their conversation. "Do you want to come in for a cold drink?" She smiled seductively, looking at him from under her lashes. Roosh shook his head and took a step backwards. "Down, boy." His cock refused to listen. His wolf actually whined, sounding like it was in agony. Becky winked. "Easy, tiger. I don't plan on jumping you or anything. I promise."
"I'm not a tiger."
His voice was a deep rumble. The things this female did to him. Her smile grew wider. "I know that, silly. It's just a saying." He felt himself relax, just a little. There was no way he could fully relax with his wolf just beneath the surface insisting that he do all the things he'd just beaten a panther for.
"I am not permitted to enter your cabin. I shouldn't even be talking with you."
"Why not?"
Roosh shrugged. "Because I am highly attracted to you, yet it is forbidden to rot you. Talking can lead to many things."
Her eyes became hooded as her lashes practically fused. "What things?"
"Don't, female. Don't make me say them again. My willpower is sorely tested as it is. You will find out more and in infinite detail soon enough."
Becky nodded. "I look forward to it." The female reached up on her tippy toes and splayed her hands on his chest. The air in his lungs must have evaporated because he suddenly couldn't breathe. His chest heaved, and yet he still felt starved of oxygen. Becky leaned against him. Her soft breasts brushed his chest. A deep rumble left him as he felt her nipples pebble. She touched her soft lips briefly to his cheek. "I'll see you later, big boy." He nodded, sure his voice would fail him if he tried to talk. The beautiful human giggled. She shook her head as she walked up the porch stairs. Becky glanced back at him over her shoulder. Her giggle started up all over again.
"You are so freaking cute. I can't wait to eat you up."
Roosh cleared his throat before another choking episode could seize him. He wasn't sure how long he stood there, just looking at her door. If Sawyer hadn't come up behind him, it could have possibly ended up being hours. She had him tied up in knots.
"Hey, Roosh."
Sawyer stood at the end of the path that led to the cabin.
"Ward wants to see you. I've been asked to watch the female until you get back."
Great. Ward had heard about the little incident in the dining hall. His alpha might not approve of the outburst.
"Do you know what he wants?"
Roosh asked.
Sawyer shrugged. Hunter went to see him. They exchanged words and he called me to get you.
Fuck. Hunter was the Panther Alpha. This was definitely about the dining hall incident. Roosh looked at the door that separated him from Becky. The last thing he wanted was to leave her. He didn't trust the other males. Roosh turned hard eyes on Sawyer, even though he and the male had been friends for a long time.
You won't let anyone near her.
Sawyer shook his head.
I mean it.
His voice had dropped several octaves, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sawyer held up a hand.
Look, I won't let anyone close to her. She will be safe while you are gone. You have my word.
The male screwed up his eyes in thought.
What is it with you and her?
Roosh shook his head.
She's my security detail. I take my job seriously.
Sawyer held his gaze for a few beats before finally nodding.
So do I.
Roosh took a deep breath. He nodded and walked away as quickly as he could. How the hell was he going to let this female leave tomorrow? His wolf already thought of her as his. It was important that he not give in to temptation just yet. One taste of her and all choice would be over. He would have to have her in all the ways he had described and more. He would no longer care that his alpha forbade it. Chapter 4. Ward's entire frame radiated pure energy. His shoulders were tense and his eyes were dark. They bore into him for the longest time before he finally spoke.
What happened in the dining hall?
His voice was even, but Roosh didn't let that fool him.
The panther male was disrespecting the human. He planned on rutting her. Talked about putting his dick in her mouth for first sake. I hit him to defend Becky's honor.
Ward gave him a tired smile. There were dark smudges under his eyes.
Take a seat.
He gestured to the table and chairs on the front porch of his cabin. A baby wail came from inside. It was quickly joined by a second cry. Ward's eyes darted in the direction of the noise. Roosh took a seat opposite Ward.
Did the male say these things directly to the healer?
Ward ran a hand through his hair. Roosh shook his head.
No, but that doesn't make it any less disrespectful. Males talk shit to one another all the time.
Ward sighed.
I understand that this female means something to you, that your wolf wants her, but you can't go around beating every male who whispers something about her under his breath.
Roosh wanted to argue with Ward, but realized that he might end up being taken off her detail if he did, so he nodded instead.
I don't know that you are the right wolf to be on guard duty when... Please, Ward, it's only one more night. I'll control myself better.
Ward shook his head, looking solemn.
I don't think you can. I saw you talking with her earlier. It looks like the two of you are getting along a little too well, which is to be expected. Aside from my wolf wanting the human, I really like her. I want to stay on this detail. I need to.
He looked Ward square in the eyes.
We have agreed that I will meet up with her once it is my turn to take a female. If all goes well, it will happen within the next few days. I'll wait, Ward, but I need to be close to her while she is here.
He looked away, trying to find the right words to explain himself.
If another shifter so much as lays a finger on her, I might have to kill him. It would be better if I watch her to ensure that it doesn't happen.
Ward frowned.
Maybe this female is not the right one for you, then. If she would go to another male so quickly, then you should reconsider.
No, Roosh growled, immediately averting his eyes. He took a deep breath to calm himself.
I don't think that she would do such a thing, but shifters can be persuasive. I don't want to chance it. I won't be responsible if someone touches her, Ward. Please keep me on this detail.
Ward shook his head, his jaw clenched.
I must be mad. Fine.
He sighed the word. Roosh couldn't help but smile.
Thank you, Ward. You won't regret it.
Another wail came from inside the cabin, momentarily distracting Ward. After a few moments, he turned back.
I need you to control yourself. No fighting other males. You are only permitted to fight over a trial female. This one is off limits to all, including you, for now, so fighting is not permitted. In fact, after today's display, most especially for you.
Ward's eyes stayed firmly on his.
Can I trust you?
Roosh answered without hesitation.
Of course you can. I am grateful that you have given me a second chance to prove myself.
His alpha rose to his feet and clasped Roosh on the shoulder.
You will have your chance soon enough. I know that you, out of all the wolves, have waited a long time.
Roosh nodded while also standing.
Thank you for your understanding.
Ward smiled, looking exhausted.
I really do. I'm sure you can remember how possessive and jealous I acted with my own female."
Roosh tried not to chuckle while remembering how his alpha had sworn and fought, and in general had acted like a total asshole. Ward looked him in the eyes with his eyebrows raised.
"Take my advice."
The front door opened and Stephanie put her hand around the jamb. "Hi, Roosh," his friend said as she caught sight of him. She had a baby on each shoulder. One of the tiny pink pups was squirming.
"Hey, Steph."
He smiled her way. She smiled back, looking just as tired as Ward, possibly more so. Ward immediately moved towards his female. "No, you finish up," she urged. "I just wanted to let you know that your daughter wants you, so don't be too long." His alpha's whole face radiated pure love, and his chest seemed to puff out. "Little Nate vomited on himself, and I know how much you like changing them, so I will wait for you."
Ward nodded. "I will cuddle with my cat." His eyes widened. "Katrina," he corrected with determination. "And I would be happy to change little Nate."
His eyes moved from one of the tiny pups to the other, before locking with Steph's. A private look passed between the two, so passion-filled, so intense, that even an inexperienced male like Roosh could see the love between them. He hoped to see that look in Becky's eyes one day very soon. "Cat is waiting." Ward narrowed his eyes at his female, but his lips twitched, belying his amusement.
"I hate that pet name,"
he muttered under his breath. Giggling, Stephanie headed back inside.
"Calling a wolf cat just isn't right." He shook his head. "Where were we?"
He looked back in Roosh's direction, looking completely confused.
"You were about to give me advice." "Ah, yes. I'll make this quick because my family needs me. Don't fuck this up by being overly possessive and jealous. I can see you have the tendencies. I think that we shifters tend to instinctively be overprotective."
He smiled.
"I have had some interaction with the human healer and can tell that she would not like an overbearing, jealous male. You will need to take things slow with her. She wants to rut, and has told me so herself. I do not need to take it slow."
Ward threw him a look that told him he was clueless.
"Just because a female lets you rut her doesn't mean she has deep feelings for you. Take it slow when it comes to the mating side of things. Don't rut her, and then expect her to pack her things and join you here. It doesn't work that way."
"I see." He hoped Ward was wrong.
"What you are saying is that I will need to spend time with her, convince her that we are meant to be together."
Ward nodded.
"Yes, but also give her space. Take it slow. You will scare her away otherwise."
"Thank you. I will think on it."
Ward's eyes darkened. "Don't let me down. I'll give you your off days as soon as your name comes up. I'm working double shifts."
In just a few short days he'd have his female.
"I noticed. You'll get a couple of days to spend with the human."
The sound of a crying baby had Ward taking a step towards his front door.
"I need to go."
"You have your hands full."
"Yeah, but I'm loving it."
Ward smiled. His alpha actually looked goofy for a few seconds.
"You get back to work."
Roosh nodded, and his mind went back to the delectable female who would very soon be his. A few days were not so long a time to wait. Chapter 5. Becky was bored to freaking tears. She'd already read the romance novel that she'd brought along with her, twice. There was no cell phone signal, no television. Wolves, it seemed, were not the type to party, at all. They went to bed early and woke up before sparrows fart in the morning, well before the sun rose. She was the opposite. She only saw her first patient at 9 and finished at 6, sometimes later. A night owl, she enjoyed staying up late watching reruns of her favorite movies or going out with friends. It wasn't the same without Tanya, though. Her best friend was married, mated, whatever, to 2 vampire kings and expecting their first baby. Things had changed in a big way. Not only did she hardly ever get to see Tanya anymore, but their party days were definitely over. She sighed. It was moments like this that she felt it might be better to revisit her plan. Instead of playing the field, maybe she should look for that special someone who rocked her world. Wait just a freaking minute. Although she'd planned to play the field, she'd only been with one person since her divorce, and had promptly fallen in love with the asshole. The problem was that she didn't seem to stay in love, and just like the issue she had with her ex-husband, the guy had been distraught. With a divorce and a failed relationship behind her, she really needed to stick with the plan and have some fun. Not just talk or fantasize about it, but actually take action and do it. Otherwise, she'd regret it later for sure. Her mind immediately wandered to the big, beautiful shifter outside her door. God, she was so tempted to put on a negligee and seduce the sperm right out of him. All those dreamy muscles. She'd never seen biceps that big or shoulders that wide. More than once, she'd noticed a humongous bulge in his pants. The wolf was freaking stacked, and she wanted a taste. Her mouth actually watered. Becky had to clench her thighs together because of the twinge of longing that zapped through her pussy at the thought of Roosh. Yummy. Hubba freaking hubba. Her choices were simple. She could seduce the male or take care of things herself, but one thing was for sure. She was getting off tonight. Despite what she'd implied earlier to Steph and Patricia, she hadn't used her black magic double stimulator once since coming here. Roosh had made it clear that there would be no sex until his name came up on that damned list, which left her with only one option. It was just her and her vibrator tonight. Becky sighed, making her way to the bathroom. After a hot shower, she chose a black silk nightie. It had thin straps. The V at her breasts accentuated her cleavage. It made her feel ultra-sexy, and she loved the feel of the cool, smooth silk on her skin. She donned the nightie, which fell mid-thigh, sighing at how it would be wasted on just her. She got the feeling that Roosh would enjoy seeing her in it. Becky was so glad he wasn't expecting to mate her. They could have lots of hot, sweaty sex, and she didn't have to worry about him becoming attached to her. He was really sweet, and there was an innocence about him, too. Not enough to stop him from talking dirty to her. Yet, he definitely had an innocence that attracted her to him all the more. He could be so utterly sweet, and yet she knew a warrior lurked just beneath the surface. The way he had punched the other wolf had floored her. Raw energy radiated off of him, muscles bunched and ready. He'd been so imposing, so animal, so delicious. Becky hadn't lied when she'd said that she'd instantly felt moisture pool between her legs. Just thinking about it now had her pussy turning slick and ready. It had really been too freaking long. She was going to use black magic tonight, and she would hopefully be seeing Roosh very soon for the real thing. She would not become attached to him in any way, and would finally have a bit of naughty fun. Becky pulled her suitcase out from under the bed, taking magic out of his velvet bag. It wouldn't take her very long to come, that was for sure. With very naughty thoughts of the big bad wolf just outside her door, she might have to use her vibrator more than once tonight. Her womb clenched at the thought. Magic had never let her down. Becky positioned herself on the bed, suddenly feeling the fabric of her nightie abrade her nipples as she pulled the material up around her hips. She opened her legs, feeling the warm air hit her wet pussy. She shivered, flicking the switch on her vibrator to on. Magic buzzed to life. She pictured Roosh positioning himself between her legs, all that muscled perfection. His dick would be big and jutting from between lean hips. Becky pictured the wolf thrusting into her as she pushed magic inside herself. Oh, God. The vibrator hit all her nerves, including her clit. Considering it had a second, smaller head designed for that function, she bit down on her lip to stop herself from crying out, and concentrated on enjoying the sensations. Resisting the temptation to go faster, she thrust the vibrator in and out of herself, throwing her head back onto the pillows. Closing her eyes, she pictured the big wolf on top of her. Imagined his weight and the noises he would make as he slid in and out of her. She whimpered as she pictured his face, flushed with desire. His full, kissable lips as they dropped to her throat. His hard, thick cock as it pushed in and out of her. She sobbed, feeling her body begin to tighten in anticipation of her. A loud bang. Becky lifted her head, and there stood the object of her fascination. His body took up the entire door frame. His muscles were bunched, his fists clenched, his face a mask of first rage and then desire, as his eyes hooded and his mouth pulled into a tight white line. He made a rumbling noise as his eyes tracked her body. His nostrils flared as he inhaled deeply several times. He flashed wicked-looking teeth, reminding her of a vicious animal, but she didn't feel in the least bit scared. He growled low and deep. The rumbling sound had her heart racing, almost sending her to orgasm, although she no longer moved her hand. Black magic was still buried deep inside her. Her whole body screamed for release. Fuck it. Becky smiled at Roosh, who took a small step back. At least she hoped it was a smile. She was so turned on that she could barely breathe. One quick pull, and her vibrator slid out of her opening. She felt wetness seep as her pussy mourned the feeling of fullness. She arched her back, knowing that the action would thrust her chest out. "Care to finish me off?" Her voice was husky, and a little shaky with her need. Ruch's stunning blue eyes bugged right out of his skull as they zoned in on her slit. He took another step back. To her disappointment, he shook his head, swallowing hard, and reached for the doorknob. He was freaking leaving. Leaving? No freaking way. Becky narrowed her eyes. Whatever. She was having this orgasm with or without him. The high buzzing muffled as she shoved the vibrator back into her pussy. She moaned loudly as her nerve ending sprung back to life. His fist tightened on the door as she moved her hand faster, chasing her release, and hoping that he would at least hear her as she came. Fuck being quiet. She would make sure he got a taste of what he was missing, and if that made her a bitch, so be it. Ruch snarled, freezing her movements. The sound had goosebumps forming on her arms. It had her sucking in a ragged breath. He slammed the door closed. It took her a few moments to register that he was still in the room, on this side of the door. He snarled a second time as he strode towards her. Becky pulled the vibrator out of her very slick, very ready opening as Ruch tore his tank top off of his body. Tore it off. As in the fabric ripped. She'd never seen anything more sexy. His big chest heaved. His jaw was tight. His 8-pack? An 8-freaking-pack. She just might hyperventilate before she got to feel him inside her. The beautiful wolf unsnapped his jeans as he reached the bed and pulled them off his legs so quickly that her eyes could barely register the graceful movements. Holy freaking hell. His dick was even bigger than she had imagined, not just in length, but in girth as well. She made a squeaking noise.
"Do not be afraid. Our dicks are much bigger than human males, but I will fit inside you."
It was her turn to swallow thickly. "I'm sure you will," she croaked. The bed bowed deeply as he moved in between her legs, his eyes moving from her breasts to her pussy and back again. He had yet to touch her. Ruch's gaze dropped to her hand, where she still clutched her vibrator. He made a soft growl while taking black magic from between her fingers. He scrutinized the device for a second or two before closing his eyes. His nostrils flared several times as he inhaled deeply, seeming to actually like the smell of her. Her pussy quenched as his tongue darted out, taking a long lick at her juices that still coated the vibrator. A deep rumble. Ruch closed his eyes, seeming to savor her taste. Fuck if it wasn't the most intoxicating thing that she had ever seen. Even if it was a little creepy. Must be a non-human thing. When his eyes opened, they were glowing bright blue. His chest heaved. His dick looked like it was actually throbbing. Ruch tossed the vibrator to the far end of the king-size bed, focusing his attention back on her. His eyes moved over her body, and he made a whining noise as he moved nearer, though still not actually touching her.
His voice was thick. "It's just that you're—"
He looked a little panicked, and realization dawned. "You haven't had a woman in a while, have you?" His gaze moved back to hers, and he shook his head.
"Maybe if I come first."
He palmed his dick.
"Ease the pressure a little."
Another smooth glide of his hand along his shaft. It was so damned sexy watching the big wolf touch himself like that. You poor baby. A thought occurred. Wait just a second. His hand tightened over his dick, but he stopped moving. If you get yourself off, then you won't be able to fuck me. The wolf threw her a feral grin that had her biting down on her lip.
"I am not a human. I can fuck you all night and still be hard in the morning."
"I love it when you talk dirty." Ruch started moving his hand in fast, even strokes. His face became taut. He clenched his teeth.
"Just let me look at your perfect pussy and I'll come in no time."
His eyes fixed between her legs, and he curled his lip, exposing a canine.
"So fucking pink. So wet."
His nostrils flared and his hand moved faster. "Slow down, tiger," Becky purred.
"Wolf."
"Wolfie." She sat up, closing her legs and rising to her knees. The pretty silk nightgown fell into place, covering her from his view. Ruch growled, having to work hard to keep himself from ripping the material from her body. He really shouldn't be here. Ward trusted him. Taking his hand off his cock, he knew that he should leave right now before it was too late, before— "Let me take care of that for you." Becky licked her full raspberry lips. She crouched down, giving him the perfect view of her deep cleavage.
"Fuck,"
he snarled as her hot mouth closed over his dick. She pushed his hands away, which he clenched at his sides, wanting so badly to fist her hair. His eyes rolled back in his skull as she took him deeper, sucking ever so softly. The human made a sound of utter contentment, which vibrated through his entire shaft. Her little hands closed on his balls, kneading him gently as she began to suck on his dick in earnest. He looked down at her mouth as it moved back and forth on his shaft. Her hands continued to work him. His balls pulled tight. Her breasts swayed backwards and forwards. Greedy little noises sounded between the sucking, licking sounds. His breathing was ragged, his whole body tight. Roosh put out his hand and palmed one of her full globes. He growled softly. A thin layer of silky fabric was all that was between his hand and her soft skin. Her nipple hardened beneath his touch. Having to use every ounce of self-control, he raked a thumb over the nub, just as he had read in his books. The female whimpered, the sound muffled by his dick in her soft, silky mouth. She squeezed his balls lightly and took him deep into her mouth, her glistening lips wide around his girth.
"I'm going to—"
He had to try to warn her. It was a polite thing to do according to the magazines.
"You need to stop, female. I'm coming. Now."
Giving her breast a final squeeze, enjoying the soft flesh beneath his fingers, he released her and clenched his hands at his sides. All he wanted was to pull her closer. His hips rocked slightly. He couldn't stop himself from moving them. The sensations that coursed through his body were just too much.
"Female,"
he bit out, unable to stop the build. Instead of moving away, she used one of her hands to cup his balls, and the other to work the base of his shaft while she continued to suckle on his tip. For the second time, his eyes rolled back into his skull as the first waves of pleasure hit. He groaned, gritting his teeth as he started to come. Spurt after spurt, Becky's mouth stayed on him, her hands kept working him. He groaned louder as he started to swell. Becky made a sound of surprise, and he opened his eyes, looking down at her. Instead of releasing him as he expected, she used her little tongue to lick and lap at his tip. She looked up at him from under her lashes, a hint of a smile on her slightly swollen lips. When she licked along his rim, a pained noise was torn from him. "Feeling a bit better?" She spoke around his dick. Her hot breath fanned against his sensitive skin. He shook his head.
"No."
"You are still rock-freaking hard." Her voice was filled with awe. "At least you are back to being normal size." She gave a strangled laugh. "If the size of a cucumber on steroids is normal, that is."
"I will fuck you now," Roosh warned. "You need to take off your night clothes before I destroy them."
She shook her head. "No glove, no love, honey." Feeling his brow crease, he had read the saying somewhere before, but couldn't remember what it meant. Roosh looked down at her small hand.
"Why would you need a glove?"
Becky giggled. "Not me. You, silly."
"Why would I need a glove? I wish to feel your soft skin beneath my fingers."
She giggled harder. "A condom. You need to wear a condom. The whole glove thing is a human saying that means you need to wear protection."
Roosh grinned, nodding. "Oh, I understand. You are worried about human diseases?"
HIV and STDs are nothing to snort at. She threw him the cutest frown.
"You have nothing to fear. I don't have any human illnesses, and I can't catch anything from you, so we are good."
Her frown deepened. "Wait a second, buddy. I also don't want any kids." He grinned even wider.
"You are not in heat, so don't worry."
Up came a finger, which she wagged at him. "I'll have none of that bullshit. There is no way you could possibly know whether or not I am ovulating."
Roosh touched his nose. "I assure you that I can. It is easy to scent a female in heat. Humans most especially have the most delicious scent. I would know if you were in heat. We can even scent when a female is due to go in heat by several days."
"Are you sure?" She looked skeptical.
"Yes, very. Please take off the nightgown. I wish to rut you now."
He let his eyes drift down her tantalizing body and back up again. His female had her bottom lip between her teeth and her eyes hooded to the point where her lashes fused. She nodded, pulling the garment over her head.
"Fuck,"
he choked out. Her full breasts were tipped with the most succulent-looking swollen nipples that he had ever seen. They were pink, like delicate rose petals. Her waist was narrow. Her belly was rounded, as were her hips and lush thighs. Everything about her was utter perfection.
"I will have you now," he groaned.
She moved in close, so that her nipples brushed against his chest. They were both on their knees. She threaded her hands around his neck and craned her neck. He felt a moment of panic as he realized that the female wanted him to kiss her. He had no idea how to go about it. If he tried, he knew he would give away his inexperience.
"Turn around, please, female. I want you on all fours."
"Is this the position that will stimulate both my clit and my G-spot?" Her breath quickened as she pushed her breasts more firmly against his chest. His dick nudged up against her stomach, aching to be inside her. He shook his head.
"No, I am still too turned on to try that one yet. Please, it will be best if I take you hard from behind for the first time. Then we can experiment a little."
She swallowed hard. "Careful. If you keep talking dirty like that, then I'll come with just one thrust." As she spoke, she moved onto all fours in front of him, her full, lush ass his to admire. The sides of her plump tits were visible. He groaned.
"Are you still wet, female?"
he asked as he crouched over her, using his hand to test her readiness. Both of them moaned. "That feels good," she purred.
"You are very wet,"
he growled. "Fuck me already." She squirmed impatiently beneath him. He only hoped he would remember all he had read, that he would please this female as she had already pleased him. She was his future mate, after all. Chapter 6. Becky felt him position his tip at her opening. Her heart raced in both anticipation and fear. Nudging just his tip into her, Roosh made a soft whining noise that reminded her of an animal in pain. "Are you okay?" she panted.
"By the gods, never felt this good. Never imagined it could feel this."
He growled softly as he pushed deeper inside her. She moaned loudly as she felt herself stretch to accommodate him.
"Please, female, you need to keep quiet."
His voice was a deep rumble. "But I'm a screamer." She arched herself against him, pushing backwards so that he slipped deeper inside her. Fuck. She knew not even black magic felt this good inside her. Another strangled, wounded noise tore from him.
"Please, female," he panted. "We are not permitted to rut. If they overhear us, I am worried someone will try to stop us. I will have to kill anyone who comes into this cabin. So for the love of fur, please keep quiet."
He probably didn't realize it, but he rocked his hips, sliding in and out of her, but not moving any deeper. She moaned, this time softly.
"When I visit you at your home, you can scream all you want. In fact, I will insist on it."
Her pussy clenched around his wide girth at the mere thought. Roosh made a sound of enjoyment. He slid his big hand around her, using just the tip of his finger on her clit. His skin was slightly calloused.
"Would you like me to rub you harder or softer? Shall I increase the tempo?"
She could hear that he was talking between clenched teeth. Her back bowed at the onslaught, and she made a mewling noise. When she could finally talk, she said, "Yes, oh God, yes. Perfect. Just fuck me already before I come." Roosh pulled back, plowing into her. She moaned in both pain and pleasure, as her entire pussy was forced to adjust to his enormous size.
"Fuck," he whispered. "So tight, so wet, so hot,"
he chanted as he thrust in and out of her. His hand kept working her clit. Her skin pulled tight. Her orgasm hovered just below the surface. He pulled back a little, not letting up with either his hand or his thrusting. Roosh made an anguished noise.
"Your ass is jiggling. It's jiggling."
"Hey," she managed to pant. "That's not very nice."
"It is the sexiest fucking thing I have ever seen. I'm going to increase the tempo now because I'm going to come soon and I need you with me."
She moaned as he did as he said. Her blood rushed through her veins. By now she was panting heavily. Her breasts felt heavy as they bounced wildly with each hard thrust. His balls slapped against her. His breathing was rugged and hard.
"The sexiest thing I have ever seen," he groaned. "The best thing I have ever felt," he growled.
The vibration seemed to roll through his body and into hers as he crouched back over her. When he bit down lightly on her shoulder, her orgasm hit her so hard that she actually saw bright shining stars and would swear later that she could hear a choir singing in the background. It took all of her thin self-control to keep from screaming his name over and over again as she felt hot bursts inside of her. She gasped as she felt him growing bigger, hitting places not even black magic could get to. Becky moaned, burying her face in her pillow.
"Am I hurting you?"
Roosh sounded like he was in pain. "No, you?" Roosh groaned softly. He continued to move as much as their tightly joined bodies would allow.
"I think I may have died.
What? She panted.
Because I am surely in heaven.
He continued to work her clit, which had become oversensitive. You can stop rubbing me now, she pleaded.
Oh, sorry.
He sounded like a scolded schoolboy, immediately removing his hand.
I don't want to stop.
Sure enough, his dick was still hard inside her. I can't believe you're ready for round number 3.
Will you be able to take me again? After a short pause. Please.
He made another whining noise, followed by a low growl.
I need to stay in your tight confines.
Becky had to giggle. I'm up for multiple orgasms. You really know what you're doing. She loved the way he asked her how she liked to be touched, instead of assuming.
Really?
He sounded unsure of himself. Before she could comment, he pulled out of her and she whimpered at the loss.
Get onto your back. I want to try a position with you.
The one that... She turned over onto her back and he made a strangled noise, his eyes on her chest.
I will need you to ride me before the sun rises. I need to watch your breasts jiggle while you fuck me.
As he spoke, he reached out and lightly squeezed one of her boobs. He had an amazing touch, soft, gentle, testing. He made her feel like she was his first, even though that clearly wasn't the case. Roosh knew exactly what he was doing. I read somewhere that non-human males prefer to be on top, something about being in control. He smiled, almost looking fierce.
You will be on top, but I will be in full control. My hands will hold your hips and I will fuck you from below.
She swallowed hard. I would like that, was all she could manage, feeling turned on by the image that his words created.
This is called the seesaw.
Roosh grabbed her by the ankles and lifted her legs, folding her like a pretzel. Her knees ended up just a few inches above her eyes. Roosh, I don't know about this.
We will take it slow. If it hurts in any way, I will stop. He growled. Your pussy is so beautiful.
Really? No one has ever told me that before. He growled again, and for the first time the sound evoked fear. Roosh sounded angry.
Well, those males were fucking stupid if they did not notice. I am going to rut you now. This angle should stimulate all of the erogenous zones in your vagina. I will take it slow and easy. If you want to stop, just tell me.
Before she could answer, he thrust into her in one easy motion, and boy was he right. The angle was freaking perfect. She sucked in a ragged breath as he continued to thrust in slow, deep, rhythmic movements. His body stayed flush against hers, grinding backwards and forwards in a delicious friction that had her pursing her lips to keep from making a noise. Oh, God, don't stop, don't you dare stop, she moaned softly when she finally had enough control.
Not,
he thrust into her.
2,
another thrust, loud. His face was taut, his skin flushed. Oh, God, Roosh, faster, fuck me faster, please, she whispered. Good thing Steph had asked Ward to assign her to the furthest cabin. Her friend had been afraid of the others overhearing a session with her vibrator. Little did she know. He picked up the tempo, rocking against her so that everything was stimulated, and all at once, Becky grit her teeth harder to stop herself from making noises. She just knew they would be loud and obscene.
Fuck, Roosh growled. So fucking good.
Another low growl.
I will think of boring, mundane things now.
Why? She sobbed, feeling her whole body tighten.
So that I don't come too soon, he bit out.
Oh, she groaned. Roosh increased the pace even more, fucking her harder. I'm going to, she whimpered. Oh, God, I'm coming.
Thank fuck,
Roosh choked. His body jerked against her as hot cum squirted into her, taking her over the edge. Becky clawed at Roosh as waves of ecstasy crashed over her. A big hand covered her mouth as Roosh's dick began to swell. Shh. Roosh gave a final jerk, still slowly moving in and out of her as the pressure eased. Did I scream? Becky asked when he removed his hand seconds later.
No, but you were a little loud.
The big wolf moved back even though he stayed inside her, allowing her legs to straddle his hips.
I enjoyed hearing your sex noises, and look forward to hearing you scream.
Me too. You're still hard. She couldn't believe it. His dick went from rock hard to granite hard and back to rock hard again. It had yet to soften.
I don't think I can get enough of you. I don't think I will soften while you are naked.
Becky tried to look stern. I'm human. I need a little break. His eyes widened, the concern etched in every feature.
Did I hurt you?
She beamed. I'm fine. More than fine. That was really amazing. The best sex I've ever had.
Roosh frowned. No way. Really?
How sweet. Most guys just assumed that they were great in bed. How many times during her marriage had groans of frustration been interpreted as groans of pleasure? Too many to freaking count. Really, Roosh. He smiled. God, he was pretty and stacked, and he had a huge dick, which he knew how to use. In short, he was perfect. We can talk for a little while, and then I'll ride you. She bobbed her eyebrows up and down. His rock-hard dick turned to granite inside her. His sky-blue eyes turned dark and stormy.
We can talk, but I would like to stay inside you. I promise I won't move.
His arms were bracketed on either side of her, so that his weight was off of her. That's when she noticed his bleeding biceps. Oh, God, I hurt you. Do you have a first aid kit? She tried to push him off her, but her efforts didn't so much as move him an inch.
Roosh chuckled. Mere scratches. They are almost healed already. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. When a human female scratches a male, it means that the sex is good.
Very good, she smiled back. Have you had lots of humans scratch you open? The big wolf shrugged, looking embarrassed. Why would he feel embarrassed? But sure enough, his eyes refused to meet hers, and his skin suddenly looked overly red, as if he was blushing.
I've read a couple of human female magazines, and a book or two on courtship and sex.
His brilliant blue eyes finally locked with hers, looking determined. All traces of embarrassment were gone.
I knew that I would most likely end up with a human female, so it was important to understand your species, your wants, your needs, your erogenous zones.
You studied how to please us?
He nodded, his gaze turning feral. I am well acquainted with the Cosmopolitan and the Kama Sutra.
Becky couldn't help but snort out a laugh. The Cosmo?
Roosh nodded. The human female Bible.
Becky rolled her eyes while smiling. Keep up with the lessons because they are working. Although I'm sure you've been told that before.
His eyes shifted away from hers. At least no one heard you. They would have been here by now if they had. You must please be quieter when you ride me.
I don't know why we didn't think about sneaking around earlier. I'm so glad we didn't wait. I'll keep quiet and no one will know anything. She winked at him, hoping that she looked seductive and sexy. His eyes turned solemn.
They will know the moment they sent us.
She felt her eyes widen in her skull. They'll know?
Roosh nodded.
Oh no, will you be in terrible trouble?
I don't want to talk about this now. It's too late. I want to make the most of it while I am here, inside you.
He rocked into her and his eyes drifted closed.
Being with you, inside you like this.
He opened his eyes. They were burning with need. Wait a second. She clutched his biceps, now fully healed. Really, Roosh, how much trouble will you be in? He shrugged, dipping down to take a nipple in his mouth. He sucked softly before nipping carefully at her sensitive flesh. She moaned, arching her back.
Did I hurt you?
He spoke against her nipple, his hot breath further stimulating the tight nub. Not at all. You could suck a little harder.
Like this?
He administered the same treatment, only a little harder. Becky moaned louder and then clamped a hand over her mouth until he stopped. That's perfect, she sighed. Giving her head a shake, she narrowed her eyes. You didn't answer me.
Yeah, I'm in deep shit. I am hoping my alpha will understand, but I know there will be a penalty to pay.
She sucked in a breath. What kind of penalty? His eyes moved to her other nipple. Using the tip of his tongue, he licked her beaded flesh before blowing lightly, causing goosebumps to break out over her entire body.
It doesn't matter what Ward does to me. It will have been worth it.
He closed his mouth over her nipple, making her forget her line of thought altogether. Chapter 7. Sawyer tripped as he approached. His nostrils flared. His eyes widened.
You didn't. Mind your own business,
Roosh growled. Even though both he and Becky had taken a long hot shower, he knew it wouldn't help. Their scents were all over one another, especially since they'd ended up rotting in the shower as well. After coming so many times inside her, his scent would be overwhelming to other shifters, warning them to stay away. Becky was his. He had marked her. He couldn't wait for the next few days to be over. He needed to see her again, to touch her, to see her smile. He loved the little snorts that she made when she laughed, and the way her nose wrinkled if something was particularly humorous to her. He loved how her face flushed during rutting, how she squeezed her eyes shut and grit her little teeth while she orgasmed. He couldn't wait to both see and hear her scream his name, to feel her body squeeze him tight in its vice-like grip, so soft and velvety, so his. He couldn't wait to find out all about her, every quirk, every need, every single desire. Right now, however, it was time to face up to his pack, to Ward.
"Is she packed?"
Sawyer gestured with his head in the direction of the cabin. Roosh nodded. "Nearly."
"Good. The sooner we get her out of here, the better. I'm sure Ward won't want the other packs knowing that you went against a direct order."
Roosh wanted to tell the male to shut his big mouth, but Sawyer was right, so he pursed his lips for a few beats while he gained control.
"Go and inform Ward," he finally bit out. "Tell him I sent you, and that I will do what it takes to make it right with him. Remind him that—"
"The human female is my mate," he almost added. Roosh sighed.
"Never mind. I'm sure he will understand." "Like hell." Sawyer shook his head, smiling. "Ward is going to have your balls. You disobeyed a direct order from your alpha, issued not only to our pack, but to all 3 packs that reside in this village."
"You don't have to remind me." He only hoped that Ward would understand, that the male would allow him to make it up to him. Somehow or another, he had to. Ward was mated himself. Only recently he himself had experienced forces trying to keep him and his mate apart. Ward was a good leader, a just leader. There would be a penalty to pay, but Roosh would gladly work extra shifts or take on the worst tasks. He would gladly put his back into it once he got back from returning Becky to Sweetwater.
"I hope the human was worth it." Roosh grinned, feeling his cheeks heat. "Humans do not like males to discuss rutting with other males. Sex is considered private. There is a saying, what happens in the bedroom stays in the bedroom."
Sawyer laughed.
"Well, I sure hope that it stays in the bedroom. Wouldn't want you rutting her out in the street, or heck, why not against Ward's front door?"
He laughed harder.
"It's a human saying that means you shouldn't talk about rutting."
Sawyer slapped him on the back.
"Relax. I know exactly what you mean. I'm just kidding around. Anyway, you don't have to give me any details. I can tell you enjoyed yourself greatly. I'm glad for you because it is probably going to be a cold day in hell before you get to rut again." "Bull dust. I'm next on the list."
Sawyer backstepped, raising his eyebrows.
"We'll see."
He snorted before turning tail and heading towards Ward's cabin. Not 3 minutes later, Ward arrived. He looked the picture of calm. Arms swayed at his sides with each stride. He even smiled at Roosh as he approached, folding his arms across his chest. His nostrils flared and he inhaled deeply. Roosh didn't smile back. He stayed perfectly still and ready. They stood like that for what felt like an hour, but what was in reality just a few minutes.
"What the fuck am I going to do with you?"
Ward's eyes were so dark that they were nearly black. Roosh shrugged.
"It was an accident."
"What?" Ward growled.
"An accident."
He shook his head, looking irritated.
"You tripped, fell, and landed on top of her, and you both happened to be naked at the same time? Is that right?"
He felt himself frown. Maybe lack of sleep had made his alpha a little cooked in the brain.
"No. You see, I thought that Becky was being attacked or something, and when I opened the door, well, it's just that she was—"
Roosh rubbed his foot into the dirt, not sure how to explain this to his alpha without disrespecting his female. Ward held up his hand.
"Spare me the details. I can guess the rest. Once we get back from Sweetwater, I'll make this up." "You're not going to Sweetwater."
Ward cut him off. His eyes narrowed. Roosh felt his wolf surge forward, and he growled.
"You promised, Roosh. You gave me your word. You let me down."
His alpha locked his jaw. "I didn't mean to. The female is my mate. When I opened that door, I can't tell you exactly what I saw, but just know and try to find it in yourself to understand that I couldn't walk away just as I can't walk away now. I need her." Roosh pulled himself to his full height, keeping his eyes locked with Ward's. Ward grit his teeth. Roosh half expected his alpha to attack since he deserved it, firstly for disobeying an order, and then now for not submitting. His alpha took a step towards him. He had to work not to clench his fists in preparation, or to back down as his instincts screamed for him to do. Roosh held steady, refusing to look down.
"I should beat you." Ward warned. "I might still do it if you push me too far. The thing is that I do understand, but that doesn't change what you have done. If anyone should find out, especially from the other packs, then there will be major shit. I will be forced to make an example of you." "What can I do to make this right?"
Roosh felt some of the tension drain from him.
"As far as you and I are concerned," Ward gestured between them, "it's going to take time to build back the trust. I understand, Roosh, but that doesn't make it right. You should have listened when I told you to stand down from this security detail. You were in over your head, but you didn't. I also blame myself for not insisting. I knew better. I'm really sorry, Ward. I thought I was stronger. I couldn't resist." Ward grinned. "Females. Particularly when it comes to your mate. Was your beast right? Do you think that Becky might be the one?"
Roosh couldn't help but smile.
"We are highly compatible. I am sure that she is my future. My everything." "You should lay off those human books. You are starting to sound like a female." Ward frowned. "Please put me back on the detail. I will not be alone, so nothing will happen."
Ward sighed heavily.
"The problem is that I issued the order not only to our pack, but to all of the packs. The others cannot find out about this, particularly after yesterday's display in the dining hall. You beat that panther for merely talking about rutting with the human, let alone actually doing it."
Roosh felt his heart beat faster, not liking where this was going.
"It will take at least a couple of days for her scent to leave you. You will need to stay in your cabin for the next 6, to be sure."
His heart went into overdrive.
"But I am eligible in the next 3. I had planned on going to my female."
Ward growled.
"Be quiet."
He took a few deep breaths.
"I am trying to help you."
He pursed his lips for a few long beats.
"After those 6 days, you will work the shifts you missed before heading to Sweetwater. I should move your ass down on that list, which would make you not eligible for the next month or more. But I won't do that to you since you are sure that you have found your mate. The female is mine," he snarled. "I will struggle to be kept from her for 10 days, let alone a month." "You will deal. It is the best I can offer, but only if Sawyer and I can sneak her out before anyone scents you on her. If that happens, all bets are off."
Roosh wanted to tear into Ward, even though he knew his alpha was being more than fair. He wanted to throw his head back and roar. Instead, he folded his own arms and nodded once.
"Good. You get to your cabin. Do not leave for anything. Sawyer and I will head out with your female. You'd better pray that no one scents either of you for the next couple of days. If that happens," his eyes turned apologetic, "you will lose your place on the list. Hell, you might just lose several places."
Roosh wanted to growl, to fight. Adrenaline surged. He grit his teeth instead.
"Please take her then. Hurry. I will not cope with being separated from her for so long." "You go to your cabin, Roosh."
Ward's eyes softened.
"I will."
He turned to walk back to his female, wanting to wish her a safe journey, and to let her know that it would be more than just a few days before he saw her again.
"Where are you going?" Ward growled.
Roosh opened his mouth, but Ward cut him off with a shake of his head.
"Go to your cabin. Every second you are here, you risk someone finding out. I will speak to your female on your behalf."
A soft whine escaped, but he did as Ward instructed. Becky was surprised when Ward knocked on her door.
"Are you packed?"
he asked as she opened it. "I need about a half an hour to—"
"You have 5 minutes."
His eyes were hard and all business. "I haven't finished packing. And what about breakfast?" She felt her brow crease.
"There will be no breakfast. There is no time."
The big alpha's nostrils flared, and his eyes dipped to the juncture of her thighs. Becky had to work hard not to squirm under his gaze.
"Roosh is in deep shit for defying orders. I suggest you move your ass because if any of the other shifters find out about what went down in this cabin last night, the level of shit will rise to a level somewhere north of Roosh's head. I'm sure you don't want that to happen."
"But you're the alpha. You can make it go away. We're both grown-ups. I don't understand the problem."
"I don't expect you to understand, human, and I don't have time to explain it to you right now. I will take you back to Sweetwater myself. The sooner we leave, the sooner I will return to my mate and children. You have 2 minutes."
He held up 2 fingers. turned on his heel, and strode down the walkway. What the fuck? Roosh was AWOL. Was he pissed at her for seducing him? It's not like she had planned it. Maybe he really wasn't interested in more than just casual sex, which was exactly what she'd asked for. It stung a little, though, that he couldn't even say goodbye to her. Strings or no, that was the polite thing to do. That delicious piece of wolf flesh had fucked her from here to next week Wednesday, and in every position imaginable. Her pussy felt tender as hell this morning. She was probably walking like a cowboy, and certainly didn't feel like sitting astride a wolf for the next few hours. She also wouldn't be using magic for a couple of days, possibly even weeks, that was for sure. She sighed, folding the last few items of clothing and putting them into her bag. They never did get around to her being on top and riding him like a bucking bronco, which was something that she'd decided she would do when he came to visit her in a couple of days. If that ever even happened now, why did that leave her feeling disappointed? There were more fish in the sea, damn it. Pity none of them would match up to the very sweet, even hotter wolf shifter. Becky had barely closed her bag when a knock sounded. She quickly pulled the zipper closed and shouted for the person to come in.
"Do you have any perfume?"
Ward demanded as he strode into the cabin, his nostrils flaring. She nodded.
"Get it out, please, and spray yourself liberally. We have to try and mask the scent of Roosh's mark."
This is serious, isn't it? Her heart raced.
Ward shrugged. "I don't want Roosh in any more trouble than is necessary. It could be serious if anyone else finds out."
Is he mad at me? There was a slight quiver to her voice, which she didn't like.
Ward snorted. "It's not your fault. You should have known better. Now spray the perfume and let's be on our way."
That's not fair. It takes two. It's not his fault. Ward grunted in response. She swallowed hard, unzipping the bag and finding the perfume. She sprayed her pulse points like always, and was just putting the bottle away when Ward cleared his throat.
"You need to spray down there." Ward gestured at his own midsection, in the region of his man parts. "You need to try to mask Roosh's scent, and that is where it is most prominent."
She felt her cheeks heat, but complied, aiming the nozzle directly at the jean-clad juncture at her thighs. Ward wrinkled his nose.
"That should hopefully do it if we are quick."
She put the perfume back and zipped the bag.
"Good."
With that, he strode from the cabin with her bag in hand. Another male waited outside. He introduced himself as Sawyer. Ward shifted right in front of her, causing her to gasp into her hand. She'd seen the males in their wolf forms when they brought her here, but she hadn't actually seen them shift. Nor had she seen them in animal form since.
"Don't be alarmed,"
Sawyer said, placing a carrier onto Ward's back. They certainly were imposing creatures, much bigger than normal wolves. Becky wasn't afraid, but it was a sight to behold, watching a big man reshape before your eyes. Bones cracked, muscle and tendons lengthened, a snout and ears appearing from nothing. The strangest thing, though, was watching fur sprout from their skin. Ward was black with green eyes. She remembered clearly that Roosh was a beautiful brindle gray and white. His legs and underbelly were mostly white, and his face was almost entirely gray, making his eyes seem all the more blue. He was almost as big as Ward, which made him bigger than the others she'd seen. Once the carrier was strapped in place on Ward's back, Sawyer put her bag into it and removed his clothes. Since he didn't seem in the least bit perturbed about being naked in front of her, Becky took in the impressive male from head to toe. He had dark, close-cut hair, silvery blue eyes. Sawyer was built more like a swimmer, long, lean. He also had an 8 freaking pack, with shoulders so wide that she was sure he would have to turn sideways when entering a door. The shifter had a tattoo on his chest and around his right bicep. There was a time not so long ago that seeing a male like this would have left her feeling lightheaded, but not today. The handsome specimen in front of her had nothing on Roosh. Before she could think on it more, Sawyer shifted. His body changed into a brindle gray wolf, only Sawyer was more on the whiter side with flecks of gray rather than the other way around as Roosh had been. The wolf knelt before her, and she clambered on board, really feeling her tender lady bits and inner thighs as they touched the wolf's back. Thankfully, their coats were thick with soft fur, so she shouldn't be too uncomfortable. Sawyer sprang forward after Ward, who leapt in the direction of the forest. Becky yelped, almost toppling over backwards. She managed to clutch her fingers into his fur and squeezed with her thighs to keep from falling off. Sawyer growled softly beneath her. It sounded like a warning. It looked like they planned on rushing to get her away from the village as fast as possible, Would Roosh really be in that much trouble if someone else found out about them having sex? She really couldn't fully comprehend what all the fuss was about.
"Hey, Ward, hold up,"
someone called. She could only barely make out the words as the air rushed past her ears. It astounded her when they actually picked up speed, surging forward. For more than an hour, they kept up the torturous pace. Her hands shook, and her legs burned from holding on so tightly. The only positive was that it took them only 3 hours to reach the barn where the vehicle was parked. Ward blindfolded her before they got in the SUV, apologizing profusely for the inconvenience. It seemed that the wolves were much more polite and well-spoken than those pains in the ass, really rude and arrogant vampires. As they drove, she refused to let her mind drift to Ross and his dark, brooding eyes, with his easy smile, which he almost seemed to save just for her. Vampires were total bastards, so she worked hard at banishing him from her mind once and for all.
"You will keep our secrets,"
Ward seemed to be stating a fact rather than questioning her. "As a doctor, a healer, I took an oath called the Hippocratic Oath. I agreed to a few very important things, including the keeping of acquired knowledge during the course of my duties as a healer, sacred and secret. I take my job very seriously, and therefore I take my oath very seriously." It was weird talking without being able to see the person she was speaking to. "I will not divulge any of your secrets. I swear."
"No one can know that you rutted a shifter male."
Okay, not divulging that shifters and humans were mating and reproducing was one thing, but not being able to talk to anyone about her awesome night of marathon sex was just too much. Wait just a minute. We had sex. It's not like we freaking mated or anything. Why can't I tell anyone?
"You just can't," he barked, "especially not your human friends."
"I can't tell my best friend. You may not have noticed, dude, but I'm a woman, and we need to talk about things that happen to us. It is impossible to keep quiet."
Ward sighed. "Please understand, we are not permitted to rut humans. Tanya is mated to the vampire kings. The shifters and vampires are on shaky ground as it is. It wouldn't take much for things to fall apart again. I do not wish for war."
"No freaking way. Are you telling me that a little friendly no-strings fuck could cause an all-out war between you wolves and the vampires?"
"Yes,"
Ward growled. "Are you saying that those crazy-ass bastard vampires have a rule book that specifically says our species can't fornicate?" Becky pulled off her big coat, feeling really warm all of a sudden.
"Not exactly."
"Well then, they must have at least specifically told you that they forbid sex between our species." She huffed. "I can't believe it," she muttered under her breath.
"No, it is an unspoken rule."
Becky chewed on her lip for a few beats. "That's bullshit." She shook her head. "Utter freaking nonsense. I can't believe that you lot are following some unspoken rule. I thought you were done bowing and cowering to those bastards anyway."
"We are."
Ward's voice had grown icy cold. "Doesn't sound like it."
"We do what we please. We prefer not to disclose our every move, though."
Becky had to laugh. Shit, she knew it was the total wrong thing to do, but she couldn't help it. When Ward snarled loudly, her laugh turned to a fearful cry. She folded her arms across herself.
"Do not be afraid. I will not harm you."
"It doesn't sound like it." Her voice shook. "What was that all about?"
"Take off your blindfold. Here, let me help you."
His warm, calloused hands removed the material from around her head.
"I'm sorry."
He did look apologetic. Her heart rate returned to normal, and the cold, clammy sweat that had popped up on her brow dried.
"It's just that you were right, and it irritated me."
He shook his head. His chest heaved, and his jaw looked tense. Oh, wow. A man who can express his feelings. Steph really lucked out when she snagged you.
"I'm not a man."
His emerald green eyes regarded her carefully. "You know what I mean." She licked her lips, feeling thirsty after the long trip. Her stomach growled. Suddenly, all she could think about were the delicious array of pastries waiting for her at her local bakery.
"Fine."
The wolf nodded his head. He muttered something to himself that she couldn't quite make out, though she was sure that she had heard the word crazy. "Fine what?" Becky glanced out the window, noticing that they were a few turns away from her apartment block now.
"You do not have to keep your rutting with Roosh a secret, but it is important that you not mention to anyone that he is your mate."
Why would he say that when she'd just clarified that he wasn't? Hold up. She threw both her hands up in the air. Roosh is not my mate, so I won't be telling anyone anything along those lines.
Ward let out a relieved breath. Good, just checking. I would prefer that you not talk to the Vampire Queen, but if you have to, then request that she not mention it to the kings.
Chill, please. Becky shook her head. Girl talk is between girls only. No boys allowed. Not happening. No way, no freaking how. Having said that, I can't guarantee they won't find out. Ward held her gaze for what felt like the longest time. He finally nodded.
I will deal with it if they find out. I won't be kneeling or cowering any longer. Trying to save our species by taking human females is nothing to be ashamed about.
Just be careful of saying something like that in front of the general human female population. It almost sounds like you are ashamed of us, like we are a last resort to solving your fertility problem, like we are some dirty secret. Becky was appalled to find that she felt a little upset at where this conversation had gone. She had zero plans on mating a shifter, Roosh, but she still didn't like the connotation. Ward's whole demeanor softened.
Our shifter males love human females. Do not misunderstand. You are not a last resort. I am sure that even if we did have more of our own females, some of our males would still choose you over them. Please do not be upset at my incorrect use of words.
He paused for a beat.
It is just that our cross-mating between the species will cause problems with the vampires, who are more close-minded about these things.
Talk about being a bunch of hypocrites, since the kings are mated to a human. Ward choked out a laugh.
Yeah, well, like our shifter males who have taken human mates, they love their human. Can't get enough of her from what I hear, but all other males must stay away.
He shook his head.
You are right, Becky. The time has come to stop hiding, to take a stand for what we believe in. Thank you for pointing that out.
She took a deep breath, feeling her chest swell. Welcome. After a pause, she added, like taking a stand for cross-species matings?
Ward smiled. Among other things, but yes, that would be the main one.
When she glanced out the window, she realized that they were idling outside her apartment. Oh, we're here.
Thank you for all you have done for Stephanie and the babies. For my family.
His eyes softened. It has been my absolute pleasure. Don't hesitate to call if you need me. It sounds like the females at your village will be popping out plenty of babies. So you may need a helping hand. Ward inclined his head.
The need for a healer has increased, so I may have to take you up on that. It was very nice meeting you,
Sawyer said once she exited the SUV.
Try to stay away from non-humans for a few days, while Roosh's scent is still strong. They will all be able to scent a shifter male on you.
She shook her head slowly. Seriously? Good thing non-humans don't hang around Sweetwater much.
Roosh won't be here in 3 days as promised, Ward said as he rose from the vehicle. He wanted me to let you know.
Her heart beat faster. She had to work hard not to let her disappointment show. Either he blamed her somehow for getting into shit over their night together, or he really wasn't interested in a repeat performance of last night. It was probably for the best anyway. He was the kind of guy a girl could easily fall for, and she wasn't looking for a relationship. Okay. She nodded.
He might make it to you in 10 or so days, depending on how things go, though.
Ward held her gaze. Fine, she managed to squeak out. He would probably try to find a mate once his name came up, and failing that, he would try to hook up with her for a booty call. Whatever, she muttered. Fine by her. She didn't care either way. Ward looked confused for a few seconds.
He will do his best. You need to know that the male really wants a mate.
Ward nodded once, then said goodbye. He slid back into the idling SUV. And there it was. Roosh did want a mate and would try that avenue first. The disappointment tasted bitter. Becky didn't trust her voice, so she just nodded. Why the hell did the knowledge burn holes in her gut? She shouldn't care either way.
Goodbye, Becky,
Sawyer said, not waiting for her response before he slid in next to Ward and they pulled away. Becky made a beeline for the bakery and bought a box full of pastries. It was a short ride up the elevator to her apartment. As soon as her front door was closed, she poured herself a glass of OJ, ate 3 pastries one after the other, and stretched herself out on the sofa, feeling tired and achy. Sitting back up, Becky downed her OJ in 3 long gulps, then wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Feeling human again, she grabbed her cell phone and dialed her bestie. Her mind spun around in circles over Roosh. It bugged her that he had dropped her so quickly. It shouldn't, but it did, damn it. You little freaking slut, Tanya squealed. How did you know? Becky heard the hesitancy in her voice. Maybe someone had sent it her after all. What are you talking about? Tanya asked. You calling me a slut, you cow? I always call you a slut. I don't mean it. Are you okay? Her voice softened, and there was a sigh on the other end. I can hear that you're not okay. Tell me about it. Tanya made the noise she normally made when she made herself comfortable. I need you to promise not to tell your vamp mates. Ooh, her bestie said. A girl talk. Of course I won't. Now out with it. I kind of had sex with someone. Kind of or did? Becky sighed. Okay, I did. Tanya squealed. You didn't. I did. Lots of sex, actually. All night freaking sex, and it was hot. Another loud squeal. Tell me all about it. Was it good? Bad? Please don't tell me it was ugly. Only if it was ugly in a good way. Shut up already, bitch. I can't get a word in edgewise with you jabbering on like that. Silence. The sex was good. No, I lie. It was freaking amazing. A big, all-out squeal. You finally found a man who made you orgasm. You must be stoked. Not exactly. She could hear the hesitancy in her own voice. You orgasmed during freaking sex after all these years, and you're not stoked? What's wrong with you, woman? Her voice took on a hard edge. No, I am stoked about the multiple orgasms. Multiple. Yeah. She gave another dreamy sigh, unable to help herself. He's ruined it for all men everywhere. My muscles feel crampy from how tense my body went when I came so freaking hard, and my pussy needs a Band-Aid. We must have fucked at least 10 times and in the weirdest, most wonderful positions. He couldn't get enough of me, Ton. You freaking lie. Tanya sounded truly shocked. Not that he couldn't get enough of you, but that you went at it so many times. Well, we did, and half the time he didn't even have to touch my clit to make the heavens open. No. She dragged the word out. No hands, just using his... It was Becky's turn to scream. Yeah, he used his really huge cock, and just so you know, he wasn't human. He was a wolf shifter. Oh my God, Becky. You had sex with a shifter? How the hell did that happen? Tanya shrieked. It must have happened when you helped out with Steph's birth, right? Something like that. Out with it. Her friend sounded stern. No, look, I can't divulge the circumstances. Just tell me already. You're killing me. No, we met when Steph had her baby and he was great in bed. That's it. End of story. She tried not to sound so disappointed. When are you seeing him again? It doesn't seem like he's keen on a round 2, but that's fine since I made it clear it was only about the sex. Tanya snorted. Who, you? A one-night stand? I think not. Everyone may know you as highly flirtatious, but you fall in love in a heartbeat. You can't fool me. I know you have feelings for this wolf, don't you? Look, he may have been really sweet and polite and may even have hit another shifter to protect my honor, but no, I don't have any feelings for him. I don't even freaking know him. Like that's ever stopped you before. What about the last guy you slept with? You woke up saying he was your next freaking husband, and the jerk didn't even make you come. Not even once, Tanya scolded. This guy rocked your world, and you're trying to tell me that you are not interested in seeing him again? You make it sound like I sleep around. I know you don't, Bex, and that's my point exactly. I know you must feel something for him, and I'm sure you'll want to see him again. Maybe for more hot sex, but that would be it. If, and it was a big if, she ever saw Roosh again, there would be no talking, no laughing, no anything other than scream-evoking hardcore fucking. Roosh was not her type. Even if he was, she still wouldn't be interested. Not that it mattered, since this time next week he would have found himself another sweet human. One who actually wanted a mate. Although Ross could hear the entire conversation taking place on the other side of the door in crystal-clear clarity, it didn't stop him from pushing his ear against the wood. The sweet little human had rutted with someone other than him. Becky, dear sweet Becky. His hands fisted at his sides, and he had to clench his teeth to keep from roaring with anger and frustration. For months he had been petitioning for a chance to be with her, many long, hard months. After seeing her the last time, after hearing her say that she wasn't interested in him anymore, that she had washed her hands of vampires, It had completely turned him inside out. Suddenly he'd found himself only able to think of her scent, her smile. It all drove him insane with need. The problem was that Zane would hear nothing of it. Brant was even more against the idea. So what was a vampire to do? Oh my God, Becky! You had sex with a shifter? How the hell did that happen? His queen shrieked so loud that he winced. It wasn't only because of the sound. His heart clenched. His breaths came in rugged pants. Ross clenched his jaw so hard that he heard something crack. His hands curled into fists so tight that his muscles ached. He turned and punched the nearest wall, his hand going right through. Blood dripped from his damaged knuckles. He took solace in the pain as a plan formed in his mind. Part 2. His Last. Chapter 1. King Zane wrapped his arms around his human, splaying his large hands on her slightly distended abdomen. The male rubbed her belly, moving his hands in lazy strokes. Ross expected Tanya to slap his hands away as she had done every day for the past week, but the female instead sighed while leaning back. She even closed her eyes. Ross halted, not wanting to intrude on the royal couple. The burning need to meet with Zane kept him from moving away as he normally would. His king whispered something into the human's ear, and she giggled. Next, Zane slid his hands up, cupping her large mammary glands while continuing to whisper into her ear. The giggle turned into a moan, and despite the fact that they were outside, the scent of arousal drifted across to him. Ross had to work not to back up. Instead, he averted his eyes by watching a pair of majestic swans swimming across the large lake. He had read somewhere that swans mated for life, and his mind wandered to Becky. He still found it strange that he already considered her to be his mate, even though they had never even tested compatibility. Now that he knew it to be true, though, he couldn't believe that he hadn't reached the conclusion sooner, no matter the odds against it. He had stopped rutting with other females some time back. None had been able to stir his blood. At the time, it felt like he had been afflicted with a curse, unable to fathom why he couldn't become aroused. It had driven him to the point of insanity. Fortunately, he had at last been able to put the pieces together. Just hearing Becky's voice the day that she had helped Stephanie birth her babies had given him a throbbing heart-on. It was so inappropriate considering the circumstances. Her sweet voice had drifted over to him, along with her delicious scent, and suddenly his pants were too tight. His concentration? All but gone. He recalled how she'd put Brant into his place, even kicking him in the shin. Not many vampires dared to stand up against the male, let alone a delicate human. As a vampire king, the male exuded authority and a fierceness that could turn even the most fearless warrior into a blubbering coward. Her act of defiance against Brant had brought a smile to his lips and had heated his blood. Just being near her did things to him that no other female had been able to do for some time. When it hit him, it came with a sense of clarity. Becky was the only one for him. How had something so simple eluded him for so long? When she told him not to bother pursuing the petition to date vampires any further, he actually felt his heart squeeze, and for the first time in his life, he had felt real pain. Nothing held joy or happiness. Even the taking of blood had become a chore, and now, since hearing about how she'd rutted with a shifter, it was slowly destroying him, eating him up inside. He'd been unable to drink, unable to sleep. Based on the telephone conversation he had overheard, it sounded like Becky had feelings for the male as well. His eyes burned for a second and he squeezed them shut. The sun was bright this time of day. Ross desperately needed to see his human, needed to hold her, needed to make her understand that she was his. His. Ross fisted his hands at his sides. He planned on doing everything in his power to eradicate the memory of that wolf from her mind.
"Since when did the wildlife irritate you so badly? You look like you want to rip those swans limb from limb."
His king's deep voice invaded his thoughts. Ross forced himself to smile.
"It isn't aimed at the swans."
"I didn't think so," Zane said.
"Where is your female?"
he asked, suddenly noticing that Tanya was nowhere in sight.
"We started back, and I realized that my guard wasn't behind us. Lance has escorted the queen back to our tower. I can tell that something is bothering you, Ross."
Zane's dark eyes regarded him.
"I consider you to be more than just a part of this coven and my royal, most elite guard. I consider you to be a friend. What is going on?"
"I'm glad you sought me out."
Ross paused. "I had planned on speaking with you. Zane nodded. I am here, but know that I do not have very long, as my female plans on starting without me. Starting what? He asked, regretting the words immediately. Zane's eyes heated with what was clearly desire. Never mind. Ross held up his hands. He got to listen to the royal couple rot on many occasions. That was enough without having to actually talk about it with his king. Zane sort of smiled. I am desperate to get to her. She has withheld sex for over a week. The smile became a pained expression. She was upset with the two of you for what happened with Stephanie, Ross said, having to suppress a smile. It had been nice and peaceful in the North Tower this last week, since Tanya wasn't talking to or rutting with either male. The kings had even been forced to drink from each other for the first time since before the three of them had mated. It was only the closest of the royal guard who were even aware that this had ever happened. All of them had been sworn to secrecy. Zane pulled a face. You don't want to even know the shitstorm that came down on us when my little Yasnar found out about how Brant treated Stephanie, that he put her wolf in the dungeon while she was in labor. Zane sighed and then took a deep breath. I was in trouble because I stood by and didn't intervene. Again, Ross had to suppress a smile. Well, it sounds like she has forgiven you. Zane shook his head. Call it a truce of sorts. My Yasnar will let me rut her and maybe drink from her, but she is nowhere close to forgiving me. Brant may never get to find pleasure with our sweet human ever again. Are humans that unforgiving, or is it just your human? Ross couldn't help asking, hoping that Becky would forgive him. Not that she had actually done anything wrong. His only crime was that of being a vampire and following the orders of his king. I think that it is a general human thing, although Tanya's particularly bad at staying mad for prolonged periods. Do not tell her I said that, because she is very sensitive. Ross nodded. What did you need to talk about? I'm going to see that human, Becky. I wanted you to know that— No, Zane growled. You are attracted to her. One thing could lead to another. Ross kept his eyes locked with Zane's. I do plan on rutting the female, but I will not drink from her. Zane cursed. What is your fascination with this human? What is your fascination with your human, my lord? He quickly added the last when he saw Zane's jaw lock. Careful, Zane cautioned. Watch how you speak to me. You may be my friend, but I am your king first. This wasn't going to work. Forget I said anything. You are going to go to her anyway. Ross nodded. I am sure that the female is meant to be my mate. You have hardly said 2 words to her. How can you say such a thing? She isn't even one of our own. You should be ashamed. Zane pursed his lips. What were you going to say? Ashamed, maybe, followed by embarrassed? Zane grit his teeth. Are you ashamed of your human female? Zane had him by the throat in a move Ross could have avoided, but chose not to. He knew it would be better to let his king blow off some steam. For the record, I am not ashamed of my human. Zane squeezed tighter, and Ross struggled to keep from making choking noises. Then his king eased the pressure to a more manageable level. You plan on going to her whether I like it or not? Ross tried to nod. Zane cursed again. What the fuck am I going to do with you? His king released him. Ross coughed twice, feeling the blood flow resume. Gulps of air filled his lungs, but all the while he maintained eye contact with the male in front of him. No, I don't know her very well yet, but I still consider her to be mine. I'll tell you what I told Lance. I think it's bullshit. What you are feeling is a simple case of lust for this female. You want her because you can't have her. I also believe that once you have rutted with her, you will be able to move on and forget about her. There is only one way to find out if that is true. Brant will not approve. Zane kept his voice even. Since when have we had to run everything by Brant? Ross couldn't help the outburst. It seemed that Zane had been so close to agreeing before bringing up the other male. Zane turned hard eyes on him. He is your king, and best you don't forget it. Ross set his teeth to avoid speaking his mind. I should just forbid it and cut your dick off when you disobey me. But I am worried that you might end up killing the female and bringing a ton of shit on our covens and between Tanya and me. Becky is my female's BFF. Ross felt his brow crease. My lord, BF... what? Best friend forever. He pulled a pained face. My Yasnar would have my balls if you hurt Becky in any way, both physically or emotionally. So think long and hard before you go down this road. I want the female, Ross said, without so much as a hint of hesitation. Griffin will go with you.
Ross made a sound of irritation.
Take it or leave it. I'm not sending you out to rot a human.
Zane dropped his voice, looking around them.
Without backup. You are not permitted to drink from her. Get your fill of the female because I want you back tomorrow. No one is to know about this. Send Griffin to me in...
Zane looked at the watch strapped on his wrist.
Half an hour. Make that 45 minutes. I will brief him myself. If Brand finds out about this, you are on your own. Are we clear?
Thank you. Zane held up a hand. His eyes narrowed.
Don't. It's not like you left me with a choice.
Then he sighed.
Go and have your female.
Even though Zane acted like he wasn't doing him any favors and that this was his only choice, Ross knew better. His friend was granting him a favor, one he would gladly take. Chapter 2. Becky moved the stethoscope a little to the right. Another deep breath for me, please, Mr. Bradford? The elderly gentleman did as she asked. After several repeats, Becky did the same on his upper back, listening each time. Good news, Mr. Bradford. Your lungs are sounding clear. So it looks like the antibiotics have done the trick. Her patient had been in a week earlier with a nasty chest infection. If left untreated, he would most likely have ended up in the hospital. Thankfully, she caught it in time.
Good to know. I'm hardly even coughing anymore.
It was as if he suddenly remembered to do just that, because he had a little coughing bout while putting his hand over his mouth. Once he finished, Becky added, I'm just going to do a routine check of your blood pressure and then we're done. Please pull up your sleeve. Today was her first day back at work and it felt good. She loved being a doctor. She enjoyed the interaction with her patients, that one-to-one connection. She even made house calls when the situation warranted. There was no doubt in her mind that she would have been great as a surgeon, like her parents wanted, but this was more her scene. Surgeons needed to be more reserved, holding their patients at arm's length, although unconscious people couldn't talk back. No, the thought of having to play God just didn't sit right with her. Her father was a neurosurgeon who specialized in neuro-oncology, and her mother was a congenital heart surgeon who specialized in operating on children and infants with heart disease. Becky had been made to feel like a failure for settling on just being a plain general practitioner. She wasn't specialized, let alone a surgeon. Her parents were both so disappointed in their only child. She sighed, wrapping the cuff around Mr. Bradford's arm and forcing herself to smile at him.
Why so glum?
She shook her head. I was just thinking that there is no pleasing some people. She shrugged. No matter how hard you try.
Young lady, there is only one person in this world you need to worry about pleasing, and that's yourself. I'm not saying that you should do this at the expense of others.
She pushed the bladder rapidly, inflating the cuff.
What I am saying is,
his watery eyes stayed on her,
if you are happy, those who truly love you will be happy for you no matter what path you choose. You will never please everyone in this world, and you shouldn't take that responsibility onto yourself anyways.
Wise words, she nodded. Your blood pressure is good. She smiled, feeling much better. Thanks. I needed to hear that. I just sometimes worry that I made some wrong decisions along the way. I second-guess myself, even though I shouldn't. The old man chuckled.
That's normal. But I'm sure you did go wrong sometimes. Making mistakes is normal, too. It's how we learn. Thing is not to make them a second time. Keep looking forward. You're going to fall on your ass if you don't keep your eyes on the path ahead of you.
You are right, Mr. Bradford. Becky removed the cuff and lightly touched his arm. We're all done. He smiled warmly as he rolled his sleeve back down.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Thank you. They both walked to the door, which Mr. Bradford insisted on holding open for her. No charge, Elizabeth. Becky inclined her head to her receptionist. She knew he lived off of a small pension.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you, Doc.
Mr. Bradford smiled.
Is it my turn now?
A familiar gravelly voice sounded to the right of her. Her breathing turned slightly choppy, and her back became rigid. She kept her eyes on her receptionist, not able to face him just yet. She heard the door click as Mr. Bradford left her clinic. No, sir. Sarah stood up from behind the reception desk. "You haven't filled in the forms I gave you, and as I mentioned earlier, it is Dr. Shaw's lunch break. She then has 2 scheduled patients and will be able to see you at—" Sarah glanced at her watch. 1 o'clock. Becky's heart raced as she turned, taking in all 6.5 delicious feet of him. Damn, and damn again. He was even more delicious than she remembered. Short-styled hair, thick and black, perfect for clutching. She was sure it would be soft and silky to the touch. He was really big, possibly bigger even than Roosh. Jeans and a t-shirt had never looked better on a man. Male. She swallowed hard. Ross crumpled the forms using one giant hand, his dark eyes never leaving her.
"I will see her. You, now."
His voice was a low growl that had goosebumps forming all over her body.
"Please," he added,
his eyes locked with hers. "Sir, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask—" "It's okay, Elizabeth. I'll see him," Becky interrupted, watching how her receptionist's mouth dropped open.
"I will stand outside the door." A second huge male stepped forward. "Hello, sweet human."
The male addressed Elizabeth, who gasped into her hand, her skin turning a lighter shade of pale. "Are these?" she whispered. "They must be—" she muttered.
"This is Griffin," Ross said. "We are vampires."
For the first time his eyes turned away from her to glance briefly at Elizabeth, who looked like she might faint at any moment. "You might want to sit down, Elizabeth," Becky advised.
"We are vampires, but we will not harm you."
The other male smiled at her receptionist. Elizabeth slid down into her chair. Her mouth was a thin white line. She made a tiny noise which spoke of fear and panic, even though she almost seemed calm. "They're good. Don't worry. Remember I told you that my best friend married the Vamp Kings? Well, that's how I know Ross. We have been friends for a while now." Elizabeth swallowed thickly and nodded slowly. The male she now knew as Griffin inclined his head for a second.
"Fear not, female. We are not permitted to drink from humans, so you are quite safe."
"Good to know," Elizabeth squeaked. Her eyes were wide in her head. "I won't be long," Becky assured her.
"How long is your lunch?"
Ross asked. His intense gaze seemed to bore into her. "A half hour?" Becky glanced at her watch. "Make that 25 minutes.
"She will be 25 minutes,
Ross said, his eyes still locked with hers. He moved forward, entering her personal space, and herded her into her clinic. "Call if you need anything," she heard a receptionist shout, just before Ross shut the door. "I thought I told you to leave me alone." She folded her arms across her chest. He shook his head.
"I can't do that."
"You vampires are all a bunch of grade-A assholes. I may have been interested once upon a time, but I'm so over it now." His face turned solemn.
"You must believe me when I tell you that I didn't agree with Brandt's treatment of the wolf and his pack, or of the things he said to Stephanie. He acted like a colossal idiot, but I had to follow my orders."
His eyes darkened.
"The only reason I volunteered to join with Brandt on the expedition was so that I could see you. Please believe me."
"Following orders, huh?" She narrowed her eyes at him. "And if Brandt told you to jump into a fire, would you do that too?" He looked confused for a few seconds before shrugging.
"Yes, I would."
She couldn't help the incredulous sound that escaped her. "That's freaking crazy. You would burn to a crisp because your king told you to do it?"
"It would be greatly uncomfortable, but I would heal quickly. I don't see the big deal."
She kept forgetting that they had extra abilities. "If he told you to stab yourself with a silver knife, would you do it?" Ross shook his head.
"That would be stupid."
"You see," she put her hands on her hips, "you don't have to follow orders."
"I do if I want to keep my balls, but if it's a choice between my balls and dying on a silver blade, I'll take my chances and opt not to be stabbed. Why are you asking me all of these silly questions?"
His eyes dropped to her breasts, and then lower, not that he could see much under her buttoned-up lab coat. The big vampire groaned, his eyes filled with untethered desire. "Don't. I told you that I'm not interested." A bald-faced lie, but maybe she would start believing it herself if she kept saying it. His nostrils flared.
"Your scent tells me otherwise."
Becky ground her teeth in sheer frustration. These non-humans and their sense of smell. Wait just a freaking minute. It probably meant that he could smell Roosh on her. "What are you playing at? You can't possibly want me."
"I just said that I do, and I plan on having you. I've waited a very long time."
His eyes narrowed for a second as his nostrils flared again. Then they turned smoldering hot.
"Take off your clothes, or I will destroy them."
"Wait just a minute, buddy." Becky wagged her finger at him. "You cannot come into my place of business and demand that I take off my clothes. We are not having sex here." She whispered the last, even though Elizabeth couldn't possibly hear her.
"I need to be inside you. Need it so badly that I ache."
His muscles bunched and his jaw locked. "Well, you should have thought about that before you followed all of Brant's bullshit orders." She knew she was being a bit unreasonable, but she didn't like how her heart pounded at the thought of him between her legs, how her nether regions turned soaking wet just by looking at the sexy vampire. They had spent months texting one another, and although it had started out flirtatious, even downright steamy, they had also texted about other things, like what they were doing, what they were feeling. It had become a ritual for Ross to send her a good-night text every night. After the whole Ward and Steph thing, she'd ignored his messages, deleting them before she read them. It was only right at this moment that she realized how much she had missed hearing from him. Becky gave herself a mental shake. It wasn't that long ago that she had been with Roosh. Less than 2 days. She might want to play the field a bit, but gosh, less than 2 days? This was taking it a bit far.
"I told you. I didn't have a choice."
He looked pained.
"Please try to forgive me. I know that you like me, that you want me."
His voice turned gravelly.
"I have petitioned hard, have done everything short of begging, and have finally been granted permission to have you."
"You should have tried harder to make this happen sooner." She shook her head. "It's too late." Ross growled loudly. Not as deep or as raw as the wolves, but it was still a terrifying noise that made her gasp.
"I would never hurt you."
Ross's voice was still gravelly, although now at least he sounded calm.
"Just tell me this one thing. Do you love the wolf?"
Becky made a choking sound. Oh, shit. She knew he could scent Roosh on her, but somehow she hadn't expected him to actually bring it up, especially not after he'd been in her company for this long without saying anything. He shook his head, looking pained.
"Please just tell me you don't love him. Do you plan on mating him?"
Then his whole stance hardened up. His back stiffened, his muscles bulged.
"I found you first. We've been messaging for months. You said I could rut you. Why is it too late?"
"Calm down. I'm not mating anyone." He let out a huge sigh and actually smiled at her. Oh, God, what a smile it was. She felt her knees go weak and had to put her hand out on the chair behind her to steady herself. "I'm not mating him, but I'm also not falling into bed with you." Ross looked around the small clinic, his eyes landing on the examination table before sliding to the wall to the right of her.
"I would like to take you against that wall. We do not need a bed."
Desire coursed through her. Lunch break is over in 15 minutes. She looked at the wall clock above his head. Ross threw her a grin that had her pussy clenching and her clit throbbing.
"I can make you come at least 3 times in the next 15 minutes. Do not let time concern you."
"I can't. Couldn't possibly. After just 2 nights ago, it just wouldn't be."
Ross growled. "You won't let me have you because that wolf rutted you? What did he do to you? Are you afraid?"
His eyes turned deadly and he clenched his fists. Becky held up her hands. "No, don't misunderstand. He never hurt me. Oh, God, the opposite is true." His eyes narrowed, so she didn't elaborate. "I can't have sex with you so soon after him. It wouldn't be right."
"Because you have feelings for him."
"No, stop saying that. He will be mated to another human female within the next few days. So you have it all wrong."
"He's a fool."
He frowned.
"What is it, then? Are you still angry with me?"
"I should be." She shook her head. "But I guess I'm not. The thing is, it wouldn't be right if I had sex with 2 guys in the space of a few days." His frown deepened.
"Why not?"
Ross took a step towards her. Becky took a small step backwards, which put the chair at her back. "I'm not that kind of girl."
"I still don't understand. What type would that be? The type to rut?"
His deep voice seemed to rumble right through her. The type to rut 2 different guys in the space of a few days. Ross's lips twitched.
"I am not a guy, and neither was that other male. We are non-humans. It is perfectly natural for you to rut when the urge strikes."
His nostrils flared as he stepped closer.
"I consent that you would like to have me inside you now."
His eyes moved from her eyes to her mouth and back.
Take off your clothes. We still have time for 2 orgasms.
I don't think I should. No, I can't. Her chest was heaving like she'd run a marathon. Come back in a few weeks. Maybe then.
No.
A low growl.
I have permission right now and must act before it is too late. I need to return by morning. I've missed you, Becky.
His eyes dropped to her lips, which she couldn't help licking. His eyes grew heated. All these rules and freaking regulations. I get off work at 6. We can meet then to discuss it. She quickly added the last, her voice quivering slightly. If he so much as touched her, even non-sexually, her resolve would melt. Ross took a small step towards her, his neck craned as he looked down at her. She could feel the heat radiate off of him.
Although rutting is natural, I will not lie and say that I am okay with this other male having touched you.
His eyes dipped down, and she just knew he was looking in the area where Ruche's scent was the strongest.
He mocked you many times.
She made a squeaking noise instead of an acknowledgement. Ross's eyes locked with hers.
His scent on you is driving me a little crazy.
You look fine, she managed to croak.
Well, I'm not.
He stepped up flush against her, so close that she could feel his cock pushing against her stomach.
Please, female, I will make it quick and enjoyable. We can talk later.
His breath came out in ragged pants, and his eyes dipped to her lips again. He licked his own, like she was the tastiest morsel he had ever laid eyes on. I'm not a slut.
I don't know what that is.
He gripped her hips with his big hands.
Please, he murmured.
A slut is someone who has sex often with many different partners.
Then vampires are colossal sluts, and you will fit in just fine. Or should I say that I will fit in just fine?
He licked his lips again.
Just say yes, please,
he growled softly. Fine, but... Before she could say anything more, he covered her lips with his, and there was a loud ripping noise. Becky broke the kiss, looking down at her gaping lab coat. What the...
I'm sorry,
Ross said as he ripped her blouse and skirt, leaving her in tattered rags, with only her underwear still in one piece.
So fucking sexy,
he growled again. Ross moved so quickly that she couldn't register the motion. There was another quick rip, and her panties came down around one ankle. She felt her breasts spring free. If she wasn't so damned turned on, she'd be angry, spit-freaking mad. Ross's eyes heated up a whole lot more as he raked them from top to bottom and back again. By the time they met her own, his irises glowed.
I need you to wrap your legs around me,
he instructed as he lifted her easily. Excitement coursed through her as she complied. Using one hand, he anchored her against him, while the other tore at his pants. Ross spun them around. He walked a step or two, putting her back to the cold, hard wall.
Hold on.
It was the only warning he gave before he plunged into her. Becky moaned in both pain and pleasure, especially considering that her pussy was still a little tender after the last session with a certain shifter. She immediately felt a little bad and a whole lot slutty, but Ross made a sound of utter rapture.
Never felt this good.
He started moving. Fast, even strokes that had her clutching his back. His next statement would have had her feeling confused if it weren't for the fact that she was about to come. Hard.
I love fur,
Ross breathed, pounding into her, both hands on her thighs, both holding her up and open.
Fucking amazing,
he snarled, flashing her a pair of long, scary-looking fangs.
So small.
He grit his teeth.
Everywhere.
He changed his angle, thrusting into her from below. Hard.
Better than I imagined.
He squeezed his eyes closed, his jaw locked. Her skin felt tight. She was moaning, whimpering, groaning with each pump of his hips, so close to coming that her whole body vibrated with the need for release.
So,
he kept thrusting.
Tight,
Ross growled, and then he kissed her neck, nipping at her gently. There was a light pinch as his fangs touched her skin. No biting, she moaned, even though a voice inside of her wanted to urge him on.
I need you to come for me.
As Ross spoke, he used one hand, pushing it between them to pinch her clit. Becky threw her head back as she flew apart on a scream. Her nails bit into his back. Her legs clamped around him. Ross roared, jerking against her as pleasure-invoking hot bursts inside her, had her eyes rolling back. The door cracked open behind them. Ross pushed his body more firmly against her. She linked her ankles at his back.
"Are you okay, female?"
Griffin asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Ross continued to rock into her, moving ever so slowly. "Oh my God, Becky, are you okay?" Elizabeth sounded hysterical. "I'm fine." Her voice came out sounding confident, clear, authoritative even. Go figure, considering she was still on the back end of a mind-blowing orgasm. There was a heavy male sigh.
"Good. I was afraid Ross might have drunk from you and gone into bloodlust mode."
"What?" Elizabeth still sounded hysterical.
"Relax, pretty human. They were just rutting."
Becky groaned, covering her face with her hand. "What?" she heard Elizabeth say. This time she sounded shocked.
"I believe you humans call it fucking."
The door clicked as it closed. Ross stopped moving. He pulled back slightly. Becky let her hand drop away from her face. He looked deep into her eyes and kissed her. Soft, sweet, almost chaste. Almost. It still got her heart racing all over again. She moaned as she felt another pinch on her clit, causing pleasure to zing through her. Ross removed his hand with a light sweep of his thumb over her knob, making her moan again.
"Thank you."
He kissed her again. This time it was the barest brush of the lips. It left her wanting more. This whole encounter left her wanting more.
"I will meet you at your place at 6.
She nodded, not trusting her voice.
"I could pick you up,"
he added. "No, that's fine." She had walked to work today. It would be best if she walked back. It would give her some time to think.
"I'm going to put you down now."
Ross put his forehead to hers, making a pained noise, as he carefully eased his still engorged cock from her body. She bit her lip to prevent herself from whimpering at the loss. He lowered her, and she heard a clicking noise as she stood on two shaking legs. Oh, God, she still wore her heels. She looked down at her tattered clothes. "How could you?" She lightly smacked the side of his arm. He frowned.
"What did I do?"
Ross repositioned a still rock-hard cock back into his pants. Becky swallowed thickly, remembering how it had felt deep inside her. "You destroyed my clothes. I have a patient arriving in 2 minutes." He tried to pull the scraps together, but they were damaged beyond repair. "Oops," he said, while throwing her a lopsided grin.
"I like you like this."
His eyes moved from one curve to the next.
I can't wait to taste."
He licked the finger that had strummed her clit and made a sound of rapture. It should be creepy and gross her out, but just like with Roosh, she found herself reveling in the fact that he enjoyed her taste. She shook her head, trying not to smile back. This was a disaster. She had a spare lab coat and the red heels on her feet, but that was it. Becky walked to the closet and removed the coat. Ross made a low, rumbling noise. When she turned her head to him, his eyes were firmly on her ass.
"You are a vision."
"If I don't find something to wear, and soon, I'll be a vision to a lot of people." He frowned.
"I don't want any others looking at you."
"Wait just a second." She pulled on the coat, doing the buttons from top to bottom. It fell to just below her knees and was made from a thick cotton fabric, so she was sufficiently covered. Her blouse sleeves still poked out at the ends, so it looked like she was dressed underneath. "This," she pointed from him to her and back again, "is all about the sex, rutting. Don't get all possessive on me. You go back to your coven in the morning, no harm, no foul."
"There will be no harm or foul. I will make you scream, but I will not hurt you, Becky. That much I can promise."
She rolled her eyes. "That's not what I meant. This thing," she moved her hand between them again, "is just for tonight."
"I've been granted permission for one night only. I leave in the morning."
His eyes darkened as they landed on her lips.
"But you are exclusively mine for the duration."
"Fine," she huffed. "It's not like Roosh would be making a sudden appearance or anything." There was a knock at the door. "Your 12:30 is here?"
"We will finish this later."
Ross winked. Becky sighed, glancing down at her attire as he gave her his back and walked towards the door. She noticed that her panties were still around her ankle in a ripped mess. Ross clasped the door handle. "Oh, God." Becky yanked them off, shoving them into her pocket. "Keep taking the medicine I prescribed, Mr. Ross, and you'll be just fine." She fell in behind him, trying to look as normal as possible.
"I plan to, healer. Dr. Shaw."
Ross looked at her over his shoulder while grinning broadly.
"I'll take more this evening. Again during the night and some more in the early hours of the morning. I must warn you, though, Doctor, I doubt it will help. I don't think I can be cured."
"You had better be," she managed to choke out. Elizabeth still looked pale. "Goodbye." Ross winked at her, then made for the door in determined strides.
"Goodbye, beautiful."
Griffin addressed Elizabeth, who smiled shyly while blushing profusely. He too made for the front exit. "Has my 12:30 just arrived, or has she been here a while?" she whispered, when she was close enough to her receptionist, who handed her the patient's file. She would die if this uptight-looking woman in the waiting area had just heard them go at it. "1 minute ago," Elizabeth whispered, knowing exactly what Becky really meant. "Your hair needs a finger brush, but otherwise you're good. I can't believe that just happened." Her eyes were wide. They also shone with what looked distinctly like envy and maybe a little awe. "We'll discuss it later." Although Elizabeth was still in her 20s, she was a nerdy schoolmistress type, perfect for an admin assistant/receptionist. She pushed back her glasses and smoothed her blouse. "I look forward to it." With a wry grin, she added, "Your next appointment will be here in 10. You are officially running late." "I know," Becky huffed, glancing at the file. "Please follow me, Mrs. Stanley." Chapter 3. "I solemnly swear not to tell anyone that you had sex with a really hot vampire." For the first time since interviewing Elizabeth a year and a half ago, the dark-haired beauty removed her glasses and looked at her with a rapt expression on her face. Was it really as good as it sounded? Her cheeks turned crimson, but her eyes sparkled mischievously. "As my employee, I don't think this line of conversation is appropriate." "Really?" Her receptionist slid her glasses back into place. "I heard you scream while you orgasmed. Not—" She glanced at her watch. 6 hours ago, and you want to play the I pay your salary card? Don't make me freaking fire you. You can't. I haven't done anything wrong. I don't understand why talking to me about this is such a big deal." She shook her head while she spoke. "It's not a big deal." Becky sighed loudly. "I guess I just feel a little embarrassed. That should never have happened. I should have had more willpower. I work here." She looked around her. It had taken her a long time to build up a thriving business, to have been able to afford to hire Elizabeth in the first place. "You're my employee, for God's sake. I can't believe I had all-out noisy sex during my lunch break when anyone could have come in." Elizabeth shook her head harder. Her hair was pulled back into a severe bun at the back of her head. "Okay, first off, I turned the sign on the door to closed. I would say that you're welcome, but it's my job to make sure that things run smoothly around here, and that includes none of your patients hearing you have what sounded like a spectacular orgasm." Becky's mouth fell open. "Next," Elizabeth went on, "if a hot guy like that walked in and threw me on my desk and ripped off my panties, I would have a hard time saying no. I can promise you that much." "How did you know he ripped off my panties?" Becky checked her coat pocket to make sure they were still there and felt a crumpled-up ball. "Oh, my word, he actually ripped off your—" She clasped a hand over her gaping mouth. "I was just guessing." Becky sighed. "I'm not sure that I want to spend the night with him." "Why the hell not?" It was too explosive. Like they were made for one another. Then again, it had been the same with Rouge, so maybe explosive was how non-humans fucked. The problem was that Ross had also said that he didn't think one night was enough to cure him. Although he had been joking, she couldn't help but feel that he was being serious. Maybe she hadn't been clear enough about this only being for one night. What if he wanted more? Panic set in. She wasn't ready for a relationship. Why did she keep meeting such perfect guys exactly when she wasn't looking? Breathe, relax, stay calm. Rouge would find himself a mate in a matter of days. He was so sweet, polite, sexy. He deserved to be happy, to be with someone who was ready to settle down. Why was it that the thought of that certain someone made her want to rip out the woman's eyeballs with her bare fingers? She took a few deep breaths. Even if she didn't like it, Rouge would be off limits all too soon, and it was for the best for both of them. Ross was another story altogether. "I don't get it. The sex was so good that you don't want to see him again? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" Elizabeth pulled her bottom lip between her teeth. "I think he might want more than just sex. I think he wants a relationship." Becky pulled a face. "And you aren't interested because—" Elizabeth paused. "He's not human?" Becky shook her head. "No, that's not it. I don't want any relationship right now. I need to concentrate on work." Elizabeth pouted for a few seconds. "Work isn't going to keep you warm at night or grow old with you. Work is not an excuse. This practice is only just starting to really pick up. I can't afford to fall in love." "I don't see what one has to do with the other. You can date this vampire and still work." Elizabeth folded her arms. "I promised myself that I would play the field a bit. I married too young, and to the wrong person. I need to live a little." "And allowing yourself to fall in love would mean you're not living?" "You're not making sense." Elizabeth raised her eyebrows. "I would understand if you were some 18-year-old girl, but—" "But what?" It was her turn to fold her arms. "I'm unmarried and reaching my late 20s. Is that it?" "No, that came out wrong. Age doesn't matter, but your excuses for not wanting a relationship are weak." "I just want to have some fun. I don't want the heartache and pain that comes when the relationship ends." Elizabeth nodded. "Okay, this is starting to make more sense. You were terribly hurt when your husband left you and don't want a repeat." Becky had to laugh, and Elizabeth looked at her with a confused expression. "Actually, I left him. He was the one who was hurt. I don't think I'm capable of long-term. Non-humans mate for life. Can you imagine the mess I would leave when I left the poor male?" She sighed. "The problem is, I'm wired like all other women. Of course I want love and forever after, so I have no problem falling in love. It's the staying in love that's the problem. True love is not going to happen for me." "Okay. That's a lot more complicated, and I'm finally understanding. So these non-human guys are in it for life? As in they don't do divorce?" Becky nodded. "As in forever after." She watched as Elizabeth's face turned all dreamy. "I can see that you like the idea of that. I happen to know for a fact that the shifter males are looking for mates." "Oh, shit." She covered her mouth. "I probably shouldn't have said that. Please don't tell anyone." "I'm a stay-at-home nerdy bookworm. Relax." Elizabeth licked her lips. "I won't say anything. Thing is, I kind of really liked those vampires." "Don't knock the shifters till you try them. You would be pleasantly surprised." Becky bobbed her eyebrows. "Oh my gosh, you're talking from experience, aren't you?" Becky held up a hand. "I don't want to talk about it, and I mean it this time. I need to order you around tomorrow, and right now you already have too much on me." This whole thing had made her realize one thing. She really couldn't meet with Ross. Just like Roosh, there was a danger that she might fall for the male. It would be all too easy. What if they did end up mating? Non-humans didn't do divorce. She didn't do forever. It left them in a bind. Becky sighed. "I can't go home." "You could come to my place." "I don't want to intrude." Becky shook her head, looking down at her attire. "If I wasn't dressed like this, I'd go grab some dinner and lay low for a while. Ross wouldn't wait around for hours. Non-humans didn't have that kind of patience." "I have my gym clothes in my bag?" Elizabeth raised her eyebrows. "You're at least 2 or 3 sizes smaller than me. I like roomy clothes when I'm exercising, so it's drawstring sweatpants and a t-shirt. We could catch some dinner and then swing by your place to make sure that the coast is clear. Are you sure you want to miss out, though?" "No." "Yeah, it's the right thing to do." She could hear the disappointment in her own voice. "Okay, let's do this. Thanks for the support." Elizabeth nodded. "Sure thing." They decided on a diner just a few minutes' walk from the clinic. At least no one would look at her strangely, given her choice of attire. Or, in this case, lack of choice. Becky walked in close behind Elizabeth, hoping that no one would notice that she wasn't wearing a bra. Heels, sweatpants, and a t-shirt. She was a hot mess, as the saying went. The waitress brought the menus and then their drinks. They both ordered salads and sat back to wait. Part of her wanted to just go to Ross, but the scaredy-pants part won out, so she sipped her diet soda and tried not to think about all that she was missing out on. "You're second-guessing yourself, aren't you?" Elizabeth asked.
"Hey, sexy."
2 guys sat at the booth alongside them. They were good-looking, in a preppy kind of way, and somewhere in their mid-20s. The guy who had spoken had his eyes fixed on Elizabeth.
"You should let your hair down. Undo the top button of your blouse."
He licked his lips, his eyes dipping to her breasts.
"Join us for a chat."
He winked suggestively. "Not interested." She rolled her eyes at Becky. "Where were we? Oh, yeah. If you've changed your mind, then we can get the salads to go. It's only 6:30, so I'm sure he'll still be there. Probably thinks you're just running late." Becky shook her head. "I sent him a message after the second missed call. It was while you were in the bathroom before we left. I let him know that I'm not coming. I asked him to go.
We'll join you ladies, then?
It was the other guy this time. His eyes were on Becky. She so didn't need this. You heard, my friend. We're not interested. Please leave us alone, Becky said, while looking back at Elizabeth.
We're snipers.
The bozo grinned wildly, like the fact that he could shoot a gun would have her pulling down her panties. Then again, she didn't have any panties to pull down. That fact annoyed her. Leave us alone, Becky said, raising her voice for emphasis.
Do you even know what a sniper is?
The other bozo asked. We know, Elizabeth sighed. We just don't care.
Look.
The bozo, who had been interested in Becky just seconds before, narrowed his eyes at her.
We're out of your league. We fuck chicks who are way hotter all the time. She, he gestured at Elizabeth, needs a bit of makeup and the carrot removed from her ass. And you only have one thing going for you, a decent pair of titties. Now get your fat ass over here and be thankful we're even talking to you. What did you just say to her?
A deep, familiar voice sounded, and Ross stepped up to the table. Both assholes jumped to their feet. The table rattled and their sodas spilled.
You heard me,
the bozo said while looking at Ross from head to toe and back. An arrogant smirk appeared on his face. He put one of his hands behind his back.
There's a saying, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. I've a loaded gun and won't hesitate to shoot you, motherfucker.
Ross smiled. He folded his arms across his broad chest.
If, and it's a very big if, you were quick enough to shoot me, you had better have silver bullets in that gun of yours. If you don't, I will kill you straight afterwards with my bare hands. I would like to take a bet that you don't actually even get a chance to get a bullet in me, silver or otherwise.
Bozo's face paled.
You're one of them.
Ross nodded once.
For the record, just because you are the type who fucks his mother, I would appreciate it if you didn't assume the same about the rest of us.
Calm, cool, deadly. Becky almost had to strain to hear what Ross was saying. Bozo's face turned red, and his jaw locked, but he didn't respond.
Come on, Simon. Let's get out of here. Those two aren't worth it. I really should beat you for your comments, Griffin growled. Would you like me to beat them? He asked Elizabeth.
Her receptionist swallowed hard and shook her head. The bozos actually cowered and whimpered as they scampered away from the table and left the diner. Thanks so much. Those guys were serious assholes, Elizabeth said, her eyes on Griffin. He leaned forward and whispered something into her ear, which made the normally together woman giggle.
I hope you didn't listen to anything he said.
Ross sat down next to her as he spoke. The space suddenly felt cramped, especially when his thigh brushed against hers. She shrugged, feeling the familiar pain. Her mother had put her on countless diets growing up. Curvy was her natural build. Becky ate healthy most of the time. She exercised regularly and actually loved herself just the way she was. But at times like these, she felt like an awkward teenager again, her mother monitoring everything she ate, telling her that a tight, perfect ass was just around the corner. When she liked her booty just fine. Why the hell did skinny have to be considered beautiful? All women were beautiful regardless of their size. Why couldn't her mother understand that?
I can see that you are shaken.
Ross slid his arm around her waist.
Would you like me to go after them? I could, I don't know, break an arm or a leg. I wouldn't do major damage.
Becky giggled while shaking her head. No, please don't bother. They're not worth the effort. Ross threw her a half-smile which heated her blood even in the middle of a busy diner.
It would be no effort whatsoever. Human bones crack easily.
He shrugged. She shook her head, still giggling, but stopped when his eyes turned serious.
What that jerk said to you was a load of bullshit.
He looked thoughtful for a few seconds.
Then again, most of it was bull. The part about you having really great breasts was accurate. Your ass is...
His eyes looked drugged for a few seconds, and he made a pained noise.
Amazing. I have never seen better. I have a confession to make. I might just be in love with your ass, Becky.
She laughed at his goofy expression. Stop. Becky hit his arm, which was rock-freaking hard. Ross shook his head, lowering his voice.
I'm serious. I love your ass, so much so that I want to hold on to it while I'm pounding into your...
He paused. A look of hurt flashed across his face.
Why did you send me that message? Why don't you think it's a good idea to spend the night together?
She had to be mistaken about the look. They may have known each other for several months, texted back and forth, but they'd only actually seen each other a handful of times. How could her not showing up hurt him? She groaned, putting a hand over her face. I don't want to talk about it. Just trust me. It's not a good idea, okay? He shook his head, his dark eyes zoned in on her.
No, it's not okay. I don't understand why we can't.
I may develop feelings for you, Ross, and that wouldn't be a good idea. Even worse, you might start feeling something for me. She shook her head. Trust me, you don't want that. Chapter 4. Too late. Ross was all in already, especially now that he knew they were highly compatible. He couldn't wait to have the human again, to find out everything about her. Becky's face was distraught, like developing feelings for him was the worst thing in the world. Then he had a thought that concerned him greatly.
Is it because I'm not human?
You're the second person who's asked me that today. Do I look like the type who would randomly discriminate like that? Did a swastika tattoo suddenly appear on my forehead?
What?
Ross frowned. It's a German symbol. Never mind. Do you really think I would have let you fuck me earlier if I had a problem with non-humans? Wait, just a minute. She held up a hand. How did you find us? He had to smile.
You keep forgetting that I am not a human. You left a trail even a deaf, mute, and blind vampire could find.
Ross sighed.
Back to your earlier comment. You may have let me fuck you, but that doesn't mean anything. Many human females, including mated ones, want us to rut them. Not that we are allowed to generally mate humans. Anyway, it does not mean that they want us to be with them.
Okay, you have a point, but no, I don't have a problem with you being a vampire. Her brow wrinkled in the cutest little frown. Wait, that's not entirely true. His heart rate kicked up a gear.
What do you mean?
The server brought them their salads. When her eyes landed on him, they looked like they would pop out of her skull. Thankfully, they moved to Griffin, who sat on the opposite side of the booth with the other human. But then they settled back on him, looking like they were there to stay. Can I get you gentlemen something to eat and drink? She ended with a giggle.
We are not gentlemen.
Ross started to correct the server, but Becky cut him off. 2 Cokes and nothing to eat, Becky ordered for them, which was fine with him, because he wouldn't know what to choose anyway. His female's mouth pulled into a tight line. Thank you, she added, sounding sarcastic. The server didn't leave. She was still staring down at him. Ross knew that look well. When a female looked at him in that way, it meant that she wanted to rot. Hey. Becky clicked her fingers. You can go now. Ignoring his female, the server addressed him. I don't usually do this, but can I give you my number? Her cheeks turned crimson, and her pulse raced. His female was getting upset, which irritated him. Ross struggled to stay cordial.
No,
he cleared his throat.
I'm not interested. I already have a female.
He tightened his grip on Becky, who leaned back into him. It made him feel good, since her return of affection meant that she was showing possession. The server smiled. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. Hey! Becky tried to pull out of his arms, but Ross tightened his grip. He so freaking will not—
I will not change my mind. Becky is the only one for me.
He interrupted his female, but knew she would understand. The server frowned. Pity. Then she turned to his human. You're one lucky girl. Becky relaxed. I'm hungry. It was her way of ignoring the server. She turned away from the human, who sighed and walked away. The nerve of that woman, Becky muttered under her breath.
You care,
Ross said. I thought it was rude. Becky put some food in her mouth and chewed. That's it.
You were jealous,
Ross continued, feeling really good all of a sudden. Becky may have told him that she didn't want them to meet, but her whole demeanor told him differently. I was so not. She picked up a piece of chicken, popped it into her mouth, and then licked her fingers. Ross could feel that he was grinning, but he just didn't care.
You were jealous.
I so was freaking not. Go and get her number if you want. See if I care.
Fine.
He made to stand. What do you think you're doing? Becky glared at him. An adorable look of rage darkened her beautiful face.
Stretching my legs. I would never go after that female or any other. Not with you at my side.
He sat back down and pulled her against him. That was really funny. She made a mock laughing noise for some reason. I meant it. You can get her number. She was trying hard to make it sound like she didn't care, but he knew differently. Ross fought to suppress a smile. His female didn't want to share him, and it made him feel overjoyed.
I want to go back to your place now. Please, can we get the food to go?
Ross didn't mind the staring, but he was afraid his female wouldn't feel the same. Besides, he really wanted to be alone with her. Why? Becky looked up from her meal and noticed that all the female patrons were openly staring at their table. There was also a couple of aggressive stares from the males. This was why they generally stayed clear of Sweetwater.
Did I forget to mention that although Zane gave his blessing, Brant knows nothing about my being here?
Ross raised his eyebrows.
Maybe we shouldn't draw attention.
Bit late for that. Becky put up her hand, motioning to their server. Can we get these to go in the check, please? The server nodded while not taking her eyes off of him. Ross nuzzled into Becky's neck to make it clear to all that she was the one he wanted. Besides, he greatly enjoyed her delicious scent. When the server walked away with the plates, he added,
I still wish to continue our conversation. You need to tell me why you have a problem with me being a vampire.
She sucked in a breath, but he covered her lips with his index finger.
You can fill me in on the details once we get to your place.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. Her soft, succulent lips moved against his finger, sending shivers down his spine. He removed his hand and covered her mouth with his. Ross nipped at her lower lip. When Becky moaned softly, he used the opportunity to invade her mouth with a quick swipe of his tongue against hers. He felt her shiver in his arms. It gave him untold joy to know that he had this effect on her, regardless of how much she tried to push him away, and to pretend that she didn't care. Ross allowed her to withdraw. Her lips glistened and her eyes were hooded. A collective sigh sounded around the room, including from across the table.
Do you like to kiss, female?
Griffin asked Elizabeth. The dark-haired human turned so red, he was made to think of the soft, succulent fruits that the humans liked to eat. She licked her lips. I guess so. It also made him think of blood, and his eyes dropped to the porcelain skin on his female's neck. It looked like he needed to have a little chat with Griffin. The male was here to ensure that Becky did not come to any harm. If he was too busy rutting this female, then he might not notice that Ross had gone into a bloodlust frenzy. As much as he wanted to, Ross did not plan on taking blood from his delectable human. But mistakes happened. He would never be able to forgive himself if a mistake cost his female her life. There was also the extra factor that such an occurrence would cause major trouble with the humans as well. All non-humans could end up being badly affected. The problem was that her scent was just so utterly intoxicating. When he had been buried deep inside her hot pussy, his fangs had extended to the point of pain. A driving force had ridden him hard to drink from her. It would be all too easy to just forget himself.
I would like very much to kiss you,
Griffin whispered into the human's ear, and she giggled. He had better talk fast. At this rate, his second would be of no use to him. The server brought the packed food and the check, which he took from her. I will pay for that. Becky tried to take the paper from him, but he held it out of her reach. He grabbed some money out of his pocket and handed it to the server. Becky pulled a face at him. I am a capable, self-sufficient woman.
Of that I have no doubt.
He tugged her against him as they exited the eating establishment. The other human and Griffin trailed behind. Griffin drove the SUV with Elizabeth up front, while he and Becky sat in the back. He pulled the lush female onto his lap. Hey, I need to buckle up. Accidents happen, you know. She gave him a light slap on his arm.
I've got you.
He used the opportunity to pull her closer, while banding his arms around her soft, pliable body. Loving the feeling of her ass in his lap and her luscious mammary glands partially plastered against his chest, he so longed to have her straddle him, so that he could have all of her completely pushed up against him. Yeah, right. I'm so dead if we're in a serious accident. The hand that had slapped him before curled around his shoulder now. He chuckled and shook his head.
I assure you that you are much safer in my arms than in any human contraption. I will shield you and die before I allow anything to happen to you.
She held his gaze for a few seconds, and he could swear that he saw her eyes glisten. Then she looked away. Fine, she huffed, trying to sound irritated but failing. Her other little hand curled around the bicep of his other arm. Zane was going to be pissed when he told his king that his feelings for this female had grown instead of diminishing. After all the months of texting, he felt like he knew her. Her ignoring him since the birth of Stephanie's babies had been hell. Now that compatibility had been proven, he would not be deterred.
I didn't get a chance to thank you for all you did for Stephanie, even knowing that it might bring trouble to your door.
He spoke into the soft shell of her ear. She shrugged. It's what friends do. I'm just glad that asshole king had the good sense to fix the damages to my clinic. She threw him a smile. The place actually looks much better after the revamp, but please don't tell him that. The last thing that one needs is a boost to his already over-freaking blown ego.
Ross grinned. Zane is even more egocentric, but he is a little more even-tempered.
I don't know how Tanya puts up with those two. The way Brant treated Ward and Stephanie was just appalling. Please tell me that they are treating my friend well. I mean, she seems happy.
Ross smiled. They treat your friend like she is the finest gold, but at the same time like a delicate flower. She is everything to them. He had to chuckle. Just be thankful that you were not at the castle when they returned from Stephanie's birthing, and she found out what had gone down. It was like a great tornado blew its way through the North Tower.
Becky cracked a smile in response. I can just picture it. The foot-stomping and yelling must have been a sight to see.
For a delicate little flower, Ross shook his head. They were forced to carefully restrain the queen because she was hurting herself.
His female's eyes widened and her whole body tensed. Hurting herself how?
You misunderstand. She was using her little fists against the king's, and hurting herself in the process. Her feet were bruised for days afterwards from kicking Brant.
Becky seemed to like this because she burst out laughing. Go, Ton, go. Oh, I so wish I could have been there to see that.
Your, how do you say it, BBF is still not speaking to Brant.
Becky made a little snorting noise. I think you mean BFF, which stands for Best Friends Forever.
My bad. I am still learning all the human slang. BFF and slut are my new words for the day.
Ross smiled while glancing out the window of the moving vehicle.
No way. It couldn't be.
His hands instinctively clasped Becky tighter.
Make a left at that slipway. Why? What are...
Griffin began.
Just do it,
he snapped back. Griffin did as he said.
Pull over,
he instructed as soon as they turned into the side lane. Griffin turned back with a quizzical look on his face.
I'm all for making out in a side alley, but don't you think that 4 would be a crowd?
The human next to Griffin blushed. It was like she had an on and off switch. Ross ignored them both.
I'm pretty sure I spotted 3 elves outside of that one store. They were dressed like humans, but that long blonde hair and those pointed ears were a dead giveaway.
Griffin frowned.
You had to have been mistaken. Elves stay clear of humans. I'm almost positive, Ross answered.
It's getting dark. How could you possibly... Becky paused, taking a plump lip between her teeth. You have heightened senses, and I'm going to take a leap and say that it includes improved sight.
Ross nodded. We don't need light to see, just like I can sniff you out anywhere.
That's so cool, the human up front gushed. What else can you do? She directed the question at Griffin, who kept his eyes focused on Ross.
He will tell you all about it, human. Griffin, you stay here with the females. I want to check it out. Are you sure? Griffin's frown deepened. There are 3 of them.
Ross narrowed his eyes and grinned broadly.
Come on, they're a bunch of elf pussies. I don't plan on confronting them. I just want to find out what they're up to.
He gently placed Becky on the seat next to him. She clung to his arm for a second. Be careful. It warmed his heart to know that she cared.
Don't worry, female. I'll be back in no time. I'm glad that you are worried about me, though.
More like worried about the kings tearing me a new one if anything was to happen. You are in this town because of me. Becky rolled her eyes.
They would not blame you. Just admit that you care.
She shook her head and made a negative noise.
I don't believe you.
He didn't have time to argue, so he kissed her to shut her up. I'm hoping elves are tiny, spindly creatures, Elizabeth said.
Hardly.
Griffin snorted, which resulted in Becky giving him a worried look as he released her.
They wear silk robes and pointed shoes, for fuck's sakes. I will be fine.
He crushed his lips against hers in a second, searing kiss that had his dick hardening despite the circumstances.
Besides,
both their breathing had turned a little choppy when he released her moments later.
I still plan on spending the night with you, in your bed, buried deep inside of you. Nothing could keep me away.
He pecked her lips before turning back to Griffin.
If I'm not back in 15 minutes, call Zane and inform him of the situation. Then get your asses to Becky's place.
But... Becky tried to grab his arm, but he slid from the SUV. Ross was out of time. If he didn't act now, he might miss the opportunity to do so. Skulking around in the shadows at night, dressed like humans, whatever it was that they were up to, it had to be devious. Ross took off at a slow jog in the direction that he had spotted the elves. The street was clear. Stores lined either side of the quiet road, though they were all long since closed. What could they possibly want in Sweetwater? He moved quickly and quietly, soon picking up their distinct scent up ahead. They smelled of the earth and fresh pine. The females of the species tended to scent more of freshly cut grass, mixed with floral undertones. Not that he had met with many elven females in his life. Esrel was the only elven female he had ever spoken to, and even those conversations had been brief since Xavier threw him looks that could kill. Didn't the male realize that he wasn't interested in making a move on the princess? Not when a delectable human female had already caught his attention. Shaking his head, he focused on the scent instead, which led him to one of the stores. He carefully edged his way to the window and glanced in. A human male handed one of the elves a single wrapped package. Ross could scent blood and raw meat that was typical to a human butchery. An array of different meat types were on display behind the counter, and numerous whole carcasses hung behind a glass window at the back of the store. What the fuck? Ross could not scent anything other than the iron tang of blood. That must be what was inside the package, unless something with very little scent was wrapped inside the meat in order to disguise its scent. The package was small. There wouldn't be space to hide much. Something was off, that much was clear. They couldn't be here for something as simple as meat. Money changed hands. Ross had seen enough. He jogged up the sidewalk and slipped into a side alley where he would be able to observe any further movement. During this time, several vehicles passed. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Griffin.
Hold tight. I want to watch them a bit longer. We need to extend the 15-minute time frame to 25. What are... Griffin started to ask. We'll talk later.
Ross ended the call. He dialed again. Xavier answered after the second ring.
Yeah? It's Ross. I need some information. If memory serves, Esrel is a vegetarian. Is that true of all of her species? After a long pause, what is this about? I spotted 3 elves in Sweetwater at the local butchery. It looks like they were buying meat.
Another long pause.
The elves normally stay clear of town.
He sounded confused.
They stay far away from the humans. I know. That's why I decided to follow them. There is something wrong with this picture. Yeah. They are all vegetarians who only eat what is given freely by the earth.
Xavier made it sound like being a vegetarian was a load of bullshit. Ross didn't comment on his definite dislike for the life choice.
Well, either they've decided they actually quite like a bit of meat with their veg, or there is something more serious going on here.
Ross watched as the elves left the store and walked in the opposite direction of where he was hiding. The elf in the middle carried the package in one of his hands. Xavier growled lightly.
I highly doubt that they plan on barbecuing anything other than veggie burgers for the foreseeable future. So why the need for meat?
There was a low rumble far up ahead as a sleek black Bugatti pulled out from a side road.
There must be more to it. They are leaving and I want to tail them. I'll inform Zane when I get a chance. Chat later.
He disconnected the call and ran back to the waiting SUV as fast as his legs would carry him. Thankfully, being a vampire, that was less than 4 seconds. The elves didn't have much of a head start. Elizabeth shrieked as he jumped into the vehicle. "Where the hell did you come from?" she squeaked. Ignoring her, he turned to Griffin.
They are headed in that direction.
He pointed.
Floor it, but keep a safe distance.
He pulled Becky onto his lap.
I want to know if they make any other stops before leaving.
Griffin pulled out fast. Becky grabbed hold of him, white-knuckled. Elizabeth gripped the sides of her seat. "Oh my gosh, is this really necessary?"
"Yes."
Ross tried not to growl. He didn't want to scare the human any further. Griffin floored it, and Elizabeth whimpered. The male put his hand on her leg and squeezed.
"Fear not. I am an advanced driver. You are safe."
He glanced her way and winked.
"Eyes on the fucking road."
This time he all-out growled. The Bugatti was up ahead. "Slow down," he added, less harshly this time. "Is that their car?" Elizabeth asked, sounding impressed.
Elves seem to like flashy cars. Ferraris, Porsches. Lamborghini.
Griffin made a sound of disgust.
They must have small man syndrome or something.
I thought you said that they are not small and spindly, Becky stated.
I was not talking about their height.
Griffin glanced in the rearview mirror.
Fucking pussies,
he added. You sound jealous, Becky said.
As if. Why would I be jealous of pixie boots and silk?
Just saying, Becky added. Griffin snorted.
I could have a Bugatti if I wanted. I don't. I don't need one.
He put a hand between his legs suggestively.
Hands on the wheel. Stop your shit, Griffin.
The male met his eyes in the rearview mirror for a second before dropping his gaze. Keeping a safe following distance, they followed the elves to the outskirts of town. At that point, the elves gunned it, disappearing in the direction of their territory.
Don't follow them,
Ross barked, even though he could feel that Griffin had eased off the gas and was preparing to make a U-turn.
Wait until they are out of sight before you turn back.
Griffin nodded. Ross pulled out his cell and dialed Zane, relaying the events of the last half hour to his king.
It's strange, but might not mean anything,
Zane said.
Do you really believe that?
Ross asked.
Fuck no. I'll put a couple more eyes on the ground in Sweetwater just in case.
Zane paused.
Don't come back to the castle tomorrow. Go to Sentinel Point for a couple of days.
Why would I do that? No one has kept watch at Sentinel Point for many years.
You'll stink of human pussy. Just do as I say,
Zane growled.
No one is to find out about this.
Hey, a familiar female interrupted, sounding irritated. I thought you liked the scent of my pussy, and I'm a human. A hand muffled the phone, but unfortunately he could still hear just fine.
I love the scent of your pussy, and I could lick it all day and night. Yasnar, I don't want anyone scenting that Ross spent the night with Becky. Do not be mad, as I didn't mean it like that.
What did you just say? Tanya shrieked, sounding overly excited. Ross and Becky? Another shriek.
We will speak later.
Zane ended the call. Griffin's shoulders shook. He had obviously heard the entire conversation. It wasn't 20 seconds later, and Becky's phone rang. This is a bad time, his female said as she answered. He felt his brow crease when he heard Tanya call Becky a slut. Am not. R2, his queen threw back. I just heard that Ross is spending the night. OMG, Zane finally gave permission. I can't really talk. Becky smiled at Ross, oblivious to the fact that he could hear everything Tanya was saying. Tanya obviously was having one of her pregnant brain moments. The female had been around vampires long enough to know better. Surely she knew he and Griffin would be able to hear the whole conversation. He clenched his jaws and shook his head. The queen was the mischievous type, and could just be causing shit for giggles. Okay, I was very worried at first, but Zane assured me that Griffin is with you guys, and that he will make sure that nothing happens to you. After all your whining and moaning about wanting vampire dick, I really hope you don't go all prim and proper on me. This might be just what you need to forget that wolf. So, she sighed, are you going to let him fuck you? Becky rolled her eyes. I kind of already have. Kind of? Or have already let him fuck you? Becky squeezed her eyes shut. Have? She chewed on her lip. When Tanya shrieked on the other end of the line, Ross nearly had to cover his ears. Griffin and Ross locked eyes in the rearview mirror, and the other male was actually wincing. On a score of 1 to 10, how was he? Can't do this now, Becky said between clenched teeth. Come on, just say a number. Fine, Becky huffed. It was his turn to wince. Maybe he should inform his female that they could hear exactly what Tanya was saying. About a 9. Griffin erupted into a coughing fit that Ross knew was actually laughing. The male was laughing at him because his score had been less than full marks. Ross stared daggers into the rearview mirror, but the other male refused to look up. Oh, wow, really? So not as good as the wolf, then? Tanya asked. His hands tightened on Becky, and he had to really work to make himself ease off. This time, when Griffin's questioning gaze tried to catch his, he ignored it. I'm sure he can do better. Is round 2 on the cards? His female cleared her throat. Maybe. Griffin broke out into another coughing fit. Tears rolled down his cheeks and his shoulders shook. Are you okay? Elizabeth asked, looking concerned. Maybe you're coming down with something. Griffin shook his head.
I'm fine,
he finally responded.
Just went down the wrong way.
What did? Elizabeth asked, totally oblivious. Griffin shrugged, his face turning red as he tried hard not to laugh. Ross clenched his jaw, fighting for control. A fucking 9. A 9! Even though he had only had a few minutes, anything less than a 10 for his Becky was still unacceptable to him, especially considering a mangy beast had done better. Ross would do everything in his power to prove to her that he was a worthy mate, fully capable of pleasing her in all ways. "I need to go now," Becky said. "You had better tell me all about it," Tanya put on a threatening voice. "We'll see," Becky blustered. "Oh, yes, we will." It sounded like the Queen started to say something else, but Becky ended the call. Ross resisted the urge to put his hand between her legs, for making her writhe in pleasure right here and right now, whether they had an audience or not. He needed to show her that he was capable of pleasing her. Ross pulled her closer, running a hand up and down her outer thigh instead. He knew that she would not appreciate being touched so intimately with Elizabeth and Griffin sitting in front of them, particularly since Griffin could see in the dark, and Becky was highly vocal, so the others would soon know. Thankfully, they were close to her apartment. Soon, he told himself. "Oh," Elizabeth put a hand to her mouth. "I should probably go back to my place." Ross noticed how disappointed she looked. Griffin took her hand.
"Come up for a little while. We can take you home later."
He winked and she giggled before recovering quickly and turning to face Becky. "Would you mind?" His female paused for a second, then she smiled. "Yes, you must definitely come over. We still need to finish our meal." "You're sure?" Elizabeth asked.
"Yes,"
both Griffin and Becky answered. The male put his hand on the human's leg as he said it. They parked out back and made their way to the elevator. No one said anything on the ride up or on the short walk down the hallway. His female's apartment was small but comfortable. Little feminine touches were everywhere, from the tie-backs on the drapes to the cushions on the sofas, and even the very live and thriving plants. Becky locked the door after they were all inside. Sweet, considering no one would dare try anything with him and Griffin there, although he did like that she put safety first. He longed for the day, soon, when he would be able to protect her at all times. Becky walked towards one of the doors before stopping and turning back to the three of them. "Can I get anyone anything to drink? I might have a bottle of wine somewhere."
"No wine."
Ross tried to keep his voice even, but it came out in a low growl nonetheless. Coffee, maybe?"
"No."
He shook his head.
"I need to be inside you now. Then we can talk and you can drink wine if you wish."
The dark-haired female made a choking noise. She clasped a hand over her mouth. Griffin whispered something in her ear about them having some time alone. The female, Elizabeth, made a sound of acknowledgement. He kept on forgetting that humans, especially the females of the species, were not very vocal about sex. For some strange reason, it made them uncomfortable. Griffin put his arm around the female and whispered something else that made her giggle again. His hackles rose.
"I need to talk to you, Griffin."
He narrowed his eyes at the male.
"Becky, please will you wait for me in your bedroom, preferably naked. I don't wish to tear any more of your clothes, and I would be forced to do so otherwise."
"I think we should talk first. Besides, we have guests. We can't just go and have sex. It wouldn't be right. Firstly," Elizabeth addressed him, "that outfit is mine." She pointed at Becky's clothes. "And secondly," she turned to face Becky, "feel free to go with Ross." She widened her eyes suggestively at Becky, evidently trying to secretly communicate something to her. Becky threw Elizabeth a dirty look.
"Your friend doesn't mind, and all the more reason to remove your clothes."
He needed her more than his next breath. That 9 would soon be a 12, minimum. He shook his head.
"We'll rut first and talk later. Make no mistake, we have much to discuss."
She shook her head harder. Her blonde curls bounced. "Talk first, and that's that."
Ross clenched his teeth. "One very quick conversation, but we'll do it naked."
"We can't talk while we're naked."
"Want to bet? We could even talk while I'm running you. I like that idea even more. That way we could talk for hours. All night if you want."
Her hands flew to her ample hips and her large breasts thrust forward. He could see how her nipples had pebbled against the fabric. His female wanted him even if she wouldn't admit it. "No freaking way. We will first set the ground rules, and then I'll decide whether or not you get to stay."
"I'm staying."
He smiled at her.
"Of that you can be certain."
"We'll see," she huffed. When he looked back at Griffin, the male had an amused look on his face. Ross made for the kitchen area, ensuring that he brushed past Becky. As their bodies made contact, her breathing hitched, and her heart rate picked up speed. She was afraid, and he planned on finding out why. It would be difficult, but he would rein in the need to rut her until she screamed with pleasure. It was important that she be happy. That way she would be able to relax. He planned on making her scream, long and hard. As soon as the door closed behind them, and before Griffin had turned to face him, he blurted, "You are not to rut that female." Griffin swung around looking at first crestfallen, and then angry.
"Why the hell not? I'm highly attracted to her, and she feels the same about me. I can scent her arousal. If I were to slip my hands into her panties, I'm sure she would be—" He held up a hand. "Enough. I have received special permission to rut this human on the condition that you are ready to save her should the need arise. You said you don't plan on drinking from her. Plans have changed." He narrowed his eyes. "You are not permitted to take from her."
Griffin narrowed his eyes back.
"Mistakes happen. Bullfucking shit. You plan on taking from her. Mistake my ass."
Griffin chuckled.
"It would be the perfect way to ensure that you receive a 10 next time round."
Ross snorted.
"A 10? When I sink my fangs into her, she won't remember how to fucking count. You're serious? I don't think you should. Enough!"
Ross snapped, more harshly than he intended.
"You do not have permission to rut the human. The only reason you are here is to ensure my human's safety. Do your duty with the knowledge that I plan on taking from her. Am I clear?"
Griffin folded his arms across his chest, a grin on his face.
"You just called her your human. There is no way in hell Zane and Brandt will let you mate her. Make no mistake." The sense of urgency increased. "The female is mine. I will find a way to convince the kings of that." "You may have to first convince her."
Griffin chuckled.
"It sounds like some wolf beat you to it."
His grin was impossibly wide, and his eyes had narrowed in humor.
"It sounds like the beast left quite the impression."
Ross hadn't meant to do it, but rage, hot and thick, coursed through his veins, making him punch Griffin in the face. He managed to pull back at the last second so no bones broke. Griffin's eyes widened in shock, and he brought a hand up to cradle his jaw. Ross knew that he should probably apologize, but to hell with it. The male should not have goaded him like that.
"Sheesh."
Griffin shook his head.
"You really must care for her."
Ross nodded once.
"I do. Good luck, then. I won't tease you again."
Ross started to walk away, but Griffin cleared his throat, so he turned back.
"Is there something else that you want to discuss?"
Griffin nodded, looking uncertain.
"I'm listening."
He struggled to keep his voice even.
"You said I can't rut the female."
Ross narrowed his eyes and he nodded. The male stuffed his hands into his pockets.
"I would like to ask permission to give her pleasure."
Ross locked his jaw. What harm could it do? As long as the male kept his wits about him.
"She may not touch you in any way, but you are permitted to give her pleasure."
The tension eased out of the male.
"Can I kiss her?"
He winked. Ross nodded.
"Kiss her, touch her, but you are to remain vigilant. That means she keeps her hands and mouth off of you. The only thing she can touch is her lips to yours. Am I clear?"
Griffin smiled and nodded.
"I can live with that. If your dick goes anywhere near her, though, then you will hurt. If my female dies because you can't follow orders, then I will kill you."
The male turned pale.
"You can rely on me."
Chapter 5. Esrel walked into the boardroom. The kings were talking quietly with their backs to the door.
"I don't trust them,"
Brandt said.
"Don't forget that they have sworn their fealty. Besides, I trust King Qatar,"
Zane replied, his voice deep and sure. They were talking about her people.
"It's the son I am worried about,"
Brandt muttered almost to himself. What was going on? Both males turned to her as she entered. They had the most imposing dark stares that she had ever seen. Their eyes seemed to look right into her. It made her heart race and her breathing hitch. It made her knees shake and her hands turn clammy. Xavier put a reassuring hand to her back. She realized that, as kings, their natural inherent dominance easily asserted itself over others, a logical explanation. She reminded herself that she had spent many moons in the company of her father and brother, who were both dominant leaders. Even her beloved mother had been a natural leader. As the princess, the same blood ran through her own veins. She was royalty, from strong stock, and would not allow the likes of Brant and Zane to bully her. Esril squared her shoulders while looking both males in the eyes. She stepped forward, moving away from the male behind her. Xavier. He was an enigma. He treated her like his naughty sister most of the time, not letting her do anything, kept saying it was too dangerous, like going for a walk in the forest was dangerous. How was swimming in the lake dangerous? Yet he'd acted like she wanted to throw herself from a tall cliff or something. He growled at any males who came too close, but made it quite clear that he wasn't interested in her himself. The male had asked her out once, but she knew he did so out of duty rather than because he really wanted to, so she'd turned him down. By the way he rutted with the female vampires, it was even clearer that he didn't want her. Her heart clenched painfully. If only there was a way to make him see that she existed, not as his charge, but as a female. All she wanted was for him to notice her, to really see her.
"Please take a seat,"
Brant said, drawing her out of her reverie. The king pulled out a chair for her. Esril inclined her head. "Thank you." She sat down across from the formidable males. Zane folded his arms on the table in front of him. His brow was creased, his eyes focused solely on her.
"We have a few questions that we need to ask about your species."
She nodded once. "I will do my best." Although Esril was now one of the vampires, accepted amongst these creatures as one of their own, she was still very much an elf, and would do anything to protect her people.
"Good."
Brant glanced at Zane.
"Some elves were seen buying meat in Sweetwater."
She felt her brow crease and her eyebrows draw together. "That doesn't make sense. Are you sure they were elven?" Zane nodded.
"Very sure, aside from the clear physical attributes." He pointedly looked at her ears. "You also have a unique, easily recognizable scent."
She shook her head. "My kind are vegetarians. They would never consume flesh. It is against everything we hold sacred." Zane sighed. He pinched the bridge of his nose.
"This may be so, but 3 elves were seen buying meat in Sweetwater. This is a fact, Esril. I am not here to argue with you. We just want to get to the bottom of this."
He sighed again.
"Do you have any idea why this is?"
She shook her head, wanting to argue further. It couldn't be. Surely these males were trying to confuse her. "It doesn't make any sense," she muttered. "Even so." She lifted her chin. "Surely the buying of—" Her nose wrinkled in disgust. "Meat is not a crime?" Brant raised his eyebrows.
"Well, no, but it is very strange."
"It was wrong of my brother to ever enter into an alliance with those wolves. It shouldn't be reason to immediately jump to conclusions, though." Brant threw Zane a look that she couldn't quite interpret. Maybe she should have kept her mouth shut about her brother and the Alpha.
"We are still cautious. It will take time to rebuild trust."
"But the elves have retracted the alliance with the wolves and are very serious about a partnership with the vampires, so much so that my father gave his only daughter as a show of unity. Do you really think they would go against you?" She looked from one male to the other.
"Leave us."
Brant looked past her at Xavier, who stood by the door.
"What? Why?"
Xavier's familiar low rumbling voice sounded. It made her blood run faster, hotter.
"Just do as I say."
Brant sounded almost bored. There was first a heavy sigh, and then the sound of the door closing as he complied. Brant shook his head.
"I hope you realize that you have not taken a male, so technically there is no official unity between our 2 species.
Esril felt herself gape, but quickly closed her mouth, working hard on keeping her breathing even. "Whose fault is that? I was given to Zane. Little did my father know that he was already promised to another, and it's not like you were available either." She took in a deep breath. "I was more than willing to do my duty as a princess." Brant smiled.
"And I'm sure you still are. In order to show unity between our species, you would need to mate vampire royalty. Take Xavier to your bed and solve this dilemma. There is less likely to ever be a war between our species if you were to mate my brother."
Oh, by the sun, the moon, and the earth, her heart rate went into overdrive. Her chest heaved. There was nothing she could do to stop it. "Your brother has made it very clear that he doesn't want me. I assure you that the elven species does not plan on waging any kind of war against the vampires. I have been granted permission to date and mate with whomever I choose, and until my father instructs otherwise, that is what I will do." Brent chuckled. It was weird to see such a fierce warrior in the throes of laughter. Even Zane frowned, glancing sideways at the male. He finally stopped laughing enough to talk.
"You're a virgin,"
Brant said through a broad smile. Yes, although I don't see why that fact is so funny to you. Anger boiled. How dare he? Brant shook his head.
"No, what I meant was that you lack experience in being able to understand males. Xavier is thoroughly taken with you, Princess."
She shook her head. This male didn't spend any time with either of them. How the hell would he know? He wasn't there when Xavier ignored her. Her guard didn't so much as look at her bare legs the other day when she purposefully had worn those very short denim shorts. If anything, he went out of his way to ignore her more. At the end of that particular shift, the male even went straight into the arms of another female. She knew, because she could scent her on him the next day. Just as she had scented various feminine scents on him on a regular basis. Vampire females were very different to her. Tall, imposing, rivetingly beautiful with their high cheekbones and small, high breasts. Her hands clenched into tight fists in her lap as she thought of her own short stature and petite frame. Esril was as fine-boned as her breasts were plump. She had to suppress a sigh, just thinking of how she had caught more than one of the vampires staring at her cleavage. Must be because they thought her oddly shaped. Her teeth were all sharp little points, so she lacked the large fangs that they seemed overly fond of. Xavier was not interested, and of that she was sure. She shook her head. No, he isn't, and I refuse to mate someone who does not want me.
"Oh, so you at least admit that you want him?"
I will admit nothing of the sort, she replied too quickly, and with too much venom in her voice. Brent smiled, looking scarier than if he was scowling.
"You have two choices, my dear Esril. Either you mate Xavier or start dating."
Zane nodded.
"Many males have asked you out, yet you refuse them all. What is it that you want?"
Esril gasped. How dare you? I don't have to date anyone. Brant shook his head.
"I can't have Xavier on guard duty over you forever. Though the alternative would be to allow an elven virgin to walk around my castle unescorted, it's asking for trouble, plain and simple."
He sighed.
"Your father worked hard to get centuries-old laws changed to allow you and other elven highborn females to date and to choose their own mates. You dishonor him by not at least dating a few males."
Was the Vampire King right? Should she date other males, even if the one she really wanted was unavailable to her? She finally nodded. I will need to think on your words.
Brant locked eyes with her. "That is fair. But do not take too much time trying to decide. I don't want to have to set up another meeting. Don't force my hand, Esril."
Her blood boiled at the injustice, but she pursed her lips, knowing that telling them off wouldn't help her predicament. It would be better to think things through first. Esril decided to change the subject instead. I would suggest that you meet with my father to discuss the need for my people to buy meat. She frowned. I am sure that your males were mistaken, but if it was somehow true, I am sure there is a reasonable explanation. Although she couldn't think of any, the only logical thing was that the vampires had it wrong somehow. Zane nodded.
"You are right, female. It is sound advice. You may go now," Brant stated, making no move to stand. "Send Xavier in and wait outside, please, Princess. You won't be 2 minutes."
Zane leaned back, folding tree-trunk-like arms across his massive chest. Heart beating fast, Esril made for the exit. She had much to think about. There were 2 things she was sure about. There was no way elven folk would purchase dead animals, and Xavier did not see her as a sexual being. Maybe she should just go ahead and date one of the other males, even though the thought left her cold. If these kings believed they could boss her around, though, they had another thing coming. Chapter 6. Elizabeth had finished her salad a half an hour ago, yet Becky still picked at hers, moving food around with her fork more than actually eating. She hoped to buy herself more time. The best thing would be to kick Ross out. If she ended it here, no one would end up getting hurt. The problem was, she couldn't make herself do it. He stared at her from across the table with the darkest and most intense eyes that she had ever seen. They made her feel like she was the only woman on the entire planet. Ross had to be one of the most attractive males she had ever laid eyes on, and he wanted her. Wanted her. That waitress at the diner was really pretty with her narrow hips and boobs that would be exactly a handful, which was perfect according to a certain saying. Forget just a coin. The chick's ass was so tight, Becky was sure you could bounce an entire purse off of it. Easily. Yet instead of interested, Ross had actually looked irritated at the attention. Right now, his eyes narrowed in their scrutiny of her. No, wanted was the wrong word. He acted more like he needed her, like his very next breath depended solely on her. Becky shivered, loving and hating the attention in equal measures. She could see that he was getting impatient, his jaw locked, those endless ropes of glorious muscles bunched beneath his tight tank. His fathomless eyes darkened up until she felt like she was drowning in their endless depths. Ross shoved himself away from the table and rose with a low growl, so deep that she felt the vibrations to her very core, so deep her heart skipped a couple of beats, making her feel out of breath.
Enough.
Another low growl.
You, me, that bedroom, now.
He'd gone all caveman on her. Too bad she found it sexy as hell. We have guests. She managed to somehow still sound calm. It was far from true.
They are adults and can take care of themselves.
Elizabeth and Griffin had moved to the sofa over 5 minutes ago, and were talking and giggling together. I don't know if we should leave Elizabeth with—
You won't rot her,
Ross said under his breath, and from between clenched teeth. His eyes softened.
I assure you that your friend is safe. We need to talk.
Becky felt panic well. Talking led to bonding, which led to an inevitable breakup, which she was going to avoid at all costs. She shook her head. I've changed my mind. She headed towards the bedroom, pulling the t-shirt over her head as she entered. Let's just fuck. Talking is overrated. Ross slammed the bedroom door as she turned to face him. The walls shook from the impact. Her whole body shuddered as his feral gaze landed on her breasts. He growled, exposing a set of fangs that would have had a lesser woman cringing. She watched as he warred with himself, and finally tore his gaze from her chest, his eyes locked with hers.
What are you so afraid of? You said at the eating hall that me being a vampire has something to do with it. I would never hurt you, Becky. You need to know that.
I would hurt you, Ross. You're really very sweet. She shook her head. His lip twitched.
You won't hurt me. How could you?
He shook his head.
You are a mere human, so small, so soft and delicate.
She couldn't help but smile. He thought she was small. Instead of fist-punching the air like she wanted to do, she folded her arms while watching how his eyes were once again drawn to her boobs. His pupils actually dilated as his gaze turned heated and needy. Her pussy couldn't help but become a bit wet in response. Okay, it became drenched. Ross groaned.
I can sense your need, but we must talk.
Well, stop looking at my breasts like that. I can't help getting turned on when you do.
You need to stop pushing them up and together like that. Makes me want to.
Want to what? It was her turn to sound husky. He shook his head and clenched his jaw, his eyes still firmly on her cleavage. His broad chest heaved. Tell me already, what is it that you want to do?
I plan on giving you pleasure, not giving in to a base fantasy that would only serve me.
His eyes were still on her boobs. Becky took in a deep breath, knowing that it would push out the twins even more, and was rewarded with a frustrated groan. This was fun. She took both breasts in her hands and squeezed them.
Fuck,
Ross growled while palming his dick through his jeans once before shoving his hands into his pockets.
Please stop that.
She squeezed tighter, sure to keep the twins together and looking at their best. Just tell me what you want to do to me, and I'll stop.
Fine, he growled. I wish to rot you between your mammary glands. I saw it on one of your human sex movies once.
His eyes turned pained as they locked with hers.
You are utter perfection. Your breasts would be soft yet warm and welcoming. It is a fantasy that I have had ever since I had the great pleasure of looking upon your exquisite cleavage. But when we do rot again, know that it is going to be all about you. I won't give in to such selfish fantasies.
Oh, wow. Becky would love to see this big warrior lose it between her twins. Just the images his fantasy evoked had her feeling hot and bothered.
No, female, he rumbled, his nostrils flaring.
Oopsie. Becky suddenly realized that she was rolling her nipples between her fingers. It was with great effort that she forced herself to let go. Ross licked his lips and took a step towards her.
You were afraid that you would hurt me. and I have assured you that it is impossible. I would like to rut you now. Take off those pants."
He looked thoughtful for a few seconds.
"I will lick you first, suck on your little nub until—"
"As much as I would love for you to lick me, there is something I need to clear up first." She took a deep breath. "When I said I would hurt you, I wasn't talking about physically. You non-humans form lasting bonds."
He nodded. "Yes, we do."
"I am not capable of forming a lasting bond. I will hurt you, Ross. I am happy that you want to spend the night. I really am very turned on right now." It was her turn to lick her lips as she admired his thick biceps and broad, strong shoulders. "But only if we both agree not to become attached. Sex is one thing. A relationship is another entirely. Some of the things you said earlier make it sound like you want more than just hot sex."
"Can't we just take it one day at a time? Tonight can be about pleasure. You can decide if you want to see me again or not. New moon is days away, so no chance of us mating by accident or anything."
He threw her a lopsided smile that did strange things to her insides.
"Let me stay, please. We both want this."
That was the problem. She wanted him a little too much. Roosh, dropping her, despite her insisting that it was a one-night thing, had possibly left her feeling a little vulnerable. That had to be it. This was nothing more than rebound feelings, and she would keep telling herself that until she damn well believed it. "Don't fall in love with me after tonight." She squeezed her eyes shut for a second, feeling like a full-of-herself drama queen. "It's just," she giggled, "who wouldn't after having all of this?" She laughed at her own silly joke while gesturing up and down her curvy body. Ross didn't react as expected. He growled and advanced. For a moment she wanted to turn and run. In this moment, he made her feel a little too much like food.
"I'm going to fuck you now, little Becky. You might want to call the neighbors."
He picked her up.
"Warn them so that they don't think you're being murdered."
Her channel flooded as her adrenaline coursed. Ross nuzzled into her neck as he moved to the bed.
"You will scream very loudly, but I will not harm you in any way. Call your neighbors."
He put her down on the bed by the side table. Her landline phone was on there. "You're serious?" Ross nodded. Oh, God. He really planned on making her scream that loud, that long, and that hard, that he felt she had to inform the neighbors. Becky swallowed thickly. "Jessica," she gestured to the left, "is on holiday. Mr. Woodrock," she gestured to the right, "is deaf. The woman who lives upstairs hates me, so she will probably make popcorn and laugh hysterically while she thinks I'm dying. The guy who lives below me has already left for his night shift." Ross nodded.
"So we're good."
She shrugged. "I guess." Ross grabbed her pants at the ankles and pulled them off in one fast, easy motion that caused her to fall back on the bed with her ass over the edge. He tossed the garment aside and pulled his own shirt over his head. The big vampire growled as his eyes dropped between her legs. For the first time in her life, she felt self-conscious under his intense scrutiny. His hand inched forward until it cupped her mound.
"So soft."
"A pussy is meant to be soft." Then she had a thought. "Wait a minute. Are vampire females hard down there?" He smiled, looking feral.
"No, I was talking about your fur."
His fingers thread through her neatly trimmed landing strip. "Do vampire females not have hair?" He shook his head, his eyes still firmly on the juncture at her thighs. "Oh." Unconsciously, she started closing her legs, feeling a little self-conscious.
"I like it."
He smiled while pushing her thighs open wide, to the point where her knees were mere inches from the bed.
"I need to taste you. You have an amazing scent."
She nodded, rising up onto her elbows so that she could watch him. Ross licked his lips as he positioned himself between her thighs. His tongue licked the whole length of her slit, like he was really tasting her. It was definitely a non-human thing.
"Yum,"
he murmured, before leaning in until his whole face was buried in her pussy. His tongue swept across her clit, once, twice, before settling on a rhythm that had her back bowing and a moan escaping. She allowed her head to drop back and groaned. "God, you're good at this." She thrust her hips forward for deeper contact, her hips rocking in time with his wicked tongue. Ross grabbed hold of her hips, holding her in place. She could feel the pleasure coiling in the pit of her stomach. Her breath was coming in ragged pants, sprinkled with all-out moans. Becky cried out when he slipped a finger into her. When he curled the fingertip, zoning in on her G-spot, her lungs stopped working. Her mouth dropped open and her eyes widened until her lungs finally filled again. When he added a second finger, she wound her fingers through his thick hair, and her legs clasped him tighter. "Oh, my God," she managed through clenched teeth. A third finger joined the party just as he sucked on her clit. Her back bowed right off the bed as an orgasm tore through her. When he finally released her, she fell boneless onto the mattress, breathing heavily. Becky cracked open her eyes and watched as Ross removed his clothes. The male was an absolute stunner. Dark hair, dark eyes, acres of bronzed skin pulled taut against muscles that would be too good for the likes of Men's Health magazine. She couldn't take her eyes off of him as he approached the bed, grabbing her by the ankles.
"I can't wait to fuck you, to feel how your tight pussy swallows me up. So tight, so wet, so hot, so fucking mine."
He dropped to his knees on the edge of the bed and pulled her so that her ass connected softly with his knees. "I'm not yours, Ross. Please don't say that." Hearing him say the words made her heart race.
"You are mine tonight, and if I can help it—"
"Don't." She held up a hand. "If you say anything more, then I'll have to kick you out, and my pussy doesn't want that right now." He looked like he wanted to say something, but locked his jaw for a few beats instead.
"Are you ready to scream, little human?"
Ross's voice had dropped about 100 octaves. His lashes fused as he looked down at her. She swallowed thickly, nodding once. Just then, a loud keening noise sounded from down the hall. Ross gave a lopsided grin. "What the hell are you smiling at? I thought you said they wouldn't go at it." She rose up on her elbows and tried to push him away.
"Relax, Becky. They are not rotting."
There was another loud wail. "It sure is freaking nuts. Sounds like something is happening."
"Griffin is giving your friend pleasure, but he will not rut her."
Giving her pleasure but not rutting her? What the hell does that mean? Then it dawned on her.
"He is licking her."
"Never mind. I understand," she mumbled, feeling like an idiot for not knowing right off the bat. Then again, she did have at least 250 pounds of raw, delicious vampire beefcake posed and on the verge of fucking her senseless, so it was understandable that her mind had momentarily failed her. There was another loud moan. It sounded like Elizabeth was enjoying herself. At least this way they were even. They'd both heard each other in the throes of passion. Ross bent his knees and pulled her legs over his shoulders, making her butt come off the bed. She found herself digging her hands into her bed covers to try to anchor herself. She could feel his iron-clad cock pressing up against the seam of her pussy. His big chest heaved against the back of her legs.
"I have had many females," he growled.
"Really, Ross," Becky snapped, "I don't need to hear that right now."
"Hear me out. Many, many females."
"Enough all freaking ready." She narrowed her eyes at him. Ross growled softly. It raised the hairs on her arms and caused her belly to quiver. It also shut her up.
"Know that I have never wanted a female more."
He inhaled deeply through flared nostrils.
"Have never enjoyed the scent of a female more."
The huge male licked his lips.
"I can honestly say that I have never enjoyed the taste of a female more. Just the thought of being inside you."
He closed his eyes and shivered. A huge, ferocious vampire actually shivered at the thought of being inside her. She didn't know what to say.
"I'm going to take you now, Becky. You are sure about the neighbors?"
She didn't trust her voice, just nodded. He didn't thrust into her and fuck her into oblivion like she expected. He gently nudged into her while closing his eyes and gritting his teeth as he did, slow and easy until he was fully seated. Even then he thrust slowly, carefully, magnificent to behold as his features pulled taut with his pleasure, his biceps and neck muscles roped, his jaw locked. His eyes glowed softly when he opened them at brief intervals to stare down into her eyes. Her nails dug deeper into the blankets. She moaned with each and every deep thrust. He moved too slowly to take her over the edge. Sweat beaded on her brow. Her nipples were so tight that they ached. Her clit throbbed. "More," she begged. "Faster." He threw her a tight smile and shook his head, continuing his assault on her pussy. Her moans grew louder as time progressed. So very close, yet so far away. Eventually she was begging him, tempted to finish herself off, damn it. Ross must have read her mind.
"Don't you dare," he said through clenched teeth. "When you come, it will be because I take you there, because this cock takes you there, not a second sooner."
His words heightened her arousal. "Please, Ross, I need to. I have to. This level of pleasure kept going up and up, slowly but surely climbing steadily, but still her release evaded her. He finally pushed her further onto the bed, releasing her legs so that he could cover her with his big body. Careful not to squash her, Ross pulled one of her legs over his shoulder, all the while keeping up with that slow, relentless thrusting. He kissed her just as softly and carefully. His touch held such passion, such raw heat. She broke the kiss and turned her head. It was too much like a lover's kiss, and this was over in the morning. There was no way she could fuck two guys, one straight after the other in just a matter of days, and actually hold any feelings for either one of them. It just wasn't possible, was it? Her mind wandered to Tanya, but she pushed the thought away. It would be foolish to tempt fate. He picked up the pace just enough to bring her back to the brink, and she whimpered, "God, Ross, please."
"What is it that you want?"
His breath tickled her neck as he spoke, his lips so close that she could almost feel them against her oversensitive skin. "Make me come." Her voice came out sounding wounded.
"Till your back bows off the bed?" he taunted.
"Yes," she moaned.
"Till you can't think straight?"
He continued to pump into her slow and easy. "Yes," she whimpered.
"Till you scream so long and so loud that your ears will still be ringing in the morning?"
A low growl that made her already quivering insides quiver more. "Do it, now." She sounded so desperate that it scared her. Becky expected him to pick up the pace, or maybe to slip a hand between them so that he could play with her clit. She didn't expect him to drop his mouth to her throat. There was a pinch, then blinding pleasure like nothing she had ever felt before. It took her breath away and caused every muscle in her body to tense, so tight that there was a smidgen of pain that only served to increase her rapture. Her pussy clamped down on him, hard. If she had been able to hear, she would have heard Ross make an agonized noise, would have heard as he greedily sucked down her blood in big gulps, would have felt his big hands dig into her arms as he held her in place. Her eyes actually watered. Big, wet drops dripped down her cheeks, almost too much for one human to handle. Her body finally relaxed enough to spasm intermittently. Becky screamed as an even stronger wave crashed through her with another hard suck at her neck. Ross finally released her on a loud roar. His body jerked as he came deep inside her.
"You guys okay?"
Griffin asked. Becky hadn't realized it, but her eyes were squeezed shut. She managed to pry them open, struggling to focus on the shirtless male that stood over them.
"Get the fuck out,"
Ross grit out, his hips still pumping into her slowly, a trickle of blood on his chin. Her blood. It was sobering. Everything in her went cold. She knew she should probably feel embarrassed that Griffin had actually seen them having sex, but she couldn't bring herself to care right now. She was fully covered by Ross's body. "What the fuck did you just do?" She slapped Ross on the arm, hurting her hand. It didn't matter. She hit him again. Griffin chuckled as he left the room. "Get off of me!" She tried to push him, but he wouldn't budge.
"You said you wanted to scream until you couldn't think straight."
His face was just inches above hers. He smelled really, really good, which irritated her. She didn't want to like anything about him right now. His eyes were wide with concern. "What I wanted was sex, not that, whatever the fuck that was." She sounded a little hysterical, but she couldn't help it.
"That is how vampires have sex, Becky. Stay still, please calm down. Let's talk about this."
He spoke softly. "I can't talk with you on me, still in me. You have a little something on your mouth, your chin, and put those away." Her eyes zoned in on his fangs. Ross wiped his chin off with his hand. He licked the 1 or 2 drops on his lips.
"I can't. You are too enticing. I want you again."
His eyes dropped to her neck.
"It will only get better in time."
"Better?" She choked. "You have to be kidding me. That was mind-blowing. You almost freaking stopped my heart." He grinned, looking so sexy that she slapped him again on his huge bicep, this time breaking a nail. "Now look what you've done."
"Stop hitting me."
He spoke in a soothing voice that made her want to hit him again.
"You enjoyed it. I don't understand the problem."
He lapped at her neck with his tongue, and another zing of pleasure rushed through her, making her moan. "Stop that. Get off of me. You don't understand."
"Understand what?"
"You've ruined me," she whispered. His eyes widened and he sucked in a breath.
"Are you hurt?"
He finally lifted off of her, and she quickly scrambled away from him. "No, you idiot. Why did you have to go and do that? How the hell am I supposed to have decent sex with anyone else again?"
"You're already thinking of taking someone else to your bed?"
He looked so crestfallen that she had to suppress a giggle. The opposite was true. It scared her. Yet the image of a certain sweet, sexy Wolfie crept into her mind totally against her will. Roosh was out finding his mate right now, or would be very soon, so she shoved thoughts of him from her mind. No. The tension eased from his big frame.
"I don't understand the problem. You said you enjoyed it."
"Far too much."
"Let's do it again. That was only a taste."
"A taste? Are you serious?" Then again, Tanya had told her on more than one occasion how mind-blowing the sex was. She just couldn't believe it could be quite as fantastic as her friend had described. Becky was wrong. Tanya was right. Ross nodded, his eyes heating as they tracked up and down her body.
"I want to take you again, and then you can fetch some of that wine and we can talk. I want to know more about you."
Panic flared. His suggestion sounded good. Too good. She really liked him. By morning she would be smitten. If this was all about the sex for him, then she would be hurt. Even worse, if they did end up in a relationship, then she would crush him long-term. A whole lifetime was just too long to spend with one guy. It wouldn't work for her. "That's not a good idea. I told you I don't do the whole forever thing. You might get attached, and then what?" Chapter 7. There was a knock at the door.
"Who is it?"
Roosh was not permitted to admit anyone other than Ward or Sawyer. Thankfully, not too many pack members had tried to seek him out. He'd had to pretend to be in a dark, depressed mood, and had sent them away. Ward had told the others of his feelings for Becky, that he had granted Roosh some time off to be alone. So far it seemed to be working. No one suspected anything. At least he hadn't thought so. Also, he was finding that he didn't have to pretend much. He really was in a dark, depressed mood. He was also worried because if any of them so much as suspected that he had rutted with Becky, there would be major shit to pay. The thought of staying away from her for another minute, let alone a month or more, made him feel like someone was removing his heart, piece by piece. Frustration and anger welled, as well as the familiar feeling of fear that he would somehow be found out. At least Ward had told Becky that he would seek her out in 10 days' time. After their wonderful night together, he was sure that she would be waiting. It wouldn't take long before she agreed to become his mate. He was sure of that. It was the only thing he had to give him the resolve that he needed to get through this.
"It's me."
His alpha's deep voice penetrated the wood of the door. Roosh turned and locked and admitted Ward, who smiled at him as he entered. As hard as he tried, he was unable to return the smile and nodded instead.
"I brought you a silver blade."
Ward closed the door behind him. Roosh felt himself frown.
"Why?" "I thought you might need one to slit your wrists."
Ward's grin widened. Roosh narrowed his eyes at Ward, but didn't say anything.
"I'm only yanking your chain. I came because I couldn't stand the sounds of wailing and crying coming from this cabin."
Roosh growled. Before he could stop himself, he took a step towards Ward and his hands curled into fists at his sides. Ward stood his ground, putting them almost chest to chest.
"Are you sure you want to do this?"
His voice had the ability to make Roosh drop his gaze almost against his own will, but he stayed where he was.
"I'm sorry. I shouldn't be making jokes at your expense. I couldn't help myself."
His alpha lightly slapped his hand on Roosh's back, and just like that, the tension abated. Both of them took a step back simultaneously. Ward's nostrils flared.
"The human scent has grown weak, and should be almost gone by morning."
Roosh shrugged.
"Since I'm stuck in here for another 4 days, it doesn't matter."
He tried not to sound too sorry for himself. He had, after all, brought this on himself.
"I've been doing some thinking."
Roosh shifted his weight, trying not to fidget.
"Yes?"
he finally said when Ward was taking too long to continue.
"I may have been a bit harsh on you, and I've decided to allow you to go to your female tomorrow."
Roosh's heart rate quickened. He grinned and could feel how his grin stretched from ear to ear.
"Thank you so much, Ward. Tomorrow is Saturday, so my human won't have to work. It will be faint, but you will still have her scent on you, so leave before sunup. Sawyer will go with you."
Roosh nodded, so excited that adrenaline coursed through his veins.
"I want to go tonight. Please, Ward."
Ward shook his head.
Sawyer has had a long day. I want him to rest before you make the trip. It is only fair. Fine.
He tried not to sound too disappointed. A few hours would be much better than another whole week. He could not believe his good luck.
Wait a minute. What made you change your mind? Like I said, I thought about it and I realized that it was my fault for allowing you to remain on the humans detail after I realized that you could not handle it.
Roosh tried not to chuckle.
As far as my detail was concerned, what better way to protect my female than to have her directly underneath me?
Ward laughed and shook his head.
You still disobeyed a direct order. So why the change of heart? I blame myself. You were in no position to be able to keep your hands off the female.
He paused, looking away.
I should have realized.
Ward gestured with his hands as he talked.
Stephanie told you to let me go early, didn't she?
Roosh asked. His alpha's hands dropped to his sides.
Yes, okay, yes. My mate made me see things differently. If you and that human belong together, then you should go and be with her.
Roosh had to laugh. He shook his head.
Your female made you let me go early. Should I start calling her Alpha?
Ward growled loudly.
I can make you stay just as easily, you little wet-behind-the-ears pup. You see, not so nice being teased, is it?
Roosh smiled. Ward shook his head and smiled back.
You're way too cocky, and it's going to get you into shit one of these days.
You're right about being cocky. He grabbed hold of his dick. And as to being wet behind the ears,
not so much. Not anymore.
He had to smile at the thought of his lush female. Ward nodded.
I didn't hear anything that night. Are you sure you did it right? You should have woken up the village.
Roosh narrowed his eyes at Ward.
With all due respect, fuck you. We needed to be quiet, and we're in one of the furthest cabins, the ones reserved for couples running during the heat. Otherwise, I am sure you would have heard us, even though we were trying to be quiet.
He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He knew that Ward was playing with him.
That is all I wish to say on the matter, as human females are private about these things, and I do not wish to embarrass Becky.
Ward barked out a laugh.
I don't think that female can get embarrassed. I've never met a human quite like her.
I know. He felt himself go all warm and fuzzy inside.
She is truly unique. I can't wait to start our lives together. Remember what I said to you.
Ward took hold of his arm.
Don't rush things with this female. Just because you are sexually compatible does not mean that she will automatically want to become your mate. Push too hard and you could scare her off. There is time. You can pursue her for as long as it takes and as many trips to Sweetwater as it takes. You waited a long time for the right female and have found her. Don't fuck this up because you are too cocksure.
Roosh nodded, knowing deep down inside that his alpha was wrong. He had to be. Becky would be waiting for him. It might take some convincing, but she would soon agree to becoming his mate as well. His heart felt light and he couldn't help but smile. Ross was already in way over his head. Tasting her blood had been utter rapture. Her sweet nectar was like a gift from the gods. Just looking at her pert little nose and sky-blue eyes made him feel warm inside. She fired his blood like he'd never experienced before. He needed to get his cock and fangs into her again soon, or he might just burst. Becky stood up. Her body was something to behold. Her curves were abundant. His dick throbbed and jutted from between his thighs. Disappointment hit him hard when she grabbed her shirt and pulled it over her head. Her hair was wild above her shoulders, mussed from their earlier lovemaking. Make no mistake, he was making love to his female. He wished he could just tell her how he felt, convince her to give them a chance. Becky bent over, giving him a perfect view of her rounded ass and glistening pussy. He groaned. Fiery eyes landed on him, almost making him flinch. It was strange. He had been in many battles, yet none of the stares from the hardened warriors he faced could evoke this level of emotion in him. Her eyes narrowed as she tossed his tank top at him. "Put on your clothes and leave." He shook his head.
"I'm staying the night."
She shook her head harder. Her blonde curls bounced. "Not happening, Buster. You're not touching me again. We can't do this, Ross." He moved to stand in front of her.
"You're afraid I'll get hurt?"
Her cheeks flooded with color and she dropped her eyes to the floor for a few seconds. "I know, I sound totally conceited and full of it. I'm just afraid one of us will end up hurt. It's inevitable."
"You can't go through life trying to avoid what may happen. We could be very happy together, forever."
The little human actually cringed as he said the word. "I don't do forever. I can't."
"So you keep saying."
He folded his arms, noticing how her eyes drifted down his body, landing on his cock. Becky groaned, turning away from him as she grabbed his pants and threw them at his feet before putting her sweats back on. He had to stop himself from ripping them off of her. He loved the way she looked, couldn't stand that she covered herself from him. He needed to be careful. She was already running scared.
"Anyway, I'm not asking for forever. I'm asking for one night."
"Put on the pants." Her foot tapped on the floor as her gaze moved from his to the crumpled jeans at his feet and back.
"I don't want to."
He folded his arms across his chest.
"I'm not going."
"Okay, fine." He was tempted to relax, but something in her voice gave him pause. Her eyes widened and her eyebrows rose. His female put her hands on her hips. "You can stay on one condition."
"I'm listening."
Anything. She could name it and he would do it, not just because he needed to please her again, but mainly because he wanted to talk with her, laugh with her, find out more about his precious female. Although they had texted for months, he realized that he didn't know nearly enough about her. Ross also longed to cradle her in his arms, to hear her breathing deepen into a rhythm as she slept. "Tell me that you don't feel anything for me, that you can walk away in the morning without looking back and you can stay." Fuck. If he told her that, then he would be lying. The little vixen. She knew full well that he had feelings that went beyond just the sex.
"I can't."
He could hear the disappointment in his voice. The tension drained from her body, and an almost inaudible sigh left her. "Get dressed and go. It's for the best."
"Best for whom?"
"Us. You. It would be best for you." She spoke softly. "Now do as I say, please. Honor my decision. Respect me and leave." Ross sighed heavily.
"I am a grown male in my prime, capable of making my own decisions. I am willing to risk it to be with you. You never know. You might surprise yourself."
He smiled at her.
"I might just be the one you can do forever with. How will you know unless you try?"
She shook her head. Her eyes lied. "No. You would be hurt and I would be hurt because I hurt you and you would hurt me. Nothing is forever. Nothing, Ross."
"I disagree. It is one night, Becky. We could take it slowly. We could date."
She raised an eyebrow. "Tanya told me that vampires don't date."
"We don't, but I would be willing to give it a try for you, Becky."
Vampires either rutted freely with chosen partners or they mated when they found the right female. There was no in-between. But if that was what Becky needed, then he would be willing to give it a try. "That's sweet. You're sweet." She shook her head. "It would be too easy to fall for you, just like with Rouge." She sucked in a breath, her eyes darting across his face in a panic.
"The wolf."
He couldn't stop himself from snarling the words. "Forget I said anything. You guys are just too intense for me. Too much."
"What happened to make you so fearful? Did someone hurt you?"
Again he found himself snarling the last word. She shook her head. "No, I told you. The opposite is true. I'm the one who does the hurting. Just because I don't seem to be able to stay in a long-term relationship doesn't automatically mean I was hurt by some guy. Nothing made me like this." Something flashed in her eyes before she looked away. If he wasn't mistaken, it was pain. For whatever reason, there was something that she was keeping from him. Maybe something she wasn't even admitting to herself.
"It's just that I don't understand. Maybe you never met the right male, one who could satisfy you."
His voice turned husky.
"Both in the bedroom and out."
"I'll admit, sex with non-humans has been freaking mind-blowing." He had to suppress a growl at her plural reference. That damned wolf had left his mark on his female. Ross just wished that she would allow him to stay. It seemed she needed to be convinced further that he was the only male for her. "But as good as it was, I don't think it would be enough to keep me. I have black magic, after all, although I might just have to look for a bigger freaking vibrator after this." She mumbled the last. He didn't understand to what she was referring, so he ignored the statement. Ross sighed.
"I'm willing to risk it. I want you to give us a chance."
"I don't believe in true love and happily ever after. I'm a human. We are wired differently. There is no such thing as fated mates. That's what romance novels are for. The whole thing is pure freaking fantasy. Look around you, Ross." Becky gestured around them. "This is the real world." Ross kept his eyes firmly on her.
I don't have to look around. He paused, sucking in a breath. I'm looking at you. An intelligent, beautiful, highly sensual female. I can see what I want and what I am willing to fight to have. I am not afraid of the future.
He could hear her heart rate pick up, could see her chest heave. She chewed on her bottom lip and her eyes even glistened for a moment.
I am a patient male. I will give you the time and the space that you need, even if it kills me. I will go.
Just before he picked up his jeans, he saw a look of disappointment flash across her face before she pursed her lips and folded her arms across her chest. Ross donned his pants and pulled the tank over his head.
I want to take you out. 1 date.
She sucked in a breath, and by the way her shoulders pulled back and her body tensed, he could tell that she was about to decline.
Think about it. Don't give me an answer now. I'll call you.
He picked up his boots and made for the door, but as his hand touched the cold metal of the handle, he paused. He couldn't leave it like this. Ross turned and, moving quickly, was chest to chest with her in less than a split second. She gasped, her eyes wide. He thread his fingers through her hair and kissed her, quick and hard, ending on a soft touch of the lips. It almost killed him to pull away from such an enticing mouth, such a ripe body, from his female. But he forced himself to let her go. It was even harder to turn his back on her and to leave. Hearing her soft sigh of regret, just as he closed the door, was almost his undoing. But he forced himself to put one foot in front of the other, forced himself to leave what was his. Chapter 8. Roosh had pushed hard, making the trip to Becky's place in record time. He craned his neck looking up at her apartment. Now that he was here, a knot of nerves twisted in his gut. Maybe he should have called first. His wolf was restless, wanting him to move, to go to their female. It didn't understand the need to pause, to regroup. This was a human female. She wouldn't fully understand his ways. He gave himself a mental shake. His human would be really happy to see him, would most likely welcome him to her bed. His dick twitched at the thought of being inside her tight confines again, of pumping into her sweet pussy. His wolf whined. By the way the passing human female looked at him, it was safe to say that he had whined out loud as well. She quickened her pace while glancing back at him as she made her way down the sidewalk. He looked back up at Becky's apartment. Once they had made love, he would be sure she was totally sated. They could spend time together and get to know one another more. There were so many things he wished to know.
Are you just going to look up at her apartment all day? Sawyer asked. Roosh shook his head. Not a fucking chance.
It was the final push that he needed to start walking. He ignored the elevator, taking the stairs 4 at a time and reaching her floor in no time. As he approached her apartment, his hackles rose. He could feel his fur bristle and realize that he had started to shift.
I take it that you can send what I'm sending?
Sawyer asked. Roosh could hear the snuffling noises Sawyer was making. The shifter's face was raised. His eyes glowed softly.
Yeah, Roosh growled. Fucking bloodsuckers. What the hell were they doing here?
He could tell that the scent was left at least 7 or 8 hours ago.
Maybe Tanya came to visit?
Sawyer said, his eyes returning to normal.
That must be it.
He could scent various human female scents. One of them could be from the Vampire Queen. It was logical that she would have some of the Vampire Guard accompany her. Although his features pulled back to normal, his hackles stayed up. Roosh strode to her door and knocked.
You stay out here.
He turned to Sawyer. The other wolf's eyes narrowed, but he nodded once.
I'm not standing here all day, though. Just give me some time with her, please.
He needed to find out what the hell was going on. The twisting in his gut turned to painful slicing. Something didn't sit right about this whole thing.
Fine.
Sawyer sighed.
Fuck her and then let me in.
Roosh gripped Sawyer by the throat and shoved him up against the wall.
You don't get to speak about my female that way.
Sawyer's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped as he struggled for air. Roosh had to force himself to release the other wolf, growling as he did. Sawyer coughed a few times, holding his hands to his throat.
Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it.
Roosh nodded once, then looked back at the door. There was no movement from inside. He knocked again, using more force this time, yet trying hard not to put his fist through the wood. All right, he heard her sweet voice. I'm freaking coming already. It's Saturday morning, for God's sake, she mumbled under her breath as she approached the door. Oh, fuck, Sawyer whispered as the door opened. Her scent hit him deep in the snout, as it would have done to Sawyer as well. Roosh snarled. Becky's eyes widened, and she sprang back, gasping loudly. "Stay." He glanced at Sawyer before he moved through the door and closed it behind him. "You scared the living shit out of me." Becky put a hand to her heaving chest. Her heart raced so hard that he was sure it might jump right out of her chest. She wore a cute cotton nightie. It had a pink ribbon on the collar and a bunny on the front. Her feet were in hot pink fluffy slippers, and her hair was mussed. There was a crease on her left cheek. He took in another noseful of her scent, trying hard to rein in his emotions. Roosh was sure she wasn't wearing panties. The cloying scent of vampire accosted him. His nostrils flared as he inhaled deeply, unable to stop himself. Somewhere, far in the distance, almost gone, was his own scent. Roosh tried hard to focus on that. "Come in," Becky said while walking in the direction of her living room. "I guess we have some things to discuss."
"You fucked a vampire,"
Roosh blurted. Becky turned back, her lip between her teeth. She took a deep breath. "It wasn't planned or anything."
"You knew I was coming back."
He tried to keep his breathing even, to keep the growl from his voice. She shook her head. "Ward told me that you weren't going to come anymore. He said that you would go and find your mate. I thought—" Roosh nodded.
"That is correct. And here I am."
She held up her hands. "Wait a minute. You think that I'm your mate, that is?" Although Ward had told him to take it slow, not to scare her away, things had changed.
"Yes, Becky, you are my mate, and here I am."
His eyes dropped to her thighs as vampire scent drifted to him. "Oh, God. How the hell did this happen?" She ran a hand through her hair. "Okay. Well, as you can see, smell, whatever. I fucked a vampire last night, so I'm not your girl. Just for the record, I don't normally go around falling into bed with guys. I'm sorry if I hurt you." She let out a shaky sigh. "Go, Roosh. Go and find the right woman. Someone who will make you happy. Someone who will love you forever. Look after you."
"Stop."
He couldn't help but growl the word. The thought of any other female was unacceptable to him.
"I have no claim over you. You were very clear about where we stood with one another. I hate that you rutted that mail, but I do not blame you for doing it. I need to know."
He clenched his jaw for a few beats, putting a firm leash on his wolf. He had to be fully prepared for the worst.
"Do you plan on taking that bloodsucker as your mate?"
She rolled her eyes. "No way." A look crossed her face, and her scent changed subtly. Fuck. His female may deny it, but she had feelings for his vampire.
"I am a grown male. I can take it. I need to know, Becky. You must be honest with me. Do you plan on mating him?"
"No way." She folded her arms. "He is insistent that he is my mate. Ross is nuts, if you ask me. Come to think of it, you are both freaking nuts. How can he claim to be my future mate when we don't even really know one another?" Triple clusterfuck. He squeezed his eyes shut. His heart slowed. It felt like the world slowed for a few seconds. Adrenaline coursed through his veins. He opened his eyes, taking in his female, her concerned face, the beautiful blue depths of her eyes. "Roosh, are you okay?" she asked, putting a hand on his arm. "I'm sorry. It was never my intention to hurt you. You're such a sweet guy." He pulled himself to his full height.
"I'm not a guy, or a tiger, or even a wolfie. I'm a strong male, and I'm claiming you as my mate."
Her eyes widened in shock, and she shook her head.
"I know you want me, even if you don't fully know or understand it yet. It's something we will work on. Right now I need to enforce my claim on you."
He put his forehead to hers. Becky clasped his upper arms. "But aren't you angry with me? You can't still want me."
"You are mine, Becky."
He pulled away slightly. "No, don't say that. I can't."
"Don't deny it," he growled.
She pursed her lips while still clutching his arms, her little fingers digging into him. "What do you mean by enforce your claim?" With great reluctance, he took a step back, breaking their contact.
"I will fight the vampire for you."
"No." She rushed forward, grabbing hold of him, her eyes wide with panic. "You can't. Please."
"I am a good fighter. I am sure I will win."
Roosh set his jaw.
"I'll be back to claim you."
"What, Roosh? Do you just plan to walk into their castle and fight Ross?" Her voice was shrill. He nodded. "You'll be strung up. They will tear you to pieces." She whispered the last.
"It's good to know that you care."
He kissed her softly on the forehead. He would save a real kiss for when he returned. "Don't go, please. Don't do it for me. I can't mate you anyway, so it would be for nothing, please. Come inside. I'll make you some tea." He smiled at her, wanting to ease her fear.
"The vampires might be a bunch of dicks, but they have honor. At least they used to have honor."
His mind went to Brant and what the male had done to Ward and Stephanie.
"I am sure they will allow me to fight."
His voice dropped to a growl and his teeth clenched.
"With this Ross."
A tear tracked down his female's cheek, which she quickly wiped away. "You will die, Roosh. Listen to me, please. I beg you." Another tear escaped, but she ignored it. Roosh wiped away the moisture with his thumb.
"I will be back, and you will be mine."
He turned and strode from the room. Part 3. They're Everything. Chapter 1. Ross took in his surroundings. Sentinel Point was an old miniature version of the castle. It had been refurbished with all the modern conveniences, and it sat upon a hill that had the most amazing views of the surrounding country. The mountain range to the north with its snow-tipped peaks, a thick forest to the west. He could even see the town of Sweetwater sprawled out towards the northeast. Ross sighed heavily, his mind on his female. Maybe his required time at Sentinel Point was a good thing. It would force him to give Becky some space. He had requested to talk with Zane. His king was not a fool. He would have some idea of why there was a need for the conversation. In the meantime, Ross would just have to wait patiently. He heard Griffin sigh to the left of him. The male had spread himself out on the hammock.
"At least you got to drink," the male growled. "I'm going to be starving by the time Zane allows us to go back to the coven."
He sighed again, this time more heavily than the last.
"The only problem is that I have only thoughts of drinking from that sweet human. Her scent was more delicious than any I have ever savored before. Her taste was of the sweetest honey, fresh from the comb. I want more, so much more." "You had better hope that I get Zane to allow me to mate my human, then. Maybe that will convince them to become more lenient towards vampire and human interactions. Then maybe you might get to have the human."
Griffin made a sound of affirmation.
"You drank without a problem and were in control the whole time. I have strong feelings for the human. Make no mistake, feeling her underneath me, being inside of her with her blood on my tongue, almost made me lose my senses. If I had allowed the sensations to overwhelm me, heaven forbid if she had bitten me, even with her blunt little teeth, I may have forgotten myself and she could have died."
He ran a hand through his hair.
"I will need to remain vigilant, as she will not strengthen as in the case of the royal human females. A long-term relationship will be difficult, but she is worth it."
Griffin remained silent for a time.
"I don't think I like the idea of always being on my guard, to never fully let loose."
He shook his head and the hammock swayed.
"No, it will be difficult, but I think I should try to forget the human. I would seek her out to rut her, but she told me that she is not the type who ruts without strong emotion. She was worried about becoming bonded to me. It took some convincing to allow me to ease her need."
Griffin groaned.
"She was so damned receptive, so soft and tight. I wonder if all human females are like that. Oh, and," the male chuckled, "does your female have that soft strip of fur?" "I do not wish to discuss my female. I should gouge your eyes out just for having seen me rut her. If you had seen any of her tantalizing body, then you would be blind right now. I was only performing my duty. I did not wish for anything to happen to the human. I take my duties seriously."
Ross shifted in his seat.
"Yeah, and I'm sure you didn't like the idea of dying, because I would have killed you myself if anything had happened to her."
Griffin smiled.
"So you have definitely decided to mate this female?"
Ross felt himself smile back.
"Yes, I just need to convince her of that."
Griffin chuckled, crossing his legs and putting his hands behind his neck.
"I am sure you will be able to convince her in the long run. I have seen how she looks at you. It is more than just lust. She was also very jealous of that server. She said she wasn't jealous." "I know, but you didn't believe her, did you?"
Ross had to agree.
"You are right. I am not saying it will be easy. She is a strong-willed female, but I am sure that her feelings for you will override her fears eventually."
Griffin paused and looked pensive.
"Unless—"
He let the sentence die. Ross sat up, putting his arms on his thighs as he leaned towards the other male.
"Unless what? Forget I said anything."
The male closed his eyes. Not a fuck. Ross was beside the hammock in a split second. He tipped the male and watched as he sprawled on the hard ground.
"What the fuck was that for?"
Griffin rose to his feet. His eyes had darkened, and his jaw was tense.
"Unless what?"
He took a step towards Griffin.
"Unless she really has feelings for that wolf."
Ross growled, but only because Griffin was right. It had been clear that Becky had feelings for the wolf. How deep those feelings ran, that was the question.
"From the sounds of things, they were highly compatible."
Ross clenched his fists to stop himself from hitting Griffin. The male didn't deserve to become an outlet for his anger. Unfortunately, he was also right again. Griffin must have caught something in his eyes because he quickly added,
"I doubt that the beast managed to make her scream the way you did. I will do whatever it takes to win my female,"
he bit out through clenched teeth.
"Anything."
Determination rose up in him. A vampire fell in next to him, and then another, and another. The first one glanced his way.
"I think you might be lost,"
the male said while narrowing his eyes. Roosh shook his head.
"Nope. I have business at the castle."
He stopped walking and concentrated on keeping his breathing even, and his body relaxed. The same male looked him up and down.
"You don't look like the alpha."
His nostrils flared.
"You don't smell like the alpha. What business could a lowly wolf possibly have here?"
Roosh shook his head.
"I may not be the alpha, but I definitely have business that needs tending to." "Take him the fuck out,"
a voice from behind him snarled.
"That beast has no right to be in our territory."
"Why are you here?" It was the same male who had originally addressed him.
"It is important that I meet with one of your males. There is something we need to discuss. He will want to see me."
He forced himself to stay still instead of immediately trying to go and find the male who was attempting to claim what was his. Becky. His sweet female. She was afraid of being bound to one male. While she seemed to have some feelings for this vampire, there was no doubt in his mind who she belonged with.
"Speak up, Wolf. It is between him and me."
Although he tried hard, he couldn't keep the growl from his voice. Roosh staggered forward as someone shoved him hard from behind. By some miracle he managed to retain his footing, having to fight to keep himself from shifting, to keep his canines and claws from extending, even from snarling at the male who dared lay his hands on him. It wouldn't take much provocation, and these bloodsuckers would be on him.
"Stop."
The same male who questioned him looked over his shoulder, his eyes moving from left to right.
"It has taken guts for this wolf to just walk into vampire territory, straight up to the castle at that."
He smiled.
"There must be a good reason why he is here, and I, for one, want to know what that is."
"He obviously wants to die," someone muttered from behind him. He was sure it was the male who had shoved him. Someone else snorted in agreement.
"My name is York,"
the vampire next to him said.
"Talk quickly. I am here to see Ross about a female. He will understand and will want to talk with me." "A female?"
The male who had introduced himself as York looked confused.
"He has not been granted permission to enter our territory,"
the same male from earlier continued, stepping up and invading Roosh's space.
"An example needs to be made." "Back up, Titan,"
York warned, putting himself chest to chest with the other male.
"The kings will want to know of this. It could be important."
Titan took a small step back, his eyes narrowed as they landed on Roosh. York pulled a cell phone from his back pocket and dialed.
"Sorry to bother you, my lord. There is something you need to see. We're outside the main front doors. It's a wolf, sire."
There was a pause and what sounded like a low growl on the other end of the line.
"Understood,"
York said, before putting the device back in his pocket.
"No one touches the wolf by order of the king."
York raised his voice as he spoke. He widened his stance, folding his hands in front of him.
"Now please tell me, who is this female of whom you speak?"
Roosh shook his head.
"Like I said, it is between Ross and me."
York sighed. His lips twitched.
"I would suggest that you get ready to talk. My king will want to know the details."
Sure enough, as if on cue, the bastard king, Brant, strode between the large and intricately carved double doors of the stone castle, flanked by a guard on each side. Not that he would expect anything less. The kings, especially this one, were the biggest pussies alive. He doubted they were capable of wiping their own asses.
"Why is there a wolf outside my castle?"
Brant's eyes were on Roosh, but he addressed York.
"He wants a meeting with Ross to discuss some female."
The king's brow creased.
"Who is this female?"
he asked, turning to face York, who shrugged.
No idea, my lord. He refuses to disclose who she is or his real business here. What the fuck is going on?
There came a low growl from the perimeter of the growing crowd of males that surrounded them.
Ah, Zane, so nice of you to join us. It concerns one of your elite guards, Ross.
The crowd parted, and the other vampire king strode forward. His eyes were darker than sin. His nostrils flared.
What does a wolf want with one of my coven?
Why did they insist on treating him like he wasn't even there, like he wasn't capable of speech?
He says it's about some female, Brent said. I suggest you call your guard. Let them meet so that we can get this over with.
Zane shook his head.
Ross is not available. I've assigned him and Griffin to a special duty. They will not be back for a day or two. What special duty?
Brent's frown deepened.
It's not important. Fuck that.
Brent moved towards Zane, his eyes narrowing on the male. Roosh noticed how his fists clenched at his sides.
Our covens are one. We both rule. I have a right to know.
Zane smiled. Roosh had faced many males in battle, yet the look on the king's face made his blood run cold. Maybe not such pussies after all, even though they did still need their asses wiped for them.
Fine. I will have him come back,
Zane said. The vampire king pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed.
Get your ass back to the castle. Griffin can stay there. But you said...
A male objected on the other end.
I know what I said. Plans change. Get here now.
He ended the call.
Everybody fuck off,
Zane growled, looking around him. The males started to move away immediately. There was not a grumble or a protest heard. They simply moved away.
York and Gideon, I want you both to stay,
Zane added.
What is this all about? Where is Ross? Does this have something to do with what Ross called about the other night? Has there been another sighting?
Zane shook his head.
You will know soon enough. Try not to lose your temper.
Brent folded his arms across his chest.
Tell me now.
Zane shook his head. He also folded his arms across his chest. Both males glared at one another.
I think the lack of sex has shortened your fuse.
Brandt's face actually turned red.
I will take you the fuck out. You could try.
Zane's whole stance softened. He let his hands drop to his sides.
I am working on our female. I can sense that, Brent growled. I understood why you are angry, but try to see it from my side. I would understand if the tables were turned.
Brant snorted and shook his head.
Like fuck you would have. It would have been difficult, but I really would have understood.
Zane took in a deep breath. He cleared his throat.
She is really close to forgiving you. Remember that when Ross arrives. Don't fuck it up.
Zane paused, shoving his hands into his pockets.
Do not let your temper get the better of you. Show her that you are capable of being fair and open-minded. Know that our female misses you.
He dropped his voice, despite the fact that all the males surrounding them could hear, and Zane would be well aware of that.
She wants it to be the three of us again.
He paused, looking like he wanted to say more but didn't. Brant sighed.
I miss her too. I guess I miss...
His voice became barely audible.
Us.
Zane held up his hands.
I've told you 100 times that I'm not touching your cock. Fuck you,
Brant snarled, but Roosh noticed that the male was smiling.
The only time my hands will go on your dick is when I rip it off to make you eat it.
Zane chuckled. It was a terrifying sight.
Keep our human in mind when Ross gets here. Take deep breaths. Just tell me what the hell is going on.
Brant raged. There was a loud revving of an engine, and an SUV traveling at breakneck speed pulled up to the castle. Dirt and clumps of grass sprayed as it came to a screeching halt. 2 males exited the vehicle. Considering how fast the vehicle had arrived, it was weird how long the males took to exit the SUV. When they finally did, they made their way over in slow, deliberate steps. Not a fuck. It couldn't be. Brant growled low and deep. Just as with Roosh, the Vampire King would be able to scent Becky on this male's skin. Sweet honeysuckle. His female. His first instinct should have been to launch himself at the male. If it came to it, to kill him in order to claim his female. The problem was that this was the male who had saved his life during the fight between the 2 species. He recognized his face. It had been chaos, so Roosh had not been able to lock onto the male's scent, but he would never forget his face. There was no doubt in his mind. This complicated things. He owed his life to this male in front of him, which meant that while he would still fight him, he couldn't kill the vampire. It put him on the back foot, especially since the other male had no such obligations and could kill him.
"You," Ross growled. "You are the one she rutted. I could scent a wolf on her, but didn't realize it was— What is the meaning of this?"
Brent demanded. His whole body was tense. His nostrils flared as he continued to suck in air. Ross grit his teeth. His jaw ticked.
"You rutted a human?"
A vicious snarl erupted from the king, whose face contorted in rage.
"It is not permitted." "Remember what I said," Zane said as he faced the other king. "Just for the record,
Brent punched Ross square in the jaw. Although the male took up a fighting stance, he never hit back. Brent hit him again, and Ross was forced to take a step back.
"A human?"
Brent snarled, punching him again. This time Ross was knocked onto his knees. The male kept his head bowed for a few beats before standing back up. It was such an unfair clash, since it was clear that Ross had decided not to fight back. Roosh admired the vampire's bravery. He could have rolled himself up into a ball and begged, but had evidently decided to take it.
"I gave him permission," Zane said for a second time. "Brant!"
he shouted, but the king either didn't hear what he said or chose to ignore it. King Brant looked enraged. His teeth were set in a grimace. His neck muscles were corded. Surely he had hit the male enough. His point had been made. When Brant punched the male again, Roosh's hackles rose. Red-hot rage boiled inside of him. All he had wanted was to see the vampire's life-blood drain from his body. He wanted nothing more than to feel bone crack, to see the male suffer. Yet, this wasn't right. The king was clearly dominant over him. Brant would be the victor no matter the circumstances. The only chance for Ross was to remain submissive until, hopefully, the king punched away his anger. But Brant clearly had no such honor. Ross's head snapped back on the next punch. Roosh heard something crack. By now the male's face was a bloody mess. Zane stepped up to Brant.
"Stop,"
he snarled. Roosh could see that the male didn't plan on letting up any time soon.
"This isn't right,"
Roosh growled, putting himself in front of Ross.
"Move, wolf."
Brant had death in his eyes.
"No."
Roosh's voice came out in a deep rumble. He had to work hard to keep a rein on his wolf. If the beast broke free, he would turn into a deadly killing machine, potentially capable of slaughtering a dominant male, even such as the one in front of him. Roosh had never fully tested his beast, so was unsure of its full capabilities. One thing he knew for sure: if he somehow seriously harmed the Vampire King, he would cause untold shit for his kind.
"One last chance."
Brant swung as he spoke, showing himself for the dickhead he was. Roosh deflected the punch, itching to hit back.
"Stop!"
Roosh shouted.
"Hear him out."
Brant swung again. Even though Roosh tried to avoid the blow, it still caught him high on the jaw. The male could hit. His ear immediately started ringing, and the area of impact flared with pain. He didn't allow it to detract from his focus. When Brant swung again, he ducked. Unfortunately, the male took the opportunity to knee him in the face. The unexpected force from the collision had him reeling, and he fell to one knee, feeling dazed. He so longed to let his wolf loose on this son of a bitch, but he somehow managed to hold back. A sound of confusion escaped him when the vampire male, Ross, moved in front of him, putting himself back in the line of fire as he pleaded, "Please, my lord." Brant pulled back, his first intent on thrashing the male again, but Zane finally stepped in and grabbed his arm.
"I gave you plenty of opportunity to find control."
Brant tried to pull his arm free.
"Let go," he bit out. "This male needs to be taught a lesson. Stop for just a second and listen to me."
Zane sounded calm, yet deadly at the same time. This was a male Roosh would think twice about facing. Brant let out a deep breath.
"Talk quick, and then either you deliver the punishment or I will. This type of behavior will be the downfall of our coven. I gave Ross permission to seek out the human."
Brant cursed. A whole string of expletives, many of them new to Roosh.
"Are you finished?"
Zane asked. Brant laughed. The sound, cold and empty.
"This just means that you can go on the pole next to Ross. 10 cuts for giving him permission. Another 10 for doing so behind my back. What the fuck were you thinking?" "Let's have this conversation in private."
Zane clenched his jaw. Brant was breathing hard. His chest heaved from the exertion. The male looked seriously pissed. For a second, Roosh was sure he would launch himself at Ross. Finally, some of the tension drained from him.
Fine.
He turned to York and the other male.
Take these two to the dungeon. Is that really necessary?
Zane asked.
Yes, Brandt growled. If it were up to me, you would join them.
Zane chuckled, causing Brandt to tense back up.
Thank fuck it's not up to you then,
Zane said, still smiling.
Don't push me, Zane. You're walking a fine line.
The guards walked up to them.
Do I need to restrain you?
York asked while clasping Roosh's shoulder. Roosh shook his head.
Let's go.
York gestured in the direction of the castle.
Since these two are clearly rutting the same female and love each other so much,
Brandt looked Roosh and then Ross in the eye.
You can put them in the same cell.
Brandt glanced at York as he gave the command. His mouth was set in a grim line. As they turned and walked towards the castle, Roosh heard Zane speaking to Brandt.
Let's go and talk about this. It'll give you a chance to calm down. Then I would suggest that you act in a fair manner. This is fucking unacceptable. Fair would mean 50 lashes with silver-infused leather. It could kill Ross. I don't give a damn,
Brandt snarled.
He had my permission, Zane growled. I won't allow you to lash him. This is your fucking fault. You do realize that we need to contact the Alpha.
The great castle doors closed behind him, drowning out the rest of the conversation. Roosh squeezed his eyes shut for a second or two. Ward was going to be pissed. They were trying to keep their interactions with human females a secret. Judging by how they had treated one of their own, the Vampire Kings would not approve. This could cause major shit. Chapter 2. Becky parked alongside the castle. Tall stone walls loomed. The 4 towers were not all visible from this angle. This included the North Tower. There was a light tap on her window. A large, hulking vampire leaned down, staring at her through the glass.
Please step out of the vehicle.
She held up a hand. He could freaking wait. It was dangerous to phone and drive, so Becky had waited until she got there to call Tanya. She had seen numerous accidents caused by cell phone use while operating a moving vehicle. Becky quickly dialed her best friend. "Tell me all about it, slut," Tanya said. "I am all alone right now and all ears." "I'm outside." "What?" Tanya's voice turned high-pitched. "I'm outside your vampire freaking castle. Please get your pampered ass down here." "Oh, shit." She looked around her. "What's wrong?" "There are about 5 vampire beefcakes now surrounding my car, and I arrived not 1 minute ago." Becky tried hard to keep her voice even. Becky could hear that her friend was already moving, since the phone sounded like it was being jostled and her breathing picked up. "I'm on my way. Tell them that you are my guest. Give me a few minutes." She disconnected the call.
"Female?"
It was the same vampire who addressed her earlier.
"Please get out of the vehicle."
"I recognize her," one of the others spoke. "This is the Queen's friend." He frowned. "She does not have permission to be here." He glanced at the male who had knocked on her window. "Do you know anything about this?"
"No, but I did just overhear her conversation with the Queen, who is on her way as we speak."
He looked at Becky.
"I will escort you to the entrance hall."
Becky stepped out of the vehicle. The closest male's nostrils flared.
"You rutted a vampire."
His eyes narrowed.
"And a wolf."
He added the last while grimacing. The remaining males closed the distance to her in quick, lithe strides. All of them made sniffing noises. One of the males actually bent down, taking a deep inhalation. "Excuse me." She tried to keep her voice even. "Stop that, please," she added when the same male leaned a little too close to her private parts for a second deep sniff. The male growled.
"The vampire had her recently. They rutted more than once, and she enjoyed it greatly."
His eyes heated while landing on her breasts. "It's none of your business." Becky spoke with authority that she didn't feel. "Tanya, your queen, is waiting to see me." That seemed to bring them back. The males moved out of her personal space.
"Did you get permission to rot with non-humans?"
the male to her left asked, a grin on his face.
"Are we permitted to rot you, human? I would be very interested in—"
"Stop." She held up a hand. "No freaking way. Not happening." She reminded herself that these males were still primal. They still acted mostly on instinct. "Your kings would have your balls if you laid even a pinky finger on me." He pulled a face, looking irritated, even shook his head while sighing.
"Pity. I will have to seek permission."
Then he shrugged and started walking towards the castle. She had to take quick, long strides to keep up. The others followed. Becky let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding.
"Next time," another male said as he fell in beside her, "contact our queen before you come through to the castle. It would be safer that way."
"It's not like you guys would have hurt me." The male kept his eyes straight ahead and didn't say anything. "Would you?" she added, sounding a little afraid.
"It is our duty to keep the castle safe, and with the queen being pregnant, we are on high alert."
He glanced her way, his jaw set.
"Your scent is alluring, and you recently rutted a vampire male and a wolf. It could be misinterpreted."
"I understand, I think." Becky took a deep breath, trying hard to fight the panic growing inside her. "You wouldn't know anything about a wolf, would you?" His eyes narrowed as they flashed her way.
"What do you know about the wolf?"
"The wolf? So he is here?" The big male nodded once.
"Yes."
She bit down on her lip. "Please tell me he's okay and that he didn't do anything foolish." There was a part of her that was concerned for Ross as well, yet she didn't really believe that Roosh would be able to hurt the vampire. Not on his own territory. She doubted the vampires would allow it. No, Roosh was who she feared for in this moment. The big male shrugged.
"I don't know what happened. We were sent away. The wolf was demanding to speak with one of us."
It seemed like he wanted to add something, but he stopped, thinking better of it. "Ross," she whispered under her breath.
"Yes? What do you know of it?"
His voice deepened. "What happened?" She tried not to sound too desperate. The male shrugged.
"Zane sent us away when he called for Ross. There is more than you are not telling me. Is Ross the vampire you rutted?"
He grinned, telling her that he knew the answer already. He looked up the stairs to the large double doors. "Becky," her friend said from the castle entrance. Becky raced up the stairs and flew into Tanya's arms, feeling the soft curve of her pregnant belly. "You're showing." Tanya beamed, rubbing a hand over her slightly distended stomach. "I haven't felt the baby kick yet, though. It shouldn't be long now." Her friend smiled. "I hope not. I've never been the most patient person." "Tell me about it." Becky rolled her eyes at Tanya. Her friend took her hands. "Now, I'm really happy to see you, but what are you doing here? I get the feeling that this is more than a friendly visit with your BFF." Becky chewed on her lip. "Let's go inside." Tanya pulled her through the grandiose double doors that led into the castle. Becky gasped as she entered the entrance hall. "I know." Tanya shook her head. "Brand has spent a lot of time redecorating what he used to refer to as this shithole. We're supposed to be building a neutral castle, since this is technically Zane's, but so far all that has happened is this." Becky looked around at the opulent space, rich fabrics, plush woolen carpets, gleaming wooden floors, and crystal chandeliers. She forced herself to shut her mouth. It had been livable before, but now it was just plain extravagant. "What's going on?" Tanya squeezed her hand. "I can sense that you recently had sex." Becky rolled her eyes. "Not you too." Tanya laughed. "I am a little bit vampire after mating Branton Zane, so yeah, I can sense that you had sex not so long ago. Based on our conversation, I'm sure it was with Ross, but my sense of smell is not strong enough to be able to tell. Based on how clueless you are sounding at this moment, I'm going to assume that you don't know anything about Roosh being on vampire territory." Tanya's eyes widened. "The wolf is here?" Becky nodded. "He said he was coming to fight Ross for me. He is apparently claiming me." She had to fight not to roll her eyes. So freaking stupid. Fear coursed through her, and she hugged her arms around herself. She would never forgive herself if anything happened to him. "I thought he was going to find a mate, that he had moved on. Why the change of heart?" "Look, it's not like we had a major conversation about it. The short version," Becky paused, "he has decided that I'm going to be his mate." She shook her head, reminded of how distraught Roosh had looked. He could sense that I had just fucked Ross. I hadn't even taken a shower yet. God, Ton, he was so sweet about it. He told me it wasn't my fault, that I wasn't bound to him, that I hadn't made any promises. He essentially said that my jumping straight into the sack with another male was perfectly okay. My slutty behavior might just cost him his life. "Okay. You need to know that non-humans view sex differently." "Oh, no," Tanya added when Becky felt her lip quiver. Her friend held up a hand. "Don't cry just yet. Let me call Zane and find out what the hell is going on." Tanya put her phone to her ear, clasping a hand around Becky's waist. "Yes, I know you're in the middle of something. That something wouldn't happen to be a wolf at the castle, would it?" She paused, listening. "Becky is here. What is going on, please?" Tanya tapped her foot. Another long silence. Why did you have to send them there? A pause. Seriously? She all out laughed. A vampire and a wolf protecting one another? I never would have believed it possible. Tanya turned serious. Becky wants to see them. Her friend's face turned a lighter shade of red, and her eyes flashed with anger. She has every freaking right. She listened for a few seconds. I don't give a flying fuck what Brant says. Tell me this. She smiled deviously. What do you think, Zane? The smile turned downright wicked. That's what I thought. So you think she can see them and Brant says she can't. That means it becomes my vote and I say yes. The end. Goodbye. Do I even want to know? Becky asked as Tanya tucked away her phone. Your boys are in the dungeon. What? Why the hell was she so surprised? Those asshole kings were ruthless sons of bitches. Thrown in a cell together. Tanya slid a fingertip into her mouth, her teeth closed over a manicured nail. Please tell me that you're joking. Becky's body temperature felt like it had dropped a few degrees. They can't be in a cell together. Tanya smiled. I'm not joking. They apparently defended each other against Brand, so I'm sure they won't be killing each other just yet. Tanya shook her head. And to think, I was close to forgiving Brand for being such a dick about Stephen Ward. How can someone be so loving, tender, funny, downright wonderful to me, but such a colossal dick to everyone else around him? She sighed. I love him so freaking much. He and Zane were getting along so well. She moaned. The sex was off the charts. 3 is way more fun. I don't know. I loved being with non-humans, but surely 3 is a crowd? Tanya winked. You only say that because you've never had a guy go down on you while being fucked by another. Becky gasped. They do that? I can't imagine them doing that. Is it even possible? Tanya widened her eyes, which gleamed mischievously. Oh, yes. There are some things one guy could never get right. It's such a pity you went and found yourself 2 males on opposite sides of enemy lines. Look, she held up her hands. I don't want one freaking guy, let alone 2 of them. Why are you here, then? Tanya put her hands on her hips. If you don't care about either of them, then why did you bother making the trip? Becky shrugged. I don't care. The words came out far too softly. She cleared her throat. I don't want to be racked with guilt if one of them is hurt by the other, though. That's all this is. It's not like I want either of them. Tanya laughed. Bullshit. It's not. I mean it. Okay, then. I'll have one of the guys escort you back to your car. They are fine, so you don't have to worry. You can go. That's rude. I drove all this way, she blurted, hating the idea of leaving just yet. I don't know why I bothered fighting so hard to get you in to see them, Tanya huffed, since you don't give a damn anyway. Stop it. I do want to see them, and you know it. I'm not leaving, but that doesn't mean I automatically want a relationship with either of them. Are we clear? Tanya blew her a kiss. Whatever you say, darling. Becky could see that her friend didn't believe her. Just be careful that they don't start fighting when you show up. Tanya raised her eyebrows. Do you really think they would, even after standing up for one another? Non-human males are highly dominant alpha types. If both of them have decided that they want you, they could come to blows. I don't think this is a casual rutting for either of them. Certainly not for the wolf if he has come here to stake his claim. Becky felt herself frown. I still don't understand how they can still want me and even be willing to fight for me. Although I didn't outright cheat on either of them, it's still not considered, I don't know, right for me to have slept with both of them in such a short space of time. Tanya smiled. I told you that they are not like humans. You are thinking in human terms. These vampires fuck like bunnies. Your eyes would honestly pop right out of your skull. They consider sex to be a function, like eating or breathing. They have sex with whomever they want whenever they want. Her eyes hardened up. It's different for mated couples, of course. She took a deep breath. Anyway, even sex between 3 or more parties is fine and happens. Her eyes lit up. The best thing about the non-human guys is that they seem to be wired to want to please us females, so pairings of 2 males to 1 female is more common than the other way around. She shrugged. I don't know much about the wolves, but I'm sure it must be the same, or at least similar with them. I only ever saw male-female couples. Roosh mentioned that due to a lack of sufficient females, they are often forced to share, but it didn't sound like something they would choose to do. It doesn't matter. I told you that I don't even want 1, let alone 2. She sighed. No freaking way. Just because your marriage didn't work out and your rebound thing you had with, what was his name? Jack. Becky said. Yeah, him. That was doomed from the start. Even your marriage was freaking doomed. I don't really feel like talking about this right now. Tanya laughed. Why? Feeling a little desperate for some wolf and vampire loving? Maybe all at the same time. You don't want to face facts because then you might find that a relationship with one or both of them is actually possible. No way, Becky laughed, feeling a little faint, but only because the thought of both males touching her made her heart skip several beats. Not a chance, she added with a little more venom when those images wouldn't go away. Your marriage was pretty much arranged. You never loved Carter. Tanya shook her head, her brown eyes locked with hers. I did love him. She felt herself frown. At least in the beginning. It was all downhill from there. It was the same with Jack and the boyfriends I had prior to that. I fall in and out of love too easily. That's why Carter and I didn't work out. I did love him, though. I would never have married him otherwise. Then you have no idea what love is, because that, my friend, she took a deep breath, that wasn't love. She said it softly. Please don't get mad, but all that your marriage to Carter was you trying to please Mommy and Daddy. Becky gasped. I did try hard to please them, but I wouldn't go so far as to marry someone just because they wanted me to. Who introduced the two of you? Tanya raised her eyebrows. Mommy introduced him after a game of tennis, but I really liked him right from the start. Give it some thought, Bex. The subtle hints. They pushed you two together. Her parents had never approved of anyone she brought home. Carter had been the first. They had invited him over. Had even invited him on their skiing trip. After a while, they started hinting at marriage. There was no way she would have committed herself to someone just to please her parents, though. I'll take you to the dungeon, Tanya said. Her friend wrapped an arm around her shoulder. You know that I'm here if you ever need to talk. Thanks, Ton. I appreciate that. Give those boys a chance. You never know. Maybe one of them is the one. Tanya laughed. Hell, maybe both of them are just what you need. You keep saying that one guy for the rest of your life is not enough. This could be the perfect solution. Becky felt her jaw drop. When she looked Tanya's way, although her eyes were glinting mischievously, she was completely serious. By the way, Tanya smiled, looking like a naughty schoolgirl. How was the sex last night? She didn't wait for Tanya's response. Must have been off the charts. Becky could only smile back. She knew it would be a goofy grin, but couldn't help it. You are most welcome. Tanya winked at her. Sorry, babe, but I'm sure you weren't there, so I don't see how you can take any credit. Her friend giggled. You know that conversation we had where I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10 how Ross rated, and you told me a 9? Yeah, Becky said, sounding as confused as she felt. Ross could hear everything I was saying. Not getting full marks would have freaking killed him. Tanya did a little skippy dance. I'm sure he worked overtime to bring up his terrible mark. Becky felt her jaw drop. You are evil. You are welcome. She winked again. Now let's get you into that dungeon before Brant thinks of a way to keep you out. Chapter 3. Roosh leaned back against the wall. The vampire sat slumped next to him. If they were any closer, their shoulders would be touching. The male was big, almost as big as he was. Just as with Roosh, he was taller and more muscled than most of his kind. The male's face was crusted with dry blood, his injuries long since healed. Roosh could see how the skin on his own face pulled. His nose still throbbed a little. It wouldn't be long before it was healed. Unfortunately, his nose had been broken. Bones always took a bit longer to mend than a regular flesh wound. After the long walk from where Sawyer had dropped him, not to mention the fight, the only thing he could think of right now was a hot shower. His muscles ached, and he felt dirty down here in the damp dungeon. The walls were peeling, and there were green patches from the moisture that seeped in. Roosh sighed. This hadn't turned out the way he had planned.
Why did you come?
The vampire asked, turning slightly to face him. He pulled a hand through his hair, and the chains shackled to his wrists rattled softly.
I'm sure you can guess,
Roosh answered, testing the strength of his own silver-reinforced chains. They were attached by large rings on the walls behind them. Although they could stand and move their arms comfortably, they were stuck here in the rear of their cell.
I am Ross,
Roosh cursed. If they introduced themselves, it would feel too much like they were friends. At the very least, like they had agreed on some sort of truce. The male next to him shook slightly as he chuckled.
That's a strange name. A bit of a mouthful.
Against his will, Roosh found himself chuckling along with the vampire. Ross, so this was the male who had caught the attention of his female.
"My name is Roosh," he finally said. "Your king is a dickhead. I don't know how you put up with him."
Ross growled between clenched teeth.
"I answer to Zane, and, unfortunately, have to put up with that cunt, Brent."
The male took a deep breath.
"Thank you for standing up to him like that."
After a short pause,
"Next time it would be better to stay out of it. You could get yourself killed. Besides, it would take a lot more than that to take me out."
Roosh laughed. When he finally had enough control, he said,
"You do realize that I came here to publicly claim the human, don't you? To fight you to the death if necessary?"
The vampire nodded.
"I figured. In truth, it is I who owe you a thank you. You saved my life that day."
Ross shrugged.
"The male who tried to kill you acted without honor. The whole fight should never have happened in the first place. Think nothing of it."
Only Roosh couldn't help but think on it. This male had saved him. Roosh had been helpless to defend himself. In that moment, it was as if everything had slowed. His throat was already a bleeding mess. He'd watched as the sword made its deadly arc towards him, ready to strike a blow that would surely have decapitated him if it had landed. This male, Ross, had punched the male wielding the blade and had saved his life. His eyes had locked with Ross's for a split second. His was a face he would never forget. The features of the male who had saved him were embedded in his memory. He stared at those features now, dark eyes, strong jaw.
"The fact remains," Roosh spoke softly. "You didn't have to step in, especially considering I was your enemy."
Ross's eyes darkened.
"Our species have our ups and downs, but I would not refer to you as my enemy. You were standing beside your leader, helping the male defend his pregnant female."
The vampire threw him a feral grin.
"I was tempted to change sides. Brent can be a fucking lunatic. You should not have put yourself into his line of fire, though. He could kill you without remorse."
It was Roosh's turn to shrug.
"He should never have gone at you like that. You had permission to—"
He let the sentence hang, taking in a deep breath.
His anger did not seem to come completely unfounded. "It sounds as if human contact is forbidden amongst your kind. To repeatedly hit you when you are not permitted to fight back, though."
He shook his head. Ross narrowed his eyes, his shoulders tense.
"What are your interactions with the human?"
Roosh felt his own jaw lock. It took him a few long seconds to regain control.
"I intend to claim her and make her my mate. Becky is mine."
Ross's eyes darkened to an inky black. His jaw ticked. A growl emanated from deep in his throat. On instinct, Roosh growled back, low and deep. He had to work to keep his lip from curling back to reveal his canines.
"That puts us in a little bit of a predicament, because I see Becky as my mate. I see the female as mine."
The vampire's voice dropped several octaves.
"How are we going to resolve this?"
Roosh didn't try to stop the growl this time, or the curl of his lip. Ross flashed him his own sharp fangs as he smiled. There was no humor evident within that smile.
"It would be easy to solve. Back the fuck down. Allow me to pursue the female. I have no doubt that in time I could convince her to become my mate." "Never," Roosh snarled. "You back down, bloodsucker."
Roosh's fists curled tighter. If the vampire came at him, he would be ready.
"I will never give her up."
The male laughed. He leaned onto his thighs, his head bowed, making himself vulnerable to attack. Vampires were so damned arrogant. Then again, maybe the male instinctively knew that Roosh would not attack, that he still felt that he owed him. Instead of taking the opportunity, Roosh felt himself relax. He realized that he couldn't fight the male unless Ross came at him first. This situation was so fucked up.
"What's so funny? I don't see the humor."
The male next to him laughed harder. Tears rolled down his cheeks, which he wiped away with the back of his hand.
"Look at us," he said through bouts of laughter. "What a bunch of pussy-whipped idiots. We've set our sights on a female who doesn't even want us."
He finally stopped laughing.
"She certainly doesn't want me. Yet I feel a need to claim her all the same."
Roosh could see the humor, and if not for the male's last statement, he certainly wouldn't have laughed. As much as he wanted to agree with the male, he just couldn't.
"She does want you," he said through clenched teeth. "I asked Becky if she planned on taking you as a mate, and although she vehemently denied wanting you, I could see that she was lying."
He took a deep breath.
"I think it is part of the reason that I decided to come here. I was jealous that she wanted you, when all I can think of is her." Becky is everything to me.
Ross cursed. He seemed to fixate on the cell bars ahead.
I wish I was a lesser male. Why the fuck do I even care?
He shook his head, turning to face Roosh. His dark eyes locked with his.
She cares about you too, Wolf. He clenched his jaw. She found you highly compatible.
He hissed, his teeth clamped together.
She spoke of you on numerous occasions.
Roosh turned to face the male.
She did.
Ross smiled.
You know what? You're not so fucking bad, Wolf. I wish I could just hate you. It would make life so much easier.
His eyes widened.
The human really likes you, unfucking fortunately. It doesn't solve any of our problems.
Roosh smiled back.
She doesn't want a mate and we both want her.
He took a deep breath.
It's a royal clusterfuck of a situation. I don't even feel like fighting you anymore.
The vampire grinned.
Tell me about it. I should want to rip your head off your shoulders.
Roosh nodded.
I should want to taste your blood, hot and thick on my tongue as I tear into your flesh. Hot and thick. I didn't realize you wolves enjoyed blood. We don't normally. However, there are times when it tastes damned good, like when we fight and when we mark our mate.
Roosh's voice turned deep just thinking about sinking his teeth into Becky.
Maybe we are not so different then. You were thinking of her just now.
Roosh nodded.
She is an amazing female, so small and soft, yet she doesn't take any shit.
Ross's eyes glazed over as he thought of Becky. The male was totally smitten. They were both so fucked it was scary.
What are we going to do? How do we resolve this?
Roosh could hear how depressed he sounded. This wasn't how he planned for this to go down. Ross shrugged.
We aren't going to fight, and we both want Becky.
Yeah, Roosh growled.
Fuck if I know. Especially considering she wants both of us, yet is in denial about wanting either. What if we both went after her? Then she can make the choice.
Ross snorted.
She would end up choosing me. Maybe you should give up now.
Roosh barked out a laugh.
You vampires are so fucking full of it. Know that I will pull out all the stops. I have studied human females for a very long time. Their needs, their desires, how to please them. Can you say the same?
Ross's voice turned low.
I've been with many females. I know how to please them. Besides, I have fangs and know how to use them. You should have heard her scream, Wolf.
Roosh forced himself to keep from attacking the vampire. He knew that if he so much as growled, the vampire would see it as a win.
Her pussy clamped so tight around my dick when she came that I was sure she had injured me. She told me it was the best sex she has ever had, and I haven't even bitten her yet.
Roosh was sure to keep his voice even.
Wait until I clamp down on that erogenous zone on her neck, the one that will be fully stimulated by my canines. Becky will think she has died and gone to fucking heaven. She will not be able to think of another male ever again. That includes you, vampire.
Roosh only wished he felt as sure as he sounded.
She may have said it was the best sex she ever had, but that was before she had me. Things have changed, Wolf. You wish, vampire.
Roosh snarled, hoping that the male was talking shit. The idea of losing Becky had his heart beating faster, had his skin turning cold. Ross chuckled.
Just listen to us. We're both fucked, you know that, right?
Roosh had to laugh even though his heart clenched painfully.
We're in so much shit. How are we going to do this? I asked if Becky would date me. She is thinking about it. Maybe we can both date her.
Roosh growled, hating the thought of another male with his female.
I feel the same, but what choice do we have?
Roosh wanted to ask the other male to truly back down, but knew it wouldn't happen, just like he wouldn't back down himself.
Fine,
he finally said. This was the only logical way to solve their dilemma.
Now for the ground rules. I get to rut her.
Roosh smirked as Ross's eyes narrowed.
Not a fuck.
He snarled, sounding more like a wolf than a bloodsucker.
If I so much as sent you on her, I will...
He smiled sheepishly.
You're goading me.
He shook his head.
The good news is that there is more to a relationship than just sex.
Roosh frowned. Where was the bloodsucker going with this?
Therefore, rutting is not permitted, Ross said. I never fucking thought I would ever say those words.
No? Rutting? Roosh heard a slight whine in his voice. It was his wolf voicing its own opinion on the subject. After waiting so long for the right female to come along, he hated the idea of not being able to make love to her often. The thought of the other male touching Becky had his hackles rising. He had to concede, or this wouldn't be possible. Ross stretched his back.
We have decided not to fight. If I send you on her, then I will instinctively need to go after you. If you don't feel the same, then I will gladly—
Roosh snarled at the vampire, feeling his claws extend.
I will kill you if you so much as—
He had to smile.
Point taken. Neither of us gets to rut her. We will need to win her without using our cocks. There are many things that I wish to learn about Becky. This will be the perfect time to do so. Are we permitted to ease her need? I would hate for her to seek relief elsewhere.
Roosh asked.
I'll fucking kill anyone who lays even a finger on her,
Ross said, his voice calm yet deadly.
We may be up against one another in this, but I would be at your side to kill any motherfucker who had designs on our female. My female, Ross growled. My female,
Roosh growled back.
Mine,
Ross growled yet again.
We'll see.
Roosh grinned.
I say yes,
Ross said, his eyes darkening up.
Yes what? Are you conceding?
Ross grinned in response.
You're fucking funny, Wolf. I like you. You're okay for a bloodsucker. I wouldn't go so far as to say that I like you, though. You fucking like me, Wolf. I can tell.
Roosh chuckled and shook his head. He never dreamed he would see the day when he actually liked a blood-fucking sucker.
I'm not conceding. Yes, we can ease her need. But if I sent you on her, the deal is off. I will come after you.
Roosh nodded.
I feel the same. Don't underestimate me, vampire.
Ross snorted.
I saw you fight. I won't underestimate you. But know that I am also a champion fighter.
He smiled.
We can both work at trying to get her to go on a date. I don't think she will just agree.
His gaze turned feral.
But I bet I get her to agree to a date first. Keep dreaming, vampire. At some point she will end up choosing me. You need to agree to back the fuck off when that day comes, or I will hurt you.
Roosh snorted at the sheer arrogance of the male.
When she begs me to mate her, I will get her to call you and tell you to back the fuck off. I might even keep the call connected when I make her mine. You'll be able to hear each thrust, each moan. You'll hear her scream as I claim her.
Ross's eyes darkened in lust. The look was gone before Roosh could analyze it. Maybe he had been wrong. Surely the thought of him and Becky mating should anger the male, not arouse him. He shouldn't scent either emotion, but as a warrior, he would be skilled at masking such things. The vampire shook his head while smiling.
We'll see.
Roosh sat forward, his nostrils flared. His dick sprang to life as soon as he caught a noseful of his female's honeysuckle scent. A few seconds later, the male next to him also sniffed at the air. Ross closed his eyes and moaned his approval.
I love how she smells. Yeah, Roosh growled. Except she shouldn't be here. The human will be safe. She is the Queen's good friend. Tanya must know that she is here.
He turned and faced Roosh.
So we're agreed, then?
Yeah, Roosh answered.
No fighting?
Roosh nodded.
No rutting, no fighting. I will concede if she picks you.
He said the last through clenched teeth. Ross's neck muscles roped. His eyes hardened up, but he nodded in concession just as the sound of Becky's voice drifted down the passageway. Chapter 4. What the fuck had he just agreed to? He should be tearing into this male. A dead wolf couldn't stand in the way of him claiming his female. Unfortunately, he found himself genuinely liking the male, especially after he had fought so valiantly for his alpha and for Stephanie, and especially since he had risked his own life and put himself between him and that bastard Brand in an effort to save him. He had come to the castle to fight him for Becky, but instead had ended up fighting alongside him. The whole situation was nuts. There was also that nagging realization that Becky would have a problem with him killing the male. Not rutting Becky would be a colossal test of his self-control. Yet part of him felt it was for the best. Sex was something the female seemed to use as a shield. This way she wouldn't be able to hide. He wanted to find out what she was really afraid of. It had become his mission to convince her that he was the male for her. Not just for a day, a month, or a year, hell, not even for 10 years, but for always. She flinched at the word. but he would get her to believe in forever, even if it killed him. Ross would find out what her real fears were and eradicate them, all while not rutting her. Both he and Rouge leaned forward as Becky came into view. Her blonde hair bounced. It shone brightly in the dull light. The ugliness of their surroundings enhanced her beauty all the more. She gasped into her hands as she caught sight of them. "What did that pig do to you? It was Brant, wasn't it?" Her little hands clenched the bars and her mouth became a thin white line. She turned her angry stare on the male who had brought her down. "Let me in." He shook his head.
"Sorry, female. I was given orders to bring you here, but not to let you in there."
"Why the hell not?" Her hands went to her hips. "It's not like they can hurt me or anything. They're freaking shackled."
The male shrugged. "They could hurt you. You'll note that their arms are free enough to cause you damage." "I will not hurt her, Gideon," Ross said. The male's eyes flashed to him. "What about the beast?" Ross smiled. "The male came here at risk to his life, to fight me for her. He may want to do many things to the female, but I assure you that hurting her is not on the list. My queen will have my balls removed if the human is hurt." Gideon winced and grabbed his sack for a second or two. "We will not harm her." Ross decided to try a different tact. "Were you given specific instructions not to allow her into our cell?" The male shook his head. "No, but I was told to guard her with my life. She will not be harmed, of that you can be sure. Let her in, please, Gideon." "I see the female is my mate," the wolf growled. Becky made a strangled noise. Rouge glanced at Becky before looking back at the guard. "I will not harm her. I give my word. You can remove my head if even a drop of her blood is spilled." Gideon's eyes dropped to her throat, and Ross had to suppress a growl. His female had a delicious scent, a fact that would not be lost on any of the other males. The male nodded. "I trust that you wouldn't agree to allowing her in if you thought the beast would harm her." Gideon looked at Rouge as he pulled out a set of keys. "I was impressed with how you stood up to our king. I wasn't sure if it was because you are really stupid or—" Rouge growled. His lip curled away from sharp, gleaming teeth. "Easy, wolf." Gideon smiled. "I have since decided that you have honor. I respect that." The cell opened with a creak. The hinges to the doors obviously hadn't been oiled in the longest time. Becky rushed in, kneeling between them. One of her soft, warm hands curled around his jaw. He glanced in the direction of the wolf, seeing that she had done the same to the other male. "Look at you." Her eyes went from the wolf back to him. "What did that asshole do?" She removed her hand while leaning into the wolf, her focus on his bloody nose. His chest tightened, and he fought to keep from pulling her onto his lap, from wrapping his arms around her and snarling at the beast. Thankfully, she moved back to him, running her fingers over his face. "I need a first aid kit. I can't believe that fucker did this to you both." Her eyes burned with anger. "I'm going to give that son of a freaking bitch a piece of my mind." She turned her head to Gideon. "I need a first aid kit." From the sound of the groan the wolf made, Ross knew that his eyes would be fixed on her chest, which she thrust out as she turned. He glanced at the male, and sure enough, they were riveted on her heaving mammary glands. She wore a tight white t-shirt, her breasts were encased in a bra, but he could still see tiny bumps where her nipples were. His cock twitched, and he felt a groan torn from his own throat. "Oh, God, you're both in pain." She hugged them both tight. One of her glorious mounds mashed up against him. "We are fine." Rouge's voice was gravelly. The male was just as aroused as he was. Ross should be angered, but to his surprise he wasn't. "But all the blood on your faces. You must be hurt." "No." His own voice was just as husky. "We are already healed. No need to be concerned. I'm glad that you care so much, though." He beamed at her as she released them. She cleared her throat and squared her shoulders. "I was worried that you had killed each other. I would never be able to live with the guilt. It's my fault." She bit down on her lip. "Don't say that," Rouge said. "I don't like that you rutted the vampire, but it was perfectly normal behavior. I wish you were mine, but you are not. It was stupid of me to go after this male when I scented him on you. I lost my mind." The male grinned. "Now admit that you care." "No freaking way. I can see that you are both well, so I'll be going." "We discussed the situation," Ross said. "Have you given any thought to my request to take you out on a date?" Her eyes narrowed as she looked each of them in the eye, going from one to the other and back again.
I haven't had a chance to think about it, but I don't need any time. I don't think it's a good idea.
Why not?
The wolf asked. It just isn't. Her cheeks were flushed. She crossed her arms across her chest. I don't like that the two of you seem to be working together either.
Would you prefer that we beat each other? Ross asked. I could kill him, Roosh said. As fucking if, Ross responded, a smile forming.
Becky threw up her hands. This is freaky. I'm uncomfortable with the fact that the two of you seem to be friendly all of a sudden. What the hell have you been talking to each other about? Exchanging conquest stories by any chance? Ross felt himself frown. Deep grooves marred the wolf's forehead as well.
I don't know what you mean,
he said. I'm sure you do. She huffed, looking very angry. No dating. I'm glad you're both okay. I'll be leaving now.
Not so fast.
Ross gripped her hips before she could escape. He pulled her against his chest, loving the little gasp of surprise and the way her eyes widened. Deep down, he knew he shouldn't touch her like this in front of the other male, knowing it could provoke him unnecessarily, but he couldn't help himself. They had agreed not to fight, so, as long as he didn't take it too far, he should get away with a little touching. Ross covered her mouth with his. Although her whole body stiffened, her hands clasped his shoulders. Her little fingers dug into his flesh. For a second, he thought she would push him away. Instead, she groaned as his tongue breached her mouth. The wolf snarled, low and deep. His female's eyes flew open, and she ended the kiss with a sharp intake of breath.
My fucking turn,
the wolf growled, picking her up easily and pulling her onto his lap. The wolf gripped her ass tightly as his lips brushed hers. He growled in what sounded like frustration while dropping his head and latching onto a nipple instead. It didn't matter that there was material between his mouth and her flesh, because she arched her back, her eyes closed, her mouth slack with pleasure. Ross could scent her arousal, thick and tantalizingly sweet. His dick actually hardened. Instead of wanting to hurt the wolf, he found himself drawn to move in behind his female, to continue the assault there. It shocked him. He had shared many females, and had greatly enjoyed those encounters. It was definitely true that two males were more capable of giving a female greater pleasure than just one. 2 hands, 2 cocks, 2 mouths, twice the pleasure. It was also true that the greater the female's enjoyment, the greater his enjoyment. It was a win-win situation. As much as he had loved every second of every threesome he had ever had, he had never thought for even 1 second that he would be able to share his mate. Could it be that he was wrong? He had to remind himself that she was a human. That meant that she was small and fragile. He continued to watch as the wolf moved to her other breast, the outline of her swollen nipple clear beneath the damp spot the wolf's mouth had created. His dick actually hurt, watching her garner pleasure from his touch. Roosh kneaded her ass, his fingers almost brushing her sex. The male didn't hold back, using his teeth to nip at her. It was crude, a little clumsy, yet he had to admit that the wolf's ministrations seemed to have the desired effect. Becky moaned low and deep, a throaty sound that made his cock throb with need. How would it feel to take her simultaneously? The wolf at her front and him at the back. He growled both in need and in frustration. It wouldn't be possible. She was too tight to be able to take them both. What the fuck was he thinking? This was Becky, a human. She would never go for it. Besides, they had a deal. He had to ensure that he won her. This was his mate, not some quick fuck. This time when he growled, it was an irritation. The wolf's eyes flashed open. He grinned. His hands tightened on her ass and his mouth once again closed on her nipple. The hand closest to Ross moved down, disappearing under her skirt to fondle her mound. His female groaned. Not a fuck. My turn, he growled, pulling her onto his lap. Thank fuck the wolf conceded, or he would have had to break a few bones. Becky was limp in his arms. She kissed him back. His eyes went to the wolf as she slid his hand up her skirt, quickly finding the elastic of her panties. If the wolf could touch her there, then so could he. His little human was soaking wet. Her eyes flew open. No, she moaned, I don't think we should. She ended with a sharp hiss as his fingers breached her pussy. There was a moan from outside the bars. His eyes flew to Gideon. 4 was a fucking crowd.
Turn the fuck around and get your hands out of your pants.
The male's eyes narrowed, but he complied, obviously knowing what was good for him. Ross may be tied up right now, but the male would hurt eventually if he didn't listen.
Shouldn't be touching her,
the male mumbled, but didn't try to stop what was happening. Gideon knew his rank. All the while he kept pumping into her. His thumb slipped and slid over her clit in the same easy rhythm. Chapter 5. Becky knew that she shouldn't be doing this. The problem was it felt too good to tell Ross to stop. All wrapped up in his strong arms, the hard ridge of his cock dug into her ass. Ruch's heated gaze bore into her. She squeezed her eyes shut. They were taking turns touching her. Both of them. She should be freaking out, telling them to stop. Instead, her blood heated. Her need to come was becoming unbearable. It was difficult, but she managed to crack open her lids. Ruch's beautiful blue eyes glowed softly. His chest heaved. Both males were smeared with blood. Ruch's shirt was ripped. In short, they had never looked sexier. Ross picked up the pace and her eyes clamped shut once again.
"That's it,"
Ross murmured while kissing her neck. She was panting and moaning, feeling like a wanton slut, but she couldn't care less right now, not when her skin was tightening, pleasure coiling in her belly.
"My fucking turn,"
Ruch growled so low that he felt the vibration in her core. She whimpered as he pulled her from Ross's lap. Ruch used his knee to shove her legs open. Although she could barely think straight and was shaking with need, she felt him readjust her skirt, probably to ensure that her ass was covered. Quite frankly, she didn't care, just as long as he kept touching her. His hand pushed her panties aside as he quickly took over from where Ross had left off. "Thank you, God."
"You're so wet, honey,"
Ruch rasped into her ear. A low groan came from somewhere outside the cell.
"Don't,"
Ross growled back. It had her tensing up. Shit! That strange male was right there, just a few feet away. How had she forgotten about him? He would totally witness her orgasm, which was going to happen very freaking soon.
"Easy, honey,"
Ruch soothed, adding a second thick finger. Becky let her head fall onto his shoulder as he zoned in on her G-spot, making it difficult to remember her name, let alone why he needed to stop. Yes, she gripped his wrist, worried that he might pull away. Everything tightened back up. Her nipples throbbed. Her juices trickled down her thighs. She was going, oh yes, about to... Ruch stopped moving. His eyes flew open as he pulled away from her. He seemed to be focused, listening to something.
"Fuck,"
Ross snarled. Becky whimpered as Ruch removed his fingers from her very achy, very needy pussy. He pulled her panties straight, just as she heard boots. Shit, someone was coming. Ruch pulled her skirt down.
"Get her over there,"
the guard whispered, pointing to a spot just inside the cell. The space was out of their reach because of the chains and shackles. Becky's heart raced as she realized that both Ruch and Ross could get into trouble if she was found so close to them. Also, this guard might be in deep shit for letting her go to them. She scrambled away, taking her place at the cell entrance. There was just enough time to smooth her shirt and to run her fingers through her hair. A big male walked up to them. He was a brute with thick arms and a clean-shaven head. His hands were fisted at his sides.
"What is a human doing in your cell?"
he asked, looking from Gideon to Ross and back again.
"What is it to you?"
Ross snapped back.
"She shouldn't be in there with them."
His eyes narrowed on Gideon.
"You should know better."
The big male lifted his nose into the air and sniffed loudly.
Sweet,"
he said, as his eyes moved to her. They lowered, heating as they landed on her breasts, lowering further to the junction of her thighs. He sniffed again, louder this time.
"You smell delicious."
His eyes heated even more as they returned to her breasts.
"So, female, from your scent I can tell that you like us non-humans." "Leave her alone, Titan,"
Ross growled. Her heart rate picked up a whole lot. She tried to keep her breathing even. If she started perspiring, she would probably give off more of a smell, and she didn't want to attract him any further.
"I can scent both of you and that wolf on her. She obviously enjoys rutting. I can definitely tell how it is that you were attracted to her."
The big male had yet to lift his eyes from her breasts.
"You rutted with both these males, human."
It was a statement, not a question. "None of your freaking business." She clasped her hands in front of herself to try and stop them from shaking. She needed to get a grip. He might be interested, but he wouldn't try anything.
"I am also non-human."
His dark eyes finally met hers.
"I have been told by many females that I can rot well. Would you like me to show you?"
She shook her head, hard.
"Back the fuck off, Titan," Ross snarled, pulling hard against his chains. "He won't try anything, will he?" she heard Roosh ask the question. His voice held an edge of panic. Becky fought to keep her emotions under control, to keep her breathing even, to keep her heart from racing out of her chest. Titan ignored both Ross and Roosh. "I can sense that you are very aroused. I love the way you smell. My dick is hard." His nostrils flared. "I would like to ease your need, female." "Leave her the fuck alone," Ross snarled. "If you so much as lay a single finger on her, I will kill you." Both males were standing, and by the way the chains were jangling, she could hear how they were straining to get free. Becky didn't dare take her eyes off of the male in front of her. "This female clearly likes non-humans. I can sense that she is very aroused. Who am I to argue?" The big male shrugged. "If she is in need, I will ease that need." He shrugged again. Her mouth was dry. She tried to tell him to go to hell, but her tongue wouldn't move. "Fuck you." Ross yanked hard at the chains. They jangled loudly. His muscles bulged. His neck muscles roped and his face contorted in rage. Becky took a deep breath, trying hard not to panic. She instinctively knew that if she allowed herself to lose it, he would come at her. He was a predator, and right now, she felt a little too much like prey. "You heard them." She licked her lips. Her voice quavered a little as she spoke. Working hard to sound in control, she spoke again, this time with more authority. "I'm not interested in you. I don't care what your nose is telling you. I do not feel in the least bit aroused by you. Please leave me alone." She was horrified to feel her own nails digging into her palms, horrified even more to notice how this big vampire's eyes were still firmly on her breasts. They were hooded with desire. Even his cheeks were flushed. This asshole clearly wanted her badly. He didn't look like he was concerned with the consequences, just as long as he got to fuck. What the hell was she going to do? If he came at her, she was helpless. Titan ignored her remark about not being interested in him. "I came to inform you that the Kings will be down in the next 20 minutes, which gives us enough time to play." He licked his lips. A taut smile briefly flashed across the asshole's face. "We are not permitted to rut with humans," Ross spit out, sounding frustrated and possibly a little desperate. She had to work hard not to lose it. Her lip quivered, so she bit down on it while hugging her arms around herself, trying to shield her body from his hungry stare. Titan's eyes flashed to Ross. "I can sense you on her. You clearly rutted with her. I want to do the same. It is only fair. Why is it that you get to have all the fun?" The big male growled. "She is clearly in a state of arousal and needs help with that. Since the two of you are tied up, I'm going to help her out." "I told you not to come near me." She held up her hands. Gideon spoke for the first time. "Since you have delivered your message, you can go. You're not allowed to touch the human. Leave her alone. She clearly does not want you." He sighed. "You're making my job difficult. Ross is right. We are not permitted to rut her." "My nose does not lie. I can scent that Ross has had her. I should be allowed to have a turn. I can clearly scent that she wants me." Titan took a step towards her. He stared hungrily at her breasts. She'd always loved her twins. Right now she wished they would just disappear. "Get away from me!" she yelled, as he took another step in her direction. She kept her hands up like a shield, knowing that it wouldn't help if he came at her, but unable to put them down. Both Roosh and Ross continued to strain and pull. The chains rattled, their frustrated roars echoed through the cell. "I said to leave her be," Gideon snarled. The guard moved into the cell and put a hand on the big male, trying to pull him away. She gasped when the mean son of a bitch turned and punched him in the jaw. After another well-placed left hook, the guard fell to his knees. The bastard kneed him in the face. There was a sickening crunch, followed by a spray of blood. Gideon fell backwards. His eyes rolled back and his jaw was slack, telling her that he was probably out cold. "What the hell?" she gasped. Becky covered her mouth with her hand. This so wasn't happening. "I swear to God, if you lay even a single hand on her, I will hunt you down and I will kill you with my bare hands," Ross snarled. "Leave her the fuck alone," Roosh said, his voice a deadly whisper. The clean-shaven male laughed. "If the two of you could have her, then so can I." She closed her hand tighter around her mouth to stop another horrified gasp as she noticed that Titan was sporting a huge erection in his leather pants. "You will die,"
Ross pulled against his chains. Both males fought hard, trying to break free. She could see that the chains were too thick and probably silver-infused. There was no hope for escape. Becky was on her own. Her knees nearly gave out at the realization.
"I think I'll take my chances," the big male smirked. "The Kings will have to see it my way. I'll make it good for her. Once I am done with her, she will beg me to take her again."
His eyes locked on her. She shivered under his feral gaze. What the hell was she supposed to do? Becky took a step back, glancing towards Roosh and Ross. If she could make it to them, she might be safe. It was as if Titan had read her mind, because as she turned, he grabbed her, yanking her off her feet.
"Where do you think you're going?"
he whispered into her ear. Shivers ran up and down his spine. "Leave me the fuck alone," she screamed. "I don't want you."
"Your scent tells me different, female. You can't lie to me. There is not much time left."
His breath was hot. His hands dug into her. She could feel a definite bulge on her backside, where he pulled her against him. "I don't want you. Are you freaking deaf or just stupid?" It was clear that this male had made his mind up to rape her. If she didn't do something soon, she was in deep, deep shit. Becky twisted in his arms and raked her nails across his face while trying to pull free from him. His grip on her tightened. At this point, it would leave bruises. He repositioned her in such a way that she was unable to get at him. Even her kicks were useless.
"I see that you like it rough, female. No problem. I can deliver."
"Leave me alone." "Stop!" Her chest heaved, her breath coming in rapid pants. She could hear Roosh and Ross behind her. They struggled, screaming profanities. It sounded like they were doing everything in their power to break free from the chains. Surely someone would come, someone who would help her escape this nightmare. Titan dragged her kicking and screaming down the hallway. Already his hands moved across her body. Nausea rolled through her stomach. "No, please." She tried everything else. Maybe a good dose of begging would help. "I don't want you. I'm attracted to those two in there. That's what you're smelling on me. I'm human. Despite having had sex with them, I don't do the whole free sex thing." She tried desperately to make him understand, to make him stop. At first he ignored her. Then a giant hand squeezed her breast.
"I promise to make it good for you. I know exactly how to touch you in ways to make you want me. I'm good with my hands and my tongue. Before long you will be begging me to take you. I will need to be quick, but I can make you come in less than a minute. I'm good with my dick."
"Not going to happen. Just leave me alone," she screamed at the top of her lungs. Maybe someone would hear her.
"Don't bother. The dungeons were insulated a long time ago so that no one would hear the screams during torture sessions. You are wasting your time, female. I said I would make it good for you, and I will. Let me lick you for a while. If you still don't want me after, then I'll let you go."
She didn't care that no one could hear her. Becky screamed louder as he pulled at her shirt.
"I want to touch you," he growled.
The male was just too freaking big and strong. He ignored her efforts at trying to get away.
"So soft."
Becky fought him all the way, yet he still managed to pull her shirt up, exposing her breasts. He growled, his eyes firmly on her tits. His hands moved to her bra. Her whole body was yanked back and forth as he tried to remove it. Becky held onto the straps even when she heard a rip. He was not doing this to her. She wouldn't freaking allow it. A loud roar sounded from down the passage. This was followed by a screeching and a snapping sound. Then erratic jangling combined with heavy dragging noises. The roar became deafening, definitely closer. It had Titan loosening his hold on her. Not enough to get away, though. Becky fought harder. She sobbed in relief as Roosh appeared. He pulled her from the vampire's arms. Roosh shoved her behind him, using so much force that she hit the far wall. Pain flared, but she didn't care. Becky crawled into a sitting position with the wall to her back. After giving herself a once-over, she realized that aside from a slightly grazed knee and a few bruises, she would be fine. A roar drew her attention back to the fight, and to say that Roosh was pissed was an understatement. Every part of him was tensed and ready, his face contorted in rage. His eyes held a wild look. They glowed in the dark corridor. The vampire tried to say something, but Roosh tore into him, using fists which were tipped with sharp-looking claws. He snarled, revealing vicious teeth. They gleamed like ivory razors, sharp enough to render flesh. He made the most god-awful growling noises. Titan tried to defend himself, then he tried to run. Before long, the male curled himself into a ball on the floor. Roosh continued to kick at him. Hard thuds and sickening crunches. Titan's body bounced with each impact. His intention to kill the male was evident, both by the way he continued to pummel on him, as well as by the rage still etched on his face. His eyes were wild yet focused, zoned in on the downed male. "Roosh!" Becky tried to gain his attention, saying his name over and over. She eventually jumped up and grabbed him by his arm, trying to pull him off the injured male. It wasn't that she didn't think Titan deserved it, but rather that she didn't want to see Roosh persecuted for protecting her from the scumbag. It took some effort. She even staggered back several times, but didn't stop trying until she finally reached him. Roosh froze. He snarled, an awful sound that made her want to cringe away from him. She knew that Roosh would never hurt her, so she kept her hand on his arm. Hopefully, in her efforts, she had stopped him in time. She was so afraid for him. Even though the asshole had tried to rape her, Roosh was a wolf, and therefore in even more shit if this vampire was dead. In fact, it was safe to say that he might not walk out of here if the bastard didn't make it. Roosh turned to face her. His eyes glowed brighter than she'd ever seen before. He pulled her into an embrace that took her breath away. Her breasts were crushed against his chest.
"Are you okay?"
he murmured softly in her ear.
"Are you hurt?"
He tried to pull away so he could look at her, but she wouldn't let him. Becky needed him close. She could feel that his claws were still out because they were digging into her. Weird, but it gave her comfort. His chest heaved against her as he still breathed in ragged pants, sounding more animal than human.
"I thought he was going to," she whimpered. "I will always protect you. Always come for you."
His voice was still thick and deep, almost unintelligible. She buried her head in his neck, holding on to him as if her very life depended on him. She even wrapped her legs around his hips, needing to be as close to him as she could get. Hot tears cascaded down her cheeks. There was nothing she could do to stop them.
"Shh," Roosh whispered. "You're safe now."
One big hand pulled her closer, while the other stroked her hair. Slowly but surely the tension eased out of her. Her breathing started to return to normal.
"That's it, honey. I'm here. I've got you."
Then he tensed. His whole body turned hard. His breathing slowed and he growled softly in warning. Moments later there were sounds of footfalls, quite a number of them. A large group was approaching.
"What the fuck is going on here?"
Brent snarled as his eyes landed on them. His gaze moved to the fallen vampire.
"Surely you didn't think you could escape, wolf? You're in my castle, on my territory, for fuck's sakes. How dare you harm one of my coven?"
His eyes narrowed.
"I'll see you beheaded for this."
Zane followed directly behind the bastard king.
"You had better have a good explanation for this."
His jaw ticked as he clenched his teeth. Roosh carefully lowered her onto shaky legs. He pushed her behind him.
That motherfucker tried to force the human to rut with him.
He stood to his full impressive height, keeping one of his hands on her as he moved further in front of her. Becky wasn't going to allow these vampire kings to push her around. She wasn't going to allow them to hurt Roosh either. She moved out from behind him, even though he tried to keep her there. She swatted his hand away, ignoring his low growl. "You heard, Roosh. This bastard tried to rape me." She looked down at the fallen vampire, relieved to see that his chest still moved up and down. Part of her was sorry he was still alive. She spat on him and kicked him solidly between the legs. Fucking asshole. Becky wished that she was wearing her 6-inch stiletto heels so that she could do some real damage. She winced as pain shot up her leg. Maybe steel-toed boots would have been better.
"You shouldn't be here, female. This is no place for a human. You are no longer in your own world, and while I'm sorry this happened," Brandt narrowed his eyes, "this is exactly why we do not allow humans and vampires to mix. You do not understand our ways. You are too fragile, too puny, and are easy to hurt, even killed too easily. I hope you have learned your lesson."
Becky gasped. What the hell was wrong with this asshole? "Didn't you hear what I said? He tried to rape me. I don't care whether he's a non-human, an alien, or something else entirely. No means no in my book. It should mean no in any book. No, I haven't learned my lesson." Brandt clicked his fingers at one of the guards.
"You are right."
He sighed like it hurt him to say the words.
"He shouldn't have touched you regardless of how willing you sent. Have him thrown in a cell."
He motioned to the cell in question.
I will ensure that he is punished.
Brent turned his dark, fathomless eyes on Roosh.
I take it that you escaped so that you could save her.
He sighed again, this time more heavily.
You're lucky, Wolf. I'll let you off this time with a warning.
So full of it, she couldn't help but grumble. Roosh implored her with his eyes. He was trying to get her to shut up. With a curt nod, he secured his arm firmly around her and ushered them back to the cell. His chains dragged behind him along with a big clump of the wall. Roosh had quite literally pulled out a massive piece of the castle's foundation in order to save her. Ross sagged back against the peeling brick as he caught sight of her.
Thank the gods.
He was breathing heavily. Blood cascaded down his arms where the chains and shackles had bitten into his flesh while attempting to escape. He looked at Roosh.
Thank you for saving her.
Then his eyes flew to Brent and Zane.
The wolf was merely protecting the human. This is not his fault. If anyone should take the blame, let it be me. I see that the two of you are still friendly. How cute.
Brent smirked.
Cut the shit,
Zane growled. He was looking at Brent.
We don't want to start a full-scale war with these beasts. We promised the Alpha that we would return this wolf safely to his pack. I have agreed to let this slide, but there will be no more rutting with humans.
Brent fixed his eyes firmly on Ross.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline on that one.
Ross's voice had turned deep and gravelly. Goosebumps popped up on her arms. His hands were clenched and white-knuckled on the chains that still bound him.
While you are in my castle and on my fucking territory, you will do as I say,
Brent snarled.
Humans and vampires clearly do not mix. Titan is an example of what could happen. Titan is a dickhead. He should never have put his hands on that human. Never.
Ross growled.
I agree with Becky. No means no, regardless of the species.
He took a deep breath.
Titan will be punished for his actions, but the fact remains that we are too different to ever be able to mix,
Zane said.
You're such hypocrites. You're made as a human. Is she in danger?
Ross looked ready to kill something or someone.
It's different with Tanya. It is the royal bond that has made her stronger. The bond has made her capable of dealing with two vampire males in their prime. It would not be the same with this female.
He waved his hand in her direction.
You would not be able to live with yourself if you maimed or killed her.
Zane looked truly concerned.
Think rationally about this. What if you got her with child? Would her body be able to cope with a non-human pregnancy?
I can't believe I'm about to say this. Roosh mumbled beside her, drawing the attention of all the vampires in the room to him.
Royalty has nothing to do with it. If a human female mated with any of your males, she would become stronger due to the bond. She would take on some of the characteristics of the male. It is the bond that has made your human stronger, not your royal blood. Bullshit, Wolf. Stay out of this.
Brent didn't take his eyes off of Ross.
How do you know this to be true, Wolf?
Zane asked, his voice low.
I'd rather not say.
Roosh kept his eyes locked with Zane.
Your statement holds no weight unless you can back it up now with fact. I will repeat. How do you know this to be true, Wolf?
Zane growled. Forget it. Roosh growled back, his voice lower, almost raw in comparison to the vampires.
So you wolves have been mixing with humans?
Zane smiled. It was a scary sight to behold. Becky worked hard to keep her face neutral. She didn't want to give anything away. Zane's eyes flicked to her for a second before he thankfully let his gaze settle on Roosh.
Quite frankly, I don't care what you wolves do or how many humans you fuck, just as long as it doesn't affect us.
Zane kicked his toe in the dirt.
Your indication that the royal blood does not affect things suggests that your kind have taken at least one human female as a mate, and she has become stronger due to the bond. Am I right?
Roosh's mouth was a thin white line. He shook his head.
I'm going to call a meeting with the Alpha to discuss this.
Zane put a hand through his short-cropped hair.
Fine,
Roosh finally responded.
A regular wolf mated with a regular human, and she is stronger because of it. There is no royal blood required. Any human female will become stronger if mated to a non-human.
It was Roosh's turn to run his hand through his hair, and he did so several times while looking agitated.
I can't believe I just said that. I'm actually helping you here.
His eyes landed on Ross. I must be seriously crazy, he mumbled to himself. Brent shook his head.
It doesn't matter, Our laws are clear. It wouldn't work the same between vampires and humans."
Brant actually looked bored. What a complete jerk-off.
"Actually, your union with a human is proof that it would work just fine," Roosh said.
The silence that followed was deafening.
"Don't talk about my mate,"
Brant snarled at Roosh, making Becky flinch and grab hold of him.
"I don't want you going near this female again, Ross."
Brant gestured to Becky.
"Are we clear? This female, as you insist on calling her, is my mate, whether she believes it or not, whether I end up getting her or not."
Ross gave a hard yank on the chains. His muscles bulged. Fresh blood flowed. Becky swore that she could smell its tangy iron scent, which must just have been her imagination.
"Unlock me," Ross spit out. "You'll go straight to her."
Zane actually looked sorry.
"This is something that has to be debated long and hard. You can't just go after this female. I gave you permission to have one night with her. That night has come and gone. Move the fuck on." "Didn't you hear what I just said?"
His colossal chest heaved.
"That female is my mate. She is mine."
Ross kept his eyes on her as he spoke.
"It looks to me like she's with the wolf,"
Zane said. Although he seemed completely calm, she noticed that his back was stiff. Even his muscles were corded.
"This male is also claiming that she is his mate. I think that you should leave him to it."
Zane's eyes dropped to his feet for a few beats. When he looked back up, she could see that his resolve had hardened.
"It's over. Leave it alone. Let them go."
Zane motioned to her and Roosh. Roosh's arm tightened around her. He pulled her flush against his hard body. She felt the cold, silver-infused chains as they knocked against the back of her calves every so often.
"I want what is mine. Becky is mine, and I refuse to give her up,"
he snarled, his eyes firmly on both kings. She couldn't help but notice how they moved to Roosh. She was wrong to think that a wolf and a vampire had formed a truce. Right now, she just wanted out of there. Home in her own bed with a slab of chocolate and a good book, buried deep under her covers. The bastard king scowled, making her forget her longing. For a second she was tempted to pull a tongue at Brant, and to tell him that Ross could do whatever he damn well pleased. She didn't want to give Ross false hope, though. She had to try to defuse this. Ross was fighting for a lost cause, namely her. "I told you both that I don't want a mate. That goes for you, too. I haven't changed my mind." She looked up at Roosh, but didn't try to move away from him. "Listen to your kings, Ross." She looked Brant's way. "Promise me that you won't hurt Roosh or Ross, and I'll be on my way."
"Ross has been sufficiently punished. As for the beast, I agreed to send him back to his pack. He'll leave as soon as he is able. By the looks of things, that'll be soon. Ward is waiting."
"Fine," she huffed. "I'll be on my way then." She tried to move away from Roosh, but his hold on her tightened.
"This is not over."
Ross's dark eyes bore into her. She couldn't stand to see the longing and the need in them, so she turned away.
"You will stay away from her or you will bleed,"
Brant spoke softly.
"You said that while in this castle and on your territory, that I have to follow your rules."
Ross locked his jaw for a few beats.
"I will not rest until she is mine. I will pack my things."
Zane cursed. When he had himself under control, he spoke through clenched teeth.
"Let's talk about this. Don't make any rash decisions."
"There's nothing to say, nothing to talk about," Ross said, sounding calm and very much decided.
"There is everything to talk about. This is your home. Where do you plan on going? You can't possibly live amongst the humans," Zane said.
"I would prefer to stay here and have your blessing, but if that is not possible, then I must leave. This female means everything to me. I will forsake everything. I'll lie, steal, and fight if I have to. She will be mine." Becky felt her jaw drop. Her heart was slamming so hard in her chest that she could hear it in her ears. What was this idiot doing? She didn't want a mate. She didn't freaking need one. How many times did she need to tell him this? "Don't do it," she begged.
"Get your shit together, Wolf. You're leaving,"
Brant growled.
"As far as I'm concerned, Ross can go too. Think very carefully, though."
His eyes narrowed as they locked with Ross's.
"If you decide to leave, then there will be no coming back. Let's discuss this first, Ross. Don't do something rash. Not after what just happened. You're rattled." Not thinking straight, for fuck's sake,
Zane snarled.
I know what I want. I don't need to discuss or think about anything.
His teeth gnashed together. Oh, shit. He clearly wasn't listening, and she was done trying to convince him. If Ross wanted to be an idiot, then so freaking be it.
I'm not going anywhere without the human,
Roosh said, looking down at her. She rolled her eyes. So many idiots in so little time. I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. She narrowed her eyes at him. As long as no big horny vampires are involved, that is.
Roosh chuckled. Well then, Ross needs to stay here.
Ross growled. It wasn't the fear-evoking kind of growl, though. Becky shook her head. She couldn't help but smile. Okay, let's narrow that down. Horny vampires who don't understand the meaning of the word no. Just thinking of that asshole Titan made her feel nauseous.
I know you can take care of yourself on any normal day. Today is not a normal day. I'm going with you.
Roosh threw her a half-smile that even in these circumstances made her belly quiver. The way he had fought tooth and nail for her, literally tooth and freaking nail, did strange things to her insides. It should make her afraid, should make her want to run in the opposite direction. In truth, it made her want him all the more.
I'm leaving too.
Ross yanked hard at his chains. There was a loud crack, followed by a thundering crash, as a big chunk of wall collapsed behind him, freeing Ross. With effort, he dragged the whole mass with him, putting his hand in Becky's. She knew she should pull away, but couldn't. He squeezed. Something inside her clenched as she looked up at Roosh. The feeling only amplified as she turned her gaze on Ross. What the hell was she going to do with them? Chapter 6. Leaving the castle, Roosh scooped her up into his arms, insisting that he carry her to the vehicle, even though she was quite capable of walking herself. It felt really nice wrapped up in his strong embrace, so she didn't fight it. Ross strode up ahead, keys in hand. He made quick work of unlocking her car and opening up the back door.
Put her in.
Ross glanced at Roosh.
Carefully,
he cautioned. The big male leaned over, somehow managing to get himself into the vehicle so that he could carefully position her onto the back seat. When she tried to sit up, Roosh growled softly.
No, you've been through a terrifying ordeal. Please lie down. Listen to the wolf.
Ross leaned in from the front, somehow squeezing his wide shoulders between the seats.
You need to relax. Lie down. We will take care of you.
Becky had never thought of her family sedan as small and cramped before. She'd never had two of the biggest non-humans taking up all the room in it before either. From her vantage point at the back, all she could see was both males taking up the entire front in what looked like a solid wall of muscle. After a short argument, Ross had taken the driver's seat. Roosh sat next to him on the passenger side. Good thing she was lying down because they pushed the seats so far back that there was no legroom. Their necks were craned at the ceiling. They looked cramped and uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the situation, she would be laughing out loud right now. However, after what that brute, Titan, had put her through, she was sure it would come out sounding hysterical. Her maniacal laughter would then soon turn to sobs, so she bit down on her bottom lip instead. Also, she had to worry about the situation with Ross. He was soon going to be an outcast, and all because of her. What the hell was she going to do about these two? Ross backed up carefully, easing onto the dirt road. Roosh turned concerned eyes on her.
How are you holding up?
I'm perfectly fine, she lied. How many times do I have to keep telling you guys that I'm quite capable of looking after myself? She was talking too fast but couldn't slow down. You didn't have to come with me. It's not too late, you know, Ross. You can still go back. The last thing she wanted was for him to be kicked out of his coven for her. Why weren't they listening? She had told them many times now that she didn't want a mate. She couldn't do the whole forever thing. Nothing had changed. The more time she spent with the two of them, the more she felt herself slip in way over her head. All she wanted was to be able to go back to her apartment all on her own. After a nice long bath and her comfy, warm bed, she would feel like herself again in no time. In a better frame of mind to put this whole thing behind her. A nagging voice inside her told her that she was lying, and that was why she wasn't fighting this more. Putting her damn foot down like she normally would. She needed the company. Maybe having two strong non-humans at her side, just for today, was really what she needed. This was only a short-term thing. If they expected to stay indefinitely, they would be sadly mistaken. She hadn't changed her mind about anything. She didn't want either, and even if she did, how the hell would she choose? It was impossible. Ross drove carefully, taking it really slow and easy. He kept glancing at her in the rearview mirror. His eyes were filled with concern. He growled at Roosh every so often for taking up all the space, and kept on telling him to keep his fat knee and elbow on his own side of the vehicle. She couldn't help but smile at the two of them. Although they pretended not to get along, she noticed that they did seem to have a begrudging respect for one another. She might even go so far as to say that, given a chance, the two of them could be friends. It was weird, and she wasn't sure she liked it. Then again, the alternative was a fight, and she liked the idea of that even less.
It won't be long now. We will hit the paved road soon. The ride will be smoother, and we'll be back at your place in no time.
Ross glanced back, throwing her a lopsided grin. I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry about me.
It's my job to worry.
His voice a rasp as he glanced back again. No, it isn't, she snorted, narrowing her eyes at the rearview mirror.
He's right, you know.
Roosh glanced back at her, irritating her even more.
Except it isn't his job, it's both of our jobs. At least until you pick one of us.
Rubbish, she said. I'm so not freaking picking.
Let's not argue about this now, Ross said. We're both staying with you tonight, and that's non-negotiable.
It's my apartment, so I definitely have a say. She tried to get up. This wasn't a conversation to have while lying sprawled out on the back seat of a moving vehicle. Somehow Roosh managed to squeeze himself around and between the front seats and gently pushed her down.
Lie still. I agree with Ross. You've been through a terrible experience. We are to blame. The least we can do is watch over you, make sure that your every need is met. We promise not to fight.
So this is another thing that you guys have discussed and agreed on without consulting me first? She went up onto her elbows, looking into the rearview mirror while catching each of their gazes in turn. Bright, glowing blue and dark, intense brown. Her heart actually flip-flopped. She was probably still having a panic attack after her whole ordeal.
It wasn't something we needed to discuss. It is just how it is, Ross replied. His voice had a gravelly edge. You have been through a lot. The wolf and I will set aside our differences.
Ross glanced at Roosh.
For now. Neither of us would concede to the other the right to stay at your side to help you through this tough time. Therefore, it would be better if both of us were with you. This way we would prevent a fight.
Ross sighed.
As much as I would love to keep the honor for myself, you would not like us fighting right now, so we will have to deal.
She chewed on her lip, not liking the logic in his statement.
What Ross said is true. I would fight to be with you. It would be better if you allowed both of us to stay at your side, just for tonight.
Roosh turned towards her. His eyes were pleading.
I will find somewhere else to stay in the morning. I'm sure Roosh would not approve of me living under your roof.
Roosh growled and Ross chuckled. Fine, she exhaled heavily, but only for one night. After that, you're both out.
I have to go to my pack. Ward will be expecting me. I should actually go back today, but I won't leave you.
He turned to face her, putting a big hand on her thigh. He squeezed. Shivers raced up and down her entire body as the warmth from his hand seeped into her flesh.
I have to leave tomorrow. He looked at Ross, but know that I will be back very soon.
Ross smiled as they pulled up at her apartment.
You had better be, Wolf. The more time I spend with Becky, the more chance I have of winning her.
Becky rolled her eyes, moving to a sitting position, grateful when neither of them pushed her back down. It was short-lived because Ross got out, then opened the door and reached in so that he could pick her up. A woman jogger almost ran into a garbage container, gawking at the big non-humans. The jogger turned to stare, a look of longing mixed with awe on her face as Ross pulled Becky closer, nuzzling into her neck for a few beats. I can walk, you know, Becky said, as she circled his neck with her hands. You're just lucky I don't feel like it right now. He made a low growl that had her insides turning to jello. Roosh carried her purse. He walked ahead of them. He moved in big, graceful strides and seemed to be checking that the path ahead was clear, stopping every so often to scent their surroundings. When they reached her door, he rummaged through her purse and pulled out the keys and quickly let them into the apartment. She felt her cheeks heat as she looked around, taking in the chaos. After Roosh had left earlier, she had been in a state of panic. There were clothes strewn everywhere. Her half-eaten salad was still on the dining room table from the night before. After Ross had left, she had said goodbye to Elizabeth and had crawled into bed. Ruche's banging had woken her this morning. Since she hadn't had time to clean, the place was a bit of a mess. Ross carried her into her bedroom. Ruche snarled loudly as they entered. His head was turned up, his nostrils flared. Oh, God. Her cheeks heated at the knowledge of what he was smelling.
"Get over it," Ross growled.
"I'm sorry. I'll change the sheets," she blurted.
Ruche shook his head. "I'll deal."
He still looked agitated. His entire frame was tense, his neck muscles roped. Even his jaw was clenched and his eyes were glowing softly. He looked really beautiful when he was pissed. Who was she kidding? He looked seriously handsome no matter what. Ross gently placed her on her bed, ignoring Ruche's obvious discomfort. He pulled the covers up over her, tenderly sweeping the hair from her face. His eyes were filled with concern.
"I'm really sorry this happened to you. Brent made it clear that Titan will be punished, but I will make good on my promise to hurt him. I will most likely end up killing him for his actions today. That male had better show serious remorse, because he cannot be allowed to do something like that ever again."
Becky gasped. "No, I've caused enough trouble for you already. You've already been disowned by your coven. Don't go after that dickhead. He's not worth it." She took a deep breath. "I told you. I'm over it." The bed dipped as Ruche sat down next to her on the other side of Ross. He ran his hand up and down her arm.
"No, you are not over it. You can keep telling yourself that, but I can see that it isn't true. Know that we are here for you in every way. You don't have to keep this inside. You don't have to pretend with us."
He pulled the covers further up, tucking them in just below her arms, and again resumed his rubbing and stroking of her arm. She looked from one male to the other. Both had set aside their differences for her. Both wanted her. Suddenly, and for some unknown reason, emotion welled inside her. She couldn't exactly say why. Was it all that had happened today? Or simply Ruche's words of encouragement to open up and not pretend she was strong? The truth was, she wasn't. Her lip wobbled, so she bit down on it. When her eyes filled with tears, she blinked several times, not wanting to cry. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not stop the tears from falling.
"That's it. Let it all out, sweetheart. We are here."
Ross's voice was gravelly. She glanced up through her veil of tears, noticing how Ruche swallowed thickly. It made her even sadder to see how her tears were affecting these two warriors. This was terrible. She was allowing herself to fall for them. Both of them. It couldn't get much worse. Using just the pad of his thumb, Ruche wiped away the hot drops as they cascaded down her cheeks. He leaned in and hugged her, pulling her against his hard body. God, it felt good. Too freaking good. Ross growled softly. It was a sound that she had come to recognize as frustration.
"Move over."
Ruche obeyed by moving back, pulling her along with him. Becky was still crying softly, unable to stop. It had been a very long time since someone had cared this much about her. Ross's big body flanked her front side. He slid his arm around her waist.
"It is only normal for you to feel this way."
Ruche's hot breath fanned the back of her neck as he spoke. He still gently caressed her arm, his big body pressed up flush against her. "I don't think I'm crying because of what happened earlier," she sniffed, wiping away more tears as they fell. She shouldn't be telling them this.
"Why are you crying, then?"
Ross asked. She cracked open her lids. His dark, fathomless eyes stared back at her. They softened as their gazes locked. Ruche seemed to hold his breath behind her. "It's just been so long," she stammered. "You know what? Forget I said anything. I have a big mouth."
"You have a lush, delectable mouth, perfect for many things that I would prefer not to discuss right now. Too big? No."
He shook his head.
"The term I would use for describing your lips is fucking perfect."
His eyes dropped to her mouth for a second and his gaze heated.
"Human females are highly emotional. It is important to talk about your feelings often, and it's very important that the male in your life listens."
Ruche gave Ross a hard look. She couldn't help but giggle. "Did you read that in the Cosmo?" she asked through her tears. She felt him shift behind her.
"Only the part about human females being emotional and needing to talk often. The rest is kind of obvious."
Ruche was freaking perfect, since guys didn't normally feel the need to listen much. After a long pause, with only her sniffs and soft whimpers to break the silence, Ross eventually spoke.
"Cosmo?"
He grinned and shook his head.
"I will forget I heard that."
He paused for a beat.
"Speak to us, sweetheart. I am also a very good listener."
Ross smirked at Ruche. She had to suppress a groan. They were both seriously irritating. but somehow also seriously freaking perfect. It's been a very long time since someone cared so much about me, aside from Tanya, that is. It's been really hard since she left Sweetwater. She hardly saw her best friend anymore.
What about the males you were with before? Rouge growled, sounding angry. His body tensed up. Surely they cherished you, listened when you needed them to.
She giggled. Not really, but that's not what I mean. This is the first time that anyone besides my nanny and sometimes my parents tucked me in, and it's been many, many years since that happened. I was probably only 5 or 6 the last time my parents came to say goodnight, and even before then it was a rarity.
What?
Ross's eyes were wide.
Did they make you go to bed all on your own?
Like I said, I had nannies who took care of me. My parents are both surgeons, very career-oriented. They traveled often, I guess. They didn't have much time.
What is a nanny?
Rouge asked. A nanny is someone hired to look after children, she answered. Thankfully, her tears had mostly dried. My parents were quite difficult and demanding, so we went through lots of hired help. I learned at a young age not to become too attached to any of my caregivers.
Ross looked confused. You mean humans pay people money to look after their children?
He didn't sound like he believed her.
Rouge growled softly behind her. That's not right.
Not all humans. She managed to smile. But it does happen, especially with parents who are very busy. They hire people to clean the house, and yes, very often, to look after the children.
That doesn't make sense. Someone who's being paid to do this will not love you the same as your own flesh and blood, will not give you the same level of care. It should be the responsibility of the family.
Ross actually looked angry.
Most especially of the birth parents to look after the children.
He shook his head.
Vampire children are rare. They are cherished.
His eyes lit up.
Raised by their parents and family, held the entire coven.
He paused, looking thoughtful.
Did you not miss your parents?
Becky felt tears well. No, please, not again.
I can tell that this is upsetting you.
Ross carefully brushed the tears from her face.
It is not my intention to make you upset. Forget I said anything. I did not mean to put down your parents.
Rouge pushed himself even tighter against her.
Tell us what we can do to make you feel better. We will hold you for as long as it takes.
How utterly sweet. They were both so sweet that it gave her the courage to keep talking. It felt kind of good to get this off her shoulders. It is upsetting only because you're right. My mom and dad paid other people to take care of me. I was more of a thing to them, a possession rather than a child to love and raise. Later on, I became a gigantic disappointment to them. She felt her face crumple. She cried harder, putting a hand up to cover her face. I'm so sorry. I'm whining and I must look awful.
You could never look awful. Even with a runny red nose and swollen eyes, you are the most beautiful female I have ever seen.
Rouge lifted himself onto his elbow so that he could look down at her face. She chuckled and used a hand to cover her face. No, don't look. I'm a mess.
I will always want to look at you, Becky, even when you are crying, even when you are heavily swollen with our child.
She gasped and shook her head, but he ignored her.
Even when you are old and gray in your skin.
Enough! She had to laugh at his comments.
I will admit, Wolf.
Ross narrowed his eyes at Rouge.
You are smooth in a rough kind of way. I'm going to have to up my game if I want to win our bet.
Becky sucked in a lungful of air. What freaking bet? Ross grinned.
Nothing to concern yourself over right now. How could your parents see you as a disappointment? Look at all that you have achieved.
Ross gestured around her.
You are a wonderful healer. You're very beautiful. You are highly intelligent. In short, you are everything a male could ever wish for.
She narrowed her eyes at Ross. If you think you can sidetrack me, you are mistaken. I'll carry on this conversation, but you are so telling me about your little bet. She took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she was about to say. I am a disappointment to my parents. They'd hoped that I would become a surgeon. You know, follow in their footsteps. She sniffed. They were actually insulted when I told them I wouldn't be studying any further, that I was happy remaining a lowly general practitioner. She paused, licking her lips. When I married my ex-husband, it was like I was finally doing something right for the first time. I wanted so badly to make them happy. Had Tanya been right about her marrying Carter for that reason?
Husband? Rouge asked with a low growl. His hand tightened on her arm. Isn't that the same as a mate?
Ross's eyes narrowed. I told you that I was with someone and that I didn't love him, so I left him. I tried to make it very clear to the both of you that I'm not mate material, that I don't do forever. Yes, I was married, or mated, whatever you want to call it. The whole thing was a big mistake. I guess. She took a deep breath. I have just realized that I only did it to please my parents, although I was attracted to him. Both males growled, and the whole bed vibrated, making her giggle. That actually felt kind of nice.
It's not funny, Roosh said, his voice low. We don't like that you were with other males. Hate it. Ross bit out, his jaw tense. I might just hunt them down and kill them.
No, don't do that. She could hear the panic in her voice.
Why? Roosh growled. Do you still have feelings for your husband?
Ex-husband, and the answer is no. Not at all.
What about other males?
Ross's eyes were dark. They seemed to look right into her. What other males? She asked, feeling her brow crease. I may have dated a few guys, but I assure you that I no longer want them. That's kind of my problem. I fall in love easily and out of love just as easily.
Roosh shook his head. I'm not talking about males from your past. We would have to kill anyone who touched you now, Roosh said, his voice sounding dead calm. Titan will die, as will any other male, even if you were to allow them to touch you.
Ross's voice was so deep that it caused goosebumps to form on her arms. It also pissed her off. She rolled onto her back, pushing them away as she did. What do you think of me? That I'm some kind of slut who sleeps with every guy who crosses her path? Her hands shook, she was so angry. Well, despite what happened with the two of you, I'm not some bed-hopping hussy. I might flirt a bit, but I don't fuck around. I don't like what you are insinuating. They at least had the good grace to look really sheepish, which helped her to calm down. No, I don't plan on fucking anyone else. From the sounds of things, I won't get to have sex with the two of you either. So there, okay? You won't have to kill anyone. Both males visibly relaxed. Roosh lay back down. He urged her to move back into his embrace.
I'm sorry, honey.
He smiled, and she melted, a little.
We're both sorry. Ross squeezed her hip. We can't help but get possessive over you. It's a miracle that we're not killing one another even now.
No. Her eyes widened. Please don't. I couldn't take it.
It explains why you left your last mate. Ross looked pensive. You didn't really love him. You mated him because your parents wanted you to.
I may have married him because of my parents, but it doesn't explain why I am the way I am. She looked at them both in turn. I just can't stay in love. I think I might be wired that way. I dated quite a few guys before settling down. I left them all. I've had one serious relationship since my divorce, and I left him too. She tucked a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. I would end up leaving you, too. She looked somewhere between them, her focus on the far door because she really didn't know which one to address.
You would have to pick one of us first, Ross said, his voice a rich baritone.
Her mouth opened and closed and opened again. She shook her head. I would rather not.
Not right this second, but soon, sweetheart. Soon.
Ross threw her a grin that just about melted her panties.
I want to hear more about your parents and why you think you are a disappointment to them.
When I told them that I was divorcing Carter, they gave me an ultimatum. She squeezed her eyes shut, remembering the pain.
What kind of ultimatum? Ross asked.
Roosh took her hand, giving it a squeeze. They said if I divorced Carter, I would be cut out of their will, that they would want nothing further to do with me. Guess what? She swallowed hard, trying not to cry. They stuck by their decision. I am their only child, and they want nothing to do with me. I've been told that Carter visits them with his new wife once a week. How freaking creepy is that?
Well, good riddance to all of them, Roosh growled. I'm really sorry, Becky, but sometimes it's not actually worth having people like that in your life, even if they are family.
Ross looked furious. His eyes burned. They darkened up a whole lot in the space of a few seconds.
You didn't love this male. You didn't want to be with him and decided to leave him, and your parents cut you out of their lives? You are their child, their daughter. He shook his head. I'm inclined to agree with Roosh. You know that we both have strong feelings for you. We both see you as our future mate. I don't want to concern you with that right now, but know that we are both here for you. We both care for you and want the best for you.
Roosh moved in closer.
We want to date you. Please give us a chance. Get to know us. In the end, you can choose one of us in the knowledge that we will cherish you always.
His voice was low, with a little bit of a husky edge.
I, for one. Know that I would love to tuck you in each and every night. Neither of us would give you such bullshit ultimatums. No wonder you are afraid of loving with everything that you are and everything that you have."
He paused, shaking his head.
"No wonder you hold this part of yourself away. It irritates me to say it, but Roosh is absolutely right," Ross growled. "I can't believe I'm agreeing this much with a shifter. I never thought the day would come when vampires and shifters would see eye to eye on something, but that day is here."
He took in a deep breath.
"You do realize that you do hold a part of yourself away, Becky, don't you? You close yourself off, and then make sure that you leave the mail first. You don't trust enough that someone is there for the long haul, that someone can really love you for you, and be there for you always."
He licked his lips, breaking eye contact with her for a second before reestablishing the connection. Her heart raced at a mile a minute.
"You make sure that you end it first. Isn't that right, Becky?"
He kept his eyes locked with hers. Could it be? Was he right? Surely not. I don't think it's as cut and dry as that. I didn't have the best of childhoods, but that doesn't automatically mean that the relationship I had with my parents would affect future relationships with a partner. That's too freaking talk show to be true.
"It sounds about right to me," Roosh said. "You were raised by strangers. Lots of different strangers who never stuck around. People paid by your parents who cared more about their work and making money than about being with their only daughter."
He sighed. Becky felt her eyes well with tears again. A couple of months ago she had reached out to her mother. In a moment of weakness, Becky had called her. Was it so bad that she needed to hear her mother's voice? She had spent her whole life looking for approval, trying hard to do everything that they wanted, everything that they required. All she wanted was to be seen, acknowledged, and maybe loved. Her mother had told her to never call again, and had put the phone down in her ear. Up until then, she had lived in hope that they were just overreacting, that they would get over her divorce and her not being a surgeon. She had prayed that they would get over the glaring fact that she wasn't the perfect debutante type. You're right, they never looked back. Was I such a terrible daughter? Her voice was a mere whisper. This whole day was rubbing her raw, making her feel things she hadn't felt in a long time. She noticed how the males exchanged concerned glances with one another.
"It had nothing to do with you,"
Ross growled, sounding fierce. If she didn't know him, she would be afraid, but she knew that he meant her no harm. She shook her head. "You can't possibly know that," she sniffed, trying hard to keep from crying more.
"We know,"
Roosh murmured, cupping her cheek with his big calloused hand.
"Because you are perfect and wonderful. Your parents are the ones with the problem."
She pushed back the tears that threatened to fall.
"What he said."
Ross pushed Roosh's hand away, cupping her cheek with his own.
"We mean it. It doesn't matter which one of us you choose. Neither of us would ever leave you, sweetheart. Forever is something we non-humans do really well."
"I just don't know what to say." She licked her lips.
"Just agree to date us," Ross said. "Yeah, please just agree to that one little request."
Roosh smiled at her. His eyes twinkled. "I don't know if—" She chewed on her lip. She wanted to date them. She just didn't know how in the hell she was going to choose. Although everything they had said made sense. It may even be true. Her whole parents not really giving a shit about her thing had probably screwed up her ability to form lasting relationships, but how did she stop the pattern from repeating itself? She wasn't so sure that she could.
"Just say yes, honey. Please."
Roosh's already vivid blue eyes seemed to be glowing. "Your eyes glow all the time," she whispered, mesmerized in their depths.
"My wolf is very close to the surface. He is very dominant. My beast wants you to say yes. My eyes are glowing because he is asserting himself, trying to get me to fight harder so that you'll agree."
"I'm still thinking about it." She smiled at both of them.
"We have ways to make you agree,"
Ross said, his gaze dropping to her breasts.
"Methods we will save for another time."
Roosh growled at Ross. Ross nodded.
"You are right, Wolf. Another time, Becky."
His eyes darkened.
"Can I get you something to drink?"
Roosh asked, drawing her attention back to him. She shook her head.
"Something to eat?"
He leaned in a bit closer. Becky shook her head again.
"I could eat," Ross chuckled. "Don't you fucking dare," Roosh snarled. "About that. What are you going to do about that little food problem you have?" Ross grinned. "I wasn't talking about blood."
His eyes dropped to her thighs and the air seized in her lungs.
Not right now,
Roosh warned. His whole body tightened, muscles bulged and popped. Ross made a sound of agreement.
I'll get by for a couple of days. Without blood, that is. I'm sure I'll come up with something.
Becky clutched her hands to her throat. Oh, no, you don't. Ross shrugged again.
There's always that girl at the diner, then.
Her blood hit boiling point in an instant. You can't mean that. She tried hard to keep hold of her emotions. Ross shook his head.
No, but I like it when you go all jealous on me.
She gasped, getting ready to hit him, but Ross chuckled while moving away from her strike zone. He turned serious.
I will need to drink from someone at some point, and I would like very much for that someone to be you.
Both options did not work for her, so she nodded instead. I'll have to think about it.
You drinking from Becky was not a part of our deal. It's something we will need to discuss.
Roosh sounded tense. His eyes were firmly on Ross.
Not right now, though.
He glanced at her, and his eyes softened as he did. Roosh used the pad of his thumb to trace her jaw.
Lie back down, honey. You need some rest.
The thought of being touched again by both of these males did weird things to her insides, but after such a shocking day, Roosh was right. She was feeling exhausted. Becky did as he said and lay down, putting her hand under her pillow as she curled up in her favorite position. They both put their arms around her. It felt freaking amazing. They flanked her on either side. Ross in front of her and Roosh pressed up behind her. Both of their delicious, purely male scents enveloped her. She didn't think it possible, given the situation, but it didn't take her long to relax. She had never felt more secure, more safe, than in this moment. Chapter 7. It was morning when Becky woke up. From the bright rays of sunlight that shone in through the gaps in her curtains, she could tell that it was quite late already. She was alone. For a second, she panicked, thinking that Roosh and Ross had left, making good on their word from the night before. Then she heard clangs and bangs coming from the kitchen. There was even the odd curse word thrown in there from time to time. With a sigh of relief, she realized that they were both still there. Wait just a freaking minute. She was supposed to want them out of her life. She shouldn't be this happy that they were still in her apartment. Yet she couldn't help but smile. Looking down, she noticed that she was still in her rumpled clothes from the day before. She had obviously been more tired than she had realized. There was a seriously gross taste in her mouth, which reminded her that she hadn't even brushed her teeth yesterday before going to bed. One thing was for sure, though. She'd never slept so soundly. Becky scrambled out of bed and headed for the bathroom. Hopefully she would manage a shower and a change of clothes before the boys came back. She showered and brushed her teeth all at the same time, soaped up her body and her hair. After a very quick rinse of all of the above, she stepped out of the shower and grabbed a towel. Becky barely managed to get the water off of her body when she heard voices coming down the hall. She grabbed her robe out of her closet and pulled it on, and was still knotting the tie as Roosh walked into the bedroom. His eyes instantly heated as he caught sight of her. He even fumbled with the tray he was holding, managing to catch it as it almost fell from his hands.
Fuck, you look amazing.
Then he squared his shoulders and cleared his throat.
Good morning. Please get back in bed.
He gestured with his eyes toward her mattress. Ross came in behind him. He had a juice in one hand and a mug of coffee in the other. His eyes darkened. He made a low growling sound deep in his throat. By now she had come to recognize the sounds and signs of arousal on both of them. She didn't need to look down to know that they would both be hard and ready. Her body instantly reacted. Still damp from the shower, her hair wet. Her robe would be clinging to her curves in all the right places. Trying to avoid a fight, she did exactly what Roosh had asked, and quickly moved back to the bed. Careful to avoid flashing them, she slid under the covers while making sure that her robe was properly closed. Oh, shit. When she looked down, she saw that her nipples were as hard as little pebbles pushing up against the thin fabric that barely covered her. She tried to keep her breathing normal, tried even harder to keep her heart from racing. Crikey freaking Moses. It hadn't taken much to get her all hot and bothered. Both males crowded the doorway. Neither moved for the longest time. Roosh's eyes glowed. So freaking beautiful. Ross was holding both glasses so tight that she was sure they would break at any moment. Neither male wore a shirt. They were both huge, freaking huge. Standing next to one another like that, she could see that they were an equal match. She licked her lips. The movement seemed to shake Ross out of whatever spell he was under. He shook his head and nudged Roosh with his elbow. The big male snapped his mouth shut.
"We made you breakfast," he blurted.
"I'm really hungry," she said, meaning every word. And despite the fact that her tummy was rumbling, she wasn't talking about food. Roosh set the tray down in front of her. The delicious aroma of a hot breakfast hit her square in the nose. Scrambled eggs, bacon, and all of the trimmings. Both males sat down beside her. Ross handed her a glass, freshly squeezed. She took the juice from him. With both sets of eyes firmly on her, she took a tentative bite of the bacon and washed it down with a big swig of orange juice. It was absolutely delicious. Her insides twisted with a raging hunger she had never felt before. The two males grinned at each other, like they had managed to achieve something miraculous, as they watched her eat. It was really cute. Becky swallowed down a particularly big mouthful. "So, what's the deal with this whole dating thing?" They looked at each other again, this time in confusion.
"There is no deal. You just need to agree to go out with us."
She knew that both their intentions were to mate with her. They both had forever in their eyes as they looked at her. This would not be a simple date. This would be them trying to convince her to take a chance and mate with them. "Do we all go out together? I mean, like the three of us?" She looked down at her plate. Movement made her look Roosh's way. He shook his head.
"No, not both of us," Roosh growled. "I don't know about vampires, but wolves don't share. At least not by choice. I don't want to share you, Becky."
"You heard him," Ross said. Becky glanced his way, noticing that he didn't look nearly half as upset at the idea. "Okay, so you both want to date me separately, in the hopes that I'll choose one of you. Is that right?" This might just be the perfect solution. Ross and Roosh had almost died trying to save her. The idea of turning her back and not seeing either of them again was just too much. She knew that if she spent too much time with either one of them, that she might just grow too attached. Maybe this would solve her problem. As long as she spent time equally with both guys, maybe she wouldn't form any major bonds with either of them. Yeah, right. Becky realized that she was just fooling herself. She had already established that she was in way over her head. It would be best if she sent them on their way. For good. "It sounds like you've discussed this in great detail." She tried to sound angry. "Since I'm involved in all of this, would you mind sharing the details with me?"
"Sure." Ross's deep rumble seemed to make the whole bed vibrate. "We each get to take you out, spend time with you." He shrugged his big shoulders. "I, for one, want to get to know you much better."
"I feel there is a but in there somewhere." She tried not to sound too eager.
"I would also very much like to get to know you better. There are so many things I want to ask."
Roosh took a deep breath.
"I long to do things for you." He paused. "I enjoyed watching you sleep and would like to do that again. Soon."
She could feel Roosh's eyes on her, but kept her attention on her plate. It seemed moving food around was fast becoming a habit. The things he said should creep her out. But they didn't. She was in serious, deep freaking shit because they didn't. Her heart actually skipped a little bit of a beat. "Where's the but?" she asked, stealing a quick glance at both of them. Their attention was firmly on her.
"Although we are both committed to giving you pleasure, we are not permitted to rut you."
Ross sighed heavily. Roosh emitted a low growl, clearly not liking the idea.
"It would be very difficult for us to scent each other on you and not go into kill mode."
"Yeah," Ross sighed.
"Maybe if the three of us were together, it would be different." "Fucking forget that idea,"
Roosh growled. Her heart beat so much faster. Her hands turned clammy. Her mouth turned dry. She wasn't sure if the reason for her discomfort was because she was scared shitless of the idea of the three of them together, or if she was disappointed at Roosh's negative response.
"You seemed to enjoy it just fine yesterday," Ross chuckled. "It's not like we had much of a fucking choice," Roosh rasped. "You were seriously turned on, Wolf. Don't try to deny it. I could see the way you were watching as I fingered sweet Becky."
She could hear the grin in Ross's voice. She stuffed a mouthful of eggs into her mouth to stop herself from gasping.
"I had my eyes on my female. I was aroused because of her. Her vampire." He pointed at Becky. "It had nothing to do with watching the two of you."
Ross chuckled again.
"You were turned on by what I was doing to Becky and how she reacted. I think the three of us together is something you could enjoy if you gave it a chance," Ross said. his voice low. "Don't knock it until you try it. I can see it's not something you've tried before. How the hell would you know? Maybe I've had dozens of threesomes."
His whole frame was tense, his jaw locked, his hands knotted over his lap.
"An educated guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but I doubt it. Let me know if you change your mind."
"Hello, you two." Becky tried to loosen the grip on her fork. "I'm still here, you know. Don't I get a say in any of this?"
"You most definitely do, sweetheart."
Ross's voice turned husky.
"Did you enjoy it when both of us touched you? Would you like it if both of us touched you again? I could take your blood while the wolf fucked you. We could touch you in ways you never imagined possible."
Oh, hell. She'd really dug herself into this one. Why did she have to open up her big trap?
"I don't need your help, vampire. I can fuck just fine,"
Roosh snarled. The whole bed shook. Becky grabbed the tray before it toppled over.
"Calm down. You have no idea how good rotting can be. I'll even agree to take your blood, too."
Roosh's jaw was locked. He twisted her bed covers in his hands. His eyes blazed. Ross used a finger to lift her chin. His dark eyes bore into her.
"Did you like it when we both touched you?"
She stammered.
"At a loss for words." Ross smiled. "That would be a first."
"Fine," she huffed, noticing how Roosh's head snapped to her, how his vivid blue gaze narrowed. She swallowed hard. "I liked it, okay? I liked it very much. Too freaking much. So much so that I would probably explode if both of you were touching me at once." She made a strangled sound, realizing what she'd just said. Her blasted freaking mouth. She was so going to buy herself some duct tape. Roosh growled and Ross chuckled.
"See, Wolf, if you change your mind, Becky is game."
"Hey." She narrowed her eyes at Ross. "Just because I liked it doesn't mean I want it again." Ross grinned at her, making her want to smack him. He was so lucky that she had a tray full of food on her lap.
"I can assure you that you'd like it very much. You're just worried because if you had us both even once, you wouldn't end up being able to choose between us. You'd never want to go back to just one male again. It would be like going back to your rubber cocks after having a proper male."
She grumbled mentally, thinking how right he was. Well, it isn't happening, so just forget about it. How the hell would three-way sex even work? The big wolf glanced over at Ross.
"Don't even go there."
Becky hoped that Ross would respond. She actually twisted her body a little, giving him her full attention.
"Two tongues can do so much more than one,"
Ross teased. Her hand turned white-knuckled on the fork. She tried to keep her breathing even, and failed.
"Two pairs of hands can touch in so many more places than one."
Ross leaned towards her, his voice so deep and smoky it caused goosebumps to form over her body. She heard Roosh swallow thickly. She knew that if she looked his way, his massive chest would be heaving.
"The best part of all,"
he was almost whispering now, to the point where she could barely hear him. Becky had to strain and realized that she was holding her breath, afraid she might have to ask him to repeat himself.
"Two dicks,"
his voice a soft, husky vibration,
"can give you so much more pleasure than one."
He actually purred the last bit. Roosh growled, although not in a way that evoked fear. From the low rumble she could tell that he was turned on. Big freaking time. Good thing she wasn't wearing panties because they would be soaked right about now.
"Have you ever had anyone take you from behind before, sweetheart?"
Ross asked. His eyes were glowing, a golden hue that had her mesmerized. He pulled the tray from her lap just before it slid off. Ross carefully placed it on the side table without taking his eyes off of her. "Behind?" Becky's own voice quivered slightly, both with need and fear.
"You heard me, sweetheart."
"Behind as in from the back, or behind as in behind?" she squeaked, reaching for the glass of juice and downing the last gulp.
"You are so fucking sexy,"
Ross groaned. His eyes had dipped to her gaping robe. "Shit." She pulled the garment closed. When he lifted his gaze, she noticed that his irises were like liquid gold.
"As in?"
Roosh growled, drawing her attention back to him.
"Have you ever taken anyone into your ass before?"
He groaned, sounding like he was in terrible pain.
"You're beautiful, exquisite."
He made a strangled noise.
"Ass."
Ross chuckled.
"Like the sound of that, Wolf. Anything that involves touching this female would be pure bliss. Her ass is one of my favorites. Of course her plump tits are also high up there on my very long list of things I crave about Becky. Answer the question, honey. I think I would like to know as well.
Do I really have to? Becky said, trying to defuse the situation. She turned to face Ross. His eyes were hooded. It didn't take enhanced senses to know that he was deeply aroused.
It seems that both the wolf and I would really like to know.
Roosh didn't object.
Well,
Ross raised his eyebrows. Becky held her breath for a moment, not sure how to answer. Should she just tell them to go to hell, that it wasn't their business? Or should she just tell them the truth? What did it matter? She shook her head.
Are you saying that you don't want to tell me or know you've never been rutted in your ass before?
Ross licked his lips. I've never... She left the sentence hanging and shook her head while pursing her lips.
Never what, Becky?
Ross smiled, looking all the predator that he was.
I've never known you to be the shy type. Just say it, sweetheart. You don't have to answer,
Roosh interrupted, narrowing his eyes at Ross. Becky looked at each of them in turn. It's just that I've never talked about having sex with two guys before. I've never talked about... She took a deep breath. Anal sex. Her heart was really beating now. She clasped her hands tightly in her lap. What the hell had she gotten herself into? She looked at both of them in turn and shook her head. I've never had sex with more than one man, and I've never had anal sex. She huffed. There, are you happy now?
We're not men. We're males. I don't know about wolves, but vampires share. I didn't think I would want to share my mate.
He paused, his eyes turning more liquid gold by the second.
I doubt I would want to share you once we are properly mated. But right now...
He growled, his nostrils flaring. Her already wet pussy turned even slicker. One little touch and she would fly apart.
I'm probably the only honest person in this room, but I enjoyed watching the wolf touch you. I enjoyed watching your responses to him and would very much like to see him take you fully. I doubt that both of us would fit, but I would sure like to try and take you at the same time.
Becky gasped. Thank God Roosh had taken the tray because it would have fallen in that moment.
Fuck,
Roosh growled. He palmed his cock through his low-riding jeans.
Before you say anything, he looked Ross in the eye. I'm very much aroused, because talking of rutting and even of taking this female in her magnificent ass...
He had to clear his throat, his voice almost too raw to understand.
Has made me that way. I haven't changed my mind about the three of us, though. Whatever you say, Wolf.
Ross smiled.
When the two of you decide to be honest, we'll talk again. Lie back, female. I will ease your need now.
He slid his hand up her thigh, branding her skin. As much as she tried to stop it, a moan was torn from her throat. Chapter 8.
Not a fuck.
Roosh felt his chest vibrate. His whole body was buzzing with pent-up need and aggression.
I'm sure you can scent her arousal just as strongly, if not more so than I can, Ross growled. Our female is aching for release. I'm going to help ease her need. You can either leave or make yourself useful.
No. Becky's eyes were wide and her cheeks were flushed, the scent of honeysuckle all the sweeter because of her need. It flooded his nostrils, had all of his senses hitting overdrive. His cock was hard in his pants. She may have said no, but he noticed how she fell back against the pillows, how her legs parted, just a little at the knee. He moaned as her scent deepened. Becky wanted this. Her nipples pebbled beneath the thin robe. They almost begged him to suck them. The infuriating vampire chuckled.
Staying, then, I see.
He leaned in, his eyes zoning in on the juncture of his female's thighs. His fucking female. Yet he was unable to move, unable to speak. Fuck, the air had even seized in his lungs.
Put your legs over my shoulders, sweetheart.
Ross allowed his hands to slide up the bottoms of her calves, brushing up them lightly, encouraging her to do as he said. Becky squeezed her eyes closed and chewed on her lip for a few beats. She even made a small negative sound, but Roosh could see that Ross was right. His female needed this. It wasn't what he had signed up for, damn it, but there was also no way he was leaving this room.
Do as he says, honey.
His voice came out sounding low and gravelly. His heart beat so hard he was sure his chest would explode at any minute. Her eyes flew to him. They were panic-stricken. Her little hands were fisted at her sides. It seemed as much as she wanted this, she was also very afraid. He didn't blame her.
"We're only going to touch you a little. No sex."
He narrowed his eyes at Ross, who nodded once in agreement. Roosh moved his hand to her soft cotton robe. He slid his fingers between the fabric and took hold of her large breast, loving how her little nub puckered beneath his touch. A low growl was torn from him as he squeezed her soft flesh. His dick actually jumped in his pants. Keeping his hold gentle, he allowed his thumb to brush over her ever-tightening nipple. Becky moaned softly. Ross gently lifted her legs, and although she made a little whimpering noise, she didn't protest as her feet slid over the male's shoulders. Ross leaned forward, and with one quick flick, the tie on her robe loosened. Using his fingertips, the vampire brushed the fabric open. Roosh felt the air leave his lungs in a gush as all of her glorious curves were unveiled. The fur nestled between her legs was glistening with her need. Using both hands, Roosh pinched and tweaked her nipples until Becky was moaning and writhing, bowing her back to get deeper contact. He needed to keep in mind that she preferred a firmer contact. Roosh watched in fascination as Ross's head lowered to her pink pussy. The male made a sound of rapture as his tongue laved across her clit in a swift and gentle motion. Becky moaned. Her hips rocked up and down. Her hands went from fisting the bed to threading through the male's hair, locking him in place. Roosh released one of her mammary glands. He had to squeeze the head of his cock to prevent himself from shooting off. Ross, almost casually, looked up at Roosh. He held both her thighs in each of his hands, and with a lazy smile, he opened her further, moving down. He proceeded to tongue-fuck her in languid strokes. Roosh had never been so turned on in all of his life. He was horrified to find that the hand on his cock was moving up and down from base to tip. His wolf whined and yipped, wanting in on the action. The beast was not at all upset like Roosh had expected. It irritated the fur off of him. It should want this male dead for touching what was his. Roosh couldn't help but growl. Pissed off, it came out sounding aroused rather than angry as he had intended.
"My fucking turn."
Becky's head was flung back. Her eyes were shut. Her hips rocked up and down in earnest. He knew that any second now she was going to come, and he wanted the honor of bringing her to completion. Not this fucking vampire.
"You had her last. I will ease her need this time," he growled.
Ross lifted his head and Becky whimpered in frustration. He threw Roosh a feral grin that made him want to punch the vampire right in the fucking face.
"Be my guest. I would enjoy watching you give my female pleasure."
Thankfully, the male moved away, allowing him room to position himself between her legs. Her breathing was choppy. Her glorious breasts moved with each lungful of air. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes glassy as she watched him lower himself towards her pussy. Roosh tried hard to remember all he had read about pleasuring a female in this way. It was easy to remember their previous time together, since every detail was branded in his mind. He knew how she liked to be touched, where she liked to be touched, and at what pressure. Fuck, he hated an audience. He glanced at the male and felt his jaw gape. What the? The vampire was on his knees next to Becky. He used one hand to tease her breasts, and the other was on his dick. The fucker had unsnapped his jeans. His thick cock actually jumped as Roosh looked between the vampire's hips.
"You do what you have to do, and I'll do what I have to do."
Ross gave Becky's breast a squeeze, and she moaned. Becky was focused on Roosh. She rocked her hips, trying to get him to carry on where Ross had left off. Ross took a hold of his length and started pumping slowly. Roosh was shocked at how his balls actually pulled up as he watched the other male pleasure himself, while Becky writhed and whimpered. He hated how turned on he was. He was ready to fucking explode. His hand shook, wanting so badly to do to himself what the vampire was doing.
"Stop that," he snarled. "This is about the female, not you. We agreed to no rutting. Other than that, it's game on."
It irritated Roosh even more to see how the male's hand pumped faster. He even made a little grunting noise, telling Roosh that he was close to coming. Roosh's balls pulled even tighter.
"I said, stop. Make me, wolf. Last fucking chance."
Roosh felt his chest vibrate and his muscles bunch as he prepared to launch himself at the male, when a familiar buzzing noise drew his attention. He looked down and saw that Becky had a fake rubber dick buried deep inside her pussy. Her legs were spread, her head was thrown back, and her mouth was open. She was breathing so fast that he was sure she was about to hyperventilate. "Oh, yeah," she moaned. "That's it." Her hand moved faster, working the rubber device in and out of her slick opening. If her heart rate was anything to go by, she was either about to have a heart attack or she was going to have a serious orgasm. His wolf whined in frustration.
"What the fuck?"
Ross growled, grabbing the device and yanking it out of her pussy and away from her. Becky fell back on the bed. I can also use my hand, you know. You're not leaving me hanging, and I'm not waiting until you're done with your pissing contest. As far as I'm concerned, you can both leave. I can take care of myself. The vampire held up the piece of glistening rubber, which still vibrated in his hand.
"It's your fake cock,"
he said, a frown on his face.
"I see it's a new one,"
Roosh noted. "After you," Becky huffed, pulling herself onto her elbows while looking him in the eyes. "Black magic was just too small."
"This still isn't that big."
Ross put the pink rubber device next to his still hard member. The vampire's dick was thicker and definitely a little longer. Roosh suppressed a smile. His own cock was bigger. Not by much, but still. "Human men don't have cocks your size. That is extra freaking large, and it's still smaller than the two of you." She made a noise of frustration. "Now, either finish me off or let me do it myself. I'm sick of waiting." She tried to take the fake cock out of Ross's hand.
"Roosh will take care of you, won't you, Wolf?"
Roosh narrowed his eyes at Ross.
"Yeah. I have an idea."
Ross waved the pink cock.
"I'll use this. You lick her sweet little clit and we'll have her screaming in no time."
Becky's heart rate sped up and her breathing hitched.
"Open up a little more for me, sweetheart."
Ross moved down to her thighs. Roosh was still positioned between her legs.
"You don't have to."
He stopped mid-sentence as he watched her comply with Ross's instruction, taking her bottom lip between her teeth. Using both hands, Becky squeezed her breasts a couple of times before rolling her nipples between her fingers. She whimpered as she pinched them between her thumb and forefingers. Her eyes were on the rubber cock as Ross positioned the device between her legs. His female's eyes actually rolled back in her skull as Ross slid it home. Roosh had almost forgotten how sensual she was. She may have been his first, but he knew that this quality was rare in a female, especially in a human female.
"You'd better get to it."
Ross's gravelly voice made him snap out of it. He locked eyes with those of the vampire.
"Unless you want her to finish without you."
The male's skin was taut. His muscular chest heaved. He made a growling noise and flashed Roosh a fang. His big body shook, and when Roosh looked down, he saw that the male was fisting his cock, moving in quick, deep strokes. The sweet scent of his female's arousal called to him. He needed to bring her to conclusion more than he wanted to punch Ross. Roosh closed his mouth on her swollen clit. Becky bucked her hips wildly against him. She moaned heavily as her hands clenched his hair. Roosh could feel the light vibration against his mouth as he suckled on her throbbing flesh. First she mewled softly. Then she stiffened for a few beats before groaning so loudly that he was sure she would have a bleeding throat after they were done. Then her eyes flew open and she screamed. Her back bowed, and he had to clamp down harder on her hips to keep her in place. He kept up the pressure on her clit until she finally fell back and Ross removed the rubber cock. "Oh, my God," she said between pants.
"Did you like that?"
Ross asked. Roosh couldn't help but notice how the two of them exchanged a look. "You know I did." Becky nodded.
"Am I missing something?"
he asked, keeping his eyes on Ross. The male smiled.
"I put my finger into Becky's ass while she was coming."
The vampire turned to look at Becky.
"You will enjoy the real thing even more."
The male palmed his sticky cock. Roosh saw more cum dripping down the male's stomach. "Fucker." Becky eyed Ross's dick, her lids hooded, and she actually licked her lips.
"You like cock, don't you, Becky?"
Ross cupped his sacs.
"The wolf is still in need."
Becky turned to him, her eyes dropping to what he knew would be a major bulge in his very cramped jeans.
"Take out your dick, Wolf," Ross instructed. "It looks like our female wants to taste you."
"I will if you want me to." Becky licked her lips again, her eyes still on his midsection. Although his dick twitched at her words and his beast actually howled, he shook his head.
"You don't have to."
"I want to." She moved to a sitting position. He could remember how good her mouth felt on him, how amazing her plump lips had looked stretched around his girth. Roosh knew he wouldn't last very long. He was already in a squatting position, only fully seated with his legs underneath him. Becky put her hands on his thighs as she positioned herself. Next, she unsnapped his jeans, and his dick practically sprang out. The fucking vampire made a growling noise that sounded too much like arousal for his liking. Roosh kept his eyes on Becky as she closed her mouth over his tip. Roosh ground his teeth. He tightened his fists at his sides. She sucked more of him into her mouth, and a strangled sound was torn from him. Then she moved away slightly, but only to take her robe off, giving him an unobstructed view of her glorious body. He really wasn't going to last very long at all. Her nipples were the perfect shade of pink. Her pussy was like heaven. He remembered what it felt like to be buried deep within her velvety heat, fisted so tight. He groaned as she took his cock back into her wet mouth, this time as far as it would go. One of her hands played with his balls, while the other fisted him at the base. His sack pulled up. His breathing turned choppy as she picked up the pace. Her breasts swayed and jiggled as she bobbed up and down on him. "Fuck," he ground out. Ross made a grunting noise. There was also a slapping sound. When he looked up, the male was pumping his cock in fast, even strokes. His jaw was set. The male's irises glowed. Ross's eyes were on Becky, namely, on how Becky was deep-throating his cock. It was impossible to stop, and with no time to warn his female. The pleasure hit in hard waves that had him growling deeply and viciously. Her swallowing noises made him come even harder. Ross's body tensed. The male curled his torso slightly inwards, his abs ripped. He groaned as squirts of cum erupted from the tip of his cock. He didn't think it possible, but Roosh came even harder. His growl turned into an all-out snarl. There was a ripping sound. Becky continued to suck him off, licking at his tip as his dick swelled. "Interesting, Wolf," Ross grit out between pants. "Your cock gets even bigger when you come. Maybe the whole both-at-once thing really won't work after all." Disappointment hit quickly, followed by irritation. Since when did he want more than just this lush female in his bed? Not a fuck. No way, no how. It wasn't going to happen. Becky continued to lap at him. His swelling eased, but he stayed rock hard. "I forgot how much stamina you have," she whispered around his dick. Her hot breath on his tip as she sucked him into her mouth again. Roosh cupped her chin, gently easing her from his cock. "Thank you." He lowered his mouth and kissed her. When she tried to deepen the kiss, he pulled away, not wanting to disappoint her. "Why don't you want to kiss me?" She looked sad. "I do," he assured her, backing up as her eyes locked with his mouth, and she leaned in a second time. Her frown deepened, and he could actually scent her sadness. "I do, I swear." His eyes locked with Ross. The dickhead vampire would probably laugh at him. "I would rather not do it right now." "Why not?" She shrugged, but the scent of her hurt and sadness enveloped him. Ross growled in warning. Roosh locked his jaw for a few beats. There was no way around it. He didn't want her upset. He would risk the vampire's rude remarks. Becky was important to him. "I'm a terrible kisser," he blurted. "I haven't kissed many females." Roosh kept his eyes on Becky, sure he would find a smirk on the vampire's face if he glanced his way. "I'm sure you kiss just fine. You're just putting a lot of pressure on yourself." She gave him a sweet smile that made him feel warm and fuzzy inside. He wished to God she was right. "I've only tried it once or twice, but I could just tell that the female didn't like it." "Let's not argue about it. Kiss me. I promise to give you honest feedback." This time, when she leaned forward, he allowed their lips to meet. Through his reading of the female magazines and from watching quite a number of pornos, he had a good idea of the mechanics. As their lips touched, he did what he always had done in the past, opened his mouth and pushed his tongue beyond her lips. He made sure that his mouth was quite wide, and that his tongue tangled with hers hard and fast. The females always moaned and made sounds of enjoyment on the movies. He didn't understand what the problem was, but he soon forgot that train of thought, because she tasted like heaven. Becky pushed on his chest, so he reluctantly released her. She tried not to make a big deal of it, but he noticed how she used her hand to wipe her mouth. Damn it. He just knew he was going to disappoint her, and he had. "I'm bad at kissing. Just admit it." "Where did you learn to kiss?" "I learned about it, but mainly from pornos. Unfortunately, they don't kiss too much in those, but I was sure to pay close attention when they did." She smiled. Her eyes lit up. This was the part where she was going to make fun of him. He could feel the vampire's eyes on him. Soon they would both be taunting him about what a shit kisser he was. "You do realize that a porno is not a very good place to learn how to kiss, or to learn much of anything about sex. The females are just acting." She reached out and put her hand in his. "I'll teach you how to kiss properly." His heart beat faster. He risked a glance at the vampire. Ross was using Becky's discarded towel to clean up his mess. He didn't seem to be paying too much attention to them. Roosh knew that the male had heard every word of their conversation, though. This was the perfect opportunity to show him up as the lesser male. His respect for the bloodsucker grew. The male was giving him some space. He wasn't taking advantage, as Roosh had expected. Becky put her other hand in his, so that now she was facing him. Holding both of his hands, she squeezed and smiled up at him. Roosh looked back down, and his eyes locked with hers. They were the most beautiful crystal blue eyes he had ever seen. What would he do if he lost her? He totally forgot that train of thought as she moved onto her knees, reaching up. "You know when you first touch a female when making love to her?" She didn't wait for his reply. "That is how you should begin when kissing. Slow, testing, soft. Kissing is similar to sex in a lot of ways. You wouldn't just throw yourself on a woman and start pumping in her full speed, would you?" He shook his head.
"I would definitely touch her first, and yes, my touch would be much softer initially. I would make sure that she was properly wet and ready."
His female's eyes heated. "Exactly. And when you first breached her body with yours, you would do so carefully and slowly. Sometimes a kiss stays this way, but just like with sex, sometimes a kiss can become frantic and hard. There needs to be a slow build-up, though. You can't just go straight to the end. It doesn't work that way. The kissing you saw during those pornos was during serious fuck scenes. Kisses that are hard and rough like that are best left for times like that." Understanding rose up in him.
"I think I know what you mean. I would like to try again now."
His eyes had lowered to hers. Plump, raspberry perfection. He groaned softly. "Let's try first without using tongues," she said, her eyes dipping to his lips as well. He felt how his brow creased.
"Can you kiss without tongues?"
For the first time, Becky giggled. "Yes, of course, silly. Kiss me already." He pressed his lips to hers for a second or two before pulling back.
"How was that?"
"Just think of my lips a little bit like you would my clit. It's not enough just to put your finger on that spot. You need to rub and play with it, too. It's the same with our lips. Stay still, I'll kiss you." She brought her lips to his. She opened her mouth a little. It felt like she was tasting him. Becky moved her mouth over his. She even nipped at his bottom lip. The sensations felt wonderful. He quickly caught the hang of it and did the same back to her. She sucked on his lip and he growled, loving how it made him shiver. When her little tongue touched his mouth, he responded in kind, and before long they were moving and playing, using their lips and tongues, slow and easy. Eventually she broke the kiss. They were both panting heavily.
"I enjoyed that,"
he murmured. "So did I." It came out sounding a little breathless. Her lips were really swollen, her eyelids hooded. The scent of her arousal filled the air. When he dropped his gaze, he noticed that her nipples were pebbled. He longed to suck them. It made his heart soar to know that he had done that with just a kiss to her mouth. She had enjoyed his kiss.
"As much as I'd love a round number 2, Ross said as he did up his pants, "I need to find a place to stay, and you need to go to your alpha. Seems like you might have some explaining to do."
Shit. He had forgotten all about Ward and his pack. The male would have his balls.
"Yeah. As much as I would love to stay, I can't."
His eyes stayed on hers.
"I'll be back later."
He moved his eyes to Ross as he spoke.
"Don't stay away too long, Wolf."
"Hey, I still haven't agreed to dating either one of you." Becky bit down on her swollen, lush bottom lip.
"It's only a matter of time."
Ross smiled. He put a knee on the bed and moved between Roosh and Becky.
"I also want to taste your mouth."
The vampire set his lips over Becky's. Roosh watched as they all out-kissed. His wolf just yawned and stretched, the beast content after such a dizzying orgasm. It shouldn't be so relaxed. He was so close to the kissing couple, he could feel the heat coming off of them, could distinctly hear the clashing of their tongues and the smacking of their lips. It made him want to touch Becky, urge on Ross. It made him seriously hard, almost as if he were touching her himself. It didn't make any sense. The last thing Roosh expected when he returned to the village was for Ward to greet him with a bear hug, wolf hug, and right out in the middle of the village where anyone could see. His alpha gripped him so tight, he was sure one or two of his ribs snapped in the process.
"Don't you ever fucking do anything so stupid ever again."
His eyes were filled with concern and his frame was tense.
"What were you thinking?" "That bloodsucker rutted with my female, and not only that, he claimed her as his."
Roosh stuffed his hands in his pockets.
I couldn't just leave it. Becky is mine. I decided to fight for her. Like I said before, maybe this female isn't right for you if she would so easily rut with another male.
Ward was trying to be helpful, but Roosh felt his anger rise.
I had no claim over her. She has not agreed to be my mate. We are not on our 3-month trial period. Unfortunately, she can rut whomever she wishes.
It came out in a low growl, even though he tried hard not to sound so aggressive. Ward looked around them.
Follow me.
He strode ahead and Roosh followed. They walked for a time, passing several packmates and having to stop several times. Finally, they made it out of the village and walked up the pathway into the forest. Roosh loved being out in the open like this. His wolf clambered just below the surface. The beast wanted to run despite the fact that he had been in his wolf form all day. If anything, his wolf was stronger after being free for so long. He had to work hard to keep a tether on the beast. Finally, Ward came to a stop and he turned to face Roosh.
You're lucky things turned out the way they did. You could easily have been killed. You know that, don't you?
Roosh nodded. Ward actually looked sad for a few seconds. He shook his head, looking off into the distance.
I had a meeting with those vampire kings yesterday.
What? Why? Roosh could feel his brow furrow.
You knew I was fine in leaving their territory. Relax. You were a part of the conversation, but it wasn't the only reason for my seeing them. A meeting with the kings was long overdue.
He paused.
You shouldn't have told them about the shifters rutting humans, and certainly not about us mating humans. You could have brought a shitstorm down on us.
I only mentioned a single mating. They don't know about any of our plans. Roosh expected Ward to be angry. Yet the male looked the picture of calm. Not a single muscle was tense. Even his heart rate was even.
It wasn't your place to discuss such things. I'd planned on meeting with them to discuss this topic anyway, so you actually just sped things up for me.
He narrowed his eyes.
Don't pull a stunt like that again. I'm sorry. I won't, he mumbled.
It was wrong of him to have said anything, but that bastard, Brant, really irritated the fur out of him.
It turns out that they don't care who we rut, and even less about who we mate, just as long as it doesn't affect them.
Ward smiled.
Not that I was seeking their permission, anyway. The fact is, their approval makes our lives easier. Thankfully, they still believe that the laws hold true for them, that only royal blood will cause a human female to become stronger when mated. Thank fuck they are arrogant, full-of-it motherfuckers.
His alpha smiled for a few seconds before looking down at his feet. After a few seconds more, Ward looked up at him.
Despite Brant exiling him, Zane wants that vampire back. He wants this whole human mating business over. They are afraid of what would happen if vampires started rutting with humans. They are worried that their males could harm and even kill human females.
He sighed heavily.
If Ross ends up mating this female, other vampire males might get ideas. There are already mutterings amongst the males about heading out to Sweetwater to partake in some human fun.
Roosh wasn't sure what any of this had to do with him. He almost said as much, but something in Ward's expression made him hold his tongue.
You're sure that you want this female?
Never more sure of anything in my life, Roosh responded without hesitation. Ward looked relieved for just a second, before schooling his emotions.
Well then, she's yours. I wish that were true, but the vampire and I both want her. We are both working at winning her. You could call it a race to the finish, and I plan on winning. That's why I need to pack a bag and head back to town.
He looked his alpha in the eye, trying to convey to him the severity of the situation.
I need to leave right now. The sooner the better. I might be gone for a while.
He took a deep breath.
The longer I am away, the more chance he has of winning her. I love her, Ward, and would do anything for her.
He pulled a hand out of his pocket, dragging his fingers through his hair.
That includes leaving my pack, walking away. I beg of you, please give me permission to go. I need your support in this. Calm down. Ward put a hand on his shoulder. Everything is going to be okay. I told you that she is yours, and I meant it. I mentioned that the vampires want this male back. They do not want a vampire and human union.
Ward removed the hand on Roosh's shoulder and took a few steps in the opposite direction before pacing back.
I have agreed to you and the vampire having a fight. The winner will get to claim and mate the female. The vampire kings saw you fight that day when we were trying to protect Stephanie. They know that you are a berserker and that you will win. They realize that you could kill the male, but are willing to risk it.
Roosh felt his blood rush.
What? I told you that we've come to an agreement. We will work to win the affection of this female. We do not wish to fight. The human will choose one of us. There is no need for bloodshed."
Ward paced back, his whole body tense.
"It does not matter what kind of a deal you have struck with this vampire. It is done. You will fight him tomorrow, and you will win. You are the stronger male. In one-on-one combat, you would go into berserker mode and win. The agreement is that the fight would not be to the death, but rather until one of you concedes or is down."
"No fucking way.
"I would probably accidentally kill him. I don't want that."
Roosh growled. His skin tingled and his nail beds itched. He had to fight to keep his wolf under control. The thought of harming Ross did not sit well with him.
"You need to understand."
Ward stopped pacing. He locked eyes with Roosh.
"Should this vampire win and mate this female, other vampire males could end up going after human females. It could result in untold bloodshed and death. The human population would come up against us. At the very least, we would not be permitted near their females. We have a real chance of saving the shifter species, of all of us males being able to find mates and having offspring. Listen to what I'm saying, Roosh."
He took a step towards Roosh.
"You get to have the female. We get to carry on, working our way down the list. There is no other option. This has already been decided. You fight tomorrow. I don't want to hear another word about it. Please try to understand. If you make me do this, you will take away my honor. If you don't do this, it could spell the end of our species and possibly even non-humans as a whole."
Ward growled.
"Think long and hard about which you would prefer."
"Why don't you just explain to the vampires that the human females would strengthen due to the mating bond? That if they were careful and followed certain safety rules, they too could easily take human mates."
"Don't make me do this."
Ward shook his head. His green eyes darkened.
"No. We would lose the one thing that will ensure that we do not stay under their control."
He sighed.
"I wish things could be different. This way the shifter pack can increase in size. It won't take us long before we overtake the vampires in numbers. If they knew they were able to take human females and mate with them, easily procreate with them, they would remain the strongest species and continue to dominate us. Is that what you want?"
"You know I don't." Fuck. He was backed into a corner. We have to try to find a way out of this.
"I really don't want to fight the male." "It is already decided. There's no going back."
Roosh ran a hand through his hair.
"Okay, then."
He turned and strode away, already undoing his pants and pulling them down his thighs.
"What are you doing?"
Ward growled. Roosh could hear the male coming up behind him.
"What does it look like?"
He snarled back, turning to face his leader.
"I'm heading back to Sweetwater. I need to see Ross immediately. We have to come up with a solution somehow." "Ross is back with his coven."
Ward's eyes softened. He closed the distance between them.
"One of the agreements was that you couldn't see each other before the fight. You will see him tomorrow when we meet on Cross's Field. At least the location is pretty much the border between our two territories. Nice and neutral. I'm sorry, Roosh. I wish things could have been different. Just keep your female in mind. Do this for her. It won't help to speak with the vampire. There is nothing to discuss. No way out. You would only make things worse."
As much as he wanted to win his female, Roosh didn't want it to be like this. He knew without a doubt that if he fought the vampire and won, Becky would have nothing to do with him anyway. Fear made his blood turn icy. There was a good chance he would kill the male. Becky would hate him then. Hell, he would hate himself enough for both of them. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of a way out. Chapter 9. Even though it was midday, the sky was dark. Thick storm clouds continued to blow in. It was ominous, black. He would go so far as to call the electric storm that was brewing threatening. The air crackled. His hair stood on end. Every so often a streak of lightning flashed across the horizon. A slow rumble sounded, followed by a loud crash. Roosh hadn't caught sight of his opponent amongst the thick throng of vampire males yet. All were dressed in their usual war attire of full-body leather. He knew from experience that although the covering was soft to the touch, it was harder than it looked to pierce, giving some degree of protection. With a shiver, he knew that it wouldn't keep Ross safe. Roosh prayed that he would somehow manage to keep control of his beast. There was sometimes nothing he could do in the throes of battle. If his wolf felt that they were under threat, it would take over. At times like this, Roosh would become trapped within himself. It was difficult to explain the sensation to others. His focus would zone into his opponent. Everything in that moment seemed too slow. He would have an uncanny ability to predict his enemy's next move, to exploit his weaknesses. His beast was ruthless, a killing machine capable of using tooth and claw to take out their opponents. Sure, he was in there somewhere, able to witness what was happening but unable to do anything himself. Certainly unable to prevent the carnage. If his wolf escaped, Ross would die by Roosh's own hand, and he would have to live with it. He hadn't known the male for very long and should want him dead. The fact of the matter was, he respected Ross, even considered him to some degree to be a friend. He certainly didn't view the male as an enemy. How would he live with himself if he killed Ross? It was almost a certainty that the vampire would die today, that his female would never forgive him. At first there was a shout, then a low murmur went through the audience, followed by silence. The crowd parted and Ross walked into the large open area, the fight zone. Ross's eyes were hard, his hands were fisted at his sides, his whole demeanor was simmering and angry. He scanned the area where Roosh's pack had congregated, until finally the vampire's eyes locked with his. They hardened up a whole lot more. Even from this distance, Roosh could see his jaw clench and a muscle tick. In short, the male was pissed. It seemed that Ross had decided he was going to fight for Becky after all. Maybe he was angry that Roosh had agreed to this whole debacle. He couldn't blame the male. Roosh wished for about the 100th time that he could have a quick conversation with Ross. It seemed that wasn't going to be possible, though. The future of his pack and that of the shifters were at stake. He would just have to work hard to control his beast. While the odds were stacked against him, he would give everything he had inside of him to prevent himself from going into berserker mode. Ross kept his eyes locked on the wolf, his enemy. Although they had agreed, it seemed like the bastard didn't give a shit and had decided to go back on his word. Despite their agreement, here they stood. The only problem was, he had seen the wolf in action. The male would be almost impossible to beat. Ross had decided that he would keep Becky in the forefront of his mind. He didn't care much for his own life, but he would be damned if he would allow this dickhead to win his mate. He would hold onto an image of the beautiful human and use it to fuel his anger. At the very least, if the wolf took him down, he would take the bastard with him too, or die trying. He knew that if by some miracle he managed to beat the wolf, Becky would probably be mad at him, more like all-out pissed. Ross had seen the way that she looked at the wolf. She may not want to admit it to herself, but Becky was head over heels in love with the male. It made him want to roar with anger and frustration. The only consolation was that she looked at him in much the same way. Bare-chested, the wolf wore only a pair of old, faded jeans. He knew from experience that the beasts did this so that they could shift easily without the hassle of clothes to get in the way. "Bring it the fuck on," he thought to himself. Ross moved to stand in the middle of the grass area. Another flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a loud crash. The first drops of rain hit his cheeks. He didn't care. He wouldn't let the weather or anything else deter him. If the wolf had decided that a fight was what he wanted, then a fight he would get. Ross lifted his chin and kept his hands ready at his sides. He never took his eyes off his opponent for a minute. Even when the rain began to fall in earnest, no one moved. No one seemed to breathe. Zane moved in next to him. He had been so absorbed with his enemy that he hadn't even heard his approach. "Ready?" his king asked. Ross nodded. "You've got this," Zane said under his breath and moved a few strides forward. The male's back stiffened and he turned back. "If for some reason you are on the losing end, please concede." "What the fuck kind of advice is that?" Ross had to work to keep his voice down. "Good advice." Zane didn't give him a chance to respond. The male turned and strode to the center of the grass field. Ross followed, not allowing himself to dwell on his king's words. The alpha closed the distance, coming to a halt next to Zane. Walking much more slowly, Roosh took up his position just a few feet in front of Ross. The rain continued to fall. By now rivulets of water were cascading down his cheeks. Ross's hair was sopping wet. Ross kept his eyes on Roosh. The wolf's hair clung to his face and neck. His chest and arms were snaked with running water. His jeans were soaked through. Zane, acting as if being wet from head to toe was a normal, everyday occurrence, took a step forward. "This is a fight for the human, Becky, between one of our own, Ross, and one of the wolves, Roosh. It has been agreed that this will be a fight until one of you concedes, or until one of you is down. It is not a fight to the death." He growled the word, while looking each of them in the eyes. Ward stepped forward. He raised his hand, showing that he needed to speak. Zane nodded. "Let it be openly mentioned
that one of the males accidentally kill the other, no punishment may be put forward. This is still a fight and accidents happen."
Ward kept his eyes on Zane. There was a long pause, cut only by the sound of the falling rain. Just as Zane wanted to speak, there was a particularly loud crack and a crash of lightning. It forced the male to wait. Ross was no fool. He knew that Ward wanted to ensure Roosh's safety, because he knew the wolf would most likely end up killing him. This request was proof of that distinct possibility. A berserker was rarely capable of controlling himself. While the beast could try to end him, he planned on using all of his hard-earned skill, and wouldn't go down easily. Becky was the only female for him. He would not concede, and therefore he would probably die. Even knowing this, he refused to allow fear to steal its way into him. He would focus on his strengths and on the prize. Miracles happened. Maybe he would win.
"We already discussed this, but I will openly agree. Let it be noted."
Zane was sure to project his voice.
"This is a fight between two males in their prime. I would like to still urge the two of you to please use caution. There is no need for one of you to die."
His king looked at the wolf as he spoke. It got Ross's back up.
"This is not a fight to the death. Therefore there will be no weapons permitted, hand-to-hand combat only. No one else is allowed to assist."
Zane and the alpha wolf moved away in large, swift strides to opposite sides of the circle. Zane lifted both of his hands and roared as a sign for them to begin. It was normal during such occasions for two males to first size each other up. Then they would slowly test one another before the real fight would begin. The only thing Ross had on his side was the element of surprise. With this in mind, he went at the wolf full force, both fists flying, and even head-butted the male for good measure. He didn't give Roosh any time to recover. Instead, he went at him with two well-placed punches to the face. Ross kneed his opponent in the stomach, then followed that with another headbutt. He was surprised when Roosh didn't come back at him, or even try to defend himself much. No matter, he would take the advantage. Ross went at the male again in a similar fashion, not holding anything back. He only had one chance. This was it. This time, at least, Roosh put up his arms to deflect the blows and even headbutted Ross back with a hefty smack to the face. Pain flared, blood flowed down the back of his throat, salty and thick. He took a few steps back, using a hand to try to remove some of the water from his eyes. The rain continued to fall. If anything, it was coming down even heavier now. He made sure that one of his feet was placed in front of the other, and that his right hand was up and ready. But the wolf did not come at him as expected. Fine. If the beast wouldn't come to him, then he would go to it. Ross closed the space between them, coming at him hard with all he had.
"Don't,"
Roosh growled, trying to deflect his punches.
"Please."
Ross punched the male again, feeling satisfaction as teeth loosened beneath his fist and blood flowed. The wolf's lip was split and bleeding heavily. Ross's next kick was hard enough to crack ribs. He heard them snap even through the heavy rain.
"You need to concede,"
the wolf growled. His mouth was filled with blood. Concede? Was the beast mad? Ross had the upper hand at the moment. It wouldn't help to listen to the male's bullshit. It would only take a few more well-placed blows, and he might just win this thing. He punched Roosh again, aiming for his left eye because it was already practically shut from the swelling. The iris of his other eye flared, turning a brighter, more icy blue.
"I said to concede,"
the wolf repeated. His lip curled back, revealing extended canines. Oh, so this was how it was going to go down. The wolf knew that he had witnessed him fight, and seemed to hope to use fear as a motivator to get him to concede. There was no way he was putting his hands up. He would rather die. Ross shook his head, coming at Roosh again. He sprang up into the air and kicked the male solidly on the side of the head, landing in a readied position. Roosh's head snapped to the side and blood sprayed. The wolf snarled, the sound deafening. By now the rivulets of rainwater on his face and chest were streaked with red.
"Damn it, Ross."
The male looked at him. His one open eye glowed an eerie blue. His face was a mask of rage.
"Fucking concede. I don't want to kill you. Too fucking bad, Wolf. You wanted this fight."
Ross felt his lip curl.
"Well, here I am. I don't plan on conceding any time soon."
Ross knew that the words were mostly superficial. He needed to up the pace. There would be no stopping and no turning back until only one of them was left standing. With a loud roar, he threw himself at the male. With teeth, claws, and fists, he attacked. Roosh merely defended himself, which irritated the hell out of him. He wouldn't worry about that. If he was going to have a chance in hell, then he would need to manage to get him down before he went into berserker mode. If he couldn't, it would be over for him. It irritated him that the wolf thought that he could use his berserker tendencies to get him to concede. The male had no honor, that much was clear. Someone was shouting for them to stop. He didn't care, though. He continued to pummel the beast. Blood flowed, bones cracked. It was only when someone physically pulled him off of Rouge that he regained enough of his composure to realize that it was the alpha. "Stop!" Ward snarled. Ross was shocked to see the damage he had caused. The part of him that was fast becoming something akin to friends with this male cringed, but he pushed down the emotion. The wolf had brought this on himself. His face was a bloody mess. Rouge staggered, grunting as he brought both of his hands to his cracked ribs. One of his arms was bent and obviously broken. "You can't stop the battle once it has begun. You've only done this because your wolf is losing." Ross practically yelled the words in the alpha's face. "That's not it," the alpha growled. "There is something that I need to say. Hear me out, please. Once I'm done, you can decide whether or not you want this to continue." Ward looked up, addressing the two kings. "There is something that I wish to discuss with you as well. Something very important for the future of your species. All the non-humans as a whole. We can all successfully breed and take human females. This male," the alpha gestured towards Ross, "can mate that human female." "No," Rouge rumbled softly, wincing as soon as the word was out. "You don't have to," he managed to continue between clenched teeth. Ward turned his green eyes to Ross. "Rouge didn't want to fight you. He only did this because I asked him to." "That's not right. I made him do it. Your kings and I decided that this fight would happen." Ross felt his brow crease. He turned to face Zane. The male remained passive and calm. "Is what the alpha is saying true?" Zane walked towards them. "The fight had already started. You had no right to stop them." He turned to face Ward. "Leave them be. The whole thing is already in motion. The fight must continue until there is a winner." "I told you that I have information that will change everything," Ward said. Thankfully, the rain had let up slightly, but it was still coming down in a soft mist. "What the hell is going on?" Ross growled. His hands were still fisted at his sides. "I told you." Ward scrubbed a hand over his face to try to remove some of the moisture that had gathered. The alpha pulled a hand through the strands that clung to his forehead. "Rouge didn't want this. He didn't want to fight you. If I hadn't stopped the fight just now, then you would have killed him. He was allowing you to win because he couldn't go back on your agreement." "Ward's right." Rouge sounded a bit stronger now. His more superficial wounds were healing. "Fuck." Ross looked away for a few beats. "You wouldn't have conceded either." Rouge shook his head. "How the hell did you keep a handle on your beast?" He swallowed hard. "You would have allowed yourself to die if Ward hadn't intervened?" Rouge nodded, this time wincing. He held his broken arm gingerly and then turned to Ward. "Why did you intervene?" he muttered. "Because I care, damn it. You are one of mine. You were supposed to win." Ward growled. "He was supposed to concede." The alpha returned to Ross. "What the fuck?" "You shouldn't have agreed to this in the first place," Rouge growled. Ross noticed that the wolf looked pissed. Rouge stood more upright, his lip curled away as he did, belying the pain that he still felt. "I didn't wish for any of this. You know why I made the agreement with the kings in the first place. I didn't want you to hurt. I can see that this vampire is a worthy male in your eyes. You wouldn't have lost on purpose otherwise. This is bullshit. We had an agreement," Zane said, his eyes on Ward. Ross felt his blood turn icy as a feeling of betrayal settled in. "Are you saying that this was planned?" His eyes were firmly on Zane. "You told me that the wolf wanted to fight me, that he had insisted on it." "Your place is with this coven," Zane rasped. "You had no business going after that female, striking up a deal with this wolf, potentially becoming mated to a human. Your place is here." He snarled the last. Shock and anger coursed through him. "You bastard. The only reason you insist on my place being here is because you don't want this union. It has nothing to do with me. You are ready to throw me to the wolves." He didn't care if he was beaten for speaking his mind. It would be worth it. "I can understand why you're upset. I'm going to therefore let that comment slide." Zane's whole demeanor eased up. "Maybe we went about it the wrong way. The agreement
was for the wolf to beat you. You are one of the best warriors, and yet that beast in berserker mode would have taken you. Then you would have come back here, to where you belong. It is where you still belong. It irritates the shit out of me that you insist on not hearing me. Ross took a deep breath. I'm going to repeat this one last time. I have chosen the female, claimed her. He paused. I have an agreement with the wolf, and you should not have interfered. Brant told me that if I left, I would be exiled. He took another deep breath. I no longer consider myself a part of this coven. I want nothing to do with you. Ross turned and strode away, making for the SUVs. Wait up. He heard a loud grunt behind him. From the heavy panting and painful moaning, Ross knew that it was the wolf. He was tempted just to keep walking, to get into the vehicle and to drive away, but how could he? With a heavy sigh, Ross paused. I'm sorry, the still bloodied, torn-up male said as he arrived at Ross's side. I'm the one who should be apologizing to you, Ross said. I should have actually stopped for a second and used my brain. You weren't fighting back. Zane was right. You are the stronger of the two of us. He sighed again. I should have known and realized that I was winning far too easily, that you were holding back. It hurt him to admit it, but he owed the wolf that much. Yeah, well, I should have given Ward and your two kings the middle finger. But I couldn't. Why the fuck did they need to interfere anyway? Ward explained to me that your kings are fearful of human females becoming hurt. Apparently a whole bunch of your males tried to head up to Sweetwater yesterday. The consensus was that if you are allowed to rut with the human, then so could they. The male nursed his broken left arm. What they don't seem to realize is that the vampire males are eventually going to go after these human females, whether they want them to or not. Fact is that we are naturally driven to procreate. It will need to be strictly controlled, managed, but there is no reason why it couldn't work if done the right way. Ross shook his head. In the end, I don't care. I'm out of here. Can I give you a lift? I meant what I said yesterday, the wolf said. Vampires are able to successfully mate with humans. They become stronger whether the male is royalty or not. Most of the wars are bullshit. Ross could see that Roosh believed what he was saying. The male had no reason to lie. If anything, it would be in his favor to say the opposite. He eventually nodded. About that lift. Ross raised his eyebrows. Please. I think you need some help with that first, Ross said, looking at the broken arm. It was already setting at the wrong angle, which meant that he was going to have to break it again. I think I'm good. Thanks. Roosh grinned. His healing lips split open all over again. Blood dripped down his chin. The male made a pained noise. It's hardly even noticeable. He looked down at his arm and started to chuckle. He made another pained noise, using his good arm to clutch his chest. You really fucked me up, man. I told you that I'm sorry, Ross said. I really think we should take care of that before we go. Roosh nodded. This is going to hurt like a bitch, Ross warned, while taking hold of the other male's arm. On the count of 3. 1. He gave his arm a sharp twist and actually heard the bone re-break. Roosh hissed through clenched teeth. I think someone needs to teach you how to count, vampire. Ross chuckled. Thankfully, it doesn't hurt one bit. Roosh somehow managed to get out. Ross could see that his skin was pale. Although some of the swelling had gone down on his eye, it was still puffy. The male's skin looked taut, pain marring his features. He knew that it wouldn't take long for the wolf to heal, but until then, Ross would feel seriously guilty. He should have realized something was up. I just need to stop at the castle to grab my bag. Ross hadn't even unpacked the thing yet. And then I'll take you to Becky. She can patch you up. You should be able to score yourself some serious sympathy points. In fact, she will probably hate me for doing this to you. They made their way to the SUV. While Ross was tempted to help the wolf, he knew it wouldn't go down well. What he did do was open the passenger door for him. Roosh gave him a look of thanks, and carefully got into the vehicle, wincing and grunting as he did. Thankfully, no one tried to stop them. Ross could see the Alpha talking with Zane and Brant, then all 3 males moved off in the direction of another waiting vehicle. He and Roosh would have to hurry. He was sure that the males were headed for the main castle as well. The last thing he wanted was another confrontation. He just didn't feel like dealing with those bastards. If he didn't see any of them again, it would be too soon. Buckle up. He glanced at the wolf who lay back in his seat, his eyes closed. I'll get that for you.
He carefully leaned over the mail and pulled the device across his body, clicking it into the slot.
"You're already banged up as it is."
Trying to be as careful as he could, Ross pushed his foot down on the accelerator. The dirt road was slick. Ross could hear the small sounds of pain that Roosh made whenever they hit a pothole or drove over a particularly rough patch, so he had to ease his weight off of the accelerator. Looking in the rearview mirror, it seemed as if they were still ahead of the others. He didn't want to hurt the mail any more than he already had. Becky adored wet weather. She always had. It was on cold, rainy days like this that her mother had allowed her to stay in bed till late. She could hole herself up and just read. She wouldn't be forced to run around the block or to play tennis or any of the other methods that her mother had devised to try to help her to lose weight. She loved the sound of the pitter-patter as raindrops fell on the roof, loved to watch as it splashed against the window pane. Rain was life-giving, and she liked to think of herself in that way as well. "All right, Miss Taylor," she addressed the middle-aged lady on the chair across from her. "You can lie down on the bed now, please. I need to palpate your stomach." The woman was suffering from a simple case of the 24-hour bug, but Becky needed to make 100% sure that there wasn't something more sinister going on. Miss Taylor positioned herself on her back and lifted her blouse so that her midsection was exposed. Becky got right to work. After performing the necessary examination, Becky looked up at her patient. "All done. I'll write out a prescription and your sick note." She smiled at the woman and made her way back to her desk. Becky had only just sat down and grabbed a pen when there was a knock at the door. Her assistant stuck her head around the jamb. "Mr. Ross just arrived." Her eyes were wide, and her voice held an edge of panic. "He has brought a friend along with him, not the same one from last time, a different one, and this guy looks badly injured. There's blood everywhere." She spoke so quickly that Becky could hardly make out what she was saying, but there were two very distinct words that she had heard. The one was Mr. Ross, and the other was blood. Within 10 seconds, Becky had scribbled out the prescription as well as the sick note and was handing them to Miss Taylor. "It seems that we have an emergency. I put you down as off tomorrow as well, just as a precaution, but you are free to go to work if you are feeling up to it." She practically shoved the poor woman through the now open door and turned to assess the situation.
"It's your two favorite males,"
Roosh grit out. Ugly purple bruising pretty much covered one whole side of his face, and right up along the jaw of the other side. He was covered in congealed, crusted blood. Even his jeans were pink-stained around the waist and thighs. She could see that he was being careful with one of his arms. Ross was dressed all in leathers, and on any other day she so would have checked them out. But right now her heart was racing. What the hell happened to the two of you? Ross's nose looked slightly swollen, and there was a definite blue tinge. Aside from that, he looked fine.
"Please patch him up,"
Ross said. She gestured to her exam room. "Take him in there." She turned to Elizabeth. "Please put a hold on my appointments." She started walking towards the room, then hesitated and turned back. "Actually, it's probably better if you cancel the rest of my day. At this rate, I'll be out of business in no time." She mumbled the last to herself. Her assistant nodded, her eyes wide. Closing the door behind her, she turned to face the males. "What the hell happened?"
"It's not as bad as it looks," Roosh reassured her. "I'm already healing."
"I don't care," Becky replied. "I can see that someone gave you a hell of a beating. If it was one of those vampire kings or both of them, I swear to God." Becky gestured to the clinic bed. "Go and lie down. I need to have a look at you."
"It wasn't the kings."
Ross looked down at his hands and then at Roosh. Lastly, he looked at a spot somewhere behind her. He refused to look her in the eyes. She didn't have time for this shit. "You're both going to tell me who did this, and I swear that I'm going to go and beat up that piece of shit myself. I don't care if they are royalty. I don't give two shits if they have superhuman strength. It doesn't give them the right to do this."
"I did it,"
Ross blurted. He still avoided eye contact. Pulling a hand through his hair, he paced to the other side of the room and back. Becky didn't know what to make of this new development. "How the hell could you? I thought you guys were becoming friends. Sort of."
"It wasn't his fault,"
Roosh said, making a grunting noise as he repositioned himself on the bed.
"The different species have never gotten along very well. We're currently in a sort of a truce."
"It doesn't give him permission to go after you and beat you." Folding her arms across her chest, she turned to look at Ross. He finally looked up at her instead of at his feet. "Please don't tell me that this had anything to do with me in this whole mating business." She looked back at Roosh. a terrible feeling settling into the pit of her clenching stomach. Ruch's beautiful blue eyes clouded, telling her exactly what she needed to know. "Why the hell did you guys go and do that? You know I'm not looking for a mate. I haven't even agreed to date either of you, let alone mate you. Once you're up," she gestured towards Ruch, "you can both get the fuck out."
In that case, I hurt really bad. It might take days, weeks for me to heal."
Ruch whimpered as he looked up at her with puppy dog, wolfy eyes.
"It wasn't our choice to fight. You know that we had decided to each try to win you fair and square and with honor. It seems our leaders had other ideas."
"I should have known those bastard kings were involved."
"Zane was unhappy that Ross had left the coven. The male wanted him back."
Ruch winced as he tried to get into a more comfortable position.
"In their own sick, twisted kind of way, they felt they would be protecting human females from vampires. If Ross ended up taking you as a mate, he would have set a precedent, making it okay for the other vampire males to possibly all go after human females. They don't want that to happen."
She noticed how careful he was with positioning his arm next to him on the bed. His other hand was clutched at his bicep. "Let me take a look at that."
"No need. Ross has already reset the arm correctly."
Ruch glanced at the other male. There seemed to be no animosity between the two of them. In fact, she would go as far as to say that there was a camaraderie. "What do you need me to do, then?" She held up her hands. Ruch grinned, his swollen eyelids actually hooded, although the one on the right drooped more than hooded.
"You can kiss me better. I hurt all over."
She narrowed her eyes at him but couldn't help smiling. "I don't think so."
"Oh, really?"
Ruch looked up at her with such adoration.
"I need kisses. All over, and only your sweet lips will do."
She shook her head, trying hard to stay angry with him and failing. "Everywhere, huh?"
"All over," he growled. "I would recommend that you clean me up first, unless you like the taste of blood."
Her mouth watered for a second before she realized what she was doing. Blood? Really?
"What's wrong?"
Ruch tried to sit up. "I'm fine," she said, putting a hand to his chest. "I have a shower in the bathroom down the hall. This used to be a house before it was converted."
Ruch shook his head. "Let me lie here for a while. Heal up a bit more, then I'll be happy to take a nice, long, hot shower. But only if you join me and wash my back."
Becky rolled her eyes. There was a shuffle behind them, and Becky remembered that Ross was still there. She turned to face the vampire. "I don't care if you were forced. You should still feel ashamed. You must have known that Ruch isn't as strong as you, not as good of a fighter. Look at him."
Ross shook his head. "Ruch could have taken me. He chose not to. I was led to believe that it had been his choice to fight me for you. I knew that he would probably beat me, so I went at him with full force. Should have known better."
She noticed how the vampire locked eyes with Ruch. He looked really sorry.
"You weren't fighting back. I knew that, but I didn't stop to think. I was so angry, felt so betrayed. I couldn't stand the idea of you winning. I'm really sorry." "You've apologized enough. Let's forget it and put it in the past."
Ruch glanced at Becky and back at Ross.
"I think, given the circumstances, that I should be allowed to date the female first. That and—"
Ruch paused for a long time. She put her hands in her lab coat pockets and then took them out again, noticing that Ross was also fidgeting.
"I think I'm going to need a place to live. You mentioned that you were looking for an apartment here in town. Would you mind sharing with a wolf?" Ruch looked sheepish. "I know it's not ideal, but I think we can both agree, after all that has happened, that we are friends. My only wish is that we hadn't fallen for the same female. At least we can safely say that we both have excellent taste."
Ross grinned.
"Of course you can move in with me. We'll go house hunting as soon as your bones have healed."
His grin widened.
"As to you dating our female first, I think you moving in with me makes us even. So no fucking way."
Becky suppressed a laugh. She was sure it was just a good dose of panic setting in at the thought of these two moving into Sweetwater. It wouldn't take long for one or both of them to convince her. Hell, she was almost all the way there already. Seeing that blood had made her own blood run cold. To think that something might have happened to one of these two? The same question still remained. Who the hell would she choose? "I don't think dating is a good idea."
"Thank fuck," Ruch growled. "That means you've decided to just go ahead and mate one of us. Which one of us have you chosen?"
His blue eyes turned stormy. She had to shake her head. These non-humans were so freaking cocky. It never once occurred to them that she hadn't changed her mind about dating them. "Both," she blurted. "I mean neither of you," she corrected, feeling her cheeks heat. "Both?" Ross looked confused, or maybe like he was thinking about something.
"Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to just choose, honey," Roosh said. "You're lucky we're both very patient males."
Choose. Now there was an impossible concept. He may as well have asked her to choose between water and food. There was just no way. She needed both, too damned much. Chapter 10. 2 weeks later.
"Have the burger."
Ross's gorgeous brown eyes bore into her. Becky could smell his delicious musky scent over the wonderful aromas wafting out of the diner's kitchen. It made her want to press herself up against him and beg him to do naughty things to her.
"Yes."
Roosh leaned forward over the table, his foot stroked up and down her calf.
"Have the burger with cheese and onion rings and a sauce on the side. Make it a mushroom sauce. It's your favorite. Don't try to deny it."
He smiled at her in a way that made her want to groan, mostly in frustration. Despite the continual banter about how one or the other was going to get her to go out with him, it had yet to happen. She just couldn't choose, didn't want to. The only problem was that they were withholding sex. For that matter, any type of sexual gratification. They promised, in their words, to ease her need when she decided which one she wanted to date first. Once they were dating, then they would make her very happy indeed. Just thinking of sex did weird things to her insides, but thinking of the last time they had been together caused her clit to throb and her pussy to weep. Roosh's nostrils flared. His blue eyes went from clear sky to deep-sea blue in an instant.
"You really, really want the burger, don't you, honey?"
he growled in a deep, gravelly voice that threatened to undo her.
"I'm going to order one for you."
Ross made a growling noise that she knew signified his arousal.
"If Roosh doesn't, I will. We insist."
"I'm trying to eat healthy." She narrowed her eyes at both of them. "The cholesterol in that thing will kill you."
"We don't get cholesterol,"
Roosh said, smiling.
"Nope,"
added Ross, while throwing her a lopsided grin.
"You really need to mate one of us already, and then you won't have to worry about it either."
He leaned forward.
"Besides, we really want to ease your need, to have you ease ours. If I have to listen to the grunting and growling coming out of Roosh's room one more time, I'm going to lose it."
Ross smiled, his whole facial expression at odds with the statement. Roosh narrowed his eyes.
"If I have to listen to you roar Becky's name one more time, then I'm going to move the fuck out."
"You say my name?" Becky's heart gave a little leap in her chest.
"Who else would I think about? You're it for me."
Ross's eyes softened as he spoke.
"Actually, I'm pretty sure I heard you calling my name the other night."
Roosh looked concerned.
"What's up with that?"
"Oh." Ross's face turned a lighter shade of bright red.
"I still kind of have that little fantasy concerning—"
His voice dropped about 100 octaves, and Becky had to struggle to hear.
"The three of us. The one in which we both get to fuck this sexy female."
Ross put his arm around her and squeezed. She tried to smile, but couldn't. Her heart raced so freaking fast that she was sure she was going to faint at any second. How would it feel to be filled by both of them? They were both so big, she was sure it wouldn't be possible. Though, if it were possible... Roosh slid in on the other side of the booth and also put his arm around her.
"Don't let him scare you."
"I'm not scared," she blurted.
"Maybe a little,"
Roosh remarked. She giggled. "Maybe a tiny bit. I'm only a small human, after all."
"Tiny in all ways." Ross's gaze heated. "Now admit that you're mostly excited by the idea of the three of us."
"You know it excites me. It doesn't mean we're going to actually do it," she said, working hard to keep her voice even.
"No," Roosh growled. "First you have to agree to date us."
"We are sort of out on a date right now." She raised her eyebrows, looking at each of them in turn. Ross made a frustrated noise.
"You know what Roosh means."
"Yeah, as in get to know you both individually so that I can choose. I don't think I can." She sighed, feeling a weight settle on her chest.
"You've said that 100 times. Roosh and I are going to keep asking you until you finally agree. And in the meanwhile, we'll have to listen to each other as we tug ourselves around the room, mostly shouting your name."
She noticed Ross give Roosh a look. Becky had to giggle. "I guess I know what you mean." I blew the little motor on my pink vibrator, So I'm using black magic these days. She caught the confused look on Ross's face and added, I've been using my fake rubber cocks. A whole hell of a lot.
Whose name do you shout when you come?
Ross leaned towards her. Just then, the waitress arrived with a little notepad. Becky sighed with relief. The truth was that she shouted both of their names, and normally several times every time she had an orgasm. Just thinking of both of them deep inside her made her eyes roll back and her pussy clench to the point of pain. The waitress's mouth fell open as her eyes drifted to first Ross and then to Roosh. She glanced at their arms, still around her waist, and then up at Becky's face. Turning to a new page on her notepad, she swallowed hard before asking if she could take their order. They rattled off what they wanted. Ross ordered a Coke. Both she and Roosh ordered burgers. Becky agreed to share some of hers with Ross.
You're not sharing mine.
Roosh narrowed his eyes at Ross.
You get enough from me already.
Roosh clutched his neck suggestively. Becky clasped a hand over her mouth and gasped. Really? Ross nodded.
I wasn't aware that wolf blood would taste so good.
He grinned at Roosh, who actually blushed. A grown male, freaking huge at that, actually blushing. It was a weird sight to see.
You wouldn't want me taking from another female, would you?
No. Her voice was raised and a little high-pitched. She might have to just punch anyone Ross drank from, but she didn't feel jealous about him taking from Roosh. I mean, she didn't have a hold on him. Yet the idea of him taking from another person besides Roosh made her feel really pissed, followed by really upset. I don't know what I mean. I shouldn't be seeing you guys. I'm just putting off the inevitable. Ross smiled.
What, breaking our hearts?
First off, I would break at least one of your hearts just by choosing the other. She shook her head. And then I would most likely end up destroying the other one of you down the line. I can't choose and I won't. So there, the end. Ross lifted his eyes in thought, then looked deep into hers.
Just say that you'll give us a chance.
Roosh squeezed her around her waist, causing her to turn to look into his blue depths.
Please, we'll figure out the details.
The two males looked at one another. She so desperately wanted to say yes. They were already seeing each other as it was, just without the sex. If she agreed, then they could at least fool around, maybe even all three of them. She loved spending time with both of them. The thing was, it would be weird to just be with Ross or just Roosh. She would miss this easy camaraderie that they had fallen into. They were good together, all three of them. That night that they'd all slept in the same bed was the best sleep she'd ever had.
You care too much about us to let us go?
Ross nuzzled into her neck. Becky giggled. Can all three of us date? She giggled even louder when Roosh nuzzled her on the other side. Roosh stopped as soon as her statement registered.
Just because we all get along doesn't mean it would work long-term. It's not a good idea. It's another way for you to keep from committing to either of us. It would be better if...
His eyes darted outside, and he sniffed the air. His face clouded with confusion. What the... He growled before shaking his head.
Can't be,
he muttered.
Where was I? What is it?
Roosh asked.
I thought I scented.
His brow was still creased.
Never mind. Couldn't be. What did you scent?
Roosh insisted.
I thought I scented elves, but they don't venture into...
Actually, it probably was them. Ross held up a hand. He filled Roosh in on what had happened a couple of weeks back, how they had trailed the elves.
I'm going to check it out.
Wait, Roosh growled.
You can't go without backup. You stay with our female.
Ross growled back. Wait just a freaking minute. Becky nudged each of them with her elbows to try to get some space. They were crowding her big time. I'm a grown-ass woman and I can take care of myself. I don't like the idea of you going on your own. She glanced at Ross.
Fine,
he growled.
Here.
He handed her the keys to his SUV.
Eat your burger. If we're not back by the time you are done, I want you to go home. Lock the door and call Tanya.
Oh, shit. Maybe you shouldn't go then. She grabbed each of their hands. I don't want you to go. Ross threw her a lopsided grin.
How many times do I need to tell you that the elves are pussies? We'll be fine.
He kissed her quick and hard.
I'm glad you care,
he said as he released her. I don't, she managed to whisper. Roosh pulled her into his arms and kissed her as well. Her toes actually curled. Non-humans were damn good learners.
You do care,
her wolfie murmured. He quickly dropped a kiss on her forehead.
Don't worry. We'll be back before my food even gets cold.
he said, as he slid out of the booth. Becky stared at the congealed sauce on Ruch's burger. The chips were cold and sad-looking. The onion rings were limp. If she left this diner, she would have to admit that something had happened to them. At the same time, she couldn't just sit here and do nothing. Maybe they needed rescuing. It was with that thought that she raised her hand and asked for the check. Once she was in Ross's SUV, she fished her phone out of her purse and called Tanya. "Have you finally agreed to be one of their mates?" Tanya gushed as she answered. Oh, please tell me you're with both of them. The whole sandwich thing is freaking amazing." "Stop." Becky had to take a deep breath to calm her racing heart. "They're gone." "What do you mean, gone?" she went on, not giving Becky a chance to answer. "No, that's not right. They wouldn't just leave because they both claimed you. They're freaking crazy about you. Where have they gone?" "If you give me a freaking chance to talk, I'll tell you." Becky couldn't help the edge of irritation in her voice. "Sorry," Tanya apologized, making Becky feel bad for snapping at her friend. Taking another deep breath to calm her nerves, Becky told Tanya everything leading up to Ruch and Ross's disappearance. "Don't panic. The elves wouldn't dare harm a vampire." "What about a wolf?" Her voice was a bit shrill, but she couldn't do anything about it. "I doubt they would hurt one of Ward's pack." "You doubt they would?" Becky was panting, but couldn't seem to control her breathing or her racing heart. The notion of losing either one of them was just too much to bear. "Try to calm down. I can hear that you're freaking out. We don't even know that the elves took them. Maybe they're having a chat or something. Wait a sec, Zane just arrived. Let me fill him in on the whole situation." The phone went muffled for what felt like hours, but was actually less than a minute in reality. "Come on," Tanya said as she removed her hand from the phone. "What did he say?" Becky failed to keep the panic out of her voice. "He muttered something about Ross being exiled and choosing his own path." "What the fuck does that mean?" she shrieked. "Look, please don't tell him I told you, but Zane is a little hurt over Ross up and leaving. He tried to contact him over the last 2 weeks, but Ross is ignoring him flat out," her friend explained. "So what does that mean? He's just going to abandon him? Shit, if only I knew how to get hold of Ward. The wolves would definitely come. They're not a bunch of dickheads." Becky couldn't help the outburst. "Don't call my mates that. I understand why you're mad, but you have to understand that they have their roles to play and the good of the covens to keep in mind. It's often really hard for them. They always have to think of the good of everyone ahead of individuals and therefore often seem cruel." Tanya sounded like she was on the verge of tears. "You have no idea how upset Brant was when Stephanie left. He really cares for her so freaking much. As king, there are very few he considers to be true friends." "Why did he lock Ward up and do all the things he did? Why did he say all those awful things to Steph while she was trying to deliver her babies? She was petrified and he told her that she was going to die during labor. How fucked up is that?" Once the words started, she couldn't hold them back, even though she was frantic with worry over Ross and Ruch. This was something she had to get off her chest. "I was angry with him. I still am. He acted out like that because he cares so much for her. I think I even caught him crying after Steph was taken the second time. He said it was because the sun was in his eyes. It wasn't the sun. He was worried about her. Brant has to show himself as strong and in charge at all times. He's not allowed to choose sides or give favors. He hates to show too much emotion. Says it makes him weak." She took a deep breath before launching herself back into her explanation. "What he does instead is act like a colossal jerk. When he feels pain or anger or fear for his people, he acts out. I just wish he would be more honest and open. I think the Coven, heck, all the non-humans for that matter, would much prefer it. Look, the point is he cares. They both do. More than you think." Oh, it was lame, but it was all she could think of to say. Becky had never thought of it that way. To think the big bastard king had actually cried over Steph being kidnapped. Was it possible that he had acted like such a jerk because he was worried for the vampire? That he had treated Ward so badly because he truly believed his friend was dying and the Alpha was to blame? The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. "If what you say is true, then they will come for Ross and Ruch," Tanya sighed. "They are also really stubborn and hate insubordination. They make decisions for the good of the Coven and expect them to be obeyed at all times." "They could be wrong sometimes, you know." Tanya snorted. "I do. Trust me, I really do. Please don't worry. My mates will save I'm not sure what they are, and bring them back to you. Please hurry. I'm so worried." She felt herself tear up and took a couple of gulps of air. "Oh, honey, try not to worry. I'm sure the elves don't want both the vamps and the wolves after them. I'm sure this is some sort of misunderstanding. I'm going back to my place. It's where we agreed to meet if we split up." "Call me if they turn up," Tanya said. "I will. I'll call you when I get there." Becky sniffed as the tears started to fall. They said their goodbyes. Using a hand, Becky wiped her eyes. It was time to man the fuck up. Maybe they were back at her apartment, or would be soon. She needed to get over there and not have a freaking accident while she did. That meant that the tears needed to stop, and she needed to grow a backbone. Her little talk to herself didn't help. It only made her cry harder. What the hell was she going to do if Roosh and Ross didn't come back to her? Both of them, and in one piece. She wiped her tears away, but more replaced them. She didn't think that she could live without them. Forever was a damn long time to miss someone, to crave them. Becky sniffed hard, squaring her shoulders against the soft leather of the seat. She was going to go home, and if they weren't there, she would call Tanya. Those damned vampires, misunderstood or not, had better be on their way to rescue her males, or she would damn well do it herself. With a plan firmly in place, she inserted the keys and spun the wheels onto the road, which was thankfully relatively clear at this time of the evening.
"You sneezed,"
Ross growled, trying to break loose. Both he and Roosh's hands were bound behind their backs around a thick 20-foot pole, which had to be silver-infused as well, if the lack of give was anything to go by. He didn't know why he bothered with the chains. Even if, by some miracle, he managed to break the silver-infused metal, the place was crawling with pointy-eared motherfuckers.
"It just happened," Roosh muttered. "I don't ever normally sneeze. It was their flowery fucking scent. I think I must be allergic." "You're a non-fucking human. You can't be allergic. Anyway, the males don't even scent flowery." "Oh, yes, they do. Not as pronounced as the females, but it is definitely there. The sneeze just happened."
Roosh looked at him with wide eyes. There was blood smears on the other male's shirt, and his own had been ripped off in the skirmish.
"Why don't you go into berserker mode on those fuckers? They were hardly breaking any rules by buying fresh liver. We were spying on them, so I don't blame them for being upset. I would have possibly killed them if I let my beast take control."
Roosh shook his head as he spoke.
"You should have just fucking killed the pointy-eared pussies. Look at us."
Ross rattled his chains for emphasis.
"We were outnumbered by more than 2-1, and we still nearly beat them. That's not bad. So far they've treated us okay."
Roosh raised his eyebrows.
"What do you think they want with us?" Ross shrugged and the chains jangled. "Fuck if I know. They're up to something, and they don't like that we found them out." "Up to something?"
Roosh shook his head and barked out a laugh.
"They're really bad elves, because they dared to enter Sweetwater to buy something for supper?" He spoke in a put-on voice. "That's really so sinister. Bad fey fuckers. They should all be imprisoned and the key thrown away. We really should not have tailed them. They're strictly vegetarian. They were not buying supper."
He looked around them, but the elves ignored them completely. Ross still lowered his voice, just in case.
"They are hiding something, or planning something."
Roosh shrugged.
"Maybe they finally wised the fuck up. Nothing like fresh steak, and I must say I'm partial to a bit of fresh liver myself. I just wish I had eaten my burger before I scented those fuckers. All this talk of meat is making me seriously hungry." He smacked his lips. "Our female will contact Tanya. If we're lucky, Zane will come. If we're not so lucky—"
Roosh glanced his way.
"I was exiled after I left. I am no longer considered to be part of the coven. They might just leave me to rot."
Ross felt his heart rate pick up at the idea. This was why it was important to stay protected by a coven. To branch out on your own meant becoming vulnerable to other species. It had never happened to his knowledge, yet he would do it again in a heartbeat. Becky was worth it.
"Surely they will have to notify Ward?" Roosh asked, sinking back down on his haunches. "Yeah, you'll be fine, Wolf. I'm sure your pack won't abandon you."
Ross's voice turned gruff and his throat tightened. If his female didn't choose him, he would be all alone. He mentally gave himself a kick in the nuts. That type of talk was for pussies, and last time he checked he wasn't wearing pointy fucking shoes.
"Why don't you join my pack?" Ross laughed. "You do know that I can't sprout fur, right?" Roosh shrugged. "So what? We have a few humans who are part of my pack, and they can't sprout fur." "Yeah, but they are mated to males in your pack. Did you have someone in mind for me?" Roosh kicked the front of his boot in the dirt. "We are friends?" Ross nodded. It was really weird how quickly the friendship had developed. Ross would give his life for this wolf, and he knew that the same was true for Roosh. "Then you are a part of my pack, and when Ward comes for me, he will come for you too." "What if Ward disagrees?" Ross looked his friend in the eye. "Simple." Roosh's eyes darkened. "I won't leave unless you are at my side." Ross felt his eyes prick. He wanted to talk but didn't trust his voice right then. He nodded and looked away while he got himself back under control. "You're crazy. I would leave you here." Roosh grinned. "Like fuck you would. I so would." Ross grinned back at Roosh. "Good to see the two of you are still getting along so well." Zane growled. Ross's mouth gaped. Truth be told, he had not expected to see his king. "Surprised to see me?" Zane read his mind. The big male crossed his arms over his chest. Ross nodded, looking left and right. A guard stood close by, but didn't seem to react to his king's presence. Zane smiled, looking all of the warrior that he was. "Relax. I've already negotiated for your release. I am here for you because you were looking out for your coven when you went after the elves. I would not abandon you for that, no matter how tempting." "My coven?" Ross asked. "I thought I was exiled." "You are, and I should leave you here to fucking rot." Zane paused, his onyx eyes locked with his. "You have been a loyal subject and," his king sighed, "I consider you a friend. I am upset that you chose the female over your coven, over your king. But I do understand why. I would have done the same for my human." His eyes narrowed. "Don't you dare repeat that to anyone." He took a breath. "I give you leave to live where you choose, but urge you to bring your female to stay at the castle. You still have a place with us." Ross nodded, feeling gratitude and respect for his king, his friend. He knew it would have taken a lot for the male to have said what he just did, to welcome Ross back. There was still some lingering resentment at the shit he had pulled, but Ross knew that the male acted out of concern for what he felt was best for the coven. "Why the change of heart? I thought you were dead set against a vampire-human union." "Things change. After a very interesting conversation with the Alpha, it turns out that we are more compatible to mate with humans than we realized. All human females should become stronger once mated, and can therefore bear us young. I am interested to see if it works with your human. I would like to see if she does, in fact, become stronger like a royal mate would." Anger rose in him. "We are not some experiment." "No, but you could be the answer that our covens have been looking for," he growled. "We still have the bloodlust issue to contend with, but can start to try a trial run or two. So," Zane sighed, "we don't have to rely strictly on feedback from you." "You're going to allow males to mate with humans?" "Yes. It will take place in the future. The whole process will be carefully monitored. It's still under discussion and will not take place for months. We're not going to rush into anything. Let's get out of here." Zane motioned to one of the elf guards who unlocked Ross's cuffs. Ross noticed that the guard moved back into place. "What about Roosh?" "The wolf can wait for his pack. He is not my concern. I negotiated for your release." Zane pinched the bridge of his nose. "It wasn't easy dealing with that little fucking prick. The elven prince is the biggest spoiled brat that I have ever had the displeasure of meeting." Zane scowled. "His father is dying, so I tried to cut him some slack. I've never wanted to kill someone so badly, though." "King Qatar is dying?" Ross asked. "Yeah. He has something called wasting sickness. The only thing that sometimes helps is fresh calf's liver, hence the frequent trips to Sweetwater and evening visits to the local butcher." "You say that he is dying? The meat isn't helping?" Ross really liked the old king. He had always been fair and just. The male also had a really good sense of humor. It didn't sit well that he might not be around for much longer. "The liver has slowed down the sickness, but it is not eradicating it as hoped. I will have our best healers come and see him. I don't want the old man to die." Zane looked over at the horizon for a few seconds, deep in thought. Ross was really seeing another side to his king, a less harsh side, one that seemed to actually have feelings.
The only other time he had seen his king act with some emotion was where his female Tanya was concerned.
"I didn't realize that you were such good friends with the male."
Zane shrugged, his eyes hardened up.
"I'm not. I just don't want his bastard son taking the throne. That male is big fucking trouble."
Zane started to move away. When Ross didn't follow, he looked over his shoulder.
"Are you coming?"
Ross shook his head. He moved back to the pole and motioned for the guard to put his shackles back on.
"What the fuck?"
Zane growled and turned around. His hands knotted at his sides.
"I'm not leaving the wolf." "You would swear the two of you were fucking mated or something. I thought you were fighting over that human. This doesn't look like fighting." "We're not fighting. We're both taking the female," Ross growled. The elf clicked the shackles into place and moved away. "So I guess you could say that we are indirectly mated, since we share the same female, or will share the human, in the very near future."
His voice took on a gravelly edge. Ross would somehow convince both of them or die trying. It just felt right somehow. The three of them were meant to be. Roosh made a surprised grunt, but didn't argue. Zane was looking at him like he had lost his mind.
"Whatever makes you happy, Ross. I wouldn't recommend coming to live at the castle with a wolf. Maybe stay where you are. You can commute in order to attend to your duties."
"You're not kicking me out?" Ross felt his brow crease. Zane shook his head.
"I thought I just said I wasn't."
His king rolled his eyes, which just looked plain wrong. He had obviously learned the gesture from his human mate.
"I swear I can feel myself grow old. I need to go and renegotiate for the both of you."
"Thank you," Roosh muttered.
"Thank him."
Zane pointed at Ross as he turned to go.
"By the way," Ross shouted after Zane, "you age too slowly to worry about getting old."
"Exactly," Zane rasped.
"Just go to show how much of my fucking time you are wasting."
Ross could hear that his king was smiling.
"Did you mean it?"
Roosh asked. His eyes glowed slightly as the sun dipped on the horizon.
Ross nodded. "Please don't shoot it down. Give it some thought first. I know I kind of dropped it on you, but I've been considering it and I think it would work."
Roosh's frown deepened. His jaw was locked.
"This isn't what I wanted," he finally said, shaking his head. "Unexpected, maybe. Certainly not what you had planned. But are you sure it's not what you want?"
Ross looked the male deep in the eyes.
"This way, we both win. We both get to keep our female. She told us that she didn't want to choose, and this way she won't have to. Even if I was to agree," his eyes widened, "and I haven't, Becky would never go for it. She doesn't want one of us, let alone two." "I've seen the way she looks at you," Ross said. "She looks at you in the same way." "Becky definitely loves you," Roosh growled. "She loves both of us. I want the three of us to be together," Ross growled back. "We will make a good team in giving her everything she desires, and in keeping her happy."
His heart swelled in his chest.
"She will need to be tucked into bed every night."
Roosh's voice was thick with emotion.
"With both of us to love her, we can make up for her crappy childhood."
Ross smiled.
"I would be happy to tuck her in, but only after I ease every need she has, and maybe a couple she never knew she had. Both of us."
Roosh narrowed his eyes.
"Of course, both of us. Becky is so sensual that it will take both of us to give her what she needs. I can't believe each of us individually ever felt we would be able to handle her. I think I am convinced."
Roosh nodded, gave Ross a taut grin. It was clear that the male was fantasizing about fucking their lush female. If the bright glow of his eyes and his erect cock was anything to go by, the wolf was probably thinking about all three of them together. Ross hoped that was the case.
"Now we just have to convince our human,"
Ross said.
Roosh's smile died. "It will be difficult, maybe even impossible." "Nothing is impossible. Besides, Wolf, I can see that you like a challenge."
Roosh nodded, and his eyes glowed brighter. Chapter 11. Becky paced up and down the hallway that led to her front door. She was sure that the rug would be completely threadbare soon. Her eyes were puffy, and the odd silent tears still managed to escape. Tanya had assured her that Zane was going to rescue Ross and Roosh, but that was 3 hours ago. Although she'd called Tanya 5 times since, her friend had no new information except to assure her that all would be well. The problem was, Becky knew Tanya, and her friend sounded worried. She certainly wasn't her normal, upbeat, fun self. That meant that she was worried for her mate and possibly even for Becky's guys as well. Another freaking tear leaked out, and she rubbed it away from the back of her hand. If she knew where those elves were holed up, she would head out there and find out for herself. Unfortunately, she didn't, and that left her pacing because she couldn't sit and do nothing. As she paced back up the hall, there was a knock on the door. She spun around so fast that she almost gave herself whiplash. Becky sprinted to the door and opened it. Ross and Roosh crowded the doorway. They were both smiling broadly. Roosh had blood on his shirt and more caked on his chin. Ross was shirtless with dried blood smeared across one cheek. Becky squealed and launched herself into their arms. Both of them caught her. She threw her arms around both their necks. "Oh my God, you're alive!" She held them as tight as she could. "I thought something really bad had happened."
"Shh,"
Roosh whispered, nuzzling into her neck.
"We're here. We're okay."
She pulled back slightly. "Just okay? Why just okay?" She looked them each in the eye, turning her face from one to the other. "Answer me right now, damn it."
"We're more than just okay now that we're with you."
Becky made a sound of contentment and utter rapture as she hugged them both close. Then she pulled away and slapped at each of them, doing a very bad job of it. "Don't do that to me again." "What were you thinking?" They had the audacity to grin at her. "Don't smile. You don't deserve to smile. If one of you—" Her voice hitched. "Both of you were killed. What then?"
"We weren't hurt. Sorry we scared you like that," Ross said, his voice soft and gentle. "The elves managed to get us, only just."
Ross glanced over to Roosh.
"Elves may be pussies, but they have honor," Roosh added.
"What the hell happened?" she asked, still sounding worried. Roosh shook his head.
"We will tell you all about it later. Much later," Ross growled. "All you need to know right now is that we're here, and we plan on making it up to you."
Roosh's voice was smoky. His eyes dropped to her lips.
"Take her,"
Ross said to Roosh, who pulled her into his arms. He urged her to put her legs around his hips. They moved into her apartment. Ross closed the door behind them.
"I'm so glad you care."
He threw her a panty-wetting half-smile. Becky couldn't help but smile back. "I was worried about a war between the species more than anything else. It wasn't personal worry, so don't let it go to your head." Roosh made a sound that told her she was full of it.
"You care. Just admit it."
"No," she huffed, watching him toe off his boots.
"You so do care."
Roosh's chest vibrated against hers, causing her nipples to tighten. Her wolfie made a low growling sound. "No way, I don't," she managed, sounding a little breathless. Roosh strode towards her bedroom. Just before they rounded the corner, she saw Ross unclasp his jeans and pull them down. Holy macca-freaking-roni! Roosh gently placed her on the bed. Her heart almost stopped beating when he pulled his shirt over his head. His eyes glowed. His 8-pack was ripped. So mouth-watering that she had to swallow hard to prevent herself from drooling. Roosh popped the top button on his jeans and gracefully slid them to the floor, stepping out of each pant leg. He smiled at her as he pulled himself upright. His cock jutted from between his hips, looking oh so freaking edible. Becky could feel that she was dripping, soaking wet.
"I'll be back."
Roosh winked at her and headed to the bathroom. She heard the shower sputter to life. Ross walked in, naked and glorious. "You could kill something with that," she whispered, her eyes glued to his erection.
"More like someone," he growled. "At least it will sound like you're dying, may even feel like you've gone to heaven."
Ross gave her a tight smile. His eyes were hooded as he looked down at her.
"I'm going to get clean. Take off your clothes, sweetheart. We're going to prove to you that we are what you need."
He didn't wait for her response, just turned and followed Roosh into her bathroom. His ass was utter perfection, so beefy and muscular. Becky wasn't sure she was capable of talking just then anyway, so she didn't try to reply. Her mind hit a blank, and her tongue felt tied up in knots. Wait just a freaking minute. They weren't both in her shower, were they? Surely not. This she had to freaking see. She slid from the bed and peered around the jam. Fuck. She almost fainted, or melted, or both simultaneously. Had to hold onto the door for support as she felt her legs buckle. Both of them were in her glass shower. It was filled to the brim with hot, wet male. They lathered up and took turns under the spray, not really caring if they touched, but not purposefully trying to touch each other either. It was hot. Becky couldn't help but groan. "Oh, good God." She looked up to where the skies would be if the roof wasn't in the way. "Thank you," she whispered.
"Who are you thanking?" Roosh asked as he stepped out of the shower.
She shrugged. "No one. Nothing," she yelped as he picked her up, not bothering to towel off.
"You were supposed to get naked," she heard Ross growl, right behind them.
He clenched his jaw as he followed, looking so turned on that it was scary.
Roosh placed her in the center of the bed. "I'll help you. Lift up your arms, honey."
He pulled her top up over her head. Then he leaned forward and kissed her, fumbling with her bra clasp as he did. Trying not to giggle, she broke the kiss. "Allow me." It came undone easily.
"You're so hot," Roosh murmured as his eyes raked up and down her body. "Let's get this off you."
He moved down to the bottom of her capri pants while she undid the buttons, pulling them off as soon as she was done.
"Your scent is so amazing. It drives me insane."
The bed dipped as Ross got on next to her. He was on his knees.
He looked over at Roosh. "We have to make her come first. I'm not going to last." "Me neither," Roosh groaned.
He looked back down at her. "So you think you can disappear, almost get yourselves killed, and then waltz back in here and demand sex?" Her heart raced. Ross and Roosh looked at each other in the eyes before looking down at her.
"Yes,"
they both said simultaneously. "Okay," she sighed. She didn't even try to fight it. Becky needed this more than she needed her next breath, and since the air in her bedroom lacked oxygen just then, she needed her next breath real bad. Roosh leaned towards her. Instead of gently removing her panties as she expected, he ripped them open to expose her pussy. She shrieked at the tearing noise, but felt moisture leak at how turned on his behavior made her feel.
"Would you like a taste?"
Roosh asked Ross, as he turned back to her, his eyes heated as they traveled over her body.
"Exquisite." "Took the words right out of my mouth. I want to play up here a bit." Ross turned his dark eyes on her. "Would you mind if I sucked on your glorious tits?"
"No, please. Go right ahead." She sounded completely breathless, like she'd just run a marathon or something. "Actually, I insist." Ross smiled, dipping his head to suck on an already hard nipple. It tightened up almost to the point of pain. Becky sucked in a shuddery breath. With no warning, Roosh leaned forward and licked on her clit, using firm, even strokes. Becky moaned.
"I can't wait to be inside you,"
he whispered against the cluster of nerves, sending shock waves through her body. Roosh sucked on her sweet spot, increasing and decreasing the pressure, much like a clit version of a blowjob. Ross snipped at her nipple. He was also squeezing her flesh. It all felt so freaking amazing. She groaned again, louder this time. Roosh sighed, slipping a finger into her slick channel.
"Where's that little spot? Where are you?"
His lips moved against her clit as his finger thrust into her. It didn't take him long to find the place he was looking for. Becky's back bowed off the bed and she whimpered.
"Found you,"
he growled against her clit, making her suck in a breath. Ross kept up his efforts on her tits, moving from one to the other. Roosh sucked and licked her clit, thrusting deep inside her with his thick finger.
"I can't wait to be in here."
His lips vibrated against her as he thrust faster and harder with his finger.
"So fucking tight,"
he growled again. The vibration, together with his finger and wicked tongue, sent her over the edge with a silent scream that ended in a loud groan. When she could finally open her eyes, she noticed how Roosh looked at Ross. The other male nodded.
"Fuck her, but neither of you is allowed to come,"
Ross said before looking at her. He leaned forward and kissed her gently on the lips. She was still panting heavily.
"No coming, sweetheart,"
her vampire whispered. The air tickled her lips. Roosh hoisted her up, putting her onto his lap so that she faced him. She thread her fingers around his neck. Her wolfie gave her a tight smile.
"I'm going to have to think about mundane, boring things," he rumbled.
His lips curled from his teeth as she positioned herself over his tip. Roosh cursed softly as she slid onto him a little more.
"I may just have to think about really revolting things. I'm so close to coming. You do crazy things to me, Becky."
His fingers dug into her ass as he grasped handfuls of her flesh.
"You're so fucking sexy. Just look at you."
She slid all the way home and he growled, sounding scary. They sat like that for a few seconds before he started to move. The big wolf actually lifted and dropped her onto his hard, thick cock. It was like she weighed nothing. He moved really slowly and carefully, keeping his eyes closed. Roosh felt so good inside her, so perfect. Ross was watching them with dark eyes. His dick actually seemed to throb every time Roosh lowered her. His neck muscles were corded and his stomach muscles bunched. God, but he was so delicious looking. He flashed her a fang, maybe a promise of what was to come. She shouldn't want him to drink from her, but she did. Becky looked back at Roosh. His nostrils were flared, and his teeth were clamped together. He looked like he was in pain. The slip and slide of his thick cock inside her was making her pant. Her breasts rubbed up against him each time he lifted and lowered her. "Look at me," she whispered. He answered with a negative grunt, continuing to lift and lower her.
"I'm too close to the edge. I won't last. You're just too beautiful. If I look at you, I'll come."
"That's so sweet." She panted out the words.
"I would like a turn," Ross growled, his voice laced with arousal. "You can watch. Just don't come. Our female will have that effect on a male. She doesn't even have to touch you to make you lose it."
Roosh lifted her off of him, and actually made a sound of pain and frustration as he did.
"I won't make you wait too long." Ross smiled at Roosh. "We will both have our female soon."
Our female. Damn, she liked how that sounded. Her vampire moved to the edge of the bed and opened his legs. He gestured for her with both of his hands.
"With your back to me, sweetheart. I want you to suck on my dick."
The dirty talk turned her on so badly. Becky turned and backed up to him. Ross bracketed her hips with his hands and gently lowered her. He repositioned himself without removing his hands and sunk into her slowly. She sighed as she sat down on his lap, his dick buried deep inside her. Realizing that her eyes had drifted closed, she opened them. Roosh stood a few feet in front of them. His whole face was taut with desire. His jaw was locked. When Ross began grinding into her from below, she couldn't help the noises that were drawn from her. She couldn't help but ride him. She felt her breasts jerk up and down. Roosh released the most god-awful snarl. He looked angry. For a second she was sure he was going to attack Ross. It felt so good she couldn't make herself stop. Her orgasm was so freaking close. All she could do was continue to ride Ross's dick, and she even leaned forward slightly so that he could take her deeper. She kept her eyes on Roosh, praying he would keep himself under control, that he wouldn't hate her once they were finished, praying even harder that Ross would keep going. Roosh narrowed his eyes as they dropped to her breasts, and then lower to where Ross fucked her. He growled so low and deep, she was sure she could feel the vibration, even though he wasn't touching her.
"I know," Ross panted out, not letting up on his deep thrusts. "One of the fucking sexiest things you have ever seen."
To her surprise, Roosh nodded. His riveted gaze moved back up to her tits, which were bouncing so hard that she thought she just might have to buy herself a sports bra for such occasions. Just as her skin tightened and her pussy started to flutter with her pending orgasm, Ross stopped moving. He held her firmly in place with his hands on her hips. Her vampire was breathing heavily. He growled. The vibration caused her pussy to clench with need. Becky chewed on her lip to keep from crying out in frustration. "Are you trying to kill me?" Her voice was so laced with arousal that she didn't sound like herself at all.
"We both want to take you over the edge together."
Her chest immediately heaved even more as her breathing hitched. Becky swallowed hard. She was really afraid at the idea of both of them inside of her, yet at the same time, nothing had ever sounded better. Roosh moved to his haunches in front of her.
"You know that neither of us would ever hurt you, honey. We love you."
He cleared his throat.
"Very much. I can speak for myself."
Ross tried to sound gruff, but Becky could hear that he was smiling. He adjusted his dick inside her, and she gasped.
"I love you. We both want to bring you pleasure. I know it would be really good. We'll take it slow, and I promise if it hurts even one little bit, we'll stop. We realize that you need both of us. You're too much female for just one male. We also want a future with you. This is not just about having a good time. It is about proving to you that the three of us belong together. We need you, Becky, and I'm not just talking about rutting. I'm talking about on a much deeper level. We both want to mate you." His eyes were glowing as they stared deeply into hers. "I'm talking about forever here. Maybe we're really arrogant, but Ross and I believe that we could get you to believe in forever. We just need to do it together." Ross eased out of her slick opening. She had to bite her lip to keep from whimpering at the loss. "I can't believe that you're saying this to me, that you both want this." Ross pulled her into his arms. Please don't say anything just yet. Let us first prove to you that we would be compatible.
There was no doubt in her mind that they would be dyna-fucking-mite together, but she didn't tell them that. She nodded her head, not trusting her voice at this point. You can do your best, but I'm not sure. She let the sentence die. Ross made a guttural sound. His eyes had also started glowing, looking more like melted gold by the second.
You won't regret it.
He pulled her onto the bed, positioning them so that his front was at her back. Roosh took the position in front of her, putting them face to face. He kissed her softly, sliding his hand down her thigh. His fingers hooked around her leg and pulled it over his hip, opening her up to both of them.
I want you to play with our female's clit while I ease into her.
Ross kissed and nipped at her neck until she was squirming. Then he added,
Don't worry, sweetheart. My cock is nice and slick with your juices. I will take it slow.
His voice was husky.
Are you ready?
Roosh asked while easing his finger into her pussy. She gasped, feeling him finger-fuck her with his thick, very skillful digit. She finally managed a tight nod. All too soon he removed it, using the same finger to slip and slide over her nub in soft, slow strokes. Her breathing hitched.
Here we go,
Ross said, his voice tense with desire. She moaned when he put the head of his cock to her ass. Becky was sure it wasn't going to work, so much so that she gasped when he inserted the tip without too much effort. Ross growled. It vibrated through her. Roosh growled as well. Her nipples hardened up a whole lot more, and she swore she could feel the vibration on her clit. She gasped when Ross eased in a little more.
Tighter than I've ever felt before.
She could hear that he was talking between clenched teeth.
Are you okay?
She made a sound of affirmation. I told you not to refer to other females while fucking me.
You are the winner. Will always be the winner.
Ross eased in a little more, causing both of them to gasp. There was a slight burning sensation, but it wasn't unpleasant. Ross moved back slightly, making a pained noise as he pushed back in, this time a little deeper than before.
Fuck, he snarled. I feel like a youngster again. I could shoot off at any second.
It was good to know that she had this effect on him. All she could do was hold on to Roosh and pant and moan as he slowly eased into her 1 inch at a time. The burning feeling never subsided, but also didn't worsen. Roosh kept up his ministrations on her clit, so slow and soft that her orgasm eluded her. It felt so freaking good, but frustrated her at the same time because she needed more. At long freaking last, Ross made a contented sighing noise, ending on a pained moan, as he sank all the way home.
Your turn.
Ross swept the hair from her neck and kissed her there, as Roosh positioned his cock at her pussy.
Take it slow. We may have to stop along the way.
Ross's breath was on her neck, and then he was kissing her again, using his teeth and lips. It felt so good she moaned. It turned into an all-out groan as Roosh pushed his tip inside her.
Christ, he growled. I'm not sure we're both going to fit.
Becky closed her eyes and her head fell back. Her mouth turned slack. Oh, God. Oh, good God. Roosh was barely inside her, and yet she had never felt so full. It felt good, but it also felt weird.
Should I stop?
Roosh asked. His eyes were wide and fearful. She shook her head, trying hard to focus on his face. No, she managed to whisper. Her chest heaved up against his. His light smattering of hair abraded her nipples.
Thank fuck.
His whole expression changed as his eyes heated with desire and his mouth pursed until it was a thin white line. His skin seemed to tighten as his whole expression became pinched.
I can't explain it,
he sighed, sliding in a little deeper, his beautiful eyes closed.
Feels so good,
he grunted. Ross grunted his own approval behind her. Her vampire cupped one of her breasts.
So soft,
he whispered against her, causing goosebumps to rise as he tweaked her nipple until she was panting. He nipped at her, his fangs almost breaking the sensitive skin at the base of her neck. Becky began to quiver with need. Take me, she pleaded to Roosh. Please, she added when he didn't move.
I have to take it slow, he growled.
Just do it already. She grabbed his ass. I need to come so freaking badly. Ross chuckled behind her. It quickly turned into a snarl as Roosh thrust himself into her, right down to the hilt. Her wolfie snarled as his dick hit home. Becky screamed in both pleasure and pain. It was too much. She was about to tell them to stop when both males started moving at once, so slow and gentle, a rocking motion that had the air seizing in her lungs. Her clit throbbed. Every part of her seemed to come alive all at once.
"I can feel you," Roosh grunted. "I feel you too," Ross groaned. "I'm going to fucking come."
Roosh barely got the words out. His teeth were so tightly clenched. Sweat beaded on his brow. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes glassy.
"Don't you fucking dare," Ross snarled.
Squeezing her eyes shut, she dug her fingers into Roosh's back as they picked up the pace. Becky was appalled when she realized that she was making god-awful wailing noises. She couldn't help it. It was like aliens had invaded her body. She was no longer in control of any of her faculties. She felt warmth seep through her limbs like a drug. Somehow she managed to open her eyes, catching Roosh's heated stare. He growled, exposing a mouthful of vicious-looking teeth. It only increased her level of excitement.
"I'm going to bite you now, Becky," he growled. "Me too," Ross grunted.
Her pussy fluttered with anticipation. Her first spasms hit just before she felt them at her neck. Ross was more towards the back and Roosh at the base. When teeth and fangs sunk into her flesh, she screamed. Every nerve ending in her whole body fired at full force. Her heart stopped, while everything else went into overdrive. The organ quickly caught up. Both males held her in place as she spasmed with the intensity of her orgasm. It tore through her like a wildfire, consuming her entire body. Roosh made a growling noise. His body jerked against hers. Not far behind, Ross groaned as heat erupted inside her in hot bursts. Both males kept pumping into her. Ross pushed up tightly against her, releasing her neck. Roosh snarled viciously as his dick thickened. She was surprised when he continued to jerk against her. When his dick thickened, it was a sign that he was nearing the end of his orgasm, yet he continued to come hard. It was then that she noticed that Ross had bitten Roosh on the side of his bicep and was sucking big gulps of blood. Roosh's eyes were clamped shut. His face was taut with utter rapture. Her mouth felt dry as she watched Ross drink. She couldn't think about it further because Roosh clamped back down on her neck in a place that made her back bow and her eyes roll. She screamed long and loud as her pussy clamped down hard as a second, even more searing orgasm took a hold of her. Ross groaned, still pumping into her ass with hard, even strokes. Both males eventually slumped against her. All three of them were breathing heavily. Roosh felt complete. Who would have ever thought? Yet as he lay there still buried deeply inside the female he loved, he couldn't help but feel happier than he had ever felt before. The fact that a vampire was just as deeply buried inside his female as well only helped to accentuate those warm, fuzzy feelings. None of the magazines he had read included this. His edition of the Kama Sutra certainly didn't include a second male. He was certain without a single shred of doubt that sex could not get any better. There was just no way. His female would be properly sated. His dick was squeezed so tight it almost hurt. Her snug velvet sheath made even snugger by Ross's thick cock. Every time the male breathed, let alone thrust, he could feel it like a massaging sensation against his dick. Roosh was sure he would be able to come just by being inside Becky. If Ross thrust into her ass, he could come just from the sensation the movement of the other male's cock created. It certainly helped that his female was so responsive, that her pussy milked him when she came.
"You are the best and I love you."
Roosh kissed Becky on her damp forehead. Her hair was seriously mussed and curled even more around her face.
"I am."
He couldn't finish the sentence because she fixed him with a death stare and gave his arm a light slap. "Get your dicks out of me right now, damn it," she spoke under her breath, sounding more pissed than he had ever heard her. Roosh immediately withdrew from her body, feeling the loss to his very soul. Had he done something wrong? Maybe her screams were of pain and not of pleasure.
"Please say that you are okay."
He moved away a little so that he could examine her. She took the opportunity to pull away from Ross, who growled. "You," she pointed a finger at the other male. "Both of you." Her angry eyes swept back to Roosh. "You freaking ruined me."
"Did we hurt you?"
Roosh felt panic rise. "Please answer me," he added when she didn't respond. It calmed him just a little when Ross stretched himself out on the bed, putting his hands behind his head. He wouldn't be acting this way if their female was hurt. The male chuckled.
If it's any consolation, Ross paused, I'm also ruined.
How the hell do I go back to just one guy? It's going to be impossible.
She shook her head and her curls bounced. There's an easy solution.
Ross sat up, cupping Becky's chin with one of his hands.
Agree to mate with both of us, and you'll always have 2 males to ensure that your every need is met. Now, just admit that you care, and I will run you a bubble bath.
His human folded her arms across her ample chest and pouted for a while, looking absolutely adorable. A bath, huh? Ross nodded. Aren't you non-humans? She raised her eyebrows at Ross, who frowned. Hello, I thought you had a bit more stamina than that. I kind of need at least 3 orgasms at least twice a day. You only gave me 2. Going down on me doesn't count.
Roosh found himself grunting in surprise. Ross chuckled. Like I was saying earlier, a female like you needs 2 males. We will satisfy your needs. Be here for you in all ways.
Yeah, Roosh said. His heart rate increased as she lifted her beautiful blue eyes to him.
I would like the honor of tucking you in each and every night, honey. Not just for a week or a month or even a year. I want to be with you always.
Forever, she whispered, looking at each of them in turn. Becky shrugged, a naughty smile forming on her lips. You two have pretty much ruined me for anyone else. So what choice do I have? Ross leaned in and kissed their female. Roosh felt a lump form in his throat. She was agreeing to become their mate.
I love you, the vampire growled as he pulled back.
His voice was thick. Becky smiled back at him, her eyes filled with love. Roosh tugged her towards him.
I love you too.
He kissed her softly, nipping at her bottom lip. He released her, seeing the same well of emotion in her eyes.
You can tell us you love us back, you know.
Ross smiled, shaking his head.
I know you do, so you might as well say it.
Look, she sighed, I'll admit that I care, but love might be taking it a bit too far. Ross made an exasperated sound and Roosh had to laugh. This female would not be easy, but she was theirs, the only one who would do. Ross's gaze moved to Becky's chest.
Roosh, our female asked for another orgasm. Are you up for doggy?
The male cleared his throat while glancing Roosh's way.
Wolfie style.
Roosh nodded.
I love watching Becky's ass shake as I fuck her. It is just as good as watching her tits bounce.
He couldn't help the aroused, growling noise that escaped him as he was reminded of Becky earlier on Ross's lap. It was the most erotic thing he had ever seen, and Roosh had watched his share of pornography.
Sweetheart. Ross cupped Becky's chin. Do you remember that other little fantasy I have?
Roosh could clearly hear how her heart sped up and her breathing quickened. Becky nodded. The one concerning your dick and my twins? When Becky clasped her breasts in both her hands and brought them together to form a deep, soft-looking cleavage, Roosh groaned. They both did. Ross nodded.
I would really like to.
Becky giggled as she moved on to all fours. You will have to hold my tits yourself when you fuck them. She looked up at an astonished, highly aroused Ross, and then back at Roosh. I'm going to need my arms for bracing. My wolf is one hell of a fuck. Then she waved her perfect ass in the air. Her pussy glistened. Both of them growled.
I can't wait until you are swollen with my child.
Ross gave Becky a tight smile. No freaking way. Just forget about it, she huffed. I don't want kids. I would be a terrible mother.
Relax. You're not in heat at the moment. We still have plenty of time to discuss it. You would make a wonderful mother, Ross said.
His eyes locked with Becky's.
I bet I can convince our mate to take my seed into her womb first.
Roosh barked out a laugh. What was it with these vampires? So damned arrogant. He shook his head.
You can try, vampire, but I assure you that it will be my seed she begs to have first.
You've got to be kidding me, Becky groaned. Just fuck me already. Roosh was more than happy to oblige. Chapter 12. Vampire Castle. Both vampire kings looked serious. They were being extra nice to her, which worried her.
Are you sure we can't get you some fruit juice? Brent asked. Something else, maybe,
Zane added. She shook her head, momentarily distracted when Xavier shuffled behind her. Why did you call me here? she asked, sitting more upright in her seat and clasping her hands over her lap.
It's not good news.
Brant glanced at the table for half a beat.
Your father is ill.
She felt her blood drain. Elves, like all non-humans, did not become ill very often. When they did, it was mostly fatal. Aside from Silver, there were only 2 other ailments that affected the elves. Her father might be old, but he was royalty of the highest order. He should not be susceptible to either of the sicknesses. She shook her head, feeling her brow crease.
He has wasting sickness.
Zane's eyes softened as he said the words. A small, agonized noise escaped her. Her breathing turned a little choppy, and she suddenly felt lightheaded. Her dear father. No, it could not be. It was calf's liver they were after, she muttered, almost to herself. Brant nodded.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You said meat. You never mentioned that it was liver? She looked both kings in the eyes. Zane shrugged.
We weren't aware there was a difference.
I need to go and see him. Rising to her feet, the chair scraped the floor behind her. She felt tears prick her eyes, but blinked quickly to hold them back. As a member of the royal family, Ezreal was used to keeping her emotions in check.
Of course.
Brant looked behind her at the spot where Xavier would be standing.
You cannot attend with the princess. We will be sending another male in your place.
Why? Xavier growled. The vampire prince took his role as her protector very seriously. It was a pity that was the only way that he saw himself to her. A guard, nothing more. It hurt her deeply.
The elven prince, Keto, has expressed his anger at both Zane and me, as well as at you, brother.
Brant's eyes were hard.
He feels that you should have acted with honor and taken the elven princess as your mate by now. He believes that you have slighted both Ezreal and the royal elven house by not taking her. He was seriously fucking pissed.
Zane's eyes looked black even under the bright rays of the sun that shone in through the nearby window.
It would be better to keep the peace and send someone else. I'm sorry, princess, but your brother hates us. All 3 males in this room. Xavier can't go with you.
I insist, Xavier growled.
I will deal with the male. The princess is my responsibility, and I do not take my duties lightly.
A duty. That's what he considered her. Nothing more than a burden to bear. Well, no more. Ezreal cleared her throat, feeling angry at the male. For months she'd tried hard to get him to notice her, but nothing seemed to help. She grew tired of watching him treat her like a burden, of scenting other females on his skin. It was maddening. Right now, her father was her top priority. It would be best if she wasn't distracted by the vampire. Ezreal would do everything in her power to ease her father's pain, to see him healed. She knew that he worried greatly about her. If she found someone, a mate, he would be able to relax and concentrate on becoming better. It was time to face up to the fact that Xavier would never be that male. I agree. She looked Brant in the eye as she spoke. My brother can be very difficult. The best way to appease him would be if I chose a male I am interested in to accompany me back to my home. She paused, sure for just a second that Xavier had made a noise. But she must have been mistaken, because she was greeted with his even breathing and rhythmic heart. He clearly didn't care. It angered her even more. Somewhere, somehow, she realized that she'd still been holding on to hope. I would like York to accompany me. I can see myself with the male and would like to get to know him better, she blurted. York was sweet enough. She didn't want him, but at least he seemed like a decent enough male, one she could trust. Brant nodded. He smiled, which was just plain scary. Zane scowled, which, strangely enough, reassured her.
I will arrange it right away. I'm sure you and York will be very happy together,
Brant said, nodding as he spoke.
The male is not permitted to touch you unless he plans on mating you.
Xavier's voice was low and deadly. It had the ability to send shivers up and down her spine, which irritated her. It wasn't right that he had this effect on her. I am sure that he is an honorable male, she replied, keeping her eyes on Brant. Anyway, my focus will be on my father. She was convinced that she heard him mutter something to the opposite tune about York, using a choice swear word that made her inwardly cringe.
I will have a talk with the male to make sure that he understands the rules. You are a princess, after all, and not just some easy fuck.
Xavier's silver eyes bore into her. A muscle ticked in his jaw. Doing his duty until the end. How respectable. Ezreal inwardly sighed. I wish you didn't use such profanities.
I wish for a lot of things. But we can't always get what we want.
His eyes dipped to her lips, and she held her breath. Then they flicked to Brand, and disappointment hit hard. She immediately felt guilty about feeling sorry for herself when her father could be dying. She straightened her shoulders.
I request permission to leave,
Xavier growled. Her heart sank like a deadweight. She so wished Xavier could be at her side as a partner during this tough time. Esrel and her father had always had such a strong relationship. She didn't know if she would survive his death. She'd never felt more alone. Once again, she fought the tears that welled. This concludes Unlikely Mates by Charlene Hartnady, narrated by Tatiana Sokolov. Copyright 2016 by Charlene Hartnady. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Charlene Hartnady and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.